I am obviously the first prince of the capital circle. My grandfather is the most powerful emperor of the human race. My grandmother is the most beautiful saint of the human race. Even my younger brothers and sisters are all in the realm of great gods. But I can only sit in a wheelchair all day pretending to be disabled, lying down instead of sitting, and resolutely not moving if I can avoid it. Everyone thinks I'm a total waste, but only I know that I'm just too lazy to move while sitting in a wheelchair. It's because in my past life, I worked day and night in a factory, tired like a donkey, and often had my wages deducted by the boss. That night, I worked overtime until dawn, exhaustedly riding a shared bike home, when the boss's Xiaomi SUV whooshed past me, splashing me with water. I roared, "Are you an idiot?" Unexpectedly, I was hit and sent flying by a drunk driving truck. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this high martial world, becoming the young master of the Yen Emperor family, with a strong background and endless potential. But I was just being lazy. Even when the system descended and granted me the strongest lazy person assistance system, helping me awaken the 3S level fire elemental ability, I couldn't be bothered and let the system operate on its own. My name is Li Lan, a time traveler. 17 years ago, I crossed over to this high martial world where spiritual energy is revived, and became a young master of the Li family, a member of the Blue Star Alliance Yen Emperor family. My grandfather is one of the strongest among the human race, the Yen Emperor, and my father is the head of the Yen Emperor Li family. I also have 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Perhaps due to being too tired from work in my previous life, I am particularly lazy in this life. Apart from going to the bathroom, there are always people around me helping with everything. On my 17th birthday, my father sent me to school. Because I was too lazy to go, he kicked me out. My father said he wanted me to experience life, gain more experience, and make more friends. I was too lazy to argue with my father, so I ended up at the first supernatural high school in Shangnan City. At this moment, the homeroom teacher of class 3 in the first grade is leading 2 people into the classroom. One of them has a handsome face and is sleeping soundly in a wheelchair, while the other person pushing the wheelchair is a young man with a handsome and cold expression, looking cautious. As soon as they entered the classroom, it caused a lot of discussion. Are they really new transfer students? They are so handsome. They must have good talent to be able to enter our school. I heard they got in through connections, without even testing their talent. Why is he in a wheelchair? Is he disabled? Such a pity. He's so handsome. The boy pushing the wheelchair is also handsome. Many girls' eyes were fixed on the boy in the wheelchair. Although not as handsome as the one in the wheelchair, he was also very pleasing to the eye. When a boy jealous said, "I am also very handsome," the girl showed a disdainful expression. "Okay, everyone quiet down." The homeroom teacher knocked on the table and said, "These 2 are transfer students from our school. Starting today, they are classmates in our class 3. Let's applaud and welcome them." Applause erupted. I sat in the wheelchair and shifted slightly, then fell asleep again. In fact, I had already woken up, but I was too lazy to stand up, even too lazy to open my eyes. Yes, I can stand up. I am not disabled. I just find it much easier to sit in a wheelchair than to walk. The homeroom teacher's voice pulled me back to reality. Su Xian, Li Lan, please introduce yourselves. Su Xian gently woke me up, and I looked at the class with eyes as lifeless as dead fish, not even bothering to move them. The homeroom teacher silently commented to himself, "This is really a tough ancestor." Then he smiled and said, "Let's begin." On the podium at the Su Xian station, "Hello everyone, my name is Su Xian. I am the companion of Master Li Lan, a mid-level early-stage fire element sorcerer, with an S-level supernatural talent." With these words, the whole class suddenly burst into a wave of exclamations. "Oh my god, it's actually S-level. This is too terrifying. Our entire school only has 2 S-level students, and they are both in the same class. Now he is the 3rd one, and his supernatural cultivation is at the mid-level early stage, which is much more powerful than those 2 in the same class. Hey, you guys got the focus wrong. The focus is not on him being such a genius, but that he's just the companion of that what's-his-name Li Lan young master, right? Is Li Lan the disabled person in the wheelchair? Lower your voice, he can hear you in front. I don't know what status this Li Lan has, to have such a terrifying companion." Everyone looked at me with expectant eyes, waiting for me to introduce myself. The homeroom teacher also looked at me with expectant eyes. "Student Li Lan, it's your turn." I didn't even want to give them a glance, closed my eyes, and continued to sleep. The homeroom teacher and the whole class were speechless. When Su Xian saw me like this, he turned to the class teacher and said, "Sorry teacher, my young master is tired and needs to rest. Shall I take over?" The crowd murmured, "Hasn't he been sitting in a wheelchair all along? Not even saying a word. What's tiring him?" The class teacher nodded at this time. Su Xian walked up to the platform again and said, Hello everyone, this is my young master, named Li Lan. Please take care of him in the future. After speaking, Su Xian walked off the platform. The class teacher looked speechless, thinking, is that it? Is it over? Since the introductions are done, please return to your seats. Your seats are in this row, the second to last and the last. The homeroom teacher looked worriedly at my wheelchair and asked, do you need help? Su Xian shook his head and said, no need, teacher. My young master is a healthy person. The homeroom teacher and the whole class were speechless, silently looking at my wheelchair, thinking, do you believe what you just said? Su Xian pushed me to the back row, and then, the scene that shocked them happened. They only saw Su Xian say something in my ear, and I stood up from the wheelchair, sat back down, and fell asleep again. Everyone was thinking in their hearts, shocking, this is simply a medical miracle. An hour passed, and I slept on the table the whole time, not even moving my eyelids. I didn't even bother to shoo away a bird if it landed on me. In the end, it was Su Xian who helped drive it away. How exactly is that for a lazy person? But the way he sleeps, he is really handsome. Countless girls in the class looked at him with flowery eyes, thinking he was a prince. At the same time, the students in the class were also very curious about Su Xian. What exactly did Su Xian say to Li Lao's just now to make such a big slacker get up from his wheelchair and obediently sit in his seat? In fact, what Su Xian had just said was, young master, you don't want to be pushed by me in a wheelchair and then run around the whole school, do you? 2 hours passed. Li Lazy didn't move. 3 hours passed. Li Lazy still hasn't moved. 4 hours passed. Li Lao still hasn't moved. 5 hours passed and Li Lazy finally moved. But it was by Su Xian that he was forced to move. Su Xian forced Li Lao's to pick him up from his desk and fed him one bite at a time. After eating, Li Lazy went to sleep again. Countless students in the class cried and laughed. There's nothing elegant about this, but the way he eats. He's so handsome too. Class president, can you stop being such a nymphomaniac? You're so ugly. You don't understand. At night, Li Lao's was carried into the dormitory building by Su Xian. All the others were in 6 rooms, just them in 2. In fact, both of them started out in a single room. But Su Xian had the school change it to a double room in order to take better care of Li Laoshi. Su Xian put him on the bed. Li Lao seemed to be woken up and asked, it's morning? He rubbed his eyes sleepily. It's nighttime. Su Xian said, young master, it's bedtime. Do you need some water? Li Lao didn't say anything, but Su Xian still understood exactly what his young master meant from those dead fish eyes. He took a bottle of water, stuck a straw in it and put it in Li Lazy's mouth. Li Lazy drank the water and went to sleep again. But although he was asleep, he was actually in high spirits. He's just too lazy to open his eyes. After closing his eyes for 4 hours like this, Li Lao suddenly heard a mechanical beep. Ding! The host has been detected to have crossed over successfully and obtained the strongest talent system. Please select the talent for the host. The system is here? Forget it. Don't bother. Just let him be. Li Lazy didn't even bother to move his eyebrows. System. An hour later, the mechanical sounds started again. Detected that the host did not select a talent. The strongest talent system has left. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the strongest villain system. May I ask if the host is willing to become the strongest villain of the heavens? Li Lazy still ignored him. System. Another hour later, the mechanical sounds resumed. The strongest villain system has left. Ding! Congratulations to the host, obtaining the kill the enemy and become a god system. Li Lao still ignored him. The system of killing the enemy to become a god has left. After repeating this back and forth 4 or 5 times, dawn broke. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strongest lazy aid system. Please ask the host if he is bound. Ding! Due to the host's laziness to bind, the system has been automatically bound. The lazy auxiliary system is awakening the supernatural ability for the host. Please select the direction of supernatural ability awakening for the host. Ding! Since the host is too lazy to choose, the system has automatically chosen for you. Selection successful. Elemental system. Ding! Due to the lack of gold element in the host's body, the awakening of the gold elemental ability has failed. Ding! The host is detected to have the fire element in his body. The fire elemental ability has been successfully awakened. Talent level SSS. Ding! Alien ability awakened successfully. Please start cultivating the alien ability. Ding! Due to the host's laziness to blue show, the system has started the lazy hang-up mode for the host. Your fire elemental energy is angry at your laziness and is practicing automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 10. Your fire elemental energy is angry at your laziness and is practicing automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 10. A few hours later, your warlock cultivation level has been raised to mid-low rank. Your fire elemental powers are feeling tired and have stopped cultivating. Hearing the voice, Li Lao's rarely showed a mocking smile. This is tired? You can't either. The fire elemental feels angry and says, who are you to mock me? Continue to start practicing. Fire elemental energy +8. The fire elemental feels angry and says, who are you to mock me? Continue to start practicing. Fire elemental energy +8. 10 minutes later, the wake-up bell rang. Su Xian finished washing up for Li Laoshi and put him into a wheelchair and pushed him into the classroom. Li Lao suddenly heard a system beep. The fire elemental has gotten tired and the cultivation automatically stops. Waste. Li Lazy didn't care. Lay down on his desk and began to sleep. And so, a week passed. Chapter 2, Late Intermediate Stage. Military training begins. Fire elemental faints with excitement. Waking up in the morning in a good mood, the fire elemental starts to cultivate automatically. Fire elemental energy +10. Your warlock cultivation has been raised to Late Intermediate Stage. The fire elemental is feeling a bit tired and has stopped cultivating. And that doesn't work? Too wasteful. Li Laoshi spat in his heart. But this time, the fire elemental didn't fall for his agitation and slept through the end of the cultivation without bubbling up again. Su Xian helped Li Lao's finish washing up as usual. Suddenly Su Xian froze and directly inserted the toothbrush inside Li Laoshi's nostrils. Li Laoshi felt angry, but he was too lazy to speak or even give him a blank stare. His eyes remained dead fish eyes. I'm sorry, young master. I didn't do it on purpose. Su Xian hurriedly apologized. But today, you seem a little different from usual. When he brushed Li Lao's teeth just now, he actually felt a very explosive flame aura in his body. Although it only appeared for a moment and quickly disappeared, it was still keenly captured by him. What's different? Not just become a little bit stronger than you. Li Lazy to speak, gave him a you're finished look. Li Lao's had no intention of taking the initiative to say anything about his awakened talent. It's not that he's trying to play piggyback and act tough or anything. Mainly because, the genius was too tired. It's not the usual tiredness. His older brother, for example, rises at 5 in the morning and goes to bed at 12 at night. In addition to training, he also had to deal with various challenges from geniuses from all over the world every day to defend the Li family's position and show off its strength. From time to time, he also has to go to various university campuses to give speeches, cheer up the students and act as a good role model for the new generation. He can't stand living like this. He still likes this, the life where he sits in a wheelchair every day and is waited on no matter what he does. Young master? Su Xian said, and Li Lao's ignored him. But the next second, he saw a blazing fire coming in front of him. He subconsciously raised his hand to fend it off, and the blazing fire ignited in his hand, and he directly grabbed the blazing fire and extinguished it. He didn't bother to speak and looked at Su Xian just in time to see his horrified expression. That's when Li Lazy realized that he had been duped. Young master, when? Su Xian said in shock. Young master, why don't you say that you have a supernatural talent? If you did, the patriarch wouldn't have thrown you into this place to go to school. Li Laos didn't say anything and looked at him quietly. He also looked at Li Lazy quietly. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. After a few moments, Li Lazy faintly said, Lazy? What? Su Xian almost fell to the ground. But young master, you should be very strong with this psychic talent, right? If you say so, you can go to the best school and enjoy the best cultivation resources. Are you willing to just be an ordinary person for the rest of your life? Ordinary people? Is that about me? Li Laos looked down at the more than $100,000 worth of clothes he was wearing, then looked at Su Xian, revealing a look of disgust. Su Xian then realized that his young master does not seem to be ordinary, dressing better than him, eating better than him, using better than him, even his alien cultivation was better than him. The S-class genius Su Xian was doubly devastated, but he still couldn't help but say, young master, don't you want to become stronger, just like your big brother and the others? Don't want to. Li Laos rarely uttered his second sentence of the day. Su Shin. He knew he couldn't convince Li Lazy. He could only sigh helplessly and sling Li Lazy over his shoulder, walked down the dormitory stairs and pushed his wheelchair towards the classroom. The classroom was noisy as usual, with all the familiar faces, but Li Laos didn't recognize any of them because he was too lazy to recognize or even remember them. All he wants to do is lie down on the table and sleep. A Coke would have been nice. If he had said that, Su Xian would have gone for it, but he's too lazy to say. Talking was like strenuous exercise for him. Oops. Left butt is itchy. Forget it. Whatever. Itchy is itchy. The fire elemental is furious at you for being so lazy and has begun practicing. Fire elemental energy +10. The fire elemental despises you for being so lazy and starts practicing. Fire elemental energy +10. The fire elemental thinks you're a loser for being so lazy. Start practicing. Fire elemental energy +10. A few hours later, The fire elemental feels tired and stops practicing. Waste. Li Laos gave a mocking smile. The fire elemental is furious at your taunting and continues to cultivate. Fire elemental energy +7. The fire elemental is already tired, but still keeps practicing in order to prove that he's better than you. Fire elemental energy +10. The fire elemental passed out from exhaustion and stopped practicing. Li Laos, you can even pass out from practicing. It seems like a real waste. The fire elemental has been angered to the point of vomiting blood. Please stop mocking the host. Li Lazy. I'm just being honest. The class was a history lesson, and the teacher was up there talking with his mouth like a machine gun. If she found a classmate who was deserting, she would throw a piece of chalk right at them, hitting them almost 100 times. Li Lazy is no exception. Fortunately, sitting in front of him was Su Xin. Because of his overly tall and imposing figure, the chalk almost hit him like a natural wall of flesh. Suddenly I realized that Su Xin is actually not bad. In fact, when choosing a chaperone before, Li Lazy chose all girls. But his sister thought that choosing a girl might be bad for his health, so she switched to a boy, which is now Su Xin. In hindsight, boys actually have the benefit of being boys, and Su Xin was so meticulous that there was little difference from a girl except for a doorknob underneath. 3,000 years ago, the blue star's aura revived, and the 10,000 races began to rise, followed by the fusion of foreign domains. With our continuous efforts as human beings, we have finally formed a perfect system of psychic abilities. Now we, human beings, have given birth to many great powers such as the Wood Emperor and the Yen Emperor. They are the heroes of our humanity. We should honor them and look up to them. As more and more exotic domains merge with the blue star, the current blue star has changed drastically compared to the blue star of 3,000 years. Not only are there countless mysterious races within the foreign realm, there are also countless relics. There are single types of these relics, repetitive types, and more complex types, which the teacher will talk about later. It is reliably speculated that these repetitive type relics may be used by unknown higher civilizations for training purposes, either strong or weak, simple or dangerous, and can be refreshed for repeated use, and you will enter them later. Okay, let's turn to page 2 of the textbook. We're going to talk about two races that surround the human federation, the Wind Shadows and the Barbarian Spirits. Classes will soon be over. The classroom resounded with the cheers of his classmates. And Su Xian silently came to the trash can behind Li Laosher and patted away the chalk dust on his body. Young master, look, none of it can be photographed off. Su Xian pointed to his colorful white clothes. Li Laosher wanted to comfort him, but thought better of it. It's just a matter of comforting your heart, but you have to talk. It's exhausting. It didn't take long for the homeroom teacher to walk in aggressively. The class fell silent. It's not even class yet, but the homeroom teacher is here, and class is in session whether it's in session or not. The students immediately and obediently returned to their seats. Li Laosher was still sleeping on his desk, and it was already the 4th period. Left butt is itching again. Never mind. Just ignore it and go back to sleep. The fire elemental has finished resting and is so contemptuous of your laziness that it has begun to cultivate. Fire elemental energy +10. The homeroom teacher patted the podium and laughed. Class, I have news for you. Starting tomorrow, we'll have military training. After a few moments of silence, the classroom wailed. Study committee member Lu Elegance said, military training? That's not elegant at all. Old class, can I take a leave of absence? If military training is done, my white skin will get tanned. The homeroom teacher smiled at him and said, what do you think? Lu Elegance winced. It should be okay, right? Lu Elegance, you go stand outside the classroom right now. Just say it outright if you can't. Old Ben, you really aren't elegant at all. Lu elegantly complained. Spraying herself with a layer of sunscreen spray, she stood outside the classroom with small steps. Li Laos glanced at him and realized that inside this good school uniform, he was even wearing a suit. This is really elegant. A girl sat next to class president Wang Shishir and asked, Class president, what are you looking at? Of course I'm looking at Li Lazy. Wang Shishir flamboyantly said. He even has such a handsome look in his spitting eyes. Girls, squad leader, with all due respect, you're impossible. Does it matter? Wang Shishir said. Handsome people, even if they're not boyfriend and girlfriend, it's still a pleasure to look at them quietly. One of the boys couldn't help but say, Class president, what's there to see in a lazy guy like him? Besides, it's time for military training. I'll see if he can still be this lazy. Don't you look at him? It's okay. No sooner had he said this than he was greeted by the eyes of the class. A person who came from a big family. Although he had no talent and was very lazy, but that looks could be eaten directly from his face. Never mind. This one is off the table. Silence. It's Cambridge tonight. The boy realized that he had said the wrong thing. and hurriedly returned to his seat with a grimace. But his words were a wake-up call to the class. It's time for military training. What about Lee Lazy? Does he want to be lazy like this? That's not possible, is it? Not to mention the fact that you have to be punished by the school for avoiding military training. The instructors are also very violent. The fun is about to begin. Someone laughed. Lou Elegant also laughed outside. Lee Lazy must have looked very ungraceful when he was forced into military training. Wang Shishir was still flamboyant. Li Laoshi must look very handsome when he sweats in military training. To have military training? Really troublesome. Li Laos thought in his heart. But he didn't feel annoyed because he was too lazy to be annoyed. Fire Elemental gloats at what happened to you and excitedly starts practicing. Fire Elemental energy plus 10. The Fire Elemental is having a good laugh at what happened to you and happily starts practicing. Fire Elemental energy plus 10. Li Laos moved his eyelids and looked at Su Xin, who was sitting in front of him. Su Xin said helplessly, I'm sorry young master. Your big brother said that you must participate in military training. Super. Is this world still a living place? The Fire Elemental is very happy about what happened to you and faints with excitement. And the cultivation ends automatically. Chapter 3 Young Master, you also don't want your talent to be known by the patriarch. Right. Avatar fledgling. Because I am lazy. On the first day of military training, Lee Lazy stayed in bed. No matter how much Su Xin pickpocketed him, he just wouldn't get up, even though it had been the same before. But Lee Lazy used to at least open his eyes a little. Helplessly Su Xin could only forcefully drag Li Laos out of bed and brush his teeth and wash his face. Looking at Su Xin, who was seriously brushing his teeth in the mirror, and his expressionless self, Li Laos was wondering how to avoid military training. Moments later. Forget it, don't think about it. It's exhausting. Fire Elemental laughs and happily starts practicing automatically. Fire Elemental energy plus 15. Fire Elemental takes great pleasure in your misfortune and begins practicing in earnest. Fire Elemental energy plus 20. Lee Lazy. He thought this Fire Elemental might be sick. The Fire Elemental is very upset by your comment and has begun to cultivate like crazy. Fire Elemental energy plus 30. The Fire Elemental is tired and stops practicing. Your Fire Elemental Warlock cultivation has been raised to early high order. That's not good enough? Li Laos once again poisonously mocked. The Fire Elemental says, listen to me, thank you. Mind your own business first. Lee Lazy seems to have gotten smarter. The Fire Elemental looks at you proudly and closes the communication channel. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Su Xin was about to carry Li Laos on his shoulders. Just then, he heard Li Laosi say, Su Xin, is there any way to escape military training? Young master, your big brother. Don't me big brother, I'm asking you. The young master actually said so many words today. Su Xin was surprised for a moment, then said helplessly, young master, your military training is to record a video and send it to the matriarch. So just train this one day today, okay? As for the following days, I'll help you figure it out. A moment of silence. Just when Su Xin thought he was being rejected, Li Laos nodded. Good. Su Xin was overjoyed. Then young master, we have a deal. Su Xin is usually known as high and cold in the family, but now look is not high and cold and a child. A shock. Li Laos gave him a disgusted look and nodded again. If Su Xin knew what was going on inside his own young master's mind, he would definitely cry out in injustice. He used to be very high-strung, and of course he still was, but his high-strungness was practically useless in front of Li Lazy. He felt that getting along with Li Laos was simply more tiring than cultivating. If it wasn't for his father telling him, to achieve great things, one must suffer his heart and mind, and labor his bones and muscles, he probably wouldn't have been able to continue. Young master, are you coming up yourself, or should I help you? Su Xin bent down and patted his shoulder. I'd better walk by myself. Li Laos was speechless at him. Do I look like such a lazy person? The two walked out of the dorm side by side. Looking at the two of them, the entire dormitory building was stunned. It's been 8 days since school started, and Li Lazy can actually walk on his own. Did something big happen today? I looked at the calendar and it doesn't say that. You must be looking at it wrong. Go look again. So he's not disabled. Touched by the Human Federation, Li Lazy, he's finally walking on his own. Is this that transfer student from your class? I always thought he was handicapped. Me too. Lou Elegance said incredulously while brushing her teeth. Elegance? This is just too elegant. The host master looked at Li Laos with wide eyes, feeling as if he had witnessed a miracle. It's so exaggerated. Li Laoshi felt very speechless at their reaction. He just walked a road. When they arrived at the classroom, the students of the third class also had a look of surprise on their faces. Some started watching the news, kind of started checking the calendar, thought it was some kind of holiday or something big was happening. The way Li Lazy walks is also handsome. The class president, Wang Shishir, still had a flamboyant face, and her pretty figure couldn't help but pop up in waves. Her best friend looked at her helplessly. This woman. She's hopeless. Lou elegantly took off her school uniform and carefully organized the suit inside. Today I, too, am elegant. These people, really. As for it, Li Laoshi felt that he was not here to go to school, but to be hospitalized, living in a mental hospital. Very much so. Su Xian empathized with their reactions. He'd been taking care of Li Lazy for 3 years now, and it was the first time he'd seen him talk so much and walk so much. The class watched as Li Lazy sat down in his seat. Just when they thought Li Laoshi was going to do something amazing, Li Laoshi once again fell asleep on his desk. My nose is itchy. Forget it. I'm so tired after traveling so much today. Let's go to bed first. The fire elemental feels great contempt for your behavior and automatically begins cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 10. After eating the breakfast fed by Su Xian, the instructors came. The homeroom teacher asked everyone to line up and go down to greet them, but Li Lazy was too lazy to move. Young master, you don't want your talent to be known by the clan leader either, do you? Su Xian thought for a moment and opened his mouth, feeling that he had tentatively pinpointed Li Lao's psychology. As soon as the words came out, as if they had twisted some kind of clockwork, Li Lao's gave him a blank look and said, "You push my wheelchair here." Su Xian said, "Young master, have you forgotten? The wheelchair is still in the dormitory. Why don't I carry you down?" Li Lazy nodded. "That's fine." Being carried uncomfortably for a long time, Li Lazy gave a hard realizing the seriousness of the problem. Su Xian hurriedly princess hugged Li Lao's in his arms, and so in plain sight, an odd pairing emerged. Countless people had odd faces. Lu Elegance exclaimed, "It's so ungraceful to do such a thing in public." Class president Wang Shishi's heart was like a knife. I feel like I've lost my love." Her best friend couldn't help but say, "Is there a possibility that he's just plain lazy?" Wang Shishi regained her spirit and said, "It must be. It's so handsome. My boy god looks so handsome even when he's being hugged." BFF. Tired. Destroy. The voices around him reached Li Laoshi's ears, making him feel a little ashamed, but he didn't really care. After all, what bad intentions could he have? He was just lazy. Fire elemental curses you, lazy bastard. I don't have a master like you. Start practicing diligently. Fire elemental energy plus 20. Fire elemental hears people talking, withholds 3 rooms for you, begins to hear nothing outside the window and focuses on cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 60. The fire elemental has successfully comprehended the fledgling form of the avatar, Inferno Explosion. I did not expect to comprehend the fledgling of the divine power, but it is also general goods. Li Laos was very disgusted. The cultivation of psychic abilities was divided into low, middle, and high orders, then avatar, great avatar, and terrestrial immortal. Having comprehended the fledgling form of an avatar meant stepping into the cultivation path of an avatar, belonging to the elite of the human race. However, although the divine ability prototype was precious, it wasn't a rare thing for Li Laos. After all, his Li family's avatars were on the verge of being rotten. His older siblings were even all great avatars. As for his grandfather, Yen Di, that was even more terrifying, one of the most land deities in the world. However, if Li Lazy was placed in the No. 1 alien high school in Xiangnan City, it could be called good. After all, the strongest psychic in the school, the principal, was only as strong as an avatar. As for many teachers, they were not even as good as Li Lazy. Hearing your comment felt the fire elemental very sad, began to wow and cry, turned grief into strength to practice more diligently. Fire elemental plus 30. Am I too poisonous in my mouth? Li Laos touched his nose and wanted to comfort him, but was too lazy to do so. A few minutes later, because the fire elemental was just too noisy, Li Laoshi said helplessly, "You're unnecessarily presumptuous, even though you're trash. But to be able to refine the fledgling form of a divine ability in just over a week's time is already considered impressive." Fire elemental cries even more, turning grief into strength and cultivation. Fire elemental plus 35. Li Lazy. Ugh. I've consoled him, he won't listen no more. Forget it, go to sleep. Li Lazy fell into a deep sleep. Su Xian held him like this, listening to the principal's speech, the chief instructor's speech, and the instructor's speech until the military training officially began. When Li Laos woke up, he saw the instructor in charge of managing his class. It was a female instructor, looking heroic in her valiant uniform and wheat-colored skin. She looked at Li Lazy, who was being held by Su Xian, and said with a frown, "How come there are still disabled people in your class? Didn't your homeroom teacher say with you that disabled people don't need to participate in military training? Here, classmate, let me hold him. You train seriously." The instructor kindly snatched Li Laos from Su Xian's arms, Su Xian wanted to come back, but was immediately glared back by Li Lao's eyes. He had to withdraw his hand. Many of the students in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beautiful instructor who was holding Li Lao's loudly scolded. "What are you laughing at? This is military training. Helping the disabled is a good virtue in our dragon nation. What's so funny about that?" Her chastisement didn't go over well, though, and a number of people laughed even harder instead. Just as she was about to scold someone, a classmate couldn't help but step forward and say, reporting to the instructor, "In fact, student Li Lazy is not disabled." "Who is Li Lazy?" That classmate pointed at Li Lazy, who was sleeping soundly in her arms. The beautiful instructor was so shocked that Li Lao's in her arms fell straight down. Fortunately, Su Xian rushed forward and caught him. Li Lazy was also woken up by the noise. The beautiful instructor looked at Su Xian with shame and anger. "You put him down." Su Xian obediently did as he was told. The instructor looked at Li Lazy angrily and said, "Why did you lie to me?" Although Li Laos didn't want to speak, he still said, "Instructor, I didn't say I'm disabled. You're the one who wanted to hug me. Then why do you need to be held when you're so big?" "Because I'm lazy." You. The instructor was infuriated and shouted, "You go run 30 laps for me." Li Lazy didn't move a muscle and looked at him with his own unique dead fish eyes. The instructor asked loudly, "Why don't you run? Big boobs?" Li Laosher looked at her with the same eyes as a little cutie, like eyes at her, and said, "Because I'm lazy." The instructor stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Su Xian couldn't help but step forward and said, "Instructor, I'm the one who held the person, so why don't I go and run?" "Good." The instructor was exasperated and laughed, and exclaimed, "Since you're going to run, then double your laps, 60 laps, not a single lap less." Without saying much, Su Xian immediately ran to the track and started running. The instructor looked at Li Lazy and said, "Stand to the side and count how many laps he ran." But Li Lao seemed like he didn't hear her, still standing in the same place. "Why don't you move?" "Because I'm lazy," Li Lazy said breathlessly. The instructor covered his heart, feeling that he had met the most powerful opponent in his life. Chapter 4, Because I'm Lazy, Winning the Battle, Li Lazy disappears. Military training can exercise one's will and cultivate one's strong perseverance of hard struggle and hard work. It also helps you develop a good spirit of collectivism. Look at all your classmates in military training. You're the only one who doesn't want to do it. Do you think you're good for it? What is there to be embarrassed about? Li Lazy said without any fighting spirit. "Actually, I also want to have military training. So why aren't you in military training again?" "Because I'm lazy." The class laughed. The beautiful instructor was so infuriated that her liver hurt, and she said angrily, "It's fine if you don't do military training, but the prerequisite is that you have to beat me. That's it?" Li Lazy's dead fish eyes disappeared and returned to clarity. "That's certainly no problem." This instructor also looked like he was only a high-ranked warlock. He was also a high-ranked warlock, and although he was only in the early stages, he had comprehended the fledgling form of a divine ability. If he worked a little harder, he should still be able to beat her. Although his dad had told him that he must attend the military training, if the instructor himself had spoken up and said that he could skip the training, his dad shouldn't be able to say anything if he knew about it, right? "Are you serious?" The instructor looked at this lazy teenager in front of this. "Don't say it." It felt quite good looking after getting pumped up. "Sure." Li Lazy nodded. "I'm a high-level warlock." "Are you really sure?" This time Li Laosher didn't say anything, just looked at her quietly. The instructor didn't dare ask him why he didn't say anything. She was now very afraid that he would say the 5 words, "Because I'm lazy." "Unsuspecting young man, since you want to try, don't blame me for not being polite. In advance, if I win, you'll have to obey my orders unconditionally for the next month of military training." Li Lazy didn't even bother to nod his head this time. "Do you know where there's an open space?" Li Laos pointed to the land behind the school building. The two walked over, looking at the two who left. The students of the 3rd class on the playground looked at each other. What did they go and do? "I don't know. I think I heard that Li Lazy is going to challenge the instructor." "I think I heard it too." The students seemed to have heard a big joke. "How is this possible?" "You must have heard it wrong. Li Lazy is so lazy that he probably didn't even bother to awaken his special ability." The students who had just spoken were aggrieved. What they had said was clearly true. Behind the school building, overgrown and empty, the beautiful instructor frowned slightly at Li Laos and said, "It's still not too late for you to go to military training." Li Laos sighed, feeling tired, and said, "Let's begin." "Good, then don't blame me for not being polite." The instructor chirped and swept across leg. However, she seemed to be afraid of hurting Li Laos, and her movements were more gentle. Li Lazy stretched lazily, a strange movement indeed. Taking a step back, he easily dodged her attack. Although Li Laos was lazy, he was not a waste. As one of the top big families in the Human Federation, the Li family has countless experts at home, and under their influence, Li Laos naturally understands a lot of combat skills. I didn't realize you knew how to fight? In that case, I don't have to keep my hands off. The instructor was slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his cold color and rushed to Li Laosher with an instantaneous step, swinging a heavy fist. As she swung her fist, there was wind surging through her hands, swirling up the fallen leaves on the ground. By the looks of it, she was a wind attribute empath. Li Laosher's hand ignited a blazing fire, and he raised his hand to hold her fist, easily neutralizing her attack. High-ranked warlock, how is this possible? How old are you? The instructor's eyes widened. Li Laosher laughed in a rare moment. Instructor, talking so much while fighting is not a good habit. The instructor's face changed. Watch the move. She struck a strange pose with her hands, and immediately many leaves were blown up on the ground, turning into dense flying daggers that attack Li Lazy. A psychic attack? Li Laosher fought a little bit of spirit, and the flame in his hand burned even more fiercely. Just when those flying leaves were about to stick to his face, Li Lazy swings forward. Inferno blast. Flames erupted. Rumble. All the flying leaves were instantly burned out and turned into ashes. What? Avatar fledgling? Just as the instructor was surprised, Li Laosher used the cover of the roiling ashes to appear beside her at an unknown time. Putting his fist next to her head, he said lazily, Instructor, you lost, yo. Promise me things can't back out. I can't believe I lost. The instructor reacted, looking dejected. Spinning around, he looked at Li Laos in surprise. What kind of person are you that you have awakened the fledgling form of a divine ability? Not wanting to talk, Li Laos patted some dust on his body and walked slowly in the direction of the class line. The beautiful instructor removed her hat, fixed her hair, and returned to the class line as well. For the next month, student Li Lazy can skip military training, she said as she swept her eyes over the class. The students were puzzled, but didn't say much. After all, Li Lazy has a heavenly background and even has a special person to accompany him when he reads. It's not easy to skip military training. Besides, Li Laosy is so lazy every day. It looks like he's in bad health, weak kidneys or something. He doesn't do military training. How normal. As for the fact that Li Laos did not need military training by defeating the instructor, they did not even think in that direction, because in their opinion, Li Laos was nothing more than an ordinary person with no talent. Where's the strength to beat the instructor? This commoner is without mentioning the background. The instructor looked at Li Laos and said, in the future, you can skip military training, but you have to stay within the confines of within this playground. Li Laosher didn't say anything because Li Laosher had fallen asleep standing up. The fire elemental is angered by your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 15. Even snoring. Instructor. Class. When Su Xin returned, he was a little surprised to learn that Li Laos didn't need military training. Riding Li Lazy's body. After taking a few fairly standard videos on the back, he whirled around to join in the military training as well. At this moment in Longjing, inside a certain villa in a luxurious mountain village, a middle-aged man with a full head of red hair opened his cell phone. The cell phone was playing a video of the very same Li Lazy standing, but only the backside could be seen. He laughed out loud after watching the video. This kid, little lazy, is finally not lazy anymore. Why can you only see the back though? Standing seems a little strange too, like he's asleep? No, this is impossible. Little Lazy's first day of military training. He's not used to it. It's normal for him to stand in a strange position. Li Lazy's father consoled himself with this. The long hours of sleeping on his feet made Li Lazy a little uncomfortable. As he fell asleep, he simply lay straight down on the floor. It's still uncomfortable though. He began to roll in place, from this side to that side, and then from that side to this side. It didn't settle down until it couldn't roll any further after rolling into a narrow, dry gutter. The narrow, cramped space gave him a full sense of security. It's nice to sleep here. Snoring resumed after Li Lazy's slurred mutterings. The fire elemental is ashamed of your behavior and has begun a frenzy of cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 50. Time passes quickly. 5 hours later, the time came to noon. Su Xin went to the cafeteria to get his meal. Just as he was about to go feed Li Lazy, he was surprised to find that Li Lazy had disappeared. Su Xin was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and hurriedly put down his lunchbox to look for it. But after half a day of searching, I couldn't find anyone. Not on the playground, not in the classroom, not even in the dorm. It's over. The young master won't be taken captive by the cultivators of the foreign race, right? A horrible thought rose in Sushin's mind. The Fae threatened the Li family after taking the young master captive, and then the Li family tried to reclaim the young master, setting off a race war. No, I must stop this war. Su Xin hurriedly found the class teacher, who then found the principal. The principal is horrified to learn that Li Lazy is missing. It's over. It's over. The Li family will definitely kill when they know about this. No, there's still room for remedy. The principal looked at Su Xin and asked, how long has he been missing? Li Lao's? I just came back from fetching food and the young master disappeared. Playing for dinner? The principal thought carefully. Normally, basically no outsiders come into the school. Only when it's time to prepare meals do cooks come back to the school from outside the school. Someone must have taken this opportunity to sneak into the school and abduct young Master Li. Yes, it must be. He hurriedly called the janitor's office and said, now, immediately, right away, block all the exits of the school. No one is allowed to go out. Do whatever it takes for me to find Mr. Li Lazy at all costs. Immediately afterwards, a search campaign mobilizing thousands of people across the school began. Li Lazy, where are you? Young master, classmate Li Lazy. By evening, Li Lazy still hadn't found it. The whole school was turned over and searched off campus. But there wasn't even a shadow of Li Lazy. The principal had lost his blood color by now. It's over. It's over. It's all over. He took out his cell phone, opened a memo, and tapped out his suicide note word for word. Su Xin sat expressionlessly on the ground, feeling empty in his heart. Li Laoshur's instructor even cried into tears. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I had kept an eye on Mr. Li Laoshur, this wouldn't have happened. The fire elemental is already a bit tired and the cultivation speed is starting to slow down. Fire elemental energy plus 15. The fire elemental despises you so much for sleeping in the sewers that you're distracted from even practicing. Fire elemental energy plus 10. The fire elemental is already tired today and stops practicing. Avatar prototype, inflammatory explosion, has been gradually perfected by the fire elemental. Current progress, minor success. Li Lazy tried to stretch and realized he couldn't move his arms and legs. He opened his eyes and realized that he was sleeping inside a small drain of rainwater, and it was nearing dusk. Good thing the gutters are still clean. Li Lao's patted the dust off his body and walked up from the aqueduct. My stomach rumbled with hunger. Why hasn't Su Xin come to feed me yet? Li Lao's complained. Follow the course of action in your head out of the playground. Facing him, he saw Su Xin sitting in a small corner, like an abandoned beast. His eyes were red, his hands were holding his legs, and he was looking at him with disbelief. Not far from Su Xin was the school gate. At this time, the entrance of the school was surrounded by people, and the teachers, homeroom teachers, and instructors of all classes, including the principal, were all standing there. They looked dejected, some even frightened, as if something big had happened. However, Li Lazy was too lazy to care about them and hurriedly ran towards Su Xin. Chapter 5, Where have you been? Young master, alien energy upgrade, argument, unknown danger, Su Xin. What's wrong with you? Young master, where have you been? Su Xin hurriedly got up to hold Li Lao's in his arms and asked, Young master, you're not hurt, are you? He looked Li Laoshur up and down, and after confirming that Li Laoshur's body was just a little dirty, he barely sighed in relief. You're crying? Li Lao's asked with a start, looking at him incredulously. Who's crying? It's just that it was windy just now and some sand got in. Su Xin said unhappily, spinning his expression back to coldness. He said, how come you didn't die? I can go back to the family to cultivate if you die. You're worried about me? Get out! The principal cried tears of joy when he saw Li Lazy, hastily stepping forward to hold Li Lazy in his arms. He said, Li Lazy, it's really great that you're okay. I'm ready to start writing my suicide note. Li Lazy pushed him away with great disgust. The students all smiled. After things came to an end, Li Lazy resumed his life as it was before. Sleeps in his wheelchair when he has nothing to do. He woke up and ate the rice Su Xin fed him and went back to sleep. However, since this incident, Su Xin and the principal watched him more closely, and even sent a special security guard to follow him. Every time Li Lazy woke up and saw a face outside the window, he was terrified. On the contrary, this security guard also has some facial paralysis and looks like a gangster boss. P.S. Reference to the headmaster of Crayon Shinchan Kindergarten, but then he slowly got used to it. Time passes quickly. When the military training ended a month later, the students ran to the entrance of the school to give the instructors a farewell. Countless students broke down into tears, and many even wrote paper letters to be opened and read by the instructor when he returned to the base. Li Laoshur was of course involved in the send-off crowd. He was in a wheelchair, waving goodbye to the beautiful instructor of their class. The beautiful instructor would have been happy, but upon seeing Li Lazy, his heart began to ache again and he forced out a smile. After dropping off the instructors, classes officially began, and Li Lazy continued to sleep. The fire elemental is angered by your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 15. The fire elemental is so disgusted by your laziness that it begins to cultivate itself automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 15. Knowing that his master is a waste, the fire elemental cultivation is more serious. Fire elemental energy plus 35. The fire elemental feels tired and stops practicing. Your fire elemental warlock cultivation has been raised to mid-high rank, more than a month before the middle stage. Fire elemental, you're really living more and more back. Li Lao's rubbed his eyes and continued to sleep. Fire elemental. Another half a month passed. The principal called the entire grade into the auditorium to make an announcement. Li Lao's was sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed by Su Xin, and had just entered the auditorium when he heard the principal's magnificent voice. Students, academic life has come to an end, and today I have called you here to tell you something. Mainly, just yesterday, I submitted an application to the military for everyone to enter the secret realm, and the military agreed. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Oh my god, it's a secret realm. I've never even seen the secret world. I'm really looking forward to it. But isn't it dangerous inside the secret realm? We won't die inside. There was surprise, anticipation, fear, a mixture of voices. Hearing the students' concerns, the principal laughed. Students, you needn't be afraid. The secret realm you're going to this time is just an inoffensive secret realm. There's nothing dangerous about it. With just a little bit of warlock cultivation, you can easily pass through the secret realm, and if you're lucky you can even get a reward. Upon hearing this, the students gleefully said, "That's great." However, there were quite a few people who looked at Li Lao's worriedly. However, after seeing Su Xian behind Li Laoshi, they were uncharacteristically relieved. Su Xian's warlock cultivation was beginning to compare to his teacher's existence, and with him and Li Lao's wouldn't be in trouble. Class President Wang Shishir stepped forward, patted Su Xian's shoulder, and said, "Su Xian, I'll leave my male god to you." Male god? Su Xian looked at Li Lao's and nodded. When did I become your male god? Li Laoshi moved his eyelids and went back to sleep. The fire elemental is offended by your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire elemental energy plus 15. The principal continued from the auditorium. Students, this time, those who are entering the secret realm with us are also the students of the second middle school. You guys can make sure to get a good ranking in the secret realm. Don't disgrace the school. By the way, this secret trial is a closed trial. The length is 3 days, and it leaves at night. You guys will go back to the dormitory later and prepare your luggage. There were a total of 5 grades of secret realms, from 1 star to 5 stars. Below these 5 grades, all of them belong to uninviting secret realms. Above these 5 grades, all belong to 5-star secret realms. 1 star, 2 stars, and 3 stars of the secret realm corresponded to low, medium, and high-ranked aliens. However, even for a low-ranked warlock, entering a 1-star secret realm was not necessarily 100% safe. After all, secret realm exploration meant death. Labeling him with a 1-star secret level was just to show that he was relatively safe from a large mortality rate. As for the 4 or 5-star secret realm, it was a secret realm that belonged to avatars. There were even some 5-star secret realms where even a land god immortal level powerhouse would have a high probability of falling when entering them. For example, the White Bone Throne, secret realm outside of the Human Federation, to the west of Lake Damien, within the Grand Canyon. 7 or 8 years ago, Li Lazy's grandfather, Emperor Yen, was almost buried in it. Fortunately, with the help of a treasure, he was able to forcefully break through the secret barrier and break out. As long as it's a secret realm, it represents risk. So all the secret realms of the Human Federation, except for a few individual ones that were controlled by big powers, all the others were in the hands of the military. To enter it, you must submit an application and be approved before you can enter. For example, Li Lazy School. This, ethereal wood demon spirit, secret realm that we are going to go to today is being run by the Shangnan City military. At night, Su Xian pushed Li Lao's onto the bus and drove in the direction of the military base. The principal of the bus handed each student a paper filled with information about this secret world. Name of the secret realm, ethereal wood demon spirit. Secret level, no entry. Introduction to the secret world, ultra low risk secret world. Low level passing method, stay in it for 3 days. And after 3 days, you will be automatically transported out of the secret realm and automatically win. The victor can obtain the secret realm energy feed to enhance the cultivation of supernatural ability. Intermediate passing method, kill 300 grass and wood spirits to automatically win. The victor can obtain grass and wood essences. What attributes psychics can take them to enhance their psychic ability cultivation by a certain amount, and other attributes psychics can apply to the military to exchange for the corresponding essences, such as heat essences and so on. Advanced passing method, climb the ethereal wood giant tree and kill 3 ethereal wood demon spirits on the way. The victor receives the ethereal wood essence. P.S. Warlock cultivation is not recommended to be attempted by exalts without a low-level mid-stage. Top pass method: climb the top of the ethereal wood giant tree and kill the ethereal wood demon king. The victor will receive the ethereal wood essence. P.S. Warlock cultivation is not recommended to be attempted by exotics without a low-level late stage. Young master, are you going to go with me to kill the ethereal wood demon king? Su Xian looked at Li Lao's with the document in hand. Li Lazy was sleeping with his eyes closed, though he didn't say anything, and rejection was written in every pore of his face. Su Shin, he knew it was useless to talk. It was already a very difficult thing for his own young master to obey the management and go to the secret realm with him. As for still going to hunt the ethereal wood demon king with him, that was simply a fool's errand. Then, young master, when I hunt the ethereal wood demon king later, you can watch from the side. Li Lazy moved his eyelids in agreement. When they arrived at the military base, all the people in the first middle school got off the bus under the organization of their teachers. To everyone's surprise, the one who greeted them this time was the instructor from last month's military training. Instructor. Hello Instructor. Instructor Liu. We missed you. Li Laos was turned toward by the noise and saw the beautiful instructor smiling and waving at him. The beautiful instructor covered her chest, remembering again the fear of being dominated by Li Laos a month ago. At that moment, a loud noise rang out not far from the side. Everyone looked that way, only to see two groups of people who seemed to have gotten into an argument and were wrestling. Who are you second formers to bully us first formers? Who bullied you guys? It was clearly this kid who spat at us first. Where's the proof? Say we spit, do you have proof? Humph. You guys in the second grade are shameless. Who's shameless? I think you first middle school is the one who's shameless. Taking the best educational resources and only beating our second middle school by half a point in every competition. Wait in the secret realm. See if I don't beat you to death. It's not certain who's going to beat who. Let me tell you, our second middle school has produced 2 mid-ranked warlocks. Luckily, the instructor showed up just in time to stop the farce. What are you guys doing? What you were taught last month and now you've forgotten. Dare to fight in the military area. All of you. Immediately. Immediately. Go run 50 laps in the playground for me. Returning from running laps, those troublemakers in the second middle school blared at those in the first middle school, just in time to see Li Laos, who was watching the show from the side. One of them couldn't help but scoff. How come there's a dead cripple in the first grade? Are you a school for the handicapped? Li lazily ignored him. However, in the next second, Su Xian appeared in front of him and ruthlessly slammed his fist on his face. The man from the second middle school became furious and was planning to fight back. Su Xian smashed another fist with fire over, sending his nose bleeding out. You! What are you doing? An instructor hurriedly stepped forward to scold. The man in the second form cried and looked at the instructor, shouting, Instructor! He hit me! The instructor looked at Su Xian and said, You hit him? Su Xian nodded coldly and said, He scolded my young master first? Young master? The instructor looked at Li Laos and frowned at the student from the second middle school. How can you insult the disabled? Didn't you have a teacher at school telling you to behave? That student in the second middle school knew he was out of his depth and lowered his head in preparation for a lecture. Su Xian couldn't help but say, My young master is not disabled. Then why is he in a wheelchair? Because he's lazy. Su Xian said with difficulty. After dinner, the students were led by their instructors to enter the secret realm one after another. This secret realm was like a green black hole that appeared out of nowhere in the heavens and earth, with green mysterious particles lingering around it, and it was emerald green and deep inside, going around to the back of this secret area. But you can't see this secret area at all, only from the front. A group of gun-toting soldiers stood straight around the secret realm, all possessing the strength of a mid-ranked warlock. Let's go in, the instructor leading the group said. Looking at the wheelchair-bound Li Lazy, an instructor frowned slightly and looked at a middle-aged man in military uniform next to him. First Sergeant. It's fine. Don't worry about him. The secret realm is safe enough. Even if a disabled person goes in, it's fine. Not to mention he's a normal person. This middle-aged man who was called the first captain held a piece of information in his hand and said with disinterest, his heart filled with shock. This lazy teenager was actually from the Yen Di family. The Li family. And also the first young master of the Li family. It's really strange. How could the Li family spare the time to let him come to school in the first middle school? With the strength of the Li family, it would be easy to directly let him go to any of the 5 major academies. What's the matter with you, First Sergeant? Not much. The first captain hastily put away the information in his hands. A crack appeared in the ethereal wood demon spirit mystic realm, and countless students appeared in the mystic realm through this crack. Meanwhile, at the other end of the secret realm, a black crack appeared out of nowhere. For mysterious people with strange skull tattoos tattooed on their faces, wearing red robes and black skull rings on their thumbs, also appeared in the secret realm. It's just as the sect leader expected during his lifetime. With the power of the Holy Grail, and with the help of the spatial fluctuation that comes with the opening of the secret realm itself, it can allow us to force our way into this unorthodox secret realm. Cut the crap and hurry up. Now that the Holy Land has been destroyed by the officials, we need more new blood to revive the divine sect. Then let the secret realm go completely crazy. Only those who survive to the end will be qualified to become the seed of my divine sect. Chapter 6, Wood Element. Starburst, Black Coffin. Li Lao's only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and a moment later he was enlightened. He looked at his surroundings and realized that he was in the middle of a whole new world. The world was green, overgrown and grassy. Behind them was a vast expanse of darkness, and Li Lazy reached out to touch it, realizing that he could not enter this darkness. This should be the spatial barrier mentioned in the book, and only by relying on props, or strong force, could one forcefully break through it. Looking forward, he saw a giant tree growing in the center of the world. The lower half of the giant tree was shrouded in mist, making it clear what was somewhat inside. Huge branches grew from the upper half of the giant tree, and each branch had a huge vine swinging as if it was alive. If Li Lao's guessed correctly, that should be the ethereal wood demon spirit mentioned in the document, and as long as he killed 3 of them, he would be able to successfully pass the trial. As for whether you want to leave or stay after killing 3, the choice is yours. Regardless of that, Li Lazy closed his eyes and began to sleep. Young master, are you really not coming with me? Su Xin asked. Li Lao's lazily laughed softly. What? You want to climb a tree on my back? I can't climb a tree with you on my back. Su Xin sighed and said. Then be careful, young master. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Your young master is much more powerful than you. Li Lao's waved his hand and watched the fondly remembered Su Xin leave before sleeping peacefully. Dead cripple. We meet again. A few minutes later, a sharp laugh rang in Li Lazy's ears. Li Lao's didn't even bother to open his eyes and said, Who are you guys? Even I don't see it anymore. Your friend beat me up pretty good just now at the base. So you say you've come for revenge? Of course. Then you can off. Li Lao's words fell. The man's feet actually lit up a blazing fire. His whole body, clothes and hair burned clean. High-ranked warlock. How could the first middle school possibly have this kind of talent? This teenager in the second middle school lost blood on his face and fled. Not caring about losing face, Li Laoshi also heard a lot of screams from the girls. Looks like we'll have to take care of the lesbians next time. Li Lazy muttered. Moments later, the screaming continued. Realizing that something was wrong, Li Lao's opened his eyes and found a group of people running this way. Behind them were countless vine monsters. It looked extremely similar to the spirit of grass and wood on the document. However, the spirit of grass and wood on the document was green, like a nature spirit. On the other hand, these grass and tree spirits are withered and yellow, like withered leaves. Should be withered vines. A student was entangled by the spirit of grass and wood, which immediately devoured him. The roots of the vines pierced into his flesh and blood, and he was immediately made a bloody mess. Help! Help! He shouted. But everyone around him was so focused on running for their lives. Who cared about him? Seeing such an oozing scene for the first time, Li Laoshi had some fear in his heart, but the blood of a hero was burning in his bones, and without much thought he rushed on. Grabbing that spirit of grass and wood, he ran the fire element to burn it to the ground. A wisp of green breath didn't enter his body, and Li Laoshi felt that his body had been strengthened by a very tiny bit. This would be known as the essence of grass. Ding dong, the wood elemental energy in the host's body has been detected. The wood elemental ability has happily awakened. The spirit of grass and trees in the back was coming on strong. Li Laoshi didn't care about the system and blasted out with a punch. Inferno blast. Rumble. The blazing fire burned and erupted into a huge stream of incandescent air. 5 or 6 spirits of grass and wood died directly on the spot, reduced to glowing fuel for the inflammatory explosion. The rest of the grass and tree spirits, sensing the blazing heat, dispersed and fled in the direction of the ethereal wood giant tree. Student, are you alright? Li Laoshi picked up the student on the ground and found him motionless. Classmate, are you okay? Li Laoshi put his hand on his chest and realized that his heart had stopped beating. Dead. Damn it. Li Laoshi scratched his hair in chagrin, blaming himself for striking late. Lu Xian, are you alright? Seeing the danger recede, those students who had just fled tumbled back. Seeing the bodies on the ground, their faces went white. Lu Xian is dead. Hello classmate, my name is Wang Qiu. I'm from the second middle school. Thank you for helping us drive away those monsters just now. A teenager extended his hand to Li Laoshi and apologized. His face was a little pale, and his forehead was sweating coldly. Obviously the sense of crisis from earlier had not yet faded. Li Laoshi shook his hand and said, Li Laoshi, first grade, do you guys know what's going on in there? Li Lazy asked. Li Lazy, It seems that there is not a genius named Li Lazy in the first high school. Wang Qiu shook his head and said, we've only just entered the misty area and these monsters are killing out. The others went on. Are these things the spirit of grass and wood? How come they're a little different from the grass and wood spirits on the paperwork the school sent out? Damn it! Didn't the school say it wasn't life-threatening? I want to go home. Mom! What to do? 3 more days of living in this hole. I'll die here. There was a cry at the end of the talk. A heavy heart weighs on everyone, leaving them breathless. Student Li Lazy, what are you going to do? The gazes of the crowd looked. In their opinion, Li Lao's was now their only pillar. Although they didn't know each other, they could get a strong sense of security here. I'm going to go to the misty area. What about you guys? Su Xian was also inside the mists now, so even if he was lazy, he had to go in and take a look. Quite a few people hesitated. After the escape just now, they were now quite jealous of the misty region. Wang Qiu stood out and said with a cautious face, Brother Lazy, I'll join you. My sister is still inside. I have to go save her. Li Lazy nodded and looked to the others. I'll go too. We'll go too. I'll just wait for you guys here. The misty area is too dangerous. Me too. Some people stepped forward and others stepped back. Li Lao's naturally had no problem with their choice. After seeing the eye of the roughly just 4 people who intended to enter the misty area with him, he immediately said, let's get going before it's too late. Yes, wait, you guys follow behind me. Pay careful attention to the surroundings, and tell me immediately if there is any situation. Li Laos remembered the contents of the extracurricular book What to Do If You Encounter Danger in the Secret Realm and said this. The crowd nodded seriously, and then they all entered the mists together. Rustling. Immediately, the spirit of grass and wood killed them. Li Laos used the fire element to easily resolve 3 of them, and the other 2 were killed by the combined efforts of the 5 people behind him. Seeing you work so hard, the fire elemental sighs that the later generations are so fearful that they don't even pay attention to their cultivation anymore. Fire elemental energy +1. Seeing the master showing his great power, the wood elemental is practicing happily. Wood elemental energy +3, 2 losers. Li Laos found 5 sticks on the ground, wrapped the vines of the dead grass and wood spirits around the sticks, set them on fire, and a large torch was ready. You take these torches. The spirits of grass and trees are afraid of fire, and this is strong enough to kill them. Okay, thanks. The crowd was grateful. At this time, Wang Qiu suddenly shot the wooden stick towards the top of his head, and a spirit of grass and wood directly fell down from above. What a strong perception. You can do it, brother. Li Laos complimented. Wang Qiu picked up the torch, touched his nose in embarrassment, and said, where? This is just a favor helped by my perception ability. Perception ability, spiritual attribute ability. Well, Li Laosi said, perception ability is a very strong ability, especially in this environment. Aha! Wang Qiu smiled and showed her baby tiger teeth. At this time there were a few more spirits of grass and wood pounced over, and Li Laos killed them with a single move. Great! Someone saved us. Anyone? We're here. There's someone here. There were constant cries for help coming from all around. Li Laos shouted. All the students of the first and second middle schools, close in on me. Close in on me. The men behind them, worried that the others would not see them, held their torches high in their hands, giving them direction to move forward. More and more people gathered over. They were ecstatic to see Li Laoshi, and there were even Li Laoshi's classmates among them. Li Lazy, it's really you. Have you guys seen Su Xin? Li Laos asked. I don't know. We originally followed the class president, but once we entered the mists, we got separated from them, and then we encountered these mutated spirits of grass and trees, and quite a few of our classmates died in their hands. A girl said with a face full of fear. Su Xian wouldn't have gone up the tree already, would he? Li Laos looked toward the sky-high tree above his head. I hope he's okay. He wanted to sleep now. He had never been as tired as he was now in the decade or so since he had traveled here, but he couldn't sleep now. Li Lazy forced himself to cheer up and continue to delve in to save more of his classmates. Saving people was such a troublesome thing that he actually didn't want to do, but his grandfather once said, even if the human race is weak, my Li family will lay down their lives to protect them. His Li family's power and status, as well as honor, were all given by the human race, so as a member of the Li family, he had to guard this honor. He could be lazy, but now was not the time to be lazy. As he got deeper and deeper, more and more grass spirits died in his hands, until he came to the bottom of the ethereal wood giant tree. Li Lao simply had the people pile up all the killed spirits of grass and trees together and set a blazing fire. Sparks erupted and the flames burned brighter and brighter, reaching several meters high. Not only dispersed the spirit of grass and trees that wanted to attack, even the lingering in the air in the mist was also burned to meet thinning up. Great! The mists have receded. Many people said happily. Li Lao's raised his head to look at the big tree. Just as he was about to climb it to look for Su Xian, a dark shadow suddenly shot down in a straight line from the big tree. It was a man. A mysterious strange man in a red robe. He landed steadily in front of Li Lao's, revealing a ghostly face that looked like a dry corpse. There weren't even eyeballs, just two empty eye sockets. There were even maggots crawling inside. It was as if his vocal cords had been bitten by a rat, and his voice was hoarse when he spoke. Kid, how dare you spoil my black coffin? Then let's start with you and turn into seeds first. Chapter 7, showing great power. Killing the ethereal wood demon spirit. Su Xian's trail. An evil aura came from the mysterious man, and Li Lao's was like an enemy. The faces of the surrounding students changed drastically, and some of them copied their weapons, were planning to join Li Laoshi against the enemy. Mr. Li Lazy, we're here to help you. Classmate Li Lazy, let's fight together. You've helped us so much along the way. It's time for us to pay. Li Lao's hurriedly shouted. You guys quickly find a place to hide. He's at least a high-level warlock. And there's also a possibility that he's comprehended the fledgling form of a divine ability. It wasn't hard to tell from the energy fluctuations on this mysterious man that he was a high-ranked warlock. As for why Li Laoshi said that he might possess the fledgling form of a divine ability, that was because he had caught his similar aura on this mysterious person. To be precise, it was an aura similar to the divine ability prototype inflammatory explosion in his body. There wasn't a single high-ranked warlock present except for him. If he was up against such a tricky opponent, it probably wouldn't take long before he was the only one left dead. Such senseless sacrifices are avoided when they can be avoided. What? The students cried out in alarm, dropping their weapons and fleeing. An oozing laughter came out from the mysterious man's body, and a claw probed towards Li Lao's. Kid, I didn't think you had a good eye, but it's a pity that you guessed wrong. What I possess is not a divine power prototype, but a true divine power of the gate. His witherwood-like hand ignited with purple evil fire, emitting a disgusting and stomach-churning energy wave. Aren't the avatars not allowed to enter the secret territory? Li Lao's couldn't think too long and urged the fire elemental energy of his entire body to punch against the mysterious man's purple fire. Inferno blast. Rumble. You turned out to be a high-level mid-stage fire elemental warlock. The mysterious man was stunned, and when he was hit by Li Laoshi's inflammatory explosion, he immediately flew out backwards. Li Lao's also froze. A big man who claimed to be a true avatar. Just this Mystique would have cried out if she had heard that in his mind. He was a true avatar. But the strength of this body of his had only just reached the high rank. He had thought that with this body of an early high-ranked warlock, he would be able to gain an absolute advantage in this unorthodox secret realm. But who knew that he had bumped into this freak? Li Lazy. Li Lazy came to him and found him dead. To be precise, he's been dead a long time. This is not at all the look possessed by a person who has just died. Crawling with maggots all over his body, he reeked of a disgusting odor. Li Lao's had wanted to touch the corpse, but now, not to mention touching the corpse, he didn't even want to see him. After poking him in various parts of his body with a wooden stick to make sure there was nothing of value on him, this was followed by using the fire elemental ability to burn him in a single fire. Student Li Lazy, you killed a high-ranked warlock? Seeing that the mysterious man was killed, Wang Qiu stood out and said in shock. He had just thought that he and the others would all die at the hands of this mysterious man. The other students also had a very shocked look on their faces. Most of them were nothing more than low-level warlocks, and high-level warlocks were big brother-like existences in their eyes. But now this big man, so dryly died at the hands of his own peers. They knew that Li Lao's was powerful, but they didn't expect that Li Lao's would be this powerful. Li Lao's said without a care in the world. A high-ranked warlock? It's no big deal. Besides, I'm also a high-ranked warlock. You're also a high-level warlock. The students' eyes widened. Although they had expected Li Lao's to be a high-ranked warlock, they were still surprised when he actually said it by himself. What was the concept of a high-ranking warlock their age? It's as if a phoenix suddenly appeared in a sparrow's nest, eclipsing them all, including those who once thought they were okay talented geniuses. That student Li Lao's. Have you also comprehended the fledgling form of a divine ability? Wang Qiu asked expectantly. Li Lazy nodded. Then can you teach me? Wang Qiu had a little starry-eyed look, and the other students also looked expectant. Li Lao's touched his head and said helplessly, I don't know how to teach you guys. This is something I automatically comprehend after a nap. Is this thing hard to comprehend? Probably. It's kind of hard. Many of the students could not cry. They were now beginning to wonder if their talent was really crap. Sure enough, the ethereal wood demon spirit has also gotten a mutation. After killing the mysterious man, Li Lao started climbing the giant tree. After easily killing an ethereal wood demon spirit, he had a heavy expression. I hope Su Xian is alright. He really wanted to sleep now. But he couldn't. Continuing up the hill, Li Laoshi heard a cry if anything. Woo woo, don't kill me. Don't kill me, you guys are not graceful at all. Let me out. Let me get the hell out of here. God, I don't want to die. I want so much to continue to be graceful. This familiar voice. Is it Lu Elegance? Li Laoshi followed the cries and jumped over a huge trunk, circled around and saw a not-so-small hole in the middle of the tree. Inside the hole in the tree, a teenager in a suit was shivering inside. There's nothing elegant about this. I'm going to go out and make sure I complain to the Board of Education and to the Military Discipline Unit. That's not elegant. Sure enough, it was Lu Elegance. Li Laoshi was dumbfounded and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Study member, have you seen the class president and Ansu Xin and the others?" Lu Elegance froze and cried tears of joy as she exclaimed, "Li Laoshi, why are you here? I'm here to save you? Save us?" Li Laoshi briefly explained the matter, and Lu Elegance was shocked beyond belief. "I didn't expect you to be a high-ranked warlock. You're hiding really deep. I can go with you to save the squad and the others, but you have to protect me. By the way, you can't say anything about what happened just now." Lu Elegance wiped away her tears and patted the dust on her suit. Surprisingly, he ended up taking a bottle of hairspray and a mirror out of the bag he had brought with him and started messing around with it. Li Lazy nodded, crying and laughing. The two of them climbed upwards, and it wasn't long before they met the class president, Wang Shishi, who was also hiding in a tree hole. However, there was an ethereal wood demon spirit next to her. After killing the ethereal wood demon spirit, the two managed to save Wang Shishi. After knowing Li Laoshi's strength, Wang Shishi almost didn't man god and jumped directly onto Li Laoshi. "Have you seen Su Xin, brother Su?" Wang Shishi shook her head and said, "But I've seen him when I just climbed the tree. He should be further up now. This Yakuza thing, climbed so high for what?" Li Laoshi said, "I'm going to find Su Xin now. Are you with me?" Wang Shishi cracked up with a smile and nodded her head in a hurry. "God of man. I'm willing. I'm willing." Li Lazy. Lu Elegance scoffed. "Class President Sama. That's not elegant at all." He was greeted with a Wang Shishi foul. Wang Shishi withdrew her fist and smiled. "Elegant now? Elegant and graceful. Very graceful. Start climbing the tree." The two nodded. A few minutes later, an ethereal wood demon spirit was easily resolved by Li Laoshi, and a strand of ethereal wood essence was integrated into Li Lao's body. At the same time, he also received a message from the secret realm. "You have successfully killed 3 ethereal wood demon spirits and have successfully completed the trial. Please ask if you want to leave the secret realm." Li Laoshi decisively chose to refuse and continued to climb up the ladder. It didn't take long before they encountered 2 more people, a man and a woman both in the middle stage, but Li Laoshi hadn't seen them before. They should be from the second middle school. They were fighting the 4 ethereal wood demon spirits without losing. Are the 2 of them the 2 geniuses in the middle stage of warlock in the second middle school? What perverts? Lu Elegance said in surprise. Wang Shishi couldn't care less. What's so great about it? Isn't Li Laoshi 100 times more powerful than them? Also, Lu Elegance nodded with an approving face. "Let's go help them," Li Laoshi said. "By the way, ask them if they've seen Su Xin. Those geniuses from our first class in the first middle school haven't seen them either." Yes, the 3 of them swarmed up with their powers. Li Lao's is fire, Wang Shishi's is wind, and Lu Elegance's is ice. Each of the 3 is different, but with Li Lazy around, there was no room for them to volley at all. They only saw Li Laoshi swing out a fist, and instantly a large fire roared out. Inferno blast. The 4 ethereal wood demon spirits were instantly beaten to death before being easily collected by those 2 people from the second middle school. The 2 people from the second middle school were surprised and looked toward Li Laoshi, and the girl laughed. "Surprisingly, it's an avatar fledgling. Are you from the first middle school?" Li Lazy nodded. Lu Elegance said with an envious face, "Classmate Li Lazy, you were really inelegant just now. You burned them all to death before I could even make a move." Wang Shishi looked at him with disgust. "It said that if I let you have it, you'll be able to beat it." She looked at the 2 people from the second middle school and said, "Hello, we are from the first middle school. My name is Wang Shishi. This is Lu Elegance, and as for this one, is my male god, Li Lazy." Little stars sparkled in her eyes. "Nymphomaniac." Lu Elegant looked at her in disgust, took out a mirror, and made her hair look like Li Lazy's. "Hi guys, we're from second form." The girl from the second middle school smiled. "My name is Wang Miao, and this is my classmate, Su Hu. Are you Wang Qiu's sister?" Li Laoshi said. "You know my brother?" Wang Miao hurriedly asked. "My brother, is he alright?" "It's fine. But he's looking for you right now." "It's good that it's okay." Wang Miao breathed a sigh of relief. "Are you guys going to go down with us? It's just too dangerous up here." Li Laoshi thought for a moment and said, "Can you take the 2 of them down? I still have some things to do." Boy God, I'm not going down. I want to go with you to save Su Xin. Wang Shishir hurriedly said. There's nothing graceful about a man who leaves his friends and runs away. Li Lao said helplessly. It's useless for you guys to follow me. The higher up you go, the more dangerous it gets, and I might not be able to take care of you guys when the time comes. It turns out that you are not worried about us, but you just think that I am too good. A faint sadness surfaced on Wang Shishir's face, but Li Laoshir's words made sense. She thought for a moment and said, Boy God, you must be safe then. Li Lao's nodded and looked at Wang Miao, saying, By the way, have you guys seen someone a little taller than me? With a face like a facepalm and a watch, who is as big as me? The cultivation level is about early middle stage. Wang Miao thought for a moment and said, I think I've seen him. He's fast. Although his cultivation is lower than ours, he's stronger than us. He should be up there now. The man struck a chord with her, so she quickly remembered. Thanks. Li Laos thanked and continued to climb. Boy God, you must be careful, Wang Shishir said loudly. Wang Miao looked at Su Hu and said, Su Hu, let's go down. But Su Hu didn't seem to hear it, and had been standing there motionless since just now. Su Hu, what's wrong with you? Wang Miao asked worriedly, poking his shoulder. He fell to the ground at once as if he had lost his strength to support himself. Wang Shishir and Lu Elegance took 2 steps back in fear, and Wang Miao was so frightened that she hurriedly helped him up. Xiu Hu, what's wrong with you? Okay, let's go down, Su Hu said, his voice crisp. Su Hu, what just happened to you? You fell down when I touched you. Wang Miao looked at him strangely. Su Hu said blankly, Did I just fall? And do you know who just helped us? What do you mean? Su Hu said, We just finished killing the ethereal wood demon spirit and you're talking about going down. Su Hu suddenly looked at the 2 Wang Shishir in surprise. Who are you guys? When did you come? Chapter 8 Blood Moon Chalice. Secret Core. Rescue arrives. At this time, outside the secret territory, inside the military base, the captain in charge of guarding the base received an urgent secret letter from above. After he read the contents of the secret letter, his face sank, and he hurriedly ran out and shouted, Immediately organize manpower and prepare to forcefully break open the secret realm and bring out the students inside. Why Grand Captain? Someone asked in disbelief. Forcibly breaking open the secret realm can be extremely costly. The first captain shouted angrily. Cut the crap and get on with it. I just received instructions from my superiors. It says that Black Coffin's remnants have invaded several unorthodox secret realms and are madly brutalizing students inside. I suspect that there are Black Coffin's people inside the ethereal wood secret realm right now as well. What? The officers were anxious, organizing their manpower and using all kinds of weapons to rush to the front of the secret realm. Damn it, the young master of the Li family is also in there. If anything happens to him in there, my career is considered to be at an end. And this young master? It seems he's still just an ordinary person. God forbid. He must be fine. Thunder rolled in the big captain's hands as he blasted his palm on the secret door. However, this secret realm did not move at all, and not even a single crack was created. First Captain, what can we do about this? An officer said anxiously. The captain thought for a moment and said, Call the principal of the first middle school and ask him to notify Li Lazy's parents to come over for a moment. Brigadier, finding a parent in this situation will only make things more difficult, won't it? But this Li Lazy, he's from the Yen Li family. What? The Yen Li family? The officer was shocked and rushed to the phone after reacting. After killing a few ethereal wood demon spirits, Li Lao's finally arrived at the topmost floor. At that moment the system's voice suddenly sounded. Serious contaminated energy has been detected in the host's body and the system has cleared it automatically. What kind of heavily polluted energy? Li Laos couldn't think about it in time. By now he had already climbed to the very top of the giant tree. A familiar figure stood there, fighting with 2 mysterious people dressed in the same way as before. Su Xian's body staggered. His eyes were lax, and he was already dressed in rags, his body covered in blood and dust. In his hand he wielded a large sword burning with blue flames. It was because of this great sword that Su Xian was able to barely resist these 3 mysterious people. Blue Flame Blood Blade, a weapon brought back from a 5-star secret realm by a great avatar of the Li family, relying on the burning of blood to obtain extremely powerful power, and not to be used easily. Later on, Su Xian became the chaperone of Li Lao's, and this sword was given to Su Xian in this way. Once the Blue Flame Blood Blade is used, it will definitely cause very serious aftereffects. Li Laoshir's heart sank and he rushed up. You too, let go of him, another damnable brat. The mysterious man looked at Li Lao's and let out a hoarse voice. With the addition of Li Lao's, the situation was instantly reversed. A few minutes later, Li Laoshir punched one of them and the other fled. Li Lao's didn't care about him and hurriedly held Su Xian by his side and said, Su Xian, are you alright? Young master, Don't mind me. Hurry to the bottom of the ethereal wood giant tree. Hurry, hurry, up, Su Xin said weakly. What do you mean? They are a cult, followers of the Black Coffin, and they polluted the secret realm by the Blood Moon Holy Grail, but it hasn't polluted completely yet, and now the Blood Moon Holy Grail is underneath the ethereal wood giant tree. Young master, you have to go and stop them, otherwise many people will die. How do you know? Su Xin gave a weak, mocking smile. Those two idiots told me, saying something about how I'll soon be theirs. Li Laos carried Su Xin on his back and jumped as fast as he could, one branch at a time towards the bottom of the ethereal wood giant tree. Along the way, countless ethereal wood demon spirits came towards Li Laos to kill him, all of which were easily resolved by Li Laos. But unfortunately, Su Xin could no longer see such a majestic side of him as he fell asleep. I used to sleep with you. I never thought I'd be slept with by you again someday. Li Laos continued to jump down, and after 10 minutes, he landed smoothly on the ground. Mr. Li Lazy, you're back? Li Lazy, are you okay? Boy God, Su Xin. What's wrong with him? Li Lazy, Su Xin. What's wrong with him? He's covered in blood. He's not elegant at all. Students in the neighborhood gathered around. Li Laos handed Su Xin on his back to Wang Shishir and the others. Take care of him for me. Wang Shishir and the others agreed. Li Laos came to the tree and slammed his fist directly onto the trunk. Inferno blast! Inferno blast! Inferno blast! After a dozen punches went down, the huge tree trunk was finally punched out of a hole by Li Laosher. Looking inside along this hole, I realized that it was surprisingly hollow. A large green ball of energy floated in the center of the tree hole, and a steady stream of wood attribute elemental energy was transmitted from it to the surrounding tree walls. This should be the core of this secret realm, but it's contaminated now. A chalice filled with blood was placed underneath, and the evil blood energy in the chalice was constantly absorbed by the energy sphere before being transferred through it into the surrounding tree walls. This should be the reason why those grass and wood spirits and ethereal wood demon spirits mutated. Their power originated from the secret core, and once the secret core was contaminated, they would naturally mutate as well. Li Laos hurriedly burrowed inside the hole in the tree and kicked this chalice over. Just as he was about to stomp this chalice to pieces, this chalice suddenly flew out on its own. Li Laos wanted to go up and chase after him, but realized he couldn't move. He looked behind him, only to see an extremely powerful suction force emerge from the core of this secret realm, sucking him to death. What's going on here? Li Laos was startled, and the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Wood element, discover delicious food. Want to eat, want to eat. Immediately afterward, he sensed that a strong suction force had also been generated within his body, sucking the core of that secret realm back. Then it didn't go into his body. Would elemental devouring top would attribute spirit and is trying to digest it? Would elemental energy plus 500? Would elemental devouring top would attribute spirit and is trying to digest it? Would elemental energy plus 500? Would elemental devouring top would attribute spirits? Working on digestion. Would attribute element plus 500? Digestion complete. The wood elemental happily goes to sleep. Your wood elemental warlock cultivation has been raised to early high level. This is a high rank. It's still impressive. Li Laos sighed. Hearing you praise the wood elemental, the fire elemental cries in aggravation and begins to cultivate like crazy. Fire elemental energy plus 15. Bean batch. After losing the blockage of the secret core, Li Lazy hurriedly ran out to chase that holy grail, but just as they exited the hole in the tree, two red-robed mystics appeared in front of the crowd, and the chalice that held the blood was in his hand. One of the mystery men he recognized was the one he had just fought off in the tree. The words of the other one. Li Laos looked at him with a slight frown. This person gave him a very bad feeling. This man is dangerous. His strength was much stronger than all the mysterious people Li Laos had encountered before, combined. Seeing these two mysterious people, all the students fearfully hid behind Li Laos. With great difficulty, Su Xin straightened his body from and picked up the blue flame blood sword. I didn't expect that there would be a genius like you in this tiny secret realm. The mysterious man looked at Li Laos and smiled. Are you willing to join my black coffin? As long as you are willing, I can promise you the position of a sacrifice. High priest, didn't you agree before that as long as I complete this mission, the position of the sacrifice will be given to me? The black-clothed man next to him who had been beaten away by Li Lazy earlier asked. It's a lie. And this one said to the other two as well. The other two people he was talking about should be the two that were killed by Li Laos before. High priestess, how could you lie to me? That mysterious person said incredulously. Obviously I am so loyal to my lord. The mystic said, for the sake of being so loyal, go and serve my lord. As his words fell, the mysterious man unexpectedly fell straight to the ground, strangely dead. Even a great avatar cannot take a life in a single word. And how did he do this? Looking at the corpses on the ground, Li Laos was a bit shocked. Suddenly, he remembered the miserable image on the mysterious man he killed earlier. It occurred to him that, in that case, there's only one possibility. All of these mysterious people are probably just manipulated puppets. And this mysterious person, just now, killed the master behind this puppet, so the puppet appeared to be dead. Even kill your own people? This Black Coffin is really ruthless. How's the thinking going? I, Black Coffin, am a branch of the Spiritual Energy Society. As long as you join us, you may not be able to join the Spiritual Energy Society in the future. The Spiritualist Society is one of the most powerful cults in the Human Federation, and contains not only humans, but even a number of alien races. Is the Spiritual Energy Society as powerful as the Li family? Li Laos asked. The mysterious man froze, not knowing why Li Laos would ask this question, but he still said, the president of the Spiritual Energy Society is a strong person comparable to the Li family's Yin Emperor. In that case, then the descendants of the Li family's Yin Emperor are equivalent to the top echelons of the Spiritual Energy Society, right? Mystic nodded. It could be compared that way. Li Lazy laughed. So do you know who I am? Who are you? Mystic said as he followed his words. Li's Inferno. Li Laosher dragged his voice and laughed. It's my grandfather. This joke is not funny, Mystic said in a deep voice. In the next second, a huge crack appeared steeply in the space of the secret realm. A young man with a full head of red hair and wearing golden armor flew out of the crack. Lazy, I'm coming to save you. Accept justice, you evil people. Sure enough, it's Sango. Of his two brothers and one sister, only his third brother was the most middle-aged. Hearing that line, Li Lazy's feet snapped out of the 3 rooms. Li Qin? Mystic took one look at the golden man and his face paled. I didn't realize you were really from the Li family. Sango, grab him and the chalice he's holding. Yes, the golden man exclaimed. A punch is swung. Justice enforced. The Inferno dragon is in the sky. He instantly ignited a giant dragon-like flame in his hand and sped towards the mysterious man. The mystic was immediately burned to ashes. Li Laos hurriedly ran forward to grab the Holy Grail, but the Holy Grail, as if it had spirituality, drilled into a space crack and disappeared. Surprisingly, it's the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden man dropped down and looked at the disappearing chalice with a grave expression. However, he quickly looked at Li Laos with worry and said, Little Laos, are you alright? Third brother, I'm fine. Li Laos shook his head and said, but can you save Su Xin? I feel like he can't hold on much longer. Seeing this, Li Qin hurriedly pulled out a golden tube of potion from his pocket and gave it to Su Xin. After a few seconds passed, the injuries on Su Xin's body unexpectedly began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lazy, how did you guys last so long in the secret realm? Li Qin asked curiously. That puppet just now wasn't simple. The strength is probably at the peak of a high-ranked warlock, and that's even after being suppressed. I think he should have other accomplices, right? This is thanks to Mr. Li Lazy. A student came forward and said excitedly, if it wasn't for Mr. Li Lazy, we might have died a long time ago. Yeah, thanks to Li Lazy. Mr. Li Lazy is awesome. One punch and one little monster. The people around them chimed in, their faces filled with the joyous celebration of the aftermath of the robbery. Li Qin froze. Chapter 9 Cultivation Exposed. Leaving the secret realm. Making a great deed. Little Lazy, your cultivation level. Li Qin looked at Li Laos with disbelief. He was surprised to find that his little old brother had cultivated to a high-ranked warlock without saying a word, and had even comprehended the fledgling form of a divine ability. That's a lot more productive than when he was a kid. Li Laos embarrassedly touched his head and laughed, thinking that practicing alien energy is quite fun, and practicing while sleeping, that's all. The fire elemental expresses strong contempt for what was said. Starts practicing like crazy. Fire elemental energy plus 50. What elemental says, Master, you are so shameless? But I like it so much. Begins to cultivate like crazy. What elemental energy plus 50? It seems that there is one more waste. Li Lazy kept a smile on his face. This look you have now is very beaten up. Do you know? Li Qin pressed down on the idea of violently beating up Stupido Dododo and nodded his head. Not bad for my Gold Saints brother. Good Center 2 title. Li Laos was powerless to spit. By the way, third brother, what is that Blood Moon Holy Grail you were talking about? Golden Saint duelist Li Qin's expression suddenly sank as he said, the Blood Moon Holy Grail is a very powerful sacred relic, as well as a holy relic of the Spiritual Energy Society, and is divided into a total of child cups and mother cups. There are 10 of these chalices in total, 5 in the Spiritualist Society's main office and the other 5 in the hands of the 5 branches of the Spiritualist Society. What you saw just now is the Black Coffin's Blood Moon Chalice Cup. The Blood Moon Holy Grail Cup possesses a very powerful power of compulsion and contamination. Those spirits of grass and trees that you saw in the secret realm today, The ethereal demon spirits are the evil spirits that were created after being contaminated by the Holy Grail. As for the comp. Speaking of this, Li Qin frowned slightly. Compulsion is a very conventional means for the Spiritual Energy Society to develop dead believers. They will implant the holy blood of the Blood Moon Grail into a person's body, thus gradually eroding your body until you are finished being reduced to a plaything of the Grail's possessor. At that time, once you betrayed him, he could trigger the amount of holy blood in your body, causing your whole body to be corrupted and die. In the early stages of holy blood implantation, one will experience symptoms such as forgetfulness, slow reaction time, and laxity in the eyes. In the middle stage, the skin will begin to redden. By the late stage, life will have completely belonged to the Holy Grail possessor. Lax-eyed? Thinking of Su Xian's appearance when he first found him, Li Lao's entire body tightened up. Su Shen won't be hit, will he? He was about to open his mouth to ask in order to get rid of the holy blood in his body, when a clear female voice beside him suddenly rang out. May I ask this, senior? If a person has been implanted with holy blood, what can be done to get rid of it? The one who spoke was Wang Qiu's sister, Wang Miao, whom Li Lao's had just met a few times before. Li Qin murmured, and the two men listened expectantly. There are two ways. The first is to get the mother chalice of the Blood Moon Chalice, so that the holy blood can return to the Blood Moon Chalice. The second one is then to take medicines in terms of purifying the blood. However, these types of drugs are very expensive and cannot be eradicated. They can only block the holy blood from spreading. Li Qin said, of course, if one can obtain that kind of great medicine that even a great avatar can use, it may not be impossible to eradicate it directly. Li Lao's asked lazily, by the way, if we find someone who has been initially contaminated by the holy blood, how will the officials deal with it? Imprisonment, or death? Wang Miao blushed and gently left. What are you asking for? Li Qin asked seriously. Lazy, you won't be contaminated by the Holy Grail, right? Of course not, Li Lao said in a hurry. Li Qin reached out and touched Li Laoshir's meridians, and only after confirming that Li Laoshir was truly fine did he let go of his heart a little. Li Laoshir's heart is heavy with. It seems that whatever heavily contaminated energy was purified by the system a while back was that holy blood. But when did it enter my body? Could it have been along with those grass and wood essences and ethereal wood essences that were absorbed by me? If that's the case, then why were those people I saved before okay? Could it be that this thing was to be absorbed to a certain amount before the complete holy blood was formed? That ethereal wood demon king should have been killed by Su Xian, and the ethereal wood essence spirit appeared to have been absorbed by Su Xian as well. In which case, Su Xian must have been implanted with holy blood in his body as well. Waiting to go out, the military would most likely give everyone a physical examination, and at that time Su Xian would definitely be taken away by the military. No, I have to take him to leave early before I can do that. Otherwise it will be bad once Su Xian is taken away by the people with the military. Li Lao's didn't believe that the military people would have the money to buy those expensive purification drugs for Su Xian. Since it won't be a cure, there's only one possibility: direct execution. Su Xian was his friend, his brother, and had accompanied him for so long, he couldn't bear to watch Su Xian die. As for the matter of the sacred blood, he had already thought of a solution. It's not just money, the last thing he needs is money. Li Lao's pouted toward his third brother. Third brother, I want to go to bed. Can you take Su Xian and I and leave first? Li Qin frowned and said, no, the military will have to examine you later. You can't leave first. Sure enough, there will be a medical examination. Li Lazy bitterly begged, but I just want to go first. Third brother, I really want to sleep. I've never been so tired in my life. Gold Saint duelist Li Qin hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and said, no, rules are rules. This is what you said. Li Lao's looked at him wryly and said, I'll go out later and tell second sister that the new American Girl warrior panties she bought last summer were stolen by you. How did you know? Li Qin's face changed drastically. Because at that time, I was hiding and sleeping in second sister's locker. Li Lao said helplessly, looking at him deeply. Third brother, I didn't realize you were this kind of person. I was wrong, little lazy. I'll take you two out now. Please don't tell your second sister about this. Otherwise this tigress will beat me to death. Li Qin shouldered the two men and left. Before leaving, Li Lao's also wanted Wang Miao's contact information. From Wang Miao's words just now, it wasn't hard to tell that there should be someone on her side who had been struck by the sacred blood as well, so he wanted to keep an eye on her side at all times. Li Qin shattered the spatial barrier with a punch and forced his way through the spatial rift, and the three of them arrived in the outside world. The military crowded around. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. Mr. Li Qin. Mr. Li Qin, this matter is really thankful to you. Where? This is all something that I, a righteous son, should do. Li Qin casually waved his hand and left the military base in a hurry with the two of them, Li Laos and Su Xin. Wait a minute, Mr. Li Qin. You can't take those two away. Seeing the two of them, Li Laos and Su Xin, an officer shouted out. But it was already too late. Li Qin had already disappeared into the sea of people with a bounce in his step. What can we do? The two of them haven't had their medical checkups yet. The officer turned toward the brigadier at his side and said in a difficult voice, should I go after them? If you can beat this gold saint, then you go after it. The first captain gave him a blank look and turned to leave. The officer rubbed his head in embarrassment and ultimately chose to pretend that the incident hadn't happened. Soon, as the secret passageway was opened, the students inside walked out one after another. The principals of the two schools roughly calculated the number of students, and as they did so, both of them cried out directly. Losses were heavy. The two schools combined resulted in the direct deaths of over 300 students. These are living human lives. Every student in the school. Which one is not the pride of the parents? Which one is not the heart of the parents? Now it's surprisingly dead for nothing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought them to this hellhole. Du Dahua, the principal of the first middle school, cried out, kneeling directly toward these students. Kowtow and confess. Slap yourself hard. I'm sorry, class. This is all my fault. This is all my fault. I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't protect you. I'm sorry to your parents. I'm an asshole. The people from the military rushed to help the two principals up and gave them medicine to calm their nerves. The first captain was surprised. I didn't realize that only 300 people died. Principal Du angrily questioned. Aren't 300 people enough? The first captain hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that the casualties this time were actually much less than I expected. According to what's coming down from above, this thing today has actually happened in other parts of Jiangnan province not long ago, and the casualties in each of the secret realms are around 800 or so. 800! The two principals were shocked. That's an extremely scary number. At that moment a soldier came up and exclaimed, reporting to the great captain, the matter has been understood clearly. According to the students, it was a man named Li Lazy who saved them in the secret realm. Li Lazy? Are you sure that's the name? An officer said incredulously. The handsome teenager in the wheelchair came to their minds. But he's handsome, but isn't he damn well an ordinary man? The soldier nodded and said loudly, indeed, that is the name. According to the students, this Li Lazy student is a high-ranking fire elemental warlock and has also comprehended the fledgling form of a divine ability. It was because of his leadership that most of them managed to survive the mists. High-level warlock, avatar fledgling. As the two bombs were thrown out, everyone in the room was all shocked. The first captain looked to the principal of the first school. The principal of the first high school hastily shook his head, indicating that he didn't know anything. Got it. You return to the force. After the soldier left, the brigadier took a deep breath. Worthy of being the Yen Dili family, it's really a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. I didn't expect this Li Laos to be a true dragon as well. A high-ranking warlock in his teens. It seems that my dragon kingdom is going to have another great avatar in the future. The Li family has actually fooled everyone. Such a true dragon. And they even declared to the public that he was a waste? The words of these great families really can't be trusted in their entirety. Captain, do we need to send a banner to Li Lazy? An officer asked. The captain thought about it and shook his head. No need. The Li family let Li Lazy come to first middle school to attend school, presumably because they didn't want him to be disturbed. If it wasn't for this matter, Li Laos might have stayed in hiding. Since the Li family has told Li Lazy to keep a low profile, then we need not bother. Yes, the officer nodded. At this time, Xiangnan City No. 1 Alien High School, Boys Dormitory. Su Xin exclaimed, young master, I could turn into a puppet of the black coffin at any time after being hit by the holy blood. For your safety, I must turn myself in. Li Laos angrily overturned all the supper Su Xin had prepared. Su Xin, as long as you dare to step out of this dormitory door today, I'll pretend I don't have you as a brother. Chapter 10 Ethereal Wood Forbidden Sky. Thousands of dollars. Martial Arts Conference. But young master, if I continue to stay by your side, you will be in danger. Su Xin said helplessly, picking up the dishes on the floor. I've told you, as long as you keep suppressing the sacred blood, you'll be fine. Young master, that would be too expensive a price to pay. I am not worthy of you. I'll say whether it's worth it or not. Li Laos looked at him seriously and said, besides, it's just money. I have plenty of it. Young master. Su Xin was silent for a moment, sighed, and finally walked out of the dormitory door. Li Lazy's face fell. Go, 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 go. The air was dead silent. After a few minutes, Su Xin surprisingly really didn't come back. This dog thing, it's not going to go real, is it? Never mind. What do I care? I'll go back to my sleep. Li Laosi lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and realized that he could not sleep. His mood was unusually irritable. Dang, dang, dang. Just then there was a knock on the door. Could it be that Su Xin is back? Li Laos was a little pleased, but still put on an angry expression and said, "Didn't you leave? What are you still coming back for?" Since Su Xin had returned, most of his anger had subsided. After staying in the Li family for 17 years, he hadn't seen any friends in total because of his laziness. Su Xin was one of them. As it turned out, the guy said he was leaving, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't angry. The door was slowly pushed open and a slim figure walked in. "It's not Susan." Li Laos frowned slightly and said, "Who are you?" The slim man introduced himself. "Hello young Master Li Lazy, my name is Wang Kai. Because you have provoked the black coffin, young Master Li Qin sent me to protect you. I don't need your protection for a while, and you should recognize the man who just left the dormitory building, right? You said young Master Su Xin? The slim man said. Su Xin's mother was a member of the Li family, so she was considered a member of the Li family, and he naturally recognized her. Li Laos nodded and said, "I order you to get him back now." "But," the slim man said with difficulty, "young Master Li Qin said that you will very likely encounter an attack from the black coffin recently, and he asked me to follow you every inch of the way. I'll go myself if you don't," Li Laos said. He was about to walk out the door when he was stopped by the slim man. "What are you doing? Young Master Li Lazy, if you go out by yourself it's highly likely that you'll be targeted by the black coffin's people. It's better for me to go. You stay inside the dormitory and you can't leave this circle I've drawn." The slim man put his two fingers together and a hint of black blaze rose from his fingertips. He pointed towards the ground, and a large black and red circle appeared on the ground. Li Lao saw that he was wearing a black ring on his hand, and thought that this should be the ability given to him by the ring. "What is it?" "The boundary ring. It creates a boundary. You stay in this circle. If you are in danger the boundary will protect you while I will know immediately." Li Lazy nodded and walked into the circle. A black boundary power instantly rose within the boundary, wrapping him up. Reassured, the slim man hurriedly ran out the door and chased after Su Xin. Sitting within the boundaries, Li Lazy had nothing to do, so he just plopped down on the ground and started sleeping. The wood elemental has successfully absorbed the power of ethereal wood from the core of ethereal wood, and has comprehended the avatar, ethereal wood forbidden sky. The wood elemental has gained the avatar, but currently has insufficient elemental energy to advance to avatar. Working on cultivation. Wood elemental energy plus 50? Wood elemental sees you sleeping and despises you so much that he starts practicing like crazy? Wood elemental energy plus 60? The fire elemental is infected by the wood elemental and also casts a very contemptuous look at you. Fire elemental energy plus 60. At this time, on the outskirts of Shangnan City, inside a certain cave, a 7-year-old boy spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. He wears a skull pendant around his neck. In front of him lay a huge fireplace. The fireplace burned fiercely in the darkened cavern. As far as the eye could see, the fuel burning inside was, surprisingly, body after body of children. "High Priestess, are you all right?" Seeing the boy spitting up blood, a beautiful woman with a snake tattoo on her body stepped forward worriedly and asked. The boy's mouth spat out a childish, angry voice. Burying his head in front of her murder weapon, he cried out directly, "This damned Li Qin, damned middle child." Surprisingly, he burned the strand of divine soul that I placed in the puppet. Great Avatar and Golden Saint Li Qin? Didn't we enter an unimpressive secret realm? How could he be in a secret realm? The beautiful woman asked suspiciously as she combed the boy with her hand. "I miscalculated. I didn't realize that the young master of the Li family was also in the secret realm. He was there to save the young master of the Li family," the boy said. Looking overhead, only a crack appeared in the space above his head, and with a click sound, the blood moon holy grail steadily fell into his hands. The young master of the Yen Di Li family. Li Lao's? The beautiful woman frowned. "Why is he in there?" The boy shook his head and suddenly laughed. "Don't know, but this Li family is hiding really deep. The young master who was declared a waste to the outside world has the strength of a warlock high rank. If it wasn't for him, my plan wouldn't have failed this time." "Warlock high?" The beautiful woman was a bit surprised and said, "But he even spoiled my divine sex plans. Do you need me, my subordinate, to send one of the top divine masters to kill him?" The boy shook his head and said, "There's no need. Li Qin isn't that stupid. After taking Li Lazy out of the secret realm, he would definitely send someone to protect him." The boy thought for a moment and then continued, "But a little probing is still possible. Li Laos is a warlock of the fire element. So we'll send a water element devotee with the strength of a low-ranked avatar or so, if Li Lao's is really guarded by a strong person around him. This way we will only lose at most one low-ranked avatar. After this matter passes, the Li clan will definitely make a large sweep of the remnants of my black coffin. These low-ranked avatars are expected to lose a large portion of them by then. So rather than sacrificing in vain, I'd rather contribute a piece of my own strength to my lord before I die. Okay, subordinate will do it right away. Wait, let me touch it again. The boy looked hungrily at the beautiful woman's black stockings. After the beautiful woman left, the boy sat up straight again. A ghostly look passed through his eyes. The seed of God has been planted. When the National Martial Arts Conference begins in half a year, the era of my black coffin will come once again. At that time Black Coffin, will completely turn over. The Spiritual Energy Society? Oh, when it's a few more years, it'll be little black coffins. Inside the dormitory, Li Lazy, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound of the telephone. Li Laos picked up the phone and realized it was his grandfather calling. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and picked up the phone. Grandpa, what's the matter with you calling me? Can't I call you if I don't have something to do? A hearty laugh came from over there. Li Lazy laughed lazily. You old man is a busy man. You child, by the way, from what your third brother said, you're a high-ranking fire elementalist now? There is such a thing, Li Lao said helplessly. Grandpa, you're not thinking of taking me back to the Li family, are you? You kids, isn't it good to be home? Fine, all fine, but I don't want to go home just yet, Li Lao sure said. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Wait, you kid, what's the hurry? The opposite party quickly said. Wait a moment, Grandpa send you some cultivation resources. You remember to cultivate well. Half a year later is the National Martial Arts Competition. At that time you have to get me a decent result. And, okay, Li Lao said in a hurry, interrupting him. You kid, that's what you said. By the way, do you still have enough money? Enough. Thinking that he still had several $100 million of pocket money in his bank card, and thinking of the holy blood in Su Xian's body, Li Lao said again in a hurry. But it's fine if you give me some more. Good. Grandpa will call you later. By the way, the black coffin thing has already gone to the Li family, so you can cultivate in peace. This group of rats in the gutter really can't be exterminated no matter how much they are exterminated. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Lao's had a rare sweet mouth. After hanging up, the phone immediately received a transfer from the World Bank. A full $50 million. Grandpa is really generous. Li Lao sighed and looked at the prices of blood purification type potions on the internet. The cheaper ones cost $100,000 apiece, the medium ones $800,000 apiece, and the better ones $2 million apiece. That doesn't seem to be much more expensive. He placed a one-time order for 10 $2 million ones, expected to arrive tomorrow. Finish your shopping and go back to sleep. Your fire elemental is under automatic cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 35. Your wood elemental is under automatic cultivation. Would elemental energy plus 20? After roughly a few more minutes, the fire element within Li Lao's began to stir. It seemed to sense an aura that made it very uncomfortable. There's a water elemental shifter in the neighborhood. Li Lao slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. Only an old man dressed as a sanitation worker was seen climbing on a dormitory building window. Water elemental avatar. Li yawned and asked, "What are you?" Obviously upset about the fact that someone had come to disturb his sleep. The one who wants you dead. A little fire elemental warlock. It's damned if he keeps such a bland expression in the face of me. The sanitation worker broke the window. A huge ball of water smashed against the boundary and the inside was isolated. I can't believe there's a boundary. Who says I only have the element of fire? Li Lao slowly stood up, and a shining green light lingered on his hands. Ethereal wood forbids the sky. Instantly a huge mass of vines burrowed through the ground and began to grow wildly, wrapping the ringmaster's entire body. That's impossible. How could you, a member of the Li family, still have a would attribute divine ability prototype? No, this isn't a fledgling form. This is a true divine ability. You don't even have the strength of an avatar. How did you comprehend an avatar? The high priestess mistook me. The ringmaster struggled violently through the vines and said. Li Lazy walked slowly out of the boundary and scratched his fluffy hair. You talk a lot. After saying that, a fist went through the vines, burning with a blazing fire, and smashed directly into the head of the ringmaster. Bang! Heads were instantly blown off. Blood dripped and splattered Li Lao's face. Li Lazy went to the bathroom to wash his face as if nothing had happened. Then back to the knot and back to sleep. At that moment outside the school, in an alley, the slim man's body was stunned. He looked over his shoulder at Su Xin, who he had tied up in 5 different ways, and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong with you? Young Master Li Lazy is in danger. What? Go back. Damn it, it's all my fault. Got it. You keep quiet. The slim man's lower body was wrapped in black mist, and his speed instantly became more than several times faster, and he rushed towards the school as if he was shrinking into an inch. Go outside the dormitory building. When Su Xian saw his messy dormitory, his entire body became depressed. Something won't happen to the young master, will it? It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and the young master wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Wang Kai's expression wasn't very pretty either. Frowning, he said, "It's better to go back and take a look before saying anything. That boundary ring of mine was given by young Master Li Qin, so I guess it won't be breached that quickly." Chapter 11 Body Refinement Technique. Great Achievement of Divine Power. Consequences. The two had just returned to just inside the dormitory when they saw a bloody body lying on the ground. Young Master Li Lazy. Young Master. Su Xian's body trembled and broke free of the bonds on his body, running over to that corpse and kneeling down. Young Master. I'm sorry. He whimpered for a few moments, reacting to the fact that it didn't appear to be Li Lazy. The fabric of Li Lazy's clothes wouldn't even be that rough. Is the young master not dead? He hurriedly rummaged through the clutter around him and finally found Li Lazy behind a large cardboard box. At this moment, Li Laos was lying quietly in a circle, asleep, even snoring, though not loudly. Great, young master didn't die. Su Xian revealed a smile. If this isn't young master Li Lazy, then who is it? Wang Kai squatted down next to the corpse and peeled off his clothes, seeing a black skull on his chest. What is it? The Black Coffin Man. Wang Kai said. By the looks of it, it's still an avatar. Avatar? Su Xian said incredulously. You mean the young master killed an avatar? Wang Kai nodded. Su Xian sucked in a breath of cool air. He had thought at the time that Li Laos was just a middle-ranked warlock like him. After the battle in the secret realm, he thought that the young master was a high-ranked warlock. But now, it seems that the young master is hiding deeper than he thought. To be able to kill an avatar at such an age and not rely on external forces. Even if we look at the current younger generation, young master Li Laosher's battle record can be ranked among the top. Wang Kai sighed. Young master Su Xian, you have to work hard too. There's still half a year to go before the national martial arts competition. And at that time, not only will there be official rewards for taking the rankings, but there will also be rewards within the family. Su Xian nodded seriously. I will. But the holy blood in him. Thinking about it, he opened his phone mall and looked at it halfway through the day, paying out a large amount of blood for a couple of common blood purifying potions. As for later, we'll figure out the later. By the way, brother Wang, are you living with us from now on? Su Xian turned to Wang Kai and said, if so, then the dormitory will have to add another bed. But the prerequisite is that the dormitory has to be repaired first. He looked at the ground that had broken through a large hole. Fans are falling out of the ceiling, as well as windows that don't know where to go. Windows? No need. Wang Kai said. In addition to possessing fire attribute ability, I also have dark attribute ability, so I will hide in the shadows to protect you in the future. As for the dormitory, I'll call out to fix it. Wang Kai made a call and soon the repairman came. At night, the students all returned to school and Li Lazy woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Xian. Didn't I tell you that if you leave, don't come back? Young master, Su Xian said in a twisted voice. I was wrong. What's wrong with you knowing you're wrong now? I've got a new chaperone and he'll be here tomorrow. Li lazily said, stretching and going back to sleep. Young master, I really know I'm wrong. Su Xian was embarrassed to say this. If you know you're wrong, then get me a wheelchair. I left mine in the secret world and didn't bring it out. Good. Knowing that the young master was granting himself permission to remain, Su Xian was pleasantly surprised. A few hours later, Su Xian returned to the dormitory pushing a wheelchair holding a box. Young master, your delivery. It seems to be from the family. That fast? Su Xian put the box on Li Lao's bed. Li Lao's opened it. Blazing energy came out from it. It was actually full of fire elemental energy stones. So much, Li Laosher's hand reached into the box, and the energy stone inside immediately disappeared. Fire Elemental swallowed a large number of fire attribute energy stones and is practicing hard. Fire Elemental energy plus 100. Fire Elemental swallowed a large number of fire attribute energy stones and is practicing hard. Fire Elemental energy plus 100. Fire Elemental swallowed a large number of fire attribute energy stones and is practicing hard. Fire Elemental energy plus 100. All energy stones have been digested. Your Fire Elemental Warlock cultivation level has been raised to late high rank. That's late? But yes. After devouring so many energy stones worth hundreds of millions of dollars, even a pig should be late. Li Laos looked towards the bottom of the box, and after the energy stones inside disappeared, a small, thin book appeared in his eyes. Surprisingly, It's a body refining skill? Li Lao's was a little surprised in his heart. In addition to having a strong enough Xenon cultivation, it is best for a Xenon to have a strong physique, or else it will be easy to fall behind in a real battle. So a lot of people who cultivate supernormal capabilities, usually outside the cultivation of supernormal capabilities, will also specialize in squeezing out time to train the physical body. And this body refinement technique was the technique that his Li family had specifically used to exercise their physique. It was obtained from a secret realm when his grandfather was young. In addition to the body refining technique, there was also a dragon tiger body refining technique. However, the latter was only suitable for those adepts who had cultivated great adepts, and not for little chickens like him. It seems like Grandpa is realistic in wanting me to go to the martial arts competition. Li Lao's sighed. Turn over the body refining tips. The system's voice rang out in his head. 17 errors have been detected in the body refining technique that the host is cultivating, and the system has automatically corrected them. Body refinement technique feels happy to see its new owner and is working hard to cultivate it. Your physique plus 10. Body refinement technique feels happy to see its new owner and is working hard to cultivate it. Your physique plus 10. Body refinement technique feels happy to see its new owner and is working hard to cultivate it. Your physique plus 10. I didn't realize there were so many mistakes in the body refining technique. Feeling that his body was getting stronger step by step, Li Lao's was surprised. He wasn't going to talk to the family though, because even if they did, the old curmudgeons wouldn't believe them. The next day, those potions arrived. Li Lao's delivered the potion to Su Xin, who only said thank you before not speaking for the entire day. Li Lao's knew that his heart was now very definitely complicated, so he didn't bother him. In the evening he saw that Wang Miao had sent him a message. Li lazy student, what you told me in the secret realm last time. I came back to pay attention to it. Su Hu disappeared after he came out of the secret realm, and the next day his parents came to the school to check out. Today I went to his house to look for him and found that his whole family had moved away. Do you know what's going on here? Li Lao sighed after talking to her for a few moments, and Su Hu was indeed taken away. It seems he made the right choice yesterday. If he hadn't taken Su Xian away at that time, he probably would have seen Su Xian's withdrawal procedure today. 6 months later, there was still a month to go before the start of the National Martial Arts Convention. The provinces of the Dragon Kingdom had already begun to prepare their lists, calling on each city to select geniuses to send to the provincial capital for the competition. The participants who will go to Longjing to participate in the competition in a month's time are selected. Your fire elemental is practicing hard. Fire elemental energy plus 60. Your wood elemental is practicing hard. Wood elemental energy plus 70. Your thunder elemental is practicing hard. Thunder elemental energy plus 60. Your forging body technique is being practiced diligently. Your physique plus 10. The fire elemental is tired and has entered hibernation. Your fire elemental cultivation has been raised to mid-arcane. The wood elemental is tired and begins to sleep. Your wood elemental cultivation has been raised to early grade avatar. The thunder elemental sees that several others have stopped cultivating, and stops cultivating as well. Your thunder elemental cultivation has increased to early avatar. Inside the dormitory, sleeping, Li Lazy moved his eyelids in surprise. I don't know how long it took, but a familiar voice broke his dream. Young master, wake up. Young master, what for? Li Lao stretched his back and indifferently looked at Su Xian, who shook himself awake. Su Xian said, Young master, the principal wants you to come over for a moment. He said that he intends for the two of us, along with the two seniors from the upper grades, to go to the provincial city together to participate in the selection rounds of the National Martial Arts Competition. The entry requirement for the tryouts was that the contestant had to be a high-ranking warlock. As for the type of psychic ability, there was no requirement for this. After half a year of cultivation, Su Xian had become a fire elemental high-level late-stage warlock, fully meeting the requirements for participation. Oh, Li Lao's indifferently answered and said, I'm not going. After saying that, he continued to lie down on the bed and sleep. Young master, Su Xian pulled him up from the bed again and said, the patriarch also said that you must participate. A mocking smile appeared on Li Lao's face. So he still remembers me as his son. Young master, your grandfather also said you must attend. Otherwise he will come to Shangnan City from Longjing tomorrow. Said. Say what? Said to take a bamboo whip to your ass. Li Laosher's body was stunned as he sat up from the bed and said, then you push me. Good. Principal's office. Li Lazy, Su Xin, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi. Whether or not the school can get a grant from the Education Bureau this year depends on you. The principal said in a serious tone. This martial arts competition is of vital importance. As long as you obtain the rankings, even if you can't enter Longjing to compete in the end, you will still obtain incomparably lucrative conditions. Do you hear me? I hear you. Don't worry, principal. Even if I can't make it into the top 10, I'll definitely make it into the top 20. No problem, principal. Got it, principal. The three responded in unison. Only Li Lazy didn't say anything. They looked at Li Laoshi and saw that at an unknown time, Li Laoshi had already fallen asleep in his wheelchair. Although he was used to him looking like this, the principal's mouth twitched. Su Xin. When Li Lao's wakes up, you remember to tell him about this. No problem. Su Xin nodded. Leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian whispered in Su Xin's ear. There are a lot of people in the upper grades who are upset that you two are representing the school, so you and your young master better be careful when you get back to the dormitory later. Su Xin froze, looked at him and nodded. Okay, thanks. I'll pay attention. See you tomorrow then. Huang Xiaotian waved a hand gesture that he thought was cool and laughed. Who would be so bored to see us upset? Su Xin pushed Li Xin back to the dormitory, and when he passed an empty dormitory, 3 or 5 tall youths walked inside. Su Xin frowned and said, "Who are you guys and what do you want?" "Humph. We're just here to see how talented the geniuses who can represent the school are." A person wearing a Mariner King outfit sneered. After the secret incident 6 months ago, the school squashed it and gave each student hush money. Although Li Laoshi's performance in the secret realm was still circulating in the school, however, their senior class usually lived in deep seclusion, so they didn't know Li Lazy very well. At least it's more genius than a couple of you losers. Li Laos didn't know when he woke up. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and said coldly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, you'll suffer the consequences." 3, 2, Chapter 12 Flame Vortex. Improved Fighting Technique. Linglong Jade Feet. Ha 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 ha. Kid, are you sure you're talking to us? You just said Li Lazy, right? I've long heard of your reputation, so today I'd like to see what you're really capable of. Who are you? A cripple in a wheelchair. To talk to us? They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, "I've heard that this Li Lao seems to come from a lot. Is it really good for us to do this?" A young man next to him who dyed his hair green said, "What's there to be afraid of? I, Chui Mingho, have never been afraid of anyone. If he can represent the school and compete based on nothing more than his identity and background, then I'll be the first to disobey." How is right? I'm not convinced either. Me too. 1. Just as Li Laos was about to make his move, Su Xin stopped him. "Young master, it's better if I do it, or we'll have to lose money again." "What do you mean? That I only know how to break up a house?" Li Laos said indifferently. "Then you do it." The 5 men turned their gazes towards Su Xin. "With just you alone, you want to challenge us?" Su Xin's expression was clear and cold as he said indifferently, "Dealing with a bunch of trash like you, I'm enough alone. Seek death. Brother, how is here and you still dare to talk big? What a joke." Various elemental energies of gold, water, and fire rose from their hands, and they all seemed to be elemental attribute adepts. Chui Mingho said, "You don't need to do anything. I'll just come alone." Chui Mingho narrowed his eyes. "You're Su Xin, right? Today, I'd like to see how powerful the cool noble son of a lower grade is." Fiery flames ignited beneath his feet as he swept toward Su Xin. Su Xin didn't say anything as blazing fire erupted in his palm and a huge whirlpool appeared. It engulfed the people present in an instant. Li Laos moved his finger, and a huge vine rose up from the ground, protecting the 4 people who hadn't made a move. A few seconds later, the vines dispersed and Su Xin had returned to Li Laoshi's side. Choi Myung-ho, on the other hand, was burned all over his body and lay on the ground in shock. "How? Are you alright? How? How?" Those few juniors of Chui Mingho rushed forward to help him up. One of the juniors looked at Li Laos with complicated eyes and asked, "Why did you protect us just now?" If it wasn't Li Laos just now, he knew that their end would probably be no different from Chui Mingho on the ground right now. Li Laos didn't answer their questions, but instead looked at Su Xin and said, "Not bad, but the control of the divine power needs to be strengthened. It won't be good if you hurt someone outside the field next time." "I know, young master." Su Xin nodded. "Go." "Aha." Su Xin pushed Li Lazy toward the dormitory. Choi Myung-ho and the others watched their departing backs and didn't say anything the entire time. "Brother, how? Do we still have to take the competition qualification from them?" "Take the hammer. Take it again and I'll die." Chui Mingho slowly stood up and shouted in the direction Li Laos had left. "I'm convinced that you guys are very strong. I, Chui Mingho, am here to guarantee that from today onwards, no one from the upper grades will definitely bother you. Let's go." Choi Myung-ho looked to his sidekick. Yes. When they left, the students who had just hidden in their dorm rooms to watch the battle dared to come forward. "I've known for a long time that Su Xin was strong. I didn't expect him to be this strong. Chui Mingho can be ranked in the top 5 in the senior class, right?" Surprisingly, he was seconded by Su Xin with a single move. If Su Xin is this strong, Then Li Lao's must be even stronger? I don't think so. Not necessarily a hammer. Li Lao's is only stronger than Su Xin. I often see Li Lao's instructing Su Xin in the wasteland behind the school. Would a master be weaker than his disciple? Those who say Su Xin is stronger than Li Laoshi must all be middle graders. Li Laoshi had the strength of a high-level warlock half a year ago. Now, I'm afraid he's long since achieved avatar power. Isn't this stronger than a teacher? Teachers are nothing. Lazy young master. My god. The auditions were to be held in 10 days, and they needed to arrive a day early, at which time the officials would send a special car to take them to the provincial capital. So the next 9 days are free time for them. The school turned the 9 days into a vacation specifically to give them a break, saying that it was a way for them to relax and unwind without too much mental stress. Half a year ago, Li Lazy bought a house in the city center for better living in Shangnan City and used it to live when he was on vacation. His thunder element was also awakened at that time because of a chance encounter, picking up a thunder element treasure in a secret realm. Su Xian pushed Li Lao's to walk in the neighborhood where the house was located. Li Lao's asked, "Is the holy blood in your body alright?" "It's fine. With the potion given by the young master to suppress it, it hasn't moved much in the past 6 months." Half a year ago Su Xian also signed a contract of sale with Li Lao's, saying that he would work for Li Lao's for free for 30 years after graduation, and use it to pay back the expenses spent on the potions. Li Lao's originally wanted to refuse, but under Su Xian's strong attitude, he finally agreed. Opening the door to the room, a young girl wearing a pink dress with a double ponytail leapt out in front of the two. She had a pair of big sparkling eyes, and her skin was so creamy that not a single pore could be seen. There was also a cigarette-shaped lollipop in her mouth. "Li Bao Bao, why are you here again?" Li Laogai looked at her with a headache as she lay in her wheelchair. "You think I want to come? It's just a little hole the size of yours, with a lollipop in her mouth." Bali looked Li Lao's up and down and said in disgust, "It was Grandpa who asked me to come here, saying that he wanted me to see if you had participated in the National Martial Arts Competition's selection round." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? Not even lazy enough to walk." She is Li Lazy's cousin and is also the daughter of Li Lazy's father's brother. "Want you to manage?" Li Lao's also said with disgust. "Don't want to come, actually you can live outside." "Brother, I've come all the way here, do you still want to drive me away?" Li Baba biting the lollipop, pouting and pretending to be cute. "I have to say, she's pretty cute when she's not talking, like a neighborhood sister, but when you open your mouth, the image is ruined." Of course, it was only ruined in Li Ba's eyes. In everyone else's eyes, Bali had always been a cute young girl. "You can leave if you like. It's none of my business. Beauty girl, get out of the way." Su Xin, let's go in. Returning to his room, Li Lao's directly laid down on the bed and began to sleep. Li Bao Bao looked at Su Xin and said, "Brother Xin, my brother is so lazy you don't even care for a bit? It's not like you don't know." "Young master," Su Xin laughed, "he's always been like this, but that's so lazy. I've never seen anyone so lazy in all my life." Li Baba exclaimed, leaping up. He sat his butt directly on Li's lazy ass. "Li Baogao, you're going to die." Li Lao's yelped in pain and cursed. "Brother, I'm wrong, don't scold me, okay?" Li Baba buried his head in Li Lao's back, rubbed it, and changed his face in seconds to pampered. Li Lao snorted coldly, his anger mostly gone, and pushed her away. Roll on, play aside little brat, I'm going to bed." As the day wore on, Li Lazy got out of bed to put on water. Sweeping the room, the girl Li Baobao didn't know what she was doing. Su Xian was practicing his supernatural abilities in his room. Returning from draining the water, he saw a book sitting on the living room table. Goat Li even brought her homework? Doesn't she never read? Li Laos remembers that Li Baobao didn't like to study and fought when he was a child. He was suspended for a semester for fighting in his first year. She also loves to wear pink, which kind of confirms the fact that the pinker you wear, the harder you hit people. He looked closer and realized it wasn't a homework assignment at all, but a batter's notebook full of notes. On it was a detailed record of the various techniques, underhanded and detrimental moves that Li Baobao had discovered during his fights. Li Lazy cried and laughed. Turning to the cover of the notes, there were a few big words written on it: Master Li Baobao Fighting Notes. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. 137 errors have been detected in the unknown fighting arts that the host is viewing, and the system has automatically corrected them. So many mistakes? Li Laoshi froze. In that case, let me help him correct it. Li Laos picked up a pen and didn't revise directly on Li Baobao's notes, but took out a new book and wrote it all in the new book. Half an hour later, Li Lazy rubbed his eyes, finally finished writing and went back to sleep. A few hours later Li Baobao came back from outside and saw that her notes had been rummaged through and burst into a rage. "Damn it, who dares to go through my lady's things?" With an exasperated puff of cheeks, She ran to the table and picked up her notes, making sure no one had done anything about her divine powers. Ha! What's this? Dudley picked up the book next to her notes and flipped through the pages. It was a moment of great realization and amazement, as if possessed. So it's still possible. It's amazing that this is possible here. It's awesome. Why didn't I think of this way back then? Awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 666. A few hours later, she put the book down and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this? She took a closer look at the handwriting on the notes and realized that he had come from, of all people, her own lazy cousin. This can't be right. How can my cousin be a fighting master when he's such a lazy person? Is it hard to believe that all his previous laziness was faked? Actually more serious than anyone else behind his back? It must be. It must be. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have asked me to come and see if he had participated in the National Martial Arts Competition trials. Even Grandpa is sure of cousin's strength? Cousin, you're hiding really deep. No, my cousin is so powerful. I mustn't let him go cheap to someone else. My cousin, only mine, Li Baba said, clenching her fists. Arriving in front of Li Lazy's room, he kicked the door to the room. Unfortunately the door didn't open, but a hole was kicked out. Li Lazy didn't wake up, and Li Baba continued to kick. While kicking, he shouted, "Cousin, don't sleep. Cousin, I want to worship you. Get up. Did you hear that, cousin?" Su Xin, who had rushed over at the sound, was stunned at the sight of this scene. I had long heard that the Li family's Li Baobao was a violent maniac, even kicking the iron gate. Now it seems that the name is true. Brother Shin, you're just in time. Do you have a key? Help me open the door. There's actually a door handle there. Just turn it. Su Xian pointed to the door handle on the door and said. Li Baba turned the bucket doorknob, clicked it, and the door opened. She made a big red face and said, "I'm so sorry, I got so excited. Forgot there was a doorknob. I'll pay for the door." She was so embarrassed that she twisted the doorknob off. "No, your cousin has plenty of money." It seems that the other rumor wasn't wrong, that this Li Baba, besides being a violent maniac, had a brain full of muscles. It just so happens that I don't want to pay for it either. Li Baobao laughed good-naturedly and walked into Li Lao's room. At that moment Su Xian seemed to have the illusion that Li Baobao was not a violent maniac. She was just a well-behaved sister with more strength. I'm crazy to think this way. Su Xian shook his head and returned to his room to continue cultivating. Li Lazy, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, as if something was sitting on him. His nose seems to have been stepped on by something as well. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a pair of feet in white silk, like small and delicate jade feet. Chapter 13, Pink Witch. Going to the provincial city. Big brother Li family. Li Baobao. Are you crazy? Li Laogai exclaimed. Get your stinking feet off me. Ba Li laughed. Brother is so heartless. How many people want to see my feet but can't? She touched her feet. Silky smooth, like fine white jade. Li lazily ignored her and lifted her directly under the bed. Go back to sleep. Li Baobao grudgingly got up from the ground and said, Brother, you're so heartless. So, did you write that note on my desk? Li Lazy gave a soft Li Baobao laughed. Brother, you're really deep in hiding. After so many years, I actually always thought that you were a waste. Li Lazy ignored her. Ba Li continued. Brother, take me as your disciple. I will definitely carry your fighting arts forward. At that time, I'll open a martial arts school, order millions of disciples, and go straight to kicking the doors of the foreigners. Her eyes brightened as she spoke. Listening to her rambling in his ear, Li Lao's only felt his brain buzzing, and he somewhat regretted writing those things down. Brother, are you listening? So what do you think of what I said about the plan? Not good. You go to a foreign race to kick the bucket, and those barbarians of the barbarian spirit race can kick you into a pulp with a single kick. Around the Human Federation, there were two races, the Wind Shadow race and the barbarian spirit race. Among them, the Wind Shadow clan was uncontested. Since the fusion of their habitat with the Blue Star, they have stayed peacefully in their own territories. Only when they traded with each other would they have contact with the outside world. But the savage spirit race was different. He was born with a brutal temperament, and his strength was boundless. Aura Recovery for 3,000 years has always wanted to annex human territory, for which the human race federal and they broke out no less than 10,000 wars, large and small. But even so, there were still quite a few lands of mankind that were annexed by them and forced into the map, and the people on those lands, without exception, ended up becoming their blood food. Just don't accept it. Why curse me? Li Baobao said with an exasperated puffed cheeks. Brother, just go out with me for a bit. I want to buy something but I've spent all my money. No go. Go on. Brother, go on. No go. Really not going? Really? Li Baobao suddenly laughed. If we really aren't going, then let's play a game. Li Laos had an ominous feeling and hurriedly sat up from the bed. Go, but you'll have to push me. Sure, no problem. Li Baogao laughed. Just after getting off the elevator, Li Lazy consciously closed his eyes. Sure enough, the next second he experienced what it meant to fly. Goldli pushed him along the road in a furious rush. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go shopping! Punchy punchy punchy! American Girl rush! The process that would normally take half an hour was hardened by the fact that she ran through it in just 5 minutes. Ba Li pushed Li Lazy into an upscale doll store. The clerk immediately broke into a smile when she saw Li Baobao. Ba Li chose a pink dinosaur doll. The clerk scanned the commodity code and then enthusiastically looked at Li Laos and said, "Hello sir, you have spent a total of 140,032 yuan. I'll give you a zero. A total of 140,000 yuan. Li Lazy, who was taking out his bank card from his pocket, froze and said, "Why so much money? Although he is rich, he is not an ingrate. Selling a doll for $140,000. Isn't this an obvious pitfall?" The clerk froze and asked, "Didn't the lady tell you?" "Say what?" "She came to the store today and broke a total of one of our top quality mahogany cabinets, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. These are all things we can provide invoices and receipts for." After the clerk finished, he pointed to a vacant lot next to him, which appeared to be the scene of the accident at the time. It turns out that there was a premeditation. No wonder the money is spent. Li Lao sighed and could only pay by credit card. The routine was repeated a few times next, and by the time Li Lazy was pushed on his way home, he calculated that he had almost spent more than $800,000 today. With a lollipop in her mouth, humming a little song, and a bunch of things on her back, Ba Li bounced all the way. It wasn't hard to tell that she was really happy. Never mind. She's leaving in a few days anyway, so just bear with it. At this time, Li Lao suddenly realized that someone was following him behind. There were about 3 people in total. All of them were Alterans, with a strength of about the middle of the low rank. Their gazes weren't on Li Laosher, but rather looked at Li Baobao behind Li Laosher with an evil face. Li Laos frowned slightly. It seems that the old ancestors' saying, "Chivalry is forbidden by the use of martial arts," does have some truth to it, because it wasn't afraid of them. So Li Laos didn't stop them in time, but wanted to see when they would jump out on their own. They really couldn't help but stand out as they passed through a darker alley. "Hello, little sisters." Goldli frowned at them and said, "What do you want?" "What else could we want? We want to play games with you, of course." "Playing games? Is that true?" Goldli said with an innocent look on her face. "Can my brother come along?" The man at the head of the group looked at Li Lazy next to him and smiled. "It's okay, but your brother might not be able to play with us. After all, you can't have a disabled person in this game." A little brother behind him looked at Li Laos lewdly and said, "Brother Zhuang, I don't think it's not impossible to let him come along. Look at his fine-looking skin." Li Laosher's expression froze. Li Baobao hurriedly pushed him away and said innocently, "It's such a shame that I can't play with my brother, so let me push my brother away. You guys wait for me." Good good good. The men laughed happily. Li Lazy was pushed out of the alley by Li Baba, then she hopped back in by herself. Li Laos wasn't very worried about her, because he knew that even if all those people were added together, they wouldn't be a match for Li Baobao alone. After all, Li Baba was a late middle-ranked strength system ability awakened, coupled with the fact that she had been trained in the Li family since she was a child. Even some high-ranked warlocks might not be able to help her. "I hope there won't be a murder only, or else we'll be in trouble again." Li Lazy sat quietly in the wheelchair, waiting for her to return. Unsurprisingly for him, sure enough, the next second there was scream after scream of agony in the alley, and the innocent laughter of Li Baba. "Miss, spare my life." "No, my lifeblood." "Okay, that hurt. Run. This woman is the devil. Run. Don't run away. Let's play together. Didn't you guys say you wanted to play games with me? A cheating brother is not a good brother." A few minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alleyway tied up by Li Baba. They were already bloody underneath. The face was even more bruised. The body was covered with red, blue and purple bruises. "What else do you want?" "Of course it's to continue playing games with them." Bali revealed her small tiger teeth and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll be back soon." Li Laos watched as Babali dragged these 3 people up to a traffic light, and then threw them down from the top, tying one end of the rope to the traffic light. The 3 people were swaying in mid-air, attracting the attention of countless people. Bali happily returned to Li Lao's side and said, "Brother, let's go. It's really hard." Li Lazy nodded. Those 3 people screamed miserably from the back. Countless people scrambled to squeeze underneath them, talking about them, and more of them took out their cell phones to take pictures and send them to their friends, or short videos. Back home, Li Laos could finally sleep in peace. The fire elemental has begun its diligent cultivation again. Fire elemental energy plus 30. The wood elemental is drowsy, but starts practicing anyway. Wood elemental energy plus 10. Thunder elemental is very spirited and cultivated. Thunder elemental energy plus 25. Su Xin was still cultivating. As for Goat Li, she went off to practice fighting as soon as she got home. Luckily, the house that Li Lazy bought was big enough, or else she really couldn't afford to toss her around like that. 8 days later, 2 days before the auditions begin, Li Laos received a notice from the school early in the morning, asking them to come to the school. Said there was something to tell them. They came to the school and the principal had them fill out a couple of forms, presumably a waiver of liability, as well as some related paperwork. It also talks about the specifics associated with the race. Like ordinary competitions, the audition adopts a one-on-one mode. Weapons, potions and other auxiliary props are not allowed to be used during the match. Winning gets you into the next round. If you lose by the final rounds, you can participate in a resurrection tournament to get back in the game. That's about it. Is there anything else that needs to be clarified? Principal Du said seriously. The 4 men shook their heads to indicate that they understood. In that case, I'll say no more. Today you can stay at the school or go home. A special one will come to the school at noon tomorrow to pick you up and take you to the provincial capital. Of course, you can go by yourselves if you want, but talk to the school ahead of time so they don't worry. Good. All 3 voices sounded at the same time. The 4 of them looked at Li Lazy. As expected, he fell asleep again. The 4 had just left the principal's office when a familiar person appeared in front of them. It was Cui Mingho. Su Xin frowned slightly. Cui Mingho hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here because the principal asked me to serve as your guide for this competition. Guide? Su Xin was a bit puzzled, not understanding what a guide was needed for a competition. Huang Xiaotian laughed. Cui Mingho studied every popular player in the province in order to participate in the auditions. I didn't expect that in the end. The principal didn't let him compete, but chose you guys instead. At that time, he was so angry that he almost jumped from the 4th floor. No wonder he was so angry at that time. Su Xin nodded. You Huang Xiaotian, you have a lot of mouths. Cui Mingho glared at Huang Xiaotian and looked at the crowd. The principal has told you everything that needs to be said, and the principal has asked me to act as your guide, mainly because he wants me to explain to you about the participants of this competition. Then I'll start with the hottest. There are a total of 5 hottest players in this tournament. They are Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, Poison Wolf Wu Tianji, I Duke Shenming, Daffodil Flower Su Wanyu, and Dark Sword Wu Liuqi. The first 4 are from the provincial city, and the last one, Wu Liuqi, is from the Yang city next door to Shangnan city outside, and in the year before last, by the Tang sect Ghost Moon Elder, accepted as a personal disciple. Special ability is the Dark Element plus Night Vision. Strength is probably already an avatar. Mastery of the number of avatars is unknown. The direct young master of the Duan family, a Thunder attribute family in the Thunder Beast provincial city. By the time Li Lazy got home, it was already noon. He had wanted to sleep beautifully until the game came. As a result, he had just arrived home when he received a call from his big brother. Hey, big brother, you're not in the military district. Why are you free to call me? A deep, magnetic voice came from across the room. Just wanted to call you out of the blue. Can't I? Sure. You can fight whenever you want. Li Laos deliberately yawned loudly, indicating that he was going to sleep, but his elder brother, as if he deliberately didn't hear, said, you should still be in Shangnan now, right? Aha. I heard that you've changed quite a bit recently. Even Grandpa praised you. I'm currently in the provincial capital of Jiangnan province, and I'm heading to the border to participate in the war the day after tomorrow. Come over for a bit now. Let's the 2 of us brothers meet. I'll just have a look at your strength. Chapter 14 Young Emperor Qing Yang. The match is about to begin. Pre-match farce. Strange Suit Man. After hanging up his big brother's phone, Li Laos called for a private jet to fly to the provincial capital at the first opportunity. It slowly descended on the tarmac of a 5-star hotel where his big brother had landed. Su Xian pushed Li Laos to walk off the airplane. A waiter greeted him respectfully. Hello, honored guests. Do you have a reservation? We don't have a reservation. My young master is here to find someone. Su Xian replied. During the long flight, Li Lazy had fallen asleep. May I ask who your young master is looking for? I'll check for you to see if there are any notes, the waitress said with a smile, and didn't sneer at you like those hard-to-vulgar dramas that play out when you don't spend money here. Li Qingyang. This gentleman is in the presidential suite. This way please, sir. Hearing this name, the waiter stood in awe and hurriedly led the way in front. The waiter led the 2 to a large, gilded door and knocked gently. Mr. Li, your guest has arrived. Well, come on in. A magnetic and majestic voice came from inside. Although the speech was soft, the two heard it clearly. The attendant carefully pushed the gate, allowing Su Xin to push Li Lao's into it. What came into view was a spacious parlor filled with all kinds of expensive and famous paintings. A young man was sitting at a table in the parlor, reading a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War in his hand. He had red hair and a short ponytail, a well-proportioned body, and a muscular body that was as masculine as it could be, with a smooth waist and sculpted abs. He is simply the ultimate seduction for women. He was like an emperor who was reigning over the world, just sitting there quietly. He displayed a grandiose aura. He was Li Qingyang, the Li family's eldest son, who had become famous 7 years ago when he sacrificed his life to kill 3 great avatars of the Barbarian Spirit Clan in a war with the Barbarian Spirit Clan, saving hundreds of thousands of people. Because he was the eldest grandson of Emperor Yan Di, he was also honored as Shao Di, Grand Duke. Su Xian said excitedly as if he had seen his idol. Li Qingyang nodded his head and looked at Li Lao's in the wheelchair with a slight frown. Still so lazy. Shall I wake up the young master? No need. Let him fall asleep. Li Qingyang said. Sit down and tell me what has happened to you in the past 6 months. Li Lao's woke up and heard his big brother chatting with Su Xian. Usually very lazy, then secretly cultivate alone well. Why is he like this? I don't know about that. Li lazy. What do you mean by secretly practicing alone? He has never practiced at all. It's all those powers that are practicing on their own. Lazy? You're awake? Come on, have a few hands with me. Li Qingyang put down the book and looked at Li Lao's and said. Li lazy nodded and rubbed his eyes sleepily. The two came to an open practice room. In the age of aura recovery, the practicing room was standard for the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. I'll suppress my strength later. Just attack me with all your might. Good. Li Lao's fists lit up with flames as he used the fighting skills he had gotten earlier to attack his big brother. However, as if Li Qingyang knew the trajectory of his attack, he moved his feet to the side gently to avoid his attack. Too slow. Lazy. A soldier is faster than a soldier. Li Qingyang was like a serious elder or an invincible general who was teaching his juniors or subordinates by heart. Got it. Big brother, Li Lao said loudly. This time he didn't choose to fight in close quarters. Instead, his fist gathered fierce fire and swung a punch through the air. Flames erupted, forming a ferocious giant tiger that pounced towards the front. Not bad. Progress. But not enough. Li Qingyang leaped up in place, dodging the fierce tiger's attack, and said, Soldiers, improvise and win with strategy. Can you speak human words? Li Lao's mind quickly pondered the meaning of these words. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime stacked in the corner of the practice room. There it is. He hastily swung out another punch to block his big brother's view of looking this way. Then run as fast as you can to those limes. Remember the location of your own big brother. Grabbed a bag of lime and threw it in the air, popping it. Lime filled the air, momentarily blocking the eyes of both men. Li Lao's felt his eyes burning with pain, but he couldn't care less. Quickly running to the spot he had just memorized, he started the fire and swung his fist, slamming it down. All the lime in the practice room disappeared in a flash. Li Qingyang held Li Lazy's fist with his right hand and said with satisfaction, It seems that you have indeed improved quite a bit in this period of time. However, your fighting techniques are too raw and still need to be practiced. Worthy of being a big brother? I can't believe I even know that. His fighting technique was obtained from Li Baobao's notes, but the fighting techniques on that one were too rare, and he didn't learn much at all. So in his big brother's eyes, this fighting art, naturally, was called green. I know, big brother. Well, it's getting late. I just got the message that it's time to go. Li Qingyang looked at Li Lazy and said, Little Lazy, I'll wait for you at the battlefield. Li Lao's nodded. Big brother, be safe. After Li Qingyang left, Li Lazy collapsed on the sofa in exhaustion. It's exhausting. It would be nice to lie here for the rest of my life. He closed his eyes. I don't know how long it took, but Su Xian woke him up and fed him. He rested all day the next day. By the third day, the two of them received a call from the principal. Said they had arrived and asked them to attend the game at the provincial stadium. When the two arrived at the stadium, it was already crowded. More of them were spectators. Though, Li Lazy, Su Xian this way. The two heard someone calling them and looked that way to see Choi Myungho waving at them. Su Xian pushed Li Lao's to go. Choi Myungho gave the two lists to each of the two people and said, Su Xian, your opponent is due you from the Mingda Alien Ability Elite class. Li Lao's your opponent will be a bit tricky. It's Fan Long from the first class of Jiangnan First Middle School, a strength system adept. Not long ago, he defeated an avatar with the strength of a high-level warlock. Su Xian took the list, looked at Li Lao's who had fallen asleep, and took the one of Li Lao's as well. I said so much. Feelings you have fallen asleep ah. Choi Myungho's mouth twitched. At that moment, A gaze suddenly saw Li Lao's in the sea of people. Strong? What's wrong with you? The man next to the owner of the gaze asked. The man who was called as Zhuan looked at Li Lao's with a sinister face and said, Brother, I was beaten up by that man's sister a few days ago. You mean, you want me to avenge you? The youth frowned. He was one of the contestants in this competition, named Chu Yu. That's right, brother, I just looked at his sister one more time on the street at the time, and his sister just beat me up, calling me a disgusting pushin' man. After beating me up, she even stripped me naked and hung me from the traffic light. Chu Zhuang said angrily, but the tournament is about to start, and the private brawl tournament disciplinary committee will have a problem with it. What are you afraid of? They aren't contestants. I followed you to the provincial city today and paid attention to the contestants in our Shangnan city, and I guarantee there aren't two of them. They must have just come to watch the battle. Alright then, Chu Wu said helplessly, looking to another person beside himself. Huang Lian, go help my brother settle this matter for a bit. Hurry up and enter the arena together later. Alright Chu. Huang Lian nodded. Let's go, little bruiser. Okay, brother Huang. Wait a moment, you can beat that dead cripple. A few days ago really pissed me off. I have never suffered this kind of humiliation in my life. Su Xian pushed Li Lao's on the road when he was suddenly stopped by someone. Dude, lend me a light. Huang Lian took a root of Furong Wang and sized up the two men. The visitor is not good. Su Xian murmured. Sorry, we don't smoke. No fire. He was about to leave when Huang Lian grabbed the wheelchair with one hand. You don't have a fire. This one in the wheelchair should have one, right? Get loose. Su Xian said in a deep voice. I'll say it again. Loosen your hooves. What did you say? I said loosen your hooves. Su Xian repeated. Dare to curse me? See if I don't beat you to death. Huang Lian smashed his fist at Su Xian. In an instant, blazing fire erupted from Su Xian's body, turning into a whirlpool that swept Huang Lian into it. A few seconds later, Huang Lian sat on the ground with a horrified face. You, what for? What for? At that moment, a staff member in charge of security ran over from the surrounding area and shouted, private fights are prohibited at the competition venue. Don't you know that? Hello sir, they started it. The people around can testify. Su Xian said. The people around them nodded their heads. Some were even eager to tell a brief story about what had just happened. The staff checked the documents of several people, looked at Huang Lian, who was sitting on the ground, and said angrily, fine, attacked or a contestant. Come with us. Su Xian looked toward Li Lao's, not knowing when Li Lao's had woken up. Young master, let's go. Aha. Li Lao's responded. Looking to the bespectacled Chu Zhuang, he said softly, people are precious in self-knowledge. Young master, you know him? Don't recognize it. Su Xian pushed Li Lao's and strolled through the sea of people. Young master. Chu Zhuang was stunned in place with disbelief, his body covered in cold sweat. What's his status? A contestant, and such a strong one at that, had called him young master. I'm not supposed to be messing with some big shot, am I? He couldn't wait to slap himself twice now. Immediately afterward, a large hand flung itself directly into his face. Who dares to hit my old man? Chu Zhuang looked over angrily and realized it was his big brother. You brat, didn't you say he wasn't a contestant? I don't know. You get your ass home now. Right now. Bad loser. Quattro said angrily. Kuo Zhang fell away. At this time a young man in a white suit came to Chu Wu's side. He asked, what's wrong? A smile immediately appeared on Chu Wu's face as he said, Master, what brings you here? My brother just got in trouble and I've come to teach him a lesson. The man in the white suit said, the game is about to start, and seeing as you haven't been over there, I came to check it out. Then let's go over there now. Chu Wu said with a look of adoration. His master had risen like an alien star half a year ago, and in just half a year, he had become an avatar from a mid-ranked warlock. It was simply a godlike figure to him. If it wasn't for his master's words about keeping a low profile, he would have been publicizing his master's deeds all over the place by now. Aha! The white suit answered, surprised at Li Lazy's departing back. Master, what's wrong with you? The man in the suit didn't answer his words. Instead, he looked at Li Lao's, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Li Lazy, kind of interesting. Chapter 15, the match begins. White Death. Su Xian in danger. The stadium was packed with people and the periphery was filled with spectators. Seated in the inner circle were the participants of the tournament, as well as the teachers, or rather parents, and entourage leading the tournament. As for the center of the stadium, 10 huge rings were placed, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Huge lights shine on each ring. Reporters from all major media outlets and various netizens and versus all gathered their eyes on the favorites to win the title this time. The 5 geniuses that Chui Mingho had said earlier. Everyone, look, That's the young master of the provincial city Duan family, Thunder Beast Duan Zetao. Stepping into the Avatar realm at only 23 years old. There's a bright future ahead, a reporter said loudly, aiming his camera at the location of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. Everyone turned their gazes to see a cold and arrogant young man sitting there quietly with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Whoa, so handsome, Mr. Duan. I love you, Mr. Duan. Marry me. This was followed by the voices of countless little fanboys on the periphery, not the least of which were also little fanboys. They looked at Duan Zitao with wild eyes, itching to strip him naked and eat him. However, Duan Zito just looked at them lightly and withdrew his gaze. He's so pretentious. I'm so envious. Huang Xiaotian looked at Duan Zitao within the grounds of Jiangnan No. 1 middle school with jealousy, his eyes dropping. Choi Myung-ho patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, you'll never be able to match him. He was a member of the entourage of Shangnan No. 1 high school and was also qualified to enter the infield. You can stop talking if you don't know how to talk. Huang Xiaotian glared at him. Zhang Yuanqi, Principal Du, simply smiled and did not speak. Su Xian was massaging Li Laosh's shoulders. Li Lao's, on the other hand, was sleeping as usual. Later on, with the appearance of Poison Wolf Wu Tianqi, Eyes Duke Xin Ming, Daffodil Flower Su Wanyu, and Dark Sword Wu Lu Qi one by one, the whole atmosphere was pushed to a whole new climax. But compared to the previous ones, Wu Liuqi didn't seem to get much attention, because he was dressed in all black, wrapped himself up tightly, and wore a black mask. Others couldn't see what he looked like at all. Other than Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, the most popular person was Daffodil Flower Su Wanyu. With a pretty face, she had captured countless male fans. Inside the grounds of Wangchun First High School, Chu Wu looked at these people with disdain. A bunch of trash. They are unaware of Master's true strength, or else all of them would have to tip their hats to you. Master. Not dumped, I should say surprised. The man in the white suit sitting next to him said with a sigh. Master said yes. Chu Wu hurriedly said. Behind them, the principal of Wangchang No. 1 middle school frowned slightly and said, Fong Hong, if possible, I would like you to take the title of this competition. You could have retreated from your low profile before, but now is not the time for a low profile. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled. Yes, Lord Headmaster. Many of these media and netizens also gave Li Lazy a close-up because he had a handsome face, but when they saw Li Lazy sitting in a wheelchair, they all sighed, thinking that he was just a member of the school's entourage. Game on. Since all of Shonan Middle School's matches took place in the third ring in front of them, they only focused on the third ring as well. The first match in ring number 3 was Wu Tianqi, the poison wolf from Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, against a student from Mingda's elite class of extraordinary abilities, Mingda Alien Energy Elite Class. My opponent seems to be from this class as well. Is their school very powerful? Su Xian looked at Chui Mingho and asked. To be precise, it's only one of their classes that's good. Chui Mingho thought for a moment and said, the participants of Mingda's Alien Ability Elite Class are the most besides those in Jiangnan City No. 1 middle school. Speaking of which, that poison wolf Wu Tianqi used to be a participant of their class, but was later scooped up by Jiangnan First Middle School. Su Xian nodded, feeling that the temperature in the arena was a bit high. He specifically found a fan to fan Li Lazy. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and said, Su Xian, you've become Li Lazy's mom. Ring 3 on the tournament floor. The passerby from Mingda's Elite Alien Ability Class looked at Poison Wolf Wu Tianji with a mocking smile on his face. Senior brother. Long time no see. Nonsense few. Do it. Wu Tianqi's eyes emitted a green ethereal light, and his teeth began to lengthen and grow fangs. Even the nails began to grow, sprouting a pair of sharp green nails. Chui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianji is a rare poison elemental plus wolf beast transformation ability possessor, and I heard that when he waits until he reaches the great avatar realm, he can directly turn himself into a poisonous wolf. Frost began to form underneath Roadrunner's feet, and an ice sword condensed from the cold air in his hand. He took the ice sword and took a big step forward, stabbing towards Wu Tianji. The two tangled together for several rounds, and the roadie was eventually kicked out of the ring by Wu Tianji. The moment he landed on the ground, black dirty blood spurted out of his mouth and he fainted to the ground. Wu Tianqi, win! The referee announced loudly. The staff around the ring turned pale and shouted, call a doctor, call a doctor. Someone here has been poisoned. Wu Tianxi, you wolf-hearted dog lung. The people from the Mingda Alien Energy Class cursed in a broken voice. This Wu Tianqi is really ruthless. Huang Xiaotian marveled. To think that he would even hit his former classmates so hard. Choi Myung-ho once again whispered, this is nothing. I know an even more explosive one. What? Quick! Huang Xiaotian had a gossipy face. Chui Mingho lowered his voice and said, I've heard This Wu Tianqi had a father who liked alcoholism and domestic violence when he was a child. And then he awakened his psychic abilities and the first thing he did was to kill his father. Hiss! Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi sucked in a breath of cool air. Choi Myung-ho wanted to continue. It wasn't until Wu Tianqi looked this way that he shut his mouth in fear. Time slowly passed. Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian went up one after another, encountering opponents that weren't very strong and winning their matches by fluke. The next match is Xiangnan No. 1 High School Su Xin vs Diyu from Mingda's Alien Energy Elite class. Su Xin put down his fan. Li Laos woke up, knowing that Su Xin was sure to win, and went back to sleep. As expected, Su Xin went on stage and sucked up a lot of people's gazes by directly seconding his opponent with a single move. One move. Awesome. I didn't realize that this Xiangnan First Middle School also has this kind of genius, but he's still weaker than those top geniuses. After a few more matches, it was finally Li Lazy's turn. Next match, Li Lazy of Xiangnan No. 1 Middle School versus Fan Long of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Young master, your match has begun. Su Xin pushed Li Lao's and said, but Li Lazy just moved his eyelids. Faint snoring came. Principal Du nearly toppled his wheelchair outright. Next match, Xiangnan First High School's Li Lazy versus Jiangnan First High School's Fan Long. The referee's voice rang out again. With no choice but to push Li Lazy's wheelchair into the ring, Su Xin could only do so. Seeing this scene, countless people stared in disbelief. What an operation. This Li Lazy is a disabled person? How dare Xiangnan No. 1 Middle School let a disabled person play in the game? I envy Van Loon. Picking up a win for nothing. The referee looked at the list in his hand in confusion. It shows that Li Lazy is a healthy person and the quality of all aspects of the body are very good. Su Xin whispered toward the referee. Referee, my young master is like this. You announced the start of the match. What nonsense. The referee's beard was askew with anger. But there was no rule in the match that you couldn't come up in a wheelchair, so he could only announce. It has been determined that it's Li Lazy himself. The match begins. Fan Long let out a jia laugh and said, in that case, I'll take this victory. The next second a ball of flame sprang up under his feet, and with a bang he was outside the ring. Van Loon sat up from the floor and froze. Not only did he freeze, but so did those spectators in the stadium, including the referee. Oh my god. What happened? I don't know. How Van Loon suddenly flew off the field. There just seemed to be an explosion at his feet. At that moment a pale voice came from the direction of the podium. Ring number 3. Li Lazy wins. It was only when he heard this voice that the referee reacted in a hurry and declared Li Lazy the winner as well. Countless people were in an uproar. What the hell just happened? So fast. I didn't even see when Li Lazy struck. Me too. Looks like a bunch of dark horses have come out. Young master, you really. Su Xin, who hadn't returned to the infield yet, could only return again and helplessly pick up Li Lao's back up again. Fan Long slowly stood up from the ground, and suddenly his feet went limp. Sharp pain came and he directly fell to the ground. This was caused by the explosion just now? He suddenly realized and looked at the direction Li Lao's left in awe, his body covered in cold sweat. Eventually, it was only with the assistance of the teachers of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School that they were able to rejoin the rest area where the class was located. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School touched Fan Long's leg, a shocked expression on his face. What's wrong, principal? Someone asked. Comminuted fracture. What? Just what kind of god is this Li Lao's? Hopefully an interesting opponent. Thunder Beast muttered as he sipped his coffee. The podium. A judge looked blankly at a gray-haired judge beside him and asked, Elder Tian, why did you? Just now? The old man said indifferently. He is a member of the Li family. If I guessed correctly, the move used just now should be the fire aptitude passed down through the bloodline of the Li family. The inflammatory explosion. The Li family, the judges said with wide eyes. That Li family of the Yin Emperor? The old man smiled and nodded. What do you think, that old man, about his chances of winning the title? Let's see again. Those lineages can harden a pig into an avatar even if they feed it. A victory in one match doesn't tell you much. White Death. This man in the white suit is simply gorgeous. Another batch of dark horses. White Death. White Death. Terrifying as hell. This year's martial arts competition is truly full of surprises. A few hours later, a sudden outcry rang out from the direction of Ring 7. It turned out to be a student named Fong Hung from Wangchang No. 1 High School, who had actually defeated the I Duke Xinming, one of the top 5 geniuses, in a single move. Ring 7. Duke I Xinming looked at the white-suited man with scorn and said, Fong Hong, you are very strong. Fong Hong smiled faintly and said, you are weak. Zenith Ming froze, snorted coldly, and left the ring. After lunch, the game continued. This match in Ring 3 was Su Xian vs Poison Wolf Wu Tianqi. Because both of them were geniuses, they attracted the attention of countless people. Looking towards Su Xian, Fang Hong revealed a mysterious smile within the grounds of Wanchengno, one middle school. Watching the two walk up to the ring, the referee shouted, "The match officially begins." But the next second, I don't know what happened. Su Xian actually fell to the ground and began to convulse. His skin also gradually began to turn red, and his eyes gradually appeared bloodshot. Wu Tianji revealed a sinister smile as his claws began to grow, slowly approaching towards Su Xian. At that moment, Li Laos, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. Chapter 16, Vulcan Extermination. The man with the black coffin in the field? Su Xian, what happened to him? Why did he suddenly fall down? Look at Wu Tianji. What does he want? Not good. He's trying to sneak attack. Su Xian is in danger. Wu Tianqi, this despicable and shameless villain. How dare he take advantage of people's danger? Countless people nervously looked at Su Xian, who had fallen to the ground, and many of them were filled with righteous indignation. Of course, there were quite a few of them who helped Wu Tianji. Poison Wolf, go on, just kick him out of the ring. This is a match. This is a fight. And the enemy won't be merciful to you just because you have physical problems. Tianqi, teach this kid a lesson and just him up. Principal Du got up and shouted, "Referee, our player Su Xian is experiencing physical problems. I suggest terminating this match." The referee looked at Su Xian on the ground and thought, once the match has started, it cannot be terminated. Damn it, Principal Du said in exasperation. Su Xian fell to the ground and convulsed unceasingly as he felt that the holy blood in his body was pulsing violently, as if it was attracted to something. Wu Tianji had already approached his side, looking indifferently at Su Xian on the ground, as if his voice was not mixed with a trace of emotion. This victory, I take it. Just the moment he was ready to strike. Under the ring, Li Laos lightly tapped the armrest of the wheelchair. Under the foot of the bang sound, a huge flame instantly exploded, generating a huge heat flow. Borrowing this heat, Li Laos leapt up and flew up in the air. Under the attention of 10,000 people, he landed firmly on the third ring where the match was being held. That's who. It's Li Lazy. It's that genius cripple from before. He can walk. He's not a cripple. Mid-ranked avatar. He's a mid-ranked avatar. Heavens, he's only 16 or 17 years old, isn't he? A 16 or 17-year-old avatar? I can't even imagine. What's he trying to do by jumping into the ring at this hour? Does he want to terminate the match? Crazy. That's against the rules of the tournament. Does he want to be disqualified? Did you see that? Judges on the podium? Li Lazy has blatantly violated the rules of the competition. I suggest that he be disqualified from the competition. In the outer gallery, the audience murmured and let out one shocked sound after another. Someone also loudly reported Li Lazy to the judges and tried to disqualify him from the competition. Previously, he had killed the genius of Jiangnan No, one middle school in a single move at the tournament, causing Jiangnan No, one middle school to lose face. So now there were quite a few people in Gangnam No, one just waiting to see him commit a foul. Now, although they were shocked at Li Laosher's strength, it didn't affect them from accusing Li Laosher. What do you want? Wu Tianji's claws were only a few centimeters away from Su Xian's neck, but he couldn't help but freeze when he saw Li Laosher, who had suddenly appeared. He's not yours to move? Just by you? Wu Tianji said disdainfully. Don't forget that I am also an avatar. Then you can try. Li Lao's tone was indifferent. His fist emitted a zzz sound, and then burst into flames. He violently swung a fist towards Wu Tianji's chest. Wu Tianji hurriedly shot out to resist, but he couldn't block Li Laosher's punches at all. It was broken through the defense by Li Laos and directly smashed hard on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood splattered on Li Lao's face, and his entire body flew out directly backwards. With a bang, it slammed into the judges' table, smashing the wooden table of the judges' table into two pieces. Li Laos, on the other hand, stood in the ring as if he was a towering fire god, his forehead's broken hair flying. Countless people's faces changed drastically. Two thoughts arose unanimously in everyone's mind. One is, he's so strong, he's so handsome. One is that he violated the rules of the competition and broke all the wooden tables at the judges' table. Him, dangerous. This person is a crazy person, right? Thunder Beast looked at Li Lazy in surprise. I actually couldn't see the trajectory of his swing at all just now. Duke Eyes was filled with shock. This man, he's so strong. Daffodil Su Wanyu's eyes froze. Dark Sword Wu Liuqi removed the mask from his face in order to see more clearly. The man in the white suit froze and said incredulously, "It's only been half a year. How could he have become so strong?" The principal of Jiangnan No, one middle school directly stood up and looked at the judges' table and said loudly, "Judges at the judges' table, I'm afraid Li Laoshir's behavior is not in line with the rules of the competition, right? Blatantly disrupting the match. I suggest he be disqualified. A judge toward Jiangnan No. 1 middle school froze for a moment, then stood up and said, I also suggest disqualifying Li Lazy from the competition. I suggest the same. Another judge came out and got up. The atmosphere became tense all of a sudden. There were a total of 6 presidium judges, and as long as 3 of them agreed to disqualify Li Lazy from the competition, then he would be completely out of this martial arts competition. Elder Tian sighed and said slowly, I think that this matter has to be considered in the long run. The other 3 judges were forced by Li Lazy's family strength and didn't know what to say for a while. The headmaster of Gangnam First Middle School looked to one of the 3 judges at the judges' table. That judge noticed the eyes of the principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School, struggled a bit, and was about to open his mouth. But just then, a red-haired man wearing golden armor and stepping on a fiery dragon descended from the sky. The heat rolls in, while the mind is intimidated. The great avatar. In the minds of the crowd, these 4 big words appeared unanimously. What are you? This gentleman? Even though you are a great avatar, don't you realize that we are in a competition? One of the judges at the commentary table asked in a voice. Although he was only the avatar, he was backed by the officialdom, and he wasn't afraid of anything. It was easy to tell from the expression on his face, though, that he was a little understated. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School looked at him and thought that he looked somewhat familiar. The 5 or 6 remaining judges at the commentary table also looked at him. Elder Tian froze for a moment and then reacted. Looking towards Li Laos, he knew that it was impossible for them to disqualify Li Laos from the competition. The countless spectators in the audience also looked at him with a look of bewilderment and adoration. Hello everyone, I am the partner of justice, the guardian of peace, the golden saint duelist Li Qin. The fire dragon under Li Qin's feet disappeared and slowly fell down, saying, I came to watch my brother compete. Gold Saint Li Qin? The Li family. The 5 judges at the commentary table changed their faces slightly and sat down in a hurry. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School said curtly, I wonder if your brother is? That one is. Li Qin pointed to Li Lazy in ring number 3. The whole room was in an uproar. Li Qin, the great avatar of the Yan Di Li clan? My god, Li Lazy is actually a member of the Li family. Why would a member of the Li family go to a school like that? It's too strange. Li Qin, this great avatar, seems to be the Li family's direct young master, right? Then in that case, Li Laos is also the Li family's direct young master. With this relationship in place, Li Laos is able to directly enter the Green Dragon Academy and study there. The good part is starting. It'll be interesting if Li Lazy's match is still disqualified. Disqualification. What does that mean? Li Qin asked blankly. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School's expression stiffened as he looked at the judges' table and said, Judges, I cancel my earlier suggestion. He finished and left the tournament in a hurry. Many school principals watching the fun kept staring at his back until he left completely. The referee in ring 3 didn't know how to speak, and it took a while before he said with high emotion, Su Xian is unconscious in the arena and automatically forfeits his right to fight. This match is won by Wu Tianqi. Everyone looked at the unconscious Wu Tianqi on the judges' table in unison. The judges rushed to have him carried off. Li Laos carried Su Xian to the rest area and placed him on his wheelchair. After taking his pulse and making sure he was fine, this barely reassured him. Li Lazy, Su Xian, is he alright? Although shocked by Li Lao's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked worried. Li Lao shook his head and said, it should be fine. By this time, Li Qin had already arrived at Li Lazy's side, and Principal Du and the others hurriedly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and looked at Li Lazy. Little Lazy, breaking rules is not a partner of justice. I don't want to be a partner of justice either, Li Lao said with an expressionless face. He was not surprised that his 3rd brother would suddenly come to this event. After all, his 3rd brother had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. Do you know what happened to him, Su Xian? Li Lao shook his head and looked worriedly at Su Xian in the wheelchair. This guy was fine just now. Why did he suddenly faint? Li Qin sat down beside Li Laos and said slowly, if a person in the field possesses holy blood of high purity, and the holy blood has completely fused with him, then he is completely capable of influencing the people in his body who possess holy blood just like him. And the lower the purity of the holy blood and the lower the degree of fusion, the easier it is to be influenced by the possessor of high purity holy blood. And this influence is not passive, but active. Li Laos looked at his 3rd brother in surprise and said, you know all about it? I'm still not clear about your little mind. It wasn't your character to leave the secret realm in a hurry at that time. Since that's the case, there's only one possibility that the problem is with Su Xian. Then, 3rd brother, do you have a way to help Su Xian? No. Okay. Li Lazy slumped down in his chair and began to sleep. You can't even be bothered to ask me more? Li Qin said. I thought you said no? Not entirely. He looked over at Li Laos to make sure that Li Laos wasn't sleeping, but was looking at him, before he continued. There are a total of 3 methods. The first, that is to resolve the holy blood in his body and completely eradicate it. Li Laos gave him a blank look. It would be better for you to say this than not to say it. If there was a way to cure it, the holy blood in Su Xian's body wouldn't still be there now. Li Qin wasn't embarrassed in the slightest and continued. The second, that is to kill this sacred blood possessor within the stadium. Li Laos got up and looked at his third brother and asked, Third brother, do you know who in the field is the Black Coffin Man? Li Qin shook his head. I don't know. What are you talking about? Li Lazy laid down and went back to sleep. I haven't said the third method yet. What's your hurry? Li Qin looked at the shed above his head and said, the third method, that is to take Su Xian away from here, far enough away that he won't be affected by the holy blood possessor. After he said this, Li Laos ignored him. After a few minutes, he looked over at Li Lazy. It was discovered that Li Lazy had left at some point. Su Xian, who was lying on the wheelchair, also disappeared into thin air along with the wheelchair. Where are they? Li Qin looked to Principal Du. Principal Du pointed to the playing field out and said, just a moment ago, the two of them left together. Grass. This brat. The game still goes on. Somewhere in the corner at this point, Fong Hong, the man in the white suit, is calling someone. That's right, it is. Aha. Don't worry, my lord, as long as you finish him off. I'll guarantee to take first place in this competition. Chapter 17, Poisonous Devil. Gutianqing. Someone from Green Dragon Academy. Are you really human? After Li Laos left, the favorites to win the tournament this time had changed from the previous Big Five Du Club to Fong Hong, Li Laos, Duan Zetou, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanyu. The previous 5 favorites dropped 2 straight away. Everyone had thought that this had stabilized the situation. As a result, at night, Poisonous Wolf's master suddenly descended. That's right, Poison Wolf had actually had a mysterious master before, but no one knew who it was. Until today, he finally revealed his true colors. Surprisingly, he was the famous poison expert, Poison Devil Gutianqing. He was once famous for killing a foreign race great avatar with a bottle of poison during the Avatar period, and later became a great avatar and was honored as the Poison Devil. However, this person was both good and evil. Although there were many foreigners who died at his hands, there were also not a few human experts who died at his hands. He healed Wu Tianji's injuries the first time he arrived, and he even raised Wu Tianji's supernatural ability cultivation to the middle stage of the Avatar stage. Not knowing what method he used, leave it to Wu Tianji to defeat Daffodil Su Wanyu and re-enter the 5 favorites for this tournament. After winning the match, he even let slip that he was going to hammer Li Lazy hard on the ground. In addition to Wu Tianji, it was worth mentioning that the master of the dark sword Wu Liuqi was also here in the back, together with Li Lao's third brother, Li Qin. There were 3 more great divine masters outside the competition arena all of a sudden. Off the field of play, Dr. Tianqing looked at Li Qin with a teasing face and said, Golden Saint Duelist, long time no see. Old Poison, I don't want to see you. Li Qin said indifferently. Of course you don't want to see me. You robbed so medicine from my medicine garden 3 years ago, and you haven't returned it to me yet. What do you mean rob? That's what you lent me? So tell me, are you going to pay it back? Li Qin said with a straight face, I borrowed it with my skills. Why should I return it? As if he had already known this would happen. Dugu Tianqing said with an indifferent face, since this is the case, then don't blame my disciple for crippling your brother tomorrow. It's not certain who crippled who. Good, then I'll wait and see. Dugu Tianxia said, looking at Wu Tianji by his side. Little Poison, let's go. Road. Wu Tianji looked at Dugu Tianqing and said, Master, you know Li Lao's his brother? Dr. Tianqing nodded and said, half of this kid's ability to be promoted to great avatar is due to me. Even the set of golden armor on him was snatched from me. Looking at his own master eloquent, full of pride, Wu Tianji forehead filled with black lines. Your disciple is about to be beaten to death by someone else's brother. You are still proud. Ah. The place that Li Lazy went back to was the same 5-star hotel that his big brother had stayed in before. His big brother had chartered the presidential suite of that hotel for a month. So before he left, he gave the key to Li Lazy and said that he would let him stay. With a place to live for nothing, Li Lao's naturally wouldn't turn it down. Seeing that you've been tired all day, the fire elemental diligently begins to cultivate. Fire elemental energy plus 52. Seeing that you have been tired all day, the wood elemental diligently begins to cultivate. Wood elemental energy plus 25. Seeing as you've been tired all day, the thunder elemental diligently begins to cultivate. Thunder elemental energy plus 44. Seeing as you've been tired all day, the forging technique diligently begins to be practiced. Your physique plus 8. After placing Su Xin in a good place, Li Lao's also went to sleep. Toward evening, Li Lazy heard a knock on the door. He originally thought it was the third brother, but when he opened the door, it was an old man who came in. "You are?" The bad old man introduced himself. "Hello fellow student Li Laos, my name is Mu Jiao, from the Green Dragon Academy." Green Dragon Academy, one of the 5 major academies? What's he doing here looking for me? Li Laos made an inviting gesture and said, "Teacher Mu, please come in." The two sat down at the table in the living room. Li Laos was just about to ask him what he was here for when he saw Mu Jiao take out a stack of documents from the briefcase he was carrying and place them on the table. He got up and looked at Li Laos, saying, "Student Li Laos, I now officially invite you to join our Green Dragon Academy." No go. Li Laos decisively refused. Joining the academy every day, he had to listen to classes and participate in various trials, exhausting individuals. He didn't bother to go. He's already practicing just by sleeping. Isn't it good to stay home every day? Why even go to school? Mu Jiao froze. He had thought that Li Laosher might refuse, but he didn't expect him to refuse so dryly. Is it hard to believe that he was trying to join another academy? Mu Jiao hurriedly said, "Student Li Laos, although in this audition, as long as you make it to the top 5, you will be able to enter any of the 5 great academies, but I'm certain that the other academies will definitely not come up with such favorable conditions as ours. As long as you choose to join our Green Dragon Academy, you'll immediately be promoted to become a senior student and receive a top-grade exotic treasure, 3 high-grade exotic treasures, and a chance to enter the low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm once." He didn't come up with any scholarships as a condition, because he had investigated before he came here. Li Lazy was a member of the Li family and didn't lack money at all. Such good conditions? Li Laos couldn't help but ask, "Why did you choose me?" The only talent he had exposed was a fire elemental in the middle stage of an avatar. Although 17-year-old avatars were rare, he didn't think that it was worth the cost of the Green Dragon Academy. After all, a top-grade exotic treasure could be worth a lot of money. That armor on his third brother was a top-tier exotic treasure. There was also that secret realm core that he had devoured earlier, which was probably equivalent to a top-tier exotic treasure as well. With the disappearance of the secret core, the military should have conducted a thorough investigation. But because of the Black Coffin's invasion, the military didn't focus on him. Mu Lak said, "Student Li Lazy, in fact, in addition to being an avatar of the fire element, you are also an avatar of the thunder element, aren't you? How did you know?" Li Laos was a bit surprised. His exposed psychic ability had always been nothing more than the element of fire. The other two hadn't been exposed, mainly because they were afraid of trouble, such as his old man treating him as the Li family's star of tomorrow and forcibly taking him back for training. "Mr. Li Lazy, let me show you something." Mu Jiao placed his cell phone in front of Li Laos and opened a video. The content of the video was what happened today. It was the time period when Su Xian fainted and Li Laosi sent Wu Tianqi flying with one punch. Now Li Lazy finally knew how he had found him. Look at the angle from which the video was taken. The view from the judges' table. It seemed that there were people from the Green Dragon Academy among those judges, and he had shown the video of the match to this Mu Jiao, who had seen his thunder elemental talent and had come to snatch him up at the first opportunity. "Student Li Lazy, when you swung this punch today, in addition to using a fire attribute divine ability, you also used a lightning attribute divine ability, right?" Mu Lak said, "Although you're hiding it very deeply, this can't be hidden from my eyes." Mu Jiao said proudly, "If you had met another enrollment teacher, you might have missed out on this excellent seedling of yours, but you met me. My eyes are the ruler, and will never let you join another academy." After all, a dual attribute avatar had a completely different meaning than a single attribute avatar. It wasn't as simple as 1+1. On the battlefield, a dual aptitude adept could easily single-handedly kill 2 single aptitude adepts as long as they mastered the proper use of their aptitude. "Teacher Ruler, may I ask what that top-grade exotic treasure is?" "My last name is Wood." Mu Jiao laughed. "Of course, it's a numinous-type treasure, numinous amber, and wearing it on your body will allow you to temporarily gain the numinous powers of the avatar realm. Nimble amber. Doesn't it mean that if I obtain it, I'll be able to awaken my nimble ability?" Li Laos was a bit moved, but still hesitated and said, "Teacher Ruler, if I join the Green Dragon Academy, can I not have to attend classes?" Mu Jiao frowned slightly and said, "That's not good. As a student, you are required to attend classes, unless you become a teacher. And, my last name is Mu." "Okay, Mr. Ruler, may I ask how can I become a teacher at Green Dragon Academy?" "Told you, my last name is Wood. Being a teacher at the academy? This kid is too whimsical." Mu lacked a smile. Still, he opened his mouth and said, "The minimum standard for becoming a teacher is to become a great avatar. I advise you to give up on that idea." Having a good lesson is better than anything else. Great avatar. Li Lao's thought for a moment and said, then, teacher ruler, I'm not going to be a student anymore. I choose to be a teacher at the Green Dragon Academy. Well then, from today on you're my. Mu Jiao froze, feeling that something was wrong, and asked aloud, what did you say? Are you sure you're not wrong? Li Lao's nodded and said, wasn't it you yourself who said that as long as one is a great avatar, one can be the teacher of a student? Li Lao's raised his hand, and with a movement of his mind, countless vines grew on his hand. The vines grew bigger and bigger and bigger, and in no time at all, they crowded the entire living room. Mu Jiao sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Li Lao's incredulously, saying, are you really a human? I can be a teacher now, can't I? Mu Jiao took a breath and said, I'll have to ask the academy about this matter. I'll go make a call. Then Mr. Wood, I'll wait for your good news. I told you, my last name is Ruler. No, my last name is Wood. A few minutes later, Mu Jiao returned and said, the academy has agreed, but only if you complete a test. What test? As you know, a teacher's duty is to teach and educate. Simply being strong is useless. You also have to be able to find fault. Mu Jiao put his cell phone in front of Li Lao's. There are a couple of diagrams inside. It looks like a kung fu book. What it's for is unknown. This is a book of concepts that can be used to enhance the efficiency of elemental absorption. However, there are a total of 17 mistakes in this book. So as long as you find 10 of them, you will pass the test. Sure, Li Lao said. Take the phone and look closely at the pictures. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. 24 errors have been detected in the advanced Earth elemental viewing thoughts that the host is viewing, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. He scrutinized the diagram for errors. Mu Jiao laughed. Studently lazy. It's hard to be a teacher. If you really can't find one, forget it. A couple years as a senior academy while working as a TA might be enough to skip the test as a teacher. Right now I'm just short of an assistant coach. I don't know if you're interested. A few minutes later. Teacher ruler, I'm done looking. Li Laoshi said, returning his cell phone, but there are more than 17 errors in these diagrams. I see a total of 24. How is this possible? Mu Jiao said with a face full of disbelief. You can't be bull asterisk ting if you can't find it. I can point it out to you if you don't believe me. Come on. Unbelievingly, Bu Jiao said, if there are really 24 places, from now on, I'll really be called teacher ruler. The diagram was given to him by the vice president. When he looked at it just now, he even found only 16 places. 24 places? How is that possible? Think his eyes are pirate rulers? Chapter 18, Becoming a Teacher. Creepy High Priestess. Dark Sword Wu 6-7. Battle of the Stars. That's when Woody Lack's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was the vice president calling. Mu Jiao opened the speakerphone and picked up. Hello, vice president. Is there something you're calling about? The vice president said. I'm sorry, I sent the wrong chart just now. I sent the one with 24 errors. So pay attention to that. The opposite side hangs up. Mu Jiao almost dropped his jaw in shock and looked at Li Lao's classmate Li Lao's. You, please call me Teacher Li. Li Lao smiled. Teacher ruler, please teach me more in the future. Mu Jiao's face reddened with embarrassment and he didn't know what to say. The exotic treasure that I promised you, as well as the teacher token, will be handed over to you by a special person when you arrive at the Green Dragon Academy. We'll see you tomorrow. Woody lacks a fall. Looking at his departing back, Li Lao said aloud, Teacher ruler, remember to give me a teaching position that's a bit more leisurely, or else I won't be lazy to teach my students. Got it. Why do you kids have so many things to do? Wood Lack's voice came. I've been told to call me Mr. Li. Get out. Satisfied, Li Lao's closed the door and continued to sleep. Seeing as how you're so lazy, the fire elemental begins to cultivate hard. Fire elemental energy plus 45. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood elemental begins to cultivate hard. Wood elemental energy plus 41. Seeing as how you're so lazy, the thunder elemental is lazy along with you. Thunder elemental energy plus 0. The cultivation of the forging technique has been completed. Congratulations to him for successfully leaving the school, and there will be no more increase in physical fitness in the future. A few hours later, there was another knock at the door. Who? Elder Ruler is here again? Li Lazy rolled up the covers and got up from the bed in annoyance. When I opened the door, I found that it was a young boy of about 7 or 8 years old. He wore a skull pendant around his neck, which was rather odd. What are these parents thinking, wanting a child to wear this kind of thing? Li Lao's asked. Little friend, who are you looking for? Big brother, I came to find you, the little boy said. Looking for me? Li Laoshi froze. Only countless black chi overflowed from the little boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. The great avatar. Li Laoshir's heart shook, and he directly kicked the little boy, slamming him hard against the wall and embedding him in the wall. The wall was smashed to pieces, but the little boy was unharmed. He jumped down from the wall and looked at Li Lazy and smiled. Li Lazy, we meet again. Familiar tone. Familiar tone. Li Lao's immediately remembered who he was. You are the high priestess of the black coffin. It really touches me. I didn't expect you to remember me. The young boy said. I didn't expect you to grow up so fast. I was going to invite you to join us, but now it seems that there's no need for that. With a wave of his small hand, the black chi around him quickly coalesced and transformed into a red-eyed black mist serpent. The serpent hissed and hissed, fiercely pouncing on Li Lao's. Li Lao's hurriedly closed the door behind him and leaped to avoid the big snake's attack. Thunder and fire erupted from his fist as he slammed his fist hard into the large snake, which was burst. But immediately, it quickly coalesced again. You're actually still a lightning attribute adept. The high priest was surprised, laughing out loud. It's getting more and more interesting. Killing a genius like this is just enough. After I kill you, you will become my new body. His clothes bulged and a huge tentacle burrowed out from within his navel, wrapping itself ferociously towards Li Lao's. Body system powers. Tentacles. At the same time, the big snake once again killed towards Li Lao's. What a weird, terrifying alien ability. Li Lao's inwardly marveled. Knowing that it was not in his favor in such a small space, he hurriedly ran in the direction of the rooftop. You can't get away, the high priestess said. The tentacles violently began to increase in size and growth, and he threw them hard in Li Lazy's direction. Li Lao's hastily rolled over and barely dodged the attack. The tentacles slapped against the wall, and the entire wall was surprisingly all knocked down by it. The alarms on the floor went off. The high priest ignored it, and a few more tentacles drilled out of his navel, replacing his feet and leading him in a frantic chase towards Li Lao's. Chased them all the way to the rooftop. The amenities in the aisle were crushed by him. Just as he passed through the rooftop door, Li Lazy jumped down from the top of the door. Blazing fire and lightning erupted from his body as he swung his fist towards the high priest. Ridiculous, the high priestess said, just as he was about to attack with his tentacles. However, he realized that he didn't know at what time. His tentacles were actually entangled by countless densely packed mines. To the death. A wood-type great avatar? A stunned expression flashed across the high priestess's tender little face. Just now? It's already too late. Li Lao's had already descended to his side. Just as a fist was about to smash into the high priest's head, a tentacle suddenly broke free of the vines and blocked in front of the high priestess. Li Lao's fist landed on the tentacle, and with a bang, the tentacle was instantly smashed. Dark red flesh and blood flew across the ground, splattering everywhere. The high priest's face went white and he loudly began to howl. Those dark red flesh and blood then began to gather once again, turning into a huge ball of flesh that rolled towards Li Lao's. Ethereal wood forbids the sky. Li Lao's mind moved, and countless vines began to grow crazily, deadening the meatball. Inferno blast. In the next second, these vines began to explode in unison, and the rooftop was ablaze with heat waves. Countless people's eyes looked towards the rooftop at the top of the hotel, trying to attract attention and bring in help. Tentacles shielded the high priestess, and the meatball had been blown to smithereens. The high priest looked at the scattered bits of flesh, which then automatically returned to his navel. Immediately after that, those tentacles shrank back. What does he want? Li Lao's frowned slightly. While he was out of defense, he hurriedly operated his thunder divine ability. A thunderbolt the thickness of a child's arm rolled down from the sky. Falling thunder. However, seeing the high priest's mouth open, he actually opened a bloody mouth that was more than a meter wide and more than a meter long, swallowing that thunder directly. Physical ability, giant mouth. This alien ability is too weird. Li Lao's couldn't help but voice out. Don't you feel sick? Disgusting? What's so disgusting about that? Li Lao's thought about those broken meat before. It seems to be a little, but more than that, it was bizarre. The high priestess glanced downstairs at the sea of people, smiled, and took a long leap into the darkness, disappearing into the night. Li Lazy, I'll come back to you later. I don't want to see you again. Seeing that he was really gone, Li Lazy sighed in relief. This high priestess was simply too terrifying, with all sorts of bizarre means coming out of nowhere. Li Lao's returned to the room and realized that the door to the room was still there, but the wall was gone. After making sure Su Xian was fine, he returned to his room and slept peacefully. It didn't take long for the hotel to find him, and Li Lazy had expected to pay for it. But the hotel said all the surveillance in the building had been destroyed. Came to him just to ask him to go to the sheriff's office and do a brief investigation. Li Laoshir just said a few random words and fooled around. The next day Su Xian woke up, after Li Lazy and he confided in him to find another hotel. Just go to the sports field by yourself. probably because of the finals. The stadium was even busier today than it was yesterday. Not only were there more people, Li Laos even saw 5 new judges next to the judges' table. From the surrounding discussion, he learned that those 5 judges were from each of the 5 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom: Green Dragon Academy, Vermilion Bird Academy, White Tiger Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Kirin Academy. Among those 5 people, Li Laos also saw a familiar figure. It was precisely the ruler teacher from yesterday. Li Laosher sat down inside the grounds of Xiangnan No. 1 middle school, and the people around him greeted him. Most of them he hadn't seen before, and all he could do was nod his head in thanks. Li Laos, has Su Xin woken up? Huang Xiaotian asked as he sat beside Li Laos. Woke up? Don't worry guys, he can run and jump in dry food. Nothing at all. Li Lazy stretched and began to sleep. After hearing that Su Xin was fine, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Du said, Li Lazy, you're the only one left in our school, and just yesterday after you left, they all lost the battle. Li Lazy nodded with his eyes closed and said, don't worry principal, I'll try to win the championship. Just waiting for your words. The principal revealed a smile as he looked to the side at Chui Mingho. Choi Myung-ho rushed to his side and briefly explained what happened yesterday. It was all a bit of a rarity. The only thing that surprised him a bit was that Wu Tianji was actually alive again. You have to be careful. Li Laos, that Wu Tianji could have said at that time that he would hammer you on the ground. Li Laosher didn't care too much and simply nodded his head. In the first half, because Li Lazy made a big splash yesterday, all the players who encountered him abstained. Li Lazy did just that, slumping right back in his chair for the second half. The fire element is being cultivated automatically. Fire element energy plus 10. The wood element is being cultivated automatically. Wood element energy plus 12. Thunder element is being automatically cultivated. Thunder element energy plus 13. In the second half, the game went white hot. There were only 20 players left on the field. The judges' table removed all 10 rings with a big wave of their hands. A huge circle was drawn inside the playing field and the next match was played inside the circle. There are also quite a few obstacles placed inside the circle, such as a wigwam, a giant swimming pool, and a dark tunnel. The entire room erupted in shock, because the racecourse was more than 10 times larger and obstacles were placed. This meant that the race added more feasibility and interest. Even more so, it reinforces the advantages of assassin-type aliens, such as the Dark Sword Wu Liuqi. In the next match, Yang Middle School's Wu 67 vs Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School's Duan Tianyu. The game is officially on. The 2 contestants take the stage and the crowd is buzzing. It's Duan Tianyu, alas, Duan Zitao's younger brother. It looks like Duan Tianyu is in danger. With Duan Tianyu's strength it's possible to enter the top 10, but it's a pity that he encountered Dark Sword Wu Liuqi. What's the rush? There's still a resurrection match, isn't there? How many moves would you guys guess that Duan Tianyu would last in Wu Liuqi's hands? My guess is 10 moves. Duan Tianyu is at least Duan Zitao's younger brother, and he has deeply received the Duan family's true legacy. So I'm guessing 20 moves. On the racecourse, Wu Liuqi wore a mask, dressed all in black, and held a knife. Duan Tianyu looked at him and said gruffly, Wu Liuqi, I've wanted to fight against you for a long time, but unfortunately I haven't had the chance. So let me see if you're qualified to challenge my big brother today. As soon as he spoke, he instantly felt his eyes go black. Alien power, blackout. By the time his eyes brightened again, Wu Liuqi had already compared the knife to his neck. I lost, Duan Tianyu said incredulously. Sitting on the ground, Woody 67 didn't say a word the entire time and left the arena. Full gasps of surprise erupted. Wu 67 wins. In the second match, Wu Tianji of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School played against Li Guang of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Wu Tianqi wins. In the third match, Su Wanyu of Jiangnan First Middle School faced off against Sima Kong of Mingda's Alien Energy Elite Class. Su Wanyu wins. In the fourth match, Fong Hong of Wangchang No. 1 Middle School played against Lu Xian of Changnan No. 2 Middle School. Fong Hong is victorious. Game 5. The Thunder Beast of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School Duan Zetao versus the Lazy Vulcan of Shangnan No. 1 Middle School Li Laos. Let's welcome these 2 star players. The entire room stood in awe, so the audience gazed towards the 2. Li Lazy, who was sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, and Duan Zetao, who was drinking coffee, slowly put down his coffee. Chapter 19, Li Lazy lost? The finals begin. Luoyun Mountain, a suburb of Shangnan City. Inside a dimly lit cave with dozens of coffins, a child appeared in it. The moment he stepped into the cave, all the candles in the cave automatically flared up, emitting a faint bright light. With a click, the panels of a stone coffin were slowly moved away. Climbing out of it was a tall, black silk beauty in a teacher's uniform with a snake tattoo and bright red painted lips. The child flung himself into her arms and the beautiful woman picked him up gently before finding a place to sit. Well, is it done? The high priestess stroked her smooth black silk and said, no. The beautiful woman was a bit surprised and said, that Li Laos is guarded by a strong person? No. He's a powerhouse in his own right. His true strength is that of an early-stage great avatar with system alien. A 17-year-old great avatar. The beautiful woman murmured in surprise. Turning to him, he added, but even if he is at the early stage of the avatar, is he not your opponent? You don't want to kill him? The high priestess laughed. He's a good boy. Good boy. Hearing this name, the beautiful woman was dumbfounded. The high priestess said, by the way, have you done all the things I asked you to do before? The beautiful woman nodded and carried the high priestess into a dark cavernous cavern. Inside, the candle flame lit up steeply. A dozen teenagers, 15 or 16 years old, were imprisoned here, both male and female. Their faces were filled with fear when they saw the beautiful woman. One of the somewhat obese teenagers trembled and said, please let us out. I will never bully again. Me too. Me too. The kids around him chimed in. The beautiful woman set the high priestess down, and the high priestess asked softly, wouldn't, or wouldn't dare? Yes won't. Yes won't. They said in a hurry. The beautiful woman asked, what are you going to do? Of course it's the same as before. Bad boy. Must die. The smirk on the high priest's face disappeared and was replaced by gloom and creepiness. At that moment, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. The beautiful woman gently placed it on her palm and listened with her sideways ear, then looked to the high priestess and said, the clown is here. As the words fell, a man in a circus clown costume with clown makeup painted on his face and a big red nose walked into the cave. He scanned the cave and showed his disgust. You still like living inside a trash can as much as you used to. What have you come to see me for? The high priestess asked coldly. Joker laughed. I may need your help with the matter of the Cold River secret realm. Snake Scorpion, see them off. Jiangnan City, inside a certain villa. The third young master of the Li family is watching anime. Evil Goo Goo jerks. You are guilty of doing wrong on the blue planet. Accept justice. The picture on the TV flickered. Li Qin looked so red in the face, so excited that his hands danced, and he even forgot to drink the happy water in his hands. At that moment, a man covered in blood pushed open the door to his room. Seeing him, Li Qin's face changed drastically. Hastily put the anime on pause. Wang Kai, what's wrong with you? Young master is not good. Young master Li Lazy may be in danger. Last night, inside the stadium, the two men, Li Lazy and Duan Zeto, make their way to the ring. Duan Zetao said gruffly, Li Lazy, I actually wanted to fight you a long time ago. Li Lazy yawned as if she wasn't listening to him. Duan Zetao, this guy is still really getting me fired up. Meeting the thunder beast Duan Zeto and still being so lazy. This Li Lazy really doesn't follow the rules. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But he's meeting Duan Zetao this time. The title-winning ace who used to be one of the top 5 favorites. Li Lazy, this lazy guy, I really want to see him lose once. Me too. I want to see if he's going to be this lazy when he gets into the losers bracket. When he meets Duan Zetao, Li Lazy will definitely lose this time. Seeing Li Laoshi's appearance, the audience in the auditorium murmured. Many people wanted to see him enter the losers bracket. At the end of this 20-player tournament, it will be split into 2 groups, winners and losers. When it comes to the second half, the winners bracket will continue to play. The losers bracket, on the other hand, will enter a resurrection stage, where the strongest person will be chosen to compete again. On the commentary table, Mu Jio patted Elder Tian's shoulder and complimented. Good job. Heavenly Elder was flattered and said, this is all what I should do. The others looked puzzled. As Mu Jio returned to his seat, the teacher from White Tiger Academy beside him said, Old Mu, who do you think will win this match? Xuanwu Academy's teacher, I think it's a bit more likely that Duan Zitao will win this match. After all, the Thunder System's supernatural abilities are notoriously violent. The Fire System, it's still close. The teacher from the Vermilion Bird Academy coldly said, how is the Fire Department you're not happy about telling the truth. The teacher from Kirin Academy said, I'm also guessing Duan Zetao. This Duan Zetao Kirin Academy, will take. In that case, it looks like our 5 great academies will have to steal someone later. Mujio shook his head and smiled without saying anything. The match has officially begun. The referee waved the flag in his hand and exited the playing field. Duan Zetao preempted the attack. His feet were electrified, and he flashed to Li Laoshi's side with lightning speed, and hammered his fist towards his stomach. Li Laos is not the slightest bit reluctant to show weakness. Directly holding his fist, boom sound of an explosion. Inferno blast. Terrifying waves of air swept across the entire arena, blowing the hair of the spectators in the auditorium straight up. What a terrifying physical quality. Duan Zitao was surprised and didn't dare to be careless, hurriedly pulling away. There was a zzz sound from his body, and lightning lingered on his body as he swung out his palm. The thunderbolt in his palm condensed into a thunderbolt serpent that flew towards Li Lao's. Li Lao's appeared around the body of the flame condensed out of the defense shield. The thunder snake impacted on the flame. One thunder and one fire dissipated at the same time. The two fought together for a dozen rounds. Eventually, within the sands, Duan Zitao took advantage of Li Lazy's inattention and instantly moved behind him like lightning. Thunder that looked like it was going to annihilate everything erupted from both hands and slapped hard towards Li Lazy's back. It looks like it's going to end. A smile appeared on the White Tiger Academy teacher's face as he said, "Indeed, in front of swift thunder, even flames that can burn everything must be eclipsed." The teacher of the Vermilion Bird Academy grunted coldly, a little lost, but had to admit this fact. Mu Jiao continued to smile without saying a word. Next, just as Duan Zitao's thunder palm was about to hit Li Laoshi suddenly fell to the ground and slapped his palm on the ground. Instantly countless sands were struck up by the flames, and sand and dust flew in the sky. The line of sight was disturbed. Duan Zitao froze, and his heart sank violently. Damn, can't see well. He did it on purpose. He was baiting me step by step from the very beginning, including coming to the sand, including giving me my back, all on purpose. He's using me to study tactics. Duan Zitao felt his scalp go numb. The Li Laos in front of him had long since disappeared. When the sand and dust was about to dissipate, he felt himself being hit by a wave of heat, and his entire body was directly sent flying out. The sand and dust are gradually dispersing, and he was knocked out of the game. The room erupted into gasps of surprise. Those few judges also stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Terrifying as hell. If this sun doesn't fall, he will definitely be the second Yen Emperor in the future. Worthy of being a member of the Li family. Worthy of being the grandson of Emperor Yen. Worthy of being Li Qingyang's younger brother. I almost thought he lost just now. The teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The teacher from White Tiger Academy also froze. How is this possible? The teacher of the Qilin Academy said, I never thought that there would be a time when I would look away. This Li Lao's, Qilin Academy, will take it. When the match is over, none of you will steal it from me. You dream. This man Xuanwu Academy wants it. Mu Jiao continued to smile without saying a word. Understood. It was rare for Li Lao's to say a word. Duan Zitao looked at him deeply and said, Understood. You're very strong. I submit. Li Lazy smiled and returned to the resting ground. Duan Zitao entered the loser's bracket, and the loser's bracket was on edge. At this time, Li Qin hurriedly came from outside the stadium, and only after determining that Li Lao's was really fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. He asked, What happened in the hotel yesterday? Wang Kai was even so seriously injured? Wang Kai? The one who protected him? Li Lao's had almost forgotten about this person, and not wanting to worry his brother, he casually blabbered. I don't know. I just slept a little. Then it seems to be an accident. The race is on. Next Li Laoshi fought a few more matches and won them all. The one who maintained an all-victory record just like him was the White God of Death Fang Heng. He swept almost the entire field with his Hand of Darkness system supernatural ability. Even Wu Liuqi was defeated in his hands. In the end, Li Lazy and Fang Heng made it to the finals. Other rankings have been produced. 3rd place, Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. 4th place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianqi. 5th place, Dark Sword Wu Luqi. I didn't realize that 2 batches of dark horses had been killed this year. Yeah, I haven't heard of either of those 2 before. This Li Lazy I heard is from the Li family. Yen Di Li family? How is this possible? I haven't even heard of that Shangnan First High School. The Li family hasn't fallen to that level. This Li Lao's can be too strong. That battle with the Thunder Beast before. My people were dumbfounded. Fang Heng is the one who's really hung. I can't even see his attacks clearly. Yeah, that battle between him and Wu Liuqi before. Both of them were wrapped in black mist. They didn't even know what happened. And Wu Liuqi lost. Who do you guys think will be the winner? Fang Heng it is. His attacks are too bizarre. I also guess it's Fang Heng. Although Li Lao's is very handsome, I feel that Fang Heng is still a bit stronger. I guess Li Lazy, little brother forever god. In addition to his dark attribute ability, Fang Heng also has a late high-level body like flesh knife ability, which is simply tougher than a real knife. And Li Lao's only has a fire attribute ability, so he might really not be Fang Heng's opponent. Li Lazy slumped in his chair and slept. Seeing how lazy you are, the fire elemental is lazy along with you. Fire elemental energy plus 0. 1. Seeing how lazy you are, the wood elemental is lazy along with you. Wood elemental energy plus 0. 1. Seeing as how you're so lazy, the thunder elemental is starting to cultivate hard. Thunder elemental energy plus 14. His brother rambled on. Lazy, graduate you to be a partner in justice with me from now on. By the way, that old thing Woodlack was asking you to join the Green Dragon Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Tell me honestly, are you a lightning and fire dual ability? How dare you hide it from even your brother? How unkind. But why didn't you use your lightning attribute ability when you were sparring just now? Were you preparing to wait for the finals so you could put in a black hand? Lee lazily ignored him and covered his ears to sleep. The reason he didn't use his lightning attribute ability was simple. Simply just wanting to hone his combat skills. After all, for a lazy man like him, there weren't many times he could fight. In his life, he will probably only not be lazy about two things. One is when you're saving someone's life, and the other is when someone close to you is in danger. For example, the last time the ethereal would mystic realm. For example, the last time Su Xian was in the sacred blood. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage combat uniform rushed in from outside the stadium. Li Qin knew he was here to see him and got up to look at him. What's wrong? The camouflaged soldier said nervously. Mr. Li Qin is in bad shape. A large number of foreign beasts have appeared by the Yunming Lake, and it is highly likely that a beast tide will break out. The general is calling for you to hurry over there. What? Li Qin's expression changed slightly. After exchanging a few words with Li Lao's, he and the soldier hurriedly left the stadium. After a couple hours of rest, the finals began. Chapter 20 Capturing the Crown. All the colleges are fighting for it. Wait! Woodchuck exclaimed as he got up. The entire room fell silent, and countless gazes were directed towards Mujio. Elder brother Mu, what do you want? A few teachers from the academy asked suspiciously. Have a word with the descendant of the Li family. Mujio said, walking towards Li Lao's. You old brat. If you dare to take him in early on the basis of the relationship between the Li family and the Green Dragon Academy, don't blame me for being impolite. The teacher of the Qilin Academy said loudly. The other teachers looked agreeable. Don't worry. I promise not to snatch anyone from you today. Mujio cheerfully laughed. With his words, the teachers from the other academies were relieved. With the Green Dragon Academy as a lesser competitor, Li Lao's chances of joining their academy would greatly increase. Mujio came to Li Lao's side, and Li Lao slowly opened his eyes. With his eyes, he asked, Mr. Ruler, what can I do for you? Mujio attached himself to his ear and whispered, if possible, try not to expose your wood element cultivation. Why? The foreign races have been coveting our human territory for a long time. So what do you think they would do if they knew that a genius had come out of our human race? Mujio looked at no one to the left or right and said in a quieter voice, besides, there are enemies within. If they know of your existence, it is estimated that the tragedy of the Li family 15 years ago will repeat itself again. 15 years ago, the Li family tragedy. This Li Lao still knows a little bit, although he was only 2 years old at that time. Back then, the Li family seemed to have produced a supreme genius who was born with the three elements of thunder, fire and wind, and stepped into the great avatar realm at the young age of 16. Later on, he joined the Green Dragon Academy and died strangely during an outing with his division head. At that time, Emperor Yen was so angry that his eyes turned red. He directly killed all the people who went out to practice that time, and thus obtained the title of Yen Devil. So far not many people have dared to mention that incident, and over time it has become a taboo in the Li family. That before. Don't worry, I only told the Vice Dean about yesterday's incident, and the Vice Dean and your grandfather are good brothers who have passed through life. As for me, you put 100 hearts. Mujio laughed. Li Lazy sighed. He wasn't talking about this. The matter of him being a wood system great avatar was actually known to one other person besides them. That was the Black Coffin High Priest who had fought with him in a fierce battle on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin is an offshoot of the Spiritualist Society, and the Spirit Energy Society is a heck of a cult, mixing with quite a few fae. Of course, it's fine if you want to be exposed, but you have to be sure that you can guarantee that you can safely survive from the pursuit of a land god immortal realm powerhouse. Li Laos nodded his head and watched as Mujio left. Next match, the final. It's Xiangnan No, one middle school's rising star player, the lazy Vulcan Li Laos, against Wangcheng No, one middle school's rising star player, the white god of death Fang Hung. Will the players please come on? I now declare the match officially open. Lazy Vulcan. What kind of broken name? Li Laos yawned and looked sleepily at Fang Hung in front of him, still in the same white suit from before, looking a little nasty. For some reason, Li Laos seemed to detect a trace of unexpected emotions from their eyes. Like it was an accident why he was standing here? Is it an illusion? Student Li Lazy, let's begin. Fang Hung elegantly smiled. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp meat knife that was about a meter long. Immediately after that, a black mist continuously filled his body, interfering with Li Laoshir's vision. Li Lao's only heard the sound of wind coming from his ears and dodged in a hurry. Fang Heng then wielded his meat cleaver and chopped at the spot where he had just stood. Then it was hidden into the black mist once again. Li Lao's frowned slightly and leapt to a high point. The eyes were firmly watching below, looking for Fang Heng's trajectory. Found it! A blazing fire ignited on Li Lao's body, dispersing the surrounding black mist. With a leap, he slammed his fist into Fang Heng's head. However, as if Fang Heng had eyes in his ears, he raised his meat cleaver to block his attack. Li Lao's meat knife slammed hard on the meat knife, making a muffled bang sound. So hard. Immediately after that, Fang Heng's meat blade chopped towards him. Li Lazy leaps again and pulls away. It looks like we can't deal with him without utilizing our lightning attribute powers. Once again, he returned to the high ground and waited for his chance. The black mist covered a limited range, on which Fang Heng did not dare to make a move. But just at that moment, the black mist enveloping the area steeply began to pull up. Seeing this scene, the spectators in the auditorium murmured, most of them frowning. Not a big fan of Li Lazy. Li Lazy is in danger. In this black mist Fang Heng is invincible. I wonder what Li Lao's will do next. Previously, Fang Heng relied on this move and walked into the finals with a hard-fought full victory. I wonder if Li Lao's will also lose to this move. Li Lazy, go for it. Although I also really want Li Lao's to win. This is now completely Fang Heng's home ground. Li Lao's is in danger. Just when they thought Li Lazy would continue to hide, Li Lazy leaped forward. Once again, he jumped into the black mist. Leaning his back in front of a wigwam, he felt the movement around him. The sound of wind came from his ears, and Li Lazy flickered. Fang Heng's meat blade chopped at the wigwam, cutting a huge slash in the hard stone. The meat cleaver swung empty, and Fang Heng once again concealed himself in the darkness. What a tough guy. It seems that we must take the initiative. Rumble. The blazing fire on Li Lao's body began to burn violently, like an earthly fire god. Even his pupils turned a golden color. He swung his fist out, and the blazing aura exploded abruptly. It set off strands of surging and majestic heat waves. The black mist was dispersed and Fang Heng's figure clearly appeared in Li Lao's eyes. This time, Fang Heng did not hide in the darkness, but directly killed Li Lao's. Li Lazy student can be really cranky. Good chance. Li Lao's was delighted in his heart, flames burning on his body as he fought with Fang Heng. Fake fight for a dozen rounds, showing weakness. Just as Fang Heng thought he was going to win, he let his guard down. A fist of thunder with fire swung out and smashed into Fang Heng's stomach. What? How is this possible? How can you still have lightning system powers? Fang Heng's expression was horrified as he instinctively swung out his meat cleaver to fend it off. But this just hit Li Lazy's mark as Li Lazy increased the amount of thunder injected. Inferno blast. The tremendous blazing sensation mixed with the ferocious lightning caused Fang Heng to be instantly paralyzed. Falling thunder. At the same time, a huge dark cloud quickly condensed in the sky. Thunder rolled within the dark clouds, and the lightning was dense. A thunderbolt the size of a baby's arm was birthed, and with a rumbling sound, Fang Heng was unable to dodge in time, and the thunderbolt landed on him. Fang Heng was directly burned black. His white suit was burned into a black suit, and he fell to the ground foaming at the mouth. The reversal was so quick that no one was expecting it. The referee looked at Fang Heng on the ground and stared in disbelief. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After determining that Fang Heng really couldn't stand up, he loudly announced, "This competition, Li Lazy wins. Let's congratulate Mr. Li Lazy for successfully winning this competition. Let's congratulate him. The awards ceremony will be held in the evening, so everyone will see you tonight." The referee called out to a staff member next to him and dragged Fang Heng out of the scene with him. The whole room erupted in shocking cheers. Oh my god, Li Lao's actually won. This old six. He even has a thunder element in addition to a fire element. A 17-year-old dual aptitude alien. This Li Lao's is a demon, isn't he? Fang Heng is over 20 years old and Li Lao's is only 17. I was originally comforting myself with the thought that it would be fine even if Li Lao's lost. I didn't realize that the clown in the end would be myself. Fang Heng is so miserable. Originally, looking at him like that he thought the championship was in his hands, but I didn't expect that in the end it would be snatched away by Li Lazy. This old six. Apart from Wu Tianji, Duan Zitao and Wu Liuqi all went up to congratulate Li Laoshi. Li Lazy, congratulations. I didn't realize that you would still know the thunder element. It seems like we'll have a lot in common in the future. Duan Zitao laughed. Congratulations. Woody 67's congratulatory message was as monotonous as his person. Li Lazy smiled and nodded, letting out an easy breath. It's finally over. He yawned and returned to his school grounds. After a brief chat with Principal Du, he reclined in his seat and began to sleep. This chair is really hard. I really miss the old wheelchair. If Su Xin is here it would be good. Li Lao's thought so. Young master. This thought had only just risen when Li Laos heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes to see Su Xian smiling and pushing a wheelchair in front of him. Young master. Congratulations. Congratulations my ass. I'm exhausted. Li Laos didn't want to say too much and closed his eyes, allowing Su Xian to pick him up and place him gently on the wheelchair. The familiarity is back. It's so cozy. I think my neck is itchy. Never mind. Whatever. Go to sleep. Fire elemental begins automatic cultivation. Fire elemental energy plus 25. What elemental begins automatic cultivation? What elemental energy plus 25? Thunder elemental begins automatic cultivation. Thunder elemental energy plus 30. Su Xin. What happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? I don't know. By the way, I heard that in a week's time, the top 5 students in this ranking will go to Longjing to participate in the competition. Will you go with Li Lazy then? It should be. But at the time, the matriarch was asking me to come and accompany him. But with this situation now, I should go straight back to the clan when I leave Jiangnan province. In that case, then Li Lazy is too pitiful. He can only sleep on the cold bench after the competition in the future. By the way, are you also a member of the Li family? Sort of. My mom is a Li. Su Xian chatted with Cui Mingho, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi without a word. Just then, the voice of Elder Sky suddenly came from the judge's table. Okay, everyone be quiet. The game is over. Before the award ceremony, there's one more thing I'd like to say. Everyone should know that the top 5 winners of this competition are free to join one of the 5 great academies. Now that the teachers of the 5 great academies are all here, let's see which academy these 5 geniuses of ours will choose. As the words fell, the teachers of the other 4 major academies, except for the Green Dragon Academy, immediately argued with red faces and ears. Woody liked to smile and didn't say anything. Li Laos, choose my White Tiger Academy. As long as you are willing to join my White Tiger Academy, I can make you a senior student directly and reward you with 3 senior exotic treasures. The teacher of the White Tiger Academy said loudly. When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. What? 3 high-level exotic treasures? This is too luxurious. Yes, the precious sword that Wu Liuqi carries with him seems to be only a high-level exotic treasure. High-grade exotic treasures, worth thousands of dollars. This White Tiger Academy even has 3 of them in one shot. Aside from Feng Hong, who was still unconscious, the 3 of them, Duan Zeto, looked at Li Laos with envious faces. This guy, not only does he have a good family history, I didn't expect to have such a good life. However, they weren't jealous because in their opinion, Li Laos was strong enough and this was what he deserved. Immediately, though, they became jealous. 3 pieces of high-level exotic treasures. Those who don't know would think that your White Tiger Academy is bankrupt. I, Xuanwu Academy, am willing to offer a senior academy status plus 4 pieces of senior exotic treasures. What? 4 pieces? Countless people exclaimed. Poison Wolf Wu Tianqi's eyes were red with envy. Immediately after that, 2 voices sounded at the same time. My Qilin Academy's conditions are the same as Xuanwu Academy's. However, we are willing to add one more. A low-risk, high-reward opportunity to enter the 4-star secret realm once. My Vermilion Bird Academy's conditions are the same as the Qilin Academy's. However, student Li Laos, you should know that my Vermilion Bird Academy's fire elemental cultivation is a major category. So as long as you join my Vermilion Bird Academy, you'll definitely have an unimpeded path in your fire elemental cultivation. One chance to enter the low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret world. This was no less than a top-grade high-level exotic treasure. This time it wasn't just Wu Tianji, even Duan Zetao, who was born in a big family, and Wu Liuqi, who was accepted as an apprentice by a Tang sect expert, were breathing heavily. Who the hell would Li Lazy pick? The gazes of everyone present looked toward Li Laos, but he realized that Li Laos hadn't listened to them at all from the beginning to the end. Instead, he was alone in a wheelchair, sleeping soundly. Next to him, Su Xian had an embarrassed look on his face. Do I need to get my young master up? Chapter 21, Space Ring, going back to Xiangnan No. 1 Middle School. Yan Di's phone call. Li Laoxi's danger. I can't believe he fell asleep. How can he sleep on such an occasion? Is he a god? Look guys, the White Tiger Academy and Xuanwu Academy teachers' faces are green. Lazy brother, why don't you just call yourself Lazy Divine Calculator from now on? It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. This kind of person I used to think only existed in the internet, but I didn't realize that they actually existed in reality. What do you guys say to the lazy duke? He's so lazy. Why did he have to fight close to the ground again when he fought just now? You don't even get that? I'm guessing you sleep half the time in class. Avatars have a short range if they keep attacking remotely. It won't take long to rest. It's only when you reach Great Avatar that you're completely on the Avatar's home turf. Aside from those body-type avatars, most of them fight remotely. If this were a battle of great divine masters, Lee Lazy would probably come straight to the ring in a wheelchair. I think he was in a wheelchair during his first fight. The audience in the auditorium was talking, and many people looked at the teachers of those 4 great academies with a look of watching a good show. The teacher of the White Tiger Academy frowned and said, "Don't tell him to get up yet." But just as he finished saying this, he was stopped by Mujio. "No need. He won't be joining your academy." "What do you mean?" the teacher from White Tiger Academy said. The other colleges froze. Spin reacted, looking angrily at Mujio. He said, "Good you old wood thief who goes back on his word." Mujio laughed and shook his head, saying, "I didn't go back on my word. I only said that I wouldn't snatch anyone from you guys today. But Li Laosher, he's the one I took yesterday." "You're ruthless." The teacher of the Xuanwu Academy gritted his teeth. No wonder this guy always looked like he was smiling and watching the show before. No wonder this guy always acted generous before. Dare I say that he had already gotten a head start and was waiting for them to jump into the pit. After pondering for a while, the teacher from Vermilion Bird Academy said, "Teacher Mu, aren't you saying this a little too early? We haven't even asked Li Laos yet. So how do you know if he'll join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing the offer we made?" "Yeah, Jubilee Academy has a point. What if Li Lazy changes his mind?" The minds of the teachers of several other colleges came alive again. But Mu Jio said with an air of confidence, "There's absolutely no way he can join your academy." "Why?" "Because the conditions offered by our Green Dragon Academy is that in addition to being directly promoted to senior cadet, you'll also be able to directly obtain a top-grade exotic treasure, 3 high-grade exotic treasures, plus 1 chance to enter the low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm once." The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Crazy. This world is crazy. Are exotic treasures so worthless now? The Green Dragon Academy even came up with a top-tier exotic treasure right out of the gate. Lee Lazy in Avatar. Even though he's in first place, is he really worth it? This is a top-notch exotic treasure. Something that even many wild great avatars don't have. Is this Li Laos really worth the attention of the Green Dragon Academy? Not only were the audience and judges shocked, even the teachers from the other 4 academies were shocked. The White Tiger Academy's teacher was filled with disbelief as he said, "Old Wood, are you serious?" Mujio nodded and said, "This is an order from the Vice Dean himself, Vice President of Green Dragon College." Surprisingly, it was this being who gave the order. The hearts of the teachers of the 4 academies were shaken, but when they thought that he was Grandpa Li Lazy, Yen Di's good brother, they were relieved. "Humph, count your Green Dragon Academy's luck." The White Tiger Academy teacher whisked his sleeve in anger. The teacher of Vermilion Bird Academy sighed helplessly. It's pretty much the same with other colleges. A 17-year-old dual avatar. This was an existence destined to become a great avatar, or even a land god, no matter what academy you put it in. It's an honor. If it wasn't that they didn't have enough authority to fight for a top-tier exotic treasure, they would have definitely fought with the Green Dragon Academy. Mujio was proud and pleased to look at Li Laos, who was currently sleeping soundly in his wheelchair. "You're a good kid. You're a real credit to me. Duan Zeto, are you willing to join my White Tiger Academy? If you're willing, my White Tiger Academy can grant you senior cadet status, a senior exotic treasure, plus a safer opportunity to practice in the 4-star secret realm." At this moment, the White Tiger Academy teacher's voice rang out once again. Teachers from other colleges also chose up their favorite candidates. Dark Sword Wu Liuqi withdrew from this selection because he had already joined the Tang sect. Fong Hong had joined the Kirin Academy, and Wu Tanshi had joined the Vermilion Bird Academy. As for the Xuanwu Academy, it picked a few decent seated students outside of the top 5. Well, that's it. At this time, the Heavenly Elder at the judges' table came out and said, "The top 5 students of the competition in 7 days will be traveling to Longjing to compete, and at that time, a few of you who have been selected by the major colleges can also follow along. Now I announce that this competition has come to a successful conclusion. Let's congratulate, once again, Mr. Li Lazy. By the way, remember to attend the award ceremony tonight." Thunderous applause erupted as the audience filed out. The elders of several academies then left. At that moment several soldiers rushed in hurriedly. After whispering a few words in the ears of a few of the judges also left in a hurry. Mujio came to Li Laosher's side and saw that he had fallen asleep, so he put a ring into Su Xian's hand. "Give this thing to your young master." Space ring. The value of a spatial ring could be comparable to a high-level exotic treasure. Su Xian was shocked as he took him in and was about to nod his head. However, he heard Mujio say, "The space ring is something I lent to your young master, and I want him to remember to return it to me when he arrives in Longjing." Sushin. He nodded and said, "Okay, senior." Li Lazy slept through the night. Su Xian had actually planned to push his own young master to attend the awards ceremony in the evening. However, for some unknown reason, the awards ceremony was suddenly cancelled, and the prizes for the contest were delivered to him by hand. He carefully helped Li Laoshi receive it. Returned to Shonan 1 with the school. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Lazy had achieved the title. A celebration was dedicated to him. Elegant Lu wore his elegant little suit and took a dozen pictures with Li Lazy. Sissy Wong sang a dozen tunes at the top of her lungs in her devilish voice for this. But alas, and fortunately, Li Lazy didn't know anything and slept all the way there. The fire elemental angrily says, "How can you sleep at your age? Start cultivating like crazy." Fire elemental energy plus 82. What elemental begins automatic cultivation? What elemental energy plus 22? Seeing as how you're so lazy, the thunder elemental is starting to cultivate hard. Thunder elemental energy plus 52. By the very end of the night, Li Lazy's cell phone rang. Su Xian took a look for him and realized that it was Li Lazy's grandfather calling. He blushed, wondering if he should get through. He pushed Li Laoshi for half a day, but Li Laoshi still didn't react much. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to pick up the phone. "Lazy," came the pale, bright voice from across the room. Su Xian was about to say that the young master he was asleep. However, he heard Li Lazy barf twice and muttered, "You dead old man. I've said I don't want to take part in any competitions, and you're insisting that I do. See if I don't beat you to death." The atmosphere was like a freeze. Su Xian's hand with the cell phone stiffened. Danger. Chapter 22 Acquiring Nianli Ability. Instructing Su Xian. Supporting the beast tide. "Young master, what are you talking about in your sleep at this hour?" There was a noticeable silence on the other side, followed by a stormy voice. "What are you talking about, you brat?" Su Xian hurriedly put the phone to his mouth and said, "Lord Yen Di. I'm sorry, young master." He fell asleep. "You are? The letter boy?" "It's me," Su Xian said. The opposite party was silent again for a moment and said, "Wake him up." "Yes." Su Credit forcefully shook Li Lazy's body. Shook half a day, but Li Lazy still has no signs of waking up. At this time, he suddenly thought of a way to whisper in Li Lao's ear. "Young master, Lord Yen Di is here." Li Lao's was immediately awakened. Where is the old man?" Seeing no one to the left or right, he looked at Su Xian reproachfully and said with his eyes, "Why is your brat still cheating?" Su Xian awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand. "Good grandfather in front of people. Old man after people is it?" Yen Di on the other side of the phone was obviously infuriated and said, "The old man is here. Little lazy do you want the old man to come to Jiangnan to play with you for a few days?" Thinking of the fear that was once dictated by his grandfather, Li Laos felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly took the phone and said obediently, "No need good grandpa, I'm having a good time over here," and also took the first place in the selection contest. Can be happy. He's not afraid of heaven or earth in the Li family, but he's afraid of his grandfather. The reason why he didn't want his talent to be known by his old man before was the same reason. If his old man knew, his grandfather would definitely know. When his grandfather finds out, he'll be sure to drag him back to the family for family alien training. So he had to participate in a martial arts competition in order not to be trained by his family. Others might just pay lip service to it, but not his grandfather. Once he says lecture, it's a real lecture. He used to be forced by his grandfather to run a marathon every week without awakening his powers. Now that you've awakened your powers, what's the point? You kid, don't change the subject. Grandpa, not only did I win the championship, I even got a position as a teacher at the Green Dragon Academy. I'm great, right? I've given your old man a long face, right? There was a moment's silence on the other side, and he said, "If you'll excuse the letter boy for a moment, there's something I'd like to talk to you about." Li Laos was about to say that it wasn't necessary, but he saw Su Xian stand up of his own accord and said, "Young master, then I'll go out for a while." After Su Xian went out, Yen Di continued, "Actually, I don't quite agree with you joining the Green Dragon Academy." Li Laos thought for a moment and said, "Is it because of that incident 15 years ago, and this matter of my wood system great avatar ability?" "Yes." Yen Di's tone was noticeably heavier. "But how long are you going to keep this from me if I don't call to ask?" "I was going to tell you today when I woke up from my nap, fake." "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'll be careful," Li Laos said helplessly. "Besides, I'm going to be a teacher, and I don't need to take classes. You still don't know my character. I'm too lazy to participate in the experience. Why don't you go back to the family? What's so good about Green Dragon Academy? Grandpa is at home with you every day to train. Training for 14 hours a day is much more comfortable than that Green Dragon Academy." Li Laoshi's body trembled. "No need. I still have to participate in the competition. I promised you before. I can't go back on my word." "Then be careful yourself. The matter of the great avatar. Must not be exposed until it is absolutely necessary. Li Laos was about to hang up when he heard his grandfather continue. By the way, you messed with the Black Coffin before, and I'm sure the High Priestess of the Black Coffin already knows about the matter of your great avatar, right? How do you know everything? Li Laos quickly said. Grandpa, you really anticipate things like a god. The opposite party grunted coldly and said, if I don't ask, are you too lazy to say anything? How? False. Humph. This little monster, the High Priest, is indeed a hidden danger. But it's not a big problem. He has long since severed his relationship with the Spiritual Energy Society. He shouldn't be able to tell those old things in the Spiritual Energy Society about you, but it's not entirely certain. Later on, I'll ask your third brother to give you his several divine traveling talismans, and remember to run away immediately when you encounter danger. Those godly talismans. It seems like Sango sees them as more important than her life. Divine walking talisman, a top-grade exotic treasure, a one-time prop. After using it, you can travel 100 miles away in 1 second. Li Laos was relieved to see his grandfather hang up. Notice a ring on your hand. When did you put it on? He entered it with his consciousness and found that the ring contained a mysterious secret. Surprisingly, it was a space ring. Lots of space inside, but there were only 5 items placed. Green Dragon Academy Teacher Token. A top-grade exotic treasure, Nimble Amber. 3 high-level exotic treasures, the Blazing Inferno Crystal, the high-level Thunder Beast Exotic Core, and the Thunder Sky Stone. His consciousness had only just touched them, and apart from the token, the other 4 immediately disappeared. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has obtained the Nianli system alien ability Xenobiotics. It is being swallowed automatically. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the Nianli system alien ability. Current level of psychic ability, early low stage. Numinous energy is devouring a top-quality numinous exotic treasure. Numinous energy plus 500. Numinous energy is devouring a top-quality numinous exotic treasure. Numinous energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your numinous ability cultivation has been raised to early high order. The fire elemental is devouring the blazing inferno crystal. Fire elemental energy plus 500. The fire elemental is digesting the blazing inferno crystal. Fire elemental energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your fire elemental cultivation has been raised to late avatar. The fire elemental has successfully comprehended the prototype of the fire avatar, Blazing Strike. Blazing Strike is fusing with Inferno Blast. Fusion complete. Fire elemental comprehending avatar, Blazing Inferno Explosion. The thunder elemental is devouring high-level Thunder Beast exotic cores and Thunder Skystones. Thunder elemental energy plus 500. The thunder elemental is digesting the advanced Thunder Beast exotic core and Thunder Skystone. Thunder elemental energy plus 500. Digestion complete. Your thunder elemental cultivation has risen to mid-aptitude. The system's voice in his head rang on and on. Li Laos directly blocked it and continued to sleep greatly. By the time he woke up, it was dawn. It was discovered that Su Xian was sitting on the ground cultivating his divine abilities. Li Lazy looked left and right and felt something was wrong. At that moment the system's voice suddenly sounded. For errors have been detected in the host observing the cultivation, and the system has corrected them automatically. Error 1. Error 2. Error 3. Noticing Li Lazy's gaze, Su Xian stood up and asked, Young master, is there something you want? Li Laos casually nudged him a few times and said, This here is wrong. It shouldn't be like this. It should be like this. This here is also wrong. He then closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Su Xian touched his head skeptically. His first reaction was one of disbelief, because he and Li Laos cultivated completely different divine abilities. How could Li Laos possibly see his mistake? And his young master was only an avatar. The reason why only great avatars could be teachers in the 5 great academies was because only great avatars could know the attributes they were in like the back of their hand. The avatar, on the other hand, only belonged to a stage that was already introductory, and could not yet approach perfect control of its own attributes. But he tried to run it in the spirit of respect for Li Lazy. Su Xian's eyes steeply widened. The first mistake pointed out by the young master turned out to be completely correct. He followed the method Li Lao said and changed the trajectory of the elemental energy, and the absorption speed of the fire elemental energy really flowed much more smoothly. He hastened to try it, and was corrected out of the next few mistakes. The second place, too, is completely correct. In the third place, it remains correct. By the fourth place, it was still correct. He corrected all of these mistakes and clearly felt that the power of his divine ability had increased by about 0.8 times. It almost doubled. Don't underestimate the 0.8 times. It's like taking a test. Even 1 point can make a world of difference in the outcome. Sometimes you just have to be that much stronger, and then the battle could be in your hands. But the young master's avatar was different from him. The avatar runs on a different trajectory as well. So how did he see the error in me? Su Xian looked toward Li Lao's, who was sleeping on the bed, and was horrified beyond measure. He felt that even a great avatar would not be able to point out all 4 of his mistakes in such a short period of time. I didn't expect the usually lazy young master to have this kind of eyesight. It's so deeply hidden. It seems like I have to cultivate even harder in order to catch up with young master's pace as soon as possible. Su Xian cheered himself up in his heart and continued to sit on the ground to cultivate. By noon, Su Xian finished feeding Li Lao's. Just as he was pushing Li Lazy out for a walk, he happened to run into the principal who was walking on his way. You're just in time. I was going to look for you. Principal, may I ask what's up? Su Xian asked. The national martial arts competition will be postponed. What? Su Xian was surprised. Did something happen? The national martial arts competition was one of the biggest events in the Dragon Kingdom, and by all accounts, it could not be postponed easily. The principal nodded. There was a beast tide in the Cloud Dream Great Lake, and many provinces were affected. The meaning from above is to wait for the beast tide to be resolved before the tournament continues. Do we need to do anything? It's not clear yet, the principal said, but an old friend of mine told me that when the time comes, students might be sent to defend against the beast tide, but it's just clearing the outer perimeter of the lower level foreign beasts. But you're young master, you might want to go a little deeper. This guy seems to have been sleeping since he came back yesterday. The principal glanced at Li Lao's who was soundly sleeping in his wheelchair and said, get ready and remember to talk to your young master as well. Good. Su Xian nodded, not surprised by this kind of thing. After all, in this era of the rise of the 10,000 races, everyone was a soldier. Everyone starts receiving semi-military training when they are in elementary school. It was more than normal to send students to the periphery for a bit of training in the event of a beast wave. By the way, did you guys receive your rewards for the competition? All received. Although Su Xian fainted and abstained in the end. However, the overall ranking was quite good, so he also received a consolation prize. That'll do. At night, Li Lazy woke up, but he didn't want to do anything but stare at the ceiling with his eyes open and quiet. That's 3 or 4 hours of watching. Numinous Energy sees how lazy the master is and starts practicing seriously. Numinous Energy plus 20. The fire elemental notices the arrival of its new companion and happily begins to cultivate. Fire elemental energy plus 30. The wood elemental notices the arrival of a new companion and happily begins to cultivate. Wood elemental energy plus 30. Thunder elemental notices the arrival of its new companion and happily begins to cultivate. Thunder elemental energy plus 30. That's when he suddenly noticed a box sitting on his bed. It seemed like I heard Su Xian say earlier that this was the reward for the selection contest. Li Laos drove the box out of thin air with his Nianli supernatural ability and placed him on his lap before opening it. Only 3 exotic treasures were placed inside. The fire elemental is devouring the fire-leaving stone. Fire elemental energy plus 80. The fire elemental is devouring the fire-leaving stone. Fire elemental energy plus 75. The fire elemental is devouring the fire-leaving stone. Fire elemental energy plus 68. Li Lazy didn't even bother talking trash, closed his eyes and started to sleep. 2 days later, all the schools in the entire Jiangnan province had received orders to send their students to Jiangnan City to clear out the foreign beasts. It was because the number of fey beasts was too high. Some of the lower-level fey beasts had mixed into the city along with ordinary fish, causing a great safety hazard to the ordinary citizens. The students were tasked with clearing out the beasts. Can we not go? Li Lazy sighed. But still, Su Xian mercilessly pushed him into the car. Young master, the patriarch said that you must go to support the beast tide, and he also wanted me to record a video. The patriarch he said that he's also going to show your grandfather the video of you fighting off the beast tide. Young master, you don't want Lord Yen Di to know that you're slacking off here because of the delay in the match, do you? Li Lazy. Chapter 23, Killing a Commander-level Fey Beast in Seconds. Wheelchair War God. This time, in support of the beast tide, Xiangnan First Middle School had deployed quite a few people. 10 of them were from the upper grades, 10 from the middle grades, and 10 from the lower grades. This included Huang Xiaotian, Chui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi from before. It also includes Li Lazy's classmates, Lu Elegant and Wang Shishir, as well as Wang Shishir's BFF. Inside the car, quite a few people are nervous or expectant. Lu elegantly and carefully straightened his little suit. I'm so elegant. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's fight. What's there to look forward to? There's blood everywhere. Disgusting. Wang Shishir said, with a look of adoration towards Li Laos who was sleeping on the wheelchair. It would be great if the male god could be with us. The male god won the first place in the selection contest, and he must be able to deal with the foreign beasts handily. You're dreaming. Wang Shishir's best friend scoffed. It's precisely because Li Laoshi is the first place winner of the audition that he's even less likely to join us. He'll be sent to a more dangerous place. That's for you to say. Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. You two women. That's not very graceful. Lu Elegance looked in the mirror while carefully combing his dark bangs, nodding in satisfaction. He seemed to be pleased with his appearance. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian held an unsheathed sword and poked Zhang Yuanqi violently. His prize for the tournament was a sword fight. He had a fondness for swords since he was a child, so he immediately went and bought a steel sword after acquiring the sword art. So now, he couldn't wait to try out his sword skills with the Fei. Cui Mingho carried a tablet with him and closely followed the information about this beast tide on the internet. This support beast tide is divided into 4 main areas: the outer area, the middle area, the inner area, and the core area inhabited by a large number of commander-class alien beasts. Wang Shishir, Lu Elegance, you guys are weaker, so you should be going to the outer zone. Li Qiye, you are the middle zone. As for me and Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi and the others, we should be in the inner zone. Li Lazy is the core area. Su Xian, are you following us or Li Lao's? He pulled a map out and explained it to the group. I'd better follow young master, Su Xian said after thinking for a moment. His current strength was at the late high rank, and the avatar fledgling had already come to fruition. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before he could break through to an avatar. This kind of strength to go to the core although cannot be a starter, but playing miscellaneous estimates is still not a problem. Ha, the male god is so far away from us? Wang Shishir had a bummed out look on her face. Just don't if Li Lazy gets close to us, we'll be in danger, BFF said helplessly. He couldn't wait to give Wang Shishir a hard knock on the top of her nymphomaniac brain. Li Lao's was an avatar, and this time, his opponents were those commander-class alien beasts, and if they were to encounter a commander-class Fey beast, they would probably be eaten down to the dregs. I'm just saying, don't I know this? Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. The two men laughed and tangled together. You two women. That's not elegant, Lu Elegance said while applying sunscreen on herself. Dang. At that moment, the bus seemed to hit something and there was a muffled thud from the front end. Slow down and stop. The principal got up in a hurry and asked, Master, what's wrong? The bus driver's face turned white as he trembled and said, Fei, there's a Fei. What? The principal exclaimed, looking out the window in a hurry. Only 2 huge, monstrous birds were seen crashing against the windows of the car. They opened their huge beaks and strange sounds came from their throats. Their claws were sharp and they knocked huge cracks out of the car windows. The lower and middle school students in the car panicked beyond belief. Most of the upperclassmen just showed some nervousness because they were not weak. The accompanying teacher exclaimed, It's those 2 blast eagles on Luoyun Mountain. How did they appear here? It should be because of the Cloud Dream Lake beast tide. A large number of low-ranked alien beasts entered the diversion. They probably came out to hunt for food, and we happened to be encountered by them. The principal said with an ugly face, You guys sit in the car and don't move. I'm going to get rid of them. He's now the only avatar in the car, and being a principal, he must carry the responsibility of protecting his students. Headmaster, watch out, a teacher said. The principal nodded heavily. Just as he was about to get out of the car, Li Lazy in the wheelchair frowned and slowly opened his eyes to look out the window, muttering, It's so noisy. The man next to him cried and laughed. What time is it? You're still in the mood to sleep. Wait a minute. It seems like Li Lazy is also an avatar. Just as they reacted. Next, bang, bang, rumble. 2 loud surges sounded outside the window. A sea of fire ignited immediately afterward. The 2 blast eagles were instantly annihilated in the sea of fire and turned into ashes. Not even a hair left. Avatar, blazing inferno blast. It's different from a regular inferno blast. Ordinary inferno blast needs to be sent out manually by yourself to coalesce and detonate the fire elemental energy in the air. The blazing inferno explosion, on the other hand, could skip this step and directly detonate the fire elemental energy between heaven and earth, generating a tremendous amount of power. They were dumbfounded at the sight. This is what's going on. Several teachers froze in place and looked out in horror. The blazing heat wave poured into the bus along the cracks of the windows, causing the crowd in the bus to become drenched in sweat in no time. Quite a few people looked puzzled. Only Li Lazy stretched his brow and went back to sleep. This is a fusion divine ability. Li Laoshi, you've broken through again? The principal's shocked voice came out. Everyone all looked at Li Lazy. The whole room was silent. This horrible sea of fire was created by Li Lao's. But the only thing that answered them was the tiny snores of Li Lazy. Look at Li Lazy still sleeping. Someone asked with difficulty in believing. Headmaster, are you sure that everything that just happened was made by Li Lazy? The principal said with a bitter smile. But besides Li Lao's, is there a second fire attribute avatar present? Yes, besides Li Lao's, There was no one present who was a fire attribute avatar. Who else could it be but him? They looked at Li Lao's with fear and awe on their faces as if they were looking at a god of war. A war hero in a wheelchair, killing two alien beasts that were comparable to Avatar realm aberrations in a single move. What was this if not a god of war? And Li Lazy is only 17 now. What's this if you're 27? 27 years old. That's a great avatar. If not a land god, right? In the future, when Li Laoshi becomes famous, they can also boast that they have been alumni or even classmates with Li Laoshi, the top bull. The thought of it gave each of them a sense of honor. At this point, suddenly, one of the students asked, "By the way, principal, what is the fusion avatar you just mentioned?" The so-called fusion avatar is to fuse two, or even more, avatars together, turning them into an entirely new avatar. But this kind of divine ability is incomparably difficult to practice. Even quite a few great avatars can find it hard to practice a few fusion divine abilities in their lifetime. The principal looked at Li Lao's with an envious face. Those who had practiced the fusion avatar at this age, he was apart from those great figures who had now gone down in history. I only know one such as Li Lazy. Headmaster, then you mean that Li Lao's is more powerful than quite a few great avatars? You could say that, at least in terms of the use of the avatar. The principal praised. Student Li Lazy should have spent a lot of sweat on practicing on the divine power. After all, divine ability fusion is not something that can be accomplished simply by relying on talent. It also requires a sufficient amount of time to hone in on a sufficient amount of experience. Oh my god, they once again looked at Li Lao's in awe. No wonder he sleeps every day during the day. So he works this hard every night? As the saying goes, 10 minutes on stage, 10 years off stage. Every one of them could not wait to give themselves 2 slaps in the face right now. They can only see the surface of Li Lazy's comfort, but do not know how much sweat he left behind, how much pain he suffered. Li Lazy is amazing. Serves him right for being so good. He sleeps the whole day. How tired he is at night. Such a genius and still working so hard. Still not letting people live. Look up to fellow student Li Lazy. When I go back to school, I'm going to cultivate for 14 hours a day. I used to think he slept at night too, but now it seems that was just me reassuring myself. Looking at them moved to this state, Su Xian's face was expressionless. In fact, he was now tempted to say, "Don't look at my young master's apparent comfort, but he's actually more comfortable behind his back." But he didn't say anything for fear of being beaten. Previously, like these people, he had thought that the reason his young master slept during the day was because he was too tired from cultivating at night. It wasn't until he'd stayed up several nights in a row without sleep, a couple days ago, that he'd been completely disabused of the idea. He watched Li Lazy sleep from day to night and then from night to day, then sleep again from day to night and then again from night to day, and so the cycle repeats. After the alien beasts were eliminated, the bus restarted. It didn't take long for the carload of people to arrive in the middle of the provincial city and stop in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangement from above, they will stay here for the next few days, but not Li Lao's. He was living in a village near Cloud Dream Lake. After all, the hotel was too far away from the core area, and it was more time efficient to stay in the village. In order to take care of Li Lao's, Su Xian also lived in the village, under the military's assignment. One room with Li Lazy. Don't get me wrong, there are 2 beds in the room. It was nighttime by the time Li Lazy woke up. Su Xian finished feeding dinner and talked to Li Lao's about what happened today. Li Lazy nodded briefly. At this time, a soldier wearing camouflage uniforms walked in outside the door, and he first froze when he saw Li Lazy. Spinning around skeptically, he asked, "Hello, may I ask if you are the supporters of this beast wave?" Su Xian nodded. "How come there is still a disabled person?" The soldier, though puzzled, continued. "The general calls you to a meeting in the square in the center of the village and says he has something to tell you." "Okay, we'll be right there." Chapter 24, Subgroup. Li Lazy is a waste? By the time Su Xian pushed Li Lao's to the village center square, the square was already packed with people. These people were divided into roughly 3 groups. A group of those who had competed in the stadium earlier were geniuses from all over Jiangnan province. The other group were soldiers in camouflage uniforms. As for the last batch, Su Xian had heard from others when he came to the village that they seemed to be coming from other provinces and were planning to head to Longjing when they got stuck on the road after encountering the beast tide. At this time, an officer in uniform was speaking from above, and he was first stunned when he saw the 2 Li Lao's. Then a soldier rushed to his ear and said something, and he was enlightened. "You're Li Lazy, aren't you? You're a good-looking guy." "That's nice." The officer laughed. "Make your entrance. The meeting has been going on for a while." "Good." Su Xian nodded and hurriedly pushed Li Lao's into the square, consciously standing behind the group of geniuses from Jiangnan province. He hid Li Lazy in the crowd as if he was afraid of being discovered. To his surprise, apart from a few avatars, Most of the people here had the same cultivation level as him, all of them at the late high rank. With the addition of Li Lao's, many people looked back as if they had discovered a new continent. The lazy god is here. The lazy god is here. I'm telling you guys, the lazy god's previous fight against Fong Hong at the selection tournament was simply super divine. He's Li Lazy ah. It's true that he's just like the rumors. He's still in a wheelchair for coming this far. Ha! I suspect he's a dummy and the wheelchair is the real thing. It's a pity that people have already been assigned. Otherwise I really want to join Li Lazy's team. Right oh. A group of 8 people has been assigned. This way, Li Lazy is not 2 people a pair? Aren't you forgetting that there aren't 2 extra people among those from the provinces? Cheap for both of them. Damn it. I didn't pay much attention to it during the competition before, but now that I look at it this Li Lazy seems to be quite handsome. It's my favorite type. If you like it, go after it. I heard that Li Lazy is still single. Several people whispered. There were even a few girls who were a bit bolder and wanted to go up and poke Li Lazy's face to see if he was really asleep. Su Xian frowned and hurriedly blocked in front of Li Lao's. They then retracted their hands in frustration. Su Xian helplessly glanced at Li Lao's in the wheelchair and sighed. Why is this guy still so lazy? The Thunder Beast Duan Zitao looked at Li Lazy and withdrew his gaze. He had wanted to find Li Lao's to spar with his lightning powers, but now it seems that he won't have that chance again. The officer spoke loudly from the stage, roughly speaking about strategic deployment, telling everyone to be careful and safe, and to unite and cooperate in the fight against the alien beasts, and so on. It's mostly unnutritious crap, except for the strategic deployment. Well, that's all the talk, so let's get back to it. The task of clearing out the foreign beasts will take place tomorrow. I believe that with our efforts, the beast tide will definitely be repelled. Cheers everyone, go for it. The people in the square shouted in unison. Right, Lu Xiaoqi, Xiong Tough, you two will follow Li Lazy from today. Yes, a clear female voice rang out. The people gradually dispersed. At that moment a voluptuous young girl and a petite girl in the group of foreigners got into an argument. Lu Xiaoqi, are you crazy? Do you really want to go to that disabled person's team? The colorful girl said angrily. The petite girl with the mushroom head said, but I don't have anywhere else to go but to his place, and all the other teams are full. What does it matter if it's full? You'll just stay on our team and no one else will say anything. No, that's out of order. Lu Xiaoqi stubbornly said. Luna, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I don't think going to his place will do any good. Besides, he's just in a wheelchair. Who says a person in a wheelchair is a cripple? Luna seemed to be exasperated and said, who else is in a wheelchair besides a cripple? This Lu Xiaoqi couldn't refute. At this time, a person from Jiangnan province heard their conversation and couldn't help but step forward and say, actually, Li Laozi isn't a cripple. He's sitting in a wheelchair purely just being lazy. He is a very powerful avatar. Look, people have said so. Lu Xiaoqi said. Luna glared at the person who spoke and said, get lost. It's funny that you're cheating on my head, and simply because of laziness. How in the world can there be such a lazy person? He's not crippled or physically challenged or mentally challenged in a wheelchair. Who in their right mind sits in a wheelchair? That's right. You people in Jiangnan province are so interesting. Who in their right mind would sit in a wheelchair? That Li Lazy has been sleeping since he came here. I think it's 80% that he's not in good health. What's the use of this kind of person even if he becomes an avatar? When it comes to the battlefield, he's probably not even as good as us high-level late-stage warlocks. Many people who had just arrived in Jiangnan province agreed. They looked toward Li Lazy, who was being pushed by Su Xian not far away and was sleeping soundly, and simply didn't believe in any bull asterisk like he was very powerful. After all, there's nothing strong about him at all. Seeing her being so violent, the man hurriedly walked away. He didn't bother to argue. After all, if Li Lazy was strong or not, everything would be revealed by tomorrow. Luna, you calm down. He didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoqi quickly said, why are you so angry? Do you see that I'm mad at him? I'm mad at you, Miss Lu, but no matter what, the general has asked me to join Li Lazy's group, so I have to check it out. I'll accompany you. Good. The two came together in front of Li Lazy. Su Xian looked at the two of them suspiciously and said, you are? Lu Xiaoqi revealed her small tiger teeth and smiled as she introduced herself. Hello handsome, my name is Lu Xiaoqi. My name is Su Xian. Su Xian looked at Luna and spoke hesitantly. You are Bear Strong? Lu Xiaoqi snorted out a laugh. Luna's face turned green with anger and she exclaimed, my name is Luna. Have you ever seen any beautiful girl take a name like Bear Tough? Luna, don't be mad. It's not like people know. Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly said. The general also said before that it was for me and Xiong Chang to join Team Li Lazy together. Now that Bear Tough isn't here, it's normal for him to think of you as Bear Tough. This made Luna even more angry. and pointing to her delicate face, she said, Bear Tough, normal? Now Lu Xiaoqi laughed even louder. I'm sorry, Luna. I really couldn't help it. Luna glared at her, looked at Su Xin, then at Li Lao's, and said, is he the captain of your team? Captain? Su Xin nodded and said, my young master is indeed the captain. Young master? Luna frowned. It seems that this Li Lazy's family is not a simple one. Even a chaperone beside him is a high-level late-stage warlock. However, these young masters of the big families were all more temperamental than one another, and she had always disliked them. And 7 was only one person. If the other party wanted to bully her, wouldn't she even have someone to help her? No, we can't let Lu Xiaoqi join this team. That Bear Tough is also male at first glance. When the time came that there were 3 men in this team and just Lu Xiaoqi was a woman, it would be too passive. Luna looked at Lu Xiaoqi and realized that this girl was as good as nothing, and couldn't help but feel a burst of fire. She looked toward Su Xin and said, can you call your young master up? I have something I want to talk to him about. She wanted to confirm what kind of character this Li Lao's was, so that even if Lu Xiaoqi really joined the team later on, she could feel more at ease. Su Xian shook his head and said, no, my young master is resting. Now that 7 is a member of your team, can't I even discuss things with your young master on behalf of her friends? Luna asked with a frown. Su Xian thought for a moment, but still said, no, if there's anything you can say tomorrow. Good. Luna laughed at his oily look and said, since you're not calling, I'll do it myself. She said as she was about to get on her own and wake up Li Lazy. At that moment, a fiery fire elemental energy erupted from Su Xian's body. This lady, don't go too far. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly pulled Luna away. This handsome man is sorry my bestie has a bit of a temper. Since we have to discuss it tomorrow then we'll come back. The two argue with each other and drift apart. What are you doing? If I don't ascertain what kind of person that Li Lazy is, how can I dare to rest assured that you'll join them? Besides, their team is full of men. Luna, what are you thinking about now? This is the jurisdiction of the military district. It belongs to half of the military district. What can they do to me? Besides, when I look at that Li Lazy's face, he seems to be quite nice. You stinky girl. And facepalm. Watching them leave, Su Xian also pushed Li Lao's back to the place where the two of them lived. Since it was a village, the two were temporarily staying inside a family's home. The family is also responsible for the food, and of course the army gives them a sum of money as a reward. The next morning, Su Xian finished feeding Li Lao's. Just as he was pushing Li Lao's, he was planning to go out and clear out the alien beasts according to yesterday's military deployment. Those 2 men from yesterday appeared together before him. Hello, we meet again. Lu Xiaoqi greeted with a smile, full of youthful vigor. Li Lao's looked at the 2 men suspiciously. Su Xian said from the side, according to the military's instructions, the clearing of the alien beasts is done in groups of 8, but last night we went late, so the people who were assigned to our group, there are only 2 people left. One is called Lu Xiaoqi, and the other is called Xiong Tough. Hello Captain, my name is Lu Xiaoqi. Li Lao's looked at Luna incredulously and said, your name is Bear Tough? Pust. Lu Xiaoqi once again laughed out loud. Luna's face darkened and she said, my name is Luna. Hello Captain Li. Where's the good old Bear Tough? Li Lao's looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Lu Xiaoqi stepped forward and explained, Sister Luna is seeing that I'm the only girl on our team, so she's specially here to accompany me. May I ask Captain, can I let Sister Luna join our team as well? Li Lazy nodded in agreement. Then go back to sleep. The corner of Luna's mouth tugged. Was it too late to quit the team? She asked. Are the 4 of us going to hunt the beasts together now? Su Xian nodded. Yes, originally there were 2 of us. Now that you guys are here it's 4. But the only ones who will contribute at that time should be the 3 of us. As my young master will not be able to do anything, so please be considerate. Lu Xiaoqi nodded with an indifferent face and said, of course. Luna, however, had a vein jumping on her forehead and was about to rush up and ask, on what grounds? Luckily, he was pulled back in time by Lu Xiaoqi. Sister Luna, calm down. You have said before that Li Lao's is not well in 9 cases out of 10, so you should consider it as a measure of others. I'm so mad at you. Luna glared at her. Chapter 25, Forging 3 Swords. 6 errors in total. Summer is in the air and the sun is blazing. The temperature was extra hot today. The location where Li Lao's squad cleared the foreign beasts was near a tributary of Cloud Dream Lake. The 3 killed 7 times within the water. Although there is water to cool down the heat. However, killing the alien beasts in the water was just too physically demanding, so it didn't take long for them to become drenched in sweat. Among them, Su Xian was more obvious. His special ability was fire attribute, and water and fire were mutually exclusive, so whether he fought on water or within water, his movements would be drastically restricted. With a wave of Luna's thin hand, a lightsaber shot out of her hand, easily shooting through the water, awaiting for a chance to break through the protective netting. So tired, she wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and saw Li Lao's, who was not far away, cooling off under the shade of a tree and sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but feel a burst of fire. I can't, I'm dying of exhaustion. There are just too many of these foreign beasts. How can I kill them all? On the side, Lu Shaoqi's face was red with exhaustion, and she simply lay down in the water and floated directly, seeing her maid Luna's fire grow even bigger. Now you know you're tired. You really deserve it. If you hadn't gotten sidetracked into coming to this team, how could we possibly be in this situation right now? Even if there are only 5 men in a team, there are only 3 working men. There's another one lying under a tree. As for the other one, it's been half a day without even seeing anyone. Floating on the water, Lu Shaoqi innocently said, I can't do anything about that bear tough not coming. Besides, if there were no 2 of us, then wouldn't Su Xin be miserable? He deserved it too. The 2 gazes looked at Su Xin together and couldn't help but marvel at Su Xin's perseverance. It's been so long, and he's a fire alien who's killing his way in and out of the water like it's nothing. One strike is a fey. When he broke it down, it seemed that he had killed more fey beasts than the 2 of them combined. Flame vortex. Su Xin drilled into the water. A huge flame flared up in the water, forming a vortex and merging with the lake water to make a zzz sound. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 high-grade fish exotics floated up in the water, all roasted. What a strong fire attribute divine ability. Luna was astonished. This Su Xin shouldn't take long to become an avatar. What a waste of such genius for a cripple to be a chaperone. Su Xin, you're amazing. You cooked the fish, Lu Shaoqi said in surprise. He swam over to Su Xin and tasted the fish floating on the water before spitting it out again. Yuck, it's awful. This silly girl, this fish did not put salt or oil. Of course it is not delicious. Luna silently pulled Lu Shaoqi away. Su Xin asked, are you guys tired? Go rest on the shore if you're tired. Together? Luna said. Su Xin nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 sat in a row. Li Lao's had woken up at some point, half opening his eyes and enjoying the breeze. It's so cozy. Luna glanced at her sweat-soaked hair and felt a little urge to punch someone. Young master, would you like some water? Su Xin shoved the water bottle to Li Lao's mouth. The first cut is the first cut. Right. Li Lazy casually inhaled a few puffs. You are so kind to your young master. Lu Shaoqi envied. If only I could meet a good person like you when my body fails me in the future. My young master is healthy. I understand. Lu Shaoqi had an I know everything expression on her face. Why do I get the feeling you don't understand? Su Xin sighed. He still owes Li Lazy a couple $100 million in medicine money. By the way, Su Xin, how did you get to the core area? Lu Shaoqi suddenly asked. You're a high-level late-stage fire elemental ability cultivator. The core area is too restrictive for you. Shouldn't you logically be assigned to the inner perimeter? I was forced to follow the young master. Oh, no wonder. The corner of Luna's mouth pulled at the side. Dare I say that if you don't force yourself to come along, we'll be the only 2 working on the team, right? She stood up, huffed and picked up a branch next to her and started practicing with her sword. A head of incoming hair swung, and the branches continued to make a cracking sound. The sword art she practiced was not an attacking sword art, but a sword art for forging the body, which could exercise every muscle in the body. So it didn't take long to get fragrant and sweaty. Li Laoshi looked at her quietly, and it wasn't long before the system's voice rang in his head. 6 errors have been detected in the host's observation of those practicing the 3 swords of the forged body, and the system has corrected them automatically. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. That's a lot of mistakes. Li Lao's had wanted to remind him, but just as he was about to open his mouth, a wave of instinctive tiredness came over his body. Forget it, talking is tiring. Noticing that Li Lao's had been looking at herself, Luna frowned and asked, what do you keep staring at me for? Li Lao's didn't want to speak, but in order to avoid misunderstandings, he still opened his mouth and said, your sword, it's practiced wrong. Hearing this, Luna said, as if she had heard some kind of joke, you're joking? This forging body 3 swords that she cultivated was practiced by her father who taught her by hand a year ago. Ever since she had reached a high-ranked warlock cultivation, she had continuously strengthened her physique with this sword technique. She had left behind an unknown number of people in the same period. If it was wrong, she would have realized it long ago. How could she have cultivated it until now? If you don't believe it, forget it. Li Lazy didn't want to talk nonsense with her and continued to sleep. Luna continued, you say I'm practicing wrong. Do you have any proof? Lu Xiaoqi on the side wasn't very convinced either. She and Luna were in the same class. Luna had even been complimented by the principal of their school when she used to practice this sword technique. Their principal was a late-stage avatar alien. If this sword technique had been practiced wrongly, it should have been discovered a long time ago. Besides, Luna had been practicing for over a year, and she hadn't seen anything happen to her. Captain, you said that Sister Luna practiced her swordsmanship incorrectly. Can you point out exactly where she went wrong? It's really unbearable when you say that halfway, Lu Xiaoqi said. Li Lao's opened his eyes and sighed. There are 6 wrong places. The first. He briefly went over the first mistake. After hearing this, Luna's first reaction was disbelief. But then again, she felt that Li Lazy had some truth in what he said. So it was tried. It didn't matter if she didn't try it. Once she did, her whole body got excited, swinging the sword faster. There are more muscles that can be worked. Seeing the bewitched look, Lu Xiaoqi was instantly anxious. Luna-san, what's wrong with you? You don't matter. However, Luna was like a madman, not paying any attention to what she was saying, practicing the same sword stance over and over again, as Li Laos had just said. Su Xin, do you know what's wrong with Sister Luna? He is this? Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. Chapter 26, Poor Thunder Elemental. I'm fine. At that moment Luna suddenly exhaled. So I just had an epiphany about something, Luna said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi covered her mouth in disbelief. What the captain said just now is true. Luna nodded, though she wasn't quite willing to believe it. She looked deeply at Li Laos and said, how did you know where I was wrong? Could it be that you have practiced the forging 3 swords before? The mistake that Li Laos pointed out just now. Not only was she practicing wrong, but even her father was doing it wrong. Even her grandfather practiced wrong, and it all became a family legacy of mistakes. She didn't want to believe that this was something that could be seen at a glance by someone who had never practiced this sword technique before. Li was too lazy to say anything and just shook his head. Then how did you know? Li lazy moved his eyelids. Luna looked puzzled. Su Xin understood in a second and said, young master means that he saw it with his eyes. Su Xin, still you understand me. Li Laos gave Su Xin an awesome look. Su Xin raised her head slightly, proud and reserved. Luna, what's there to be proud of? She said incredulously, this is impossible. You haven't learned the 3 swords of body forging. How could you have seen my mistake with a single glance? Li Laosher gave her a you'll believe it or not look. Knowing that it was useless to argue like this, Luna sighed helplessly and asked, and can you tell me the remaining 5 errors as well? She was afraid that Li was too lazy to say anything and continued, consider it as my reward for joining your team. I wasn't on your team in the first place, so if I want to quit, I can do so at any time. The team is already small. Once I quit, the pressure on you guys to clear the beasts will increase once again. The pressure of the entire team was now almost all on Su Xin. This young master, you don't want to see Su Xin so tired, do you? How does the last sentence feel like I have heard it somewhere? Li Laos thought about it and felt that she was right. It wasn't like it was a pot of gold anyway, and he wouldn't get anything for hiding it. So with a deep sigh, he agreed. Luna's mouth quirked in surprise with a small smile. So you say? Li Lazy simply stated the remaining 5 mistakes. Luna listened carefully. One moment her face was puzzled, the next her brow was furrowed, and the next it dawned on her. After Li Laos finished speaking, she immediately picked up the wooden stick and practiced again. The sword was powerful and the movements were dry. It was many times smoother than it seemed before. After practicing the first style of the method, she let out a deep breath and slowly stopped. A pair of clear eyes looked at Li Laos. Not knowing how much kinder than before, she bowed in thanks. Thanks for the instruction. Oh my god, Captain, you're amazing. Lu Xiaoqi, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed from the side, looking towards Su Xin. Was he this powerful before? Su Xin recalled that Li Laos had taught himself to cultivate earlier and nodded. Pretty much. That's really awesome. Lu Xiaoqi once again marveled. Looking closely at Li Lazy, he didn't know what was going on in his mind. At that moment, Luna said, it's been long enough to rest. Let's start clearing out the foreign beasts. Su Xin sipped his water and said, okay. With that, the 3 entered the water again. At that moment, a huge mid-high ranked fish alien beast suddenly crashed towards Luna. Luna leaped 1 foot on the water and used her strength to jump up. 3 lightsabers shooting out from her hands. The beast was instantly triple slashed with 6 holes. Sister Luna, you seem to be a lot more sensitive than before. Lu Xiaoqi exclaimed. Is it because of the sword art just now? A small smile appeared at the corner of Luna's mouth and she nodded softly. Captain can be really powerful. If there's no problem with his body, he's bound to become a great avatar in the future, right? Lu Xiaoqi sighed. Luna also felt that it was a bit of a pity and said, keep killing the foreign beasts. That's someone else's business. We can't control it. Yes. Li Laos sat in his wheelchair, quietly looking at the sky. It didn't take long to close his eyes again and slowly fall asleep. The fire elemental, seeing how lazy his master is, cries out in anger and says, "You're a loser. Start working on it." Fire elemental energy plus 35. The wood elemental is infected by the fire elemental and has also begun to cultivate hard. Wood elemental energy plus 30? Thunder elemental looks at his master leaving tears of envy, forced to start practicing under the beating of the fire elemental. Thunder elemental energy plus 25. The numinous alien sees the thunder elemental being beaten up and starts practicing in fear. Numinous energy plus 20. TSK, 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 poor thunder elemental. Li Lazy scoffed as he slept. Thunder elemental felt that he had received a 10,000 ton blast, and was about to stop practicing when he was beaten by fire elemental again, and was forced to continue practicing. Thunder elemental energy plus 45. Time passed quickly, as the trio killed more and more foreign beasts. The time came quickly to noon. Suexian pushed Li Laos back to the village, and the two of them, Luna and Lu Shaoqi, followed behind. There were constantly people around who greeted Li Lazy. "Hello lazy god. Lazy god. Why is the lazy god still sleeping?" Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Luna both scared. Luna said, "I didn't realize your young master was quite popular." "I've said that my young master is normal," Suexian said. "And he even took first place in the previous selection contest." Luna suddenly remembered the man's words yesterday. Could he be telling the truth? But then again, she didn't think it was possible. How can there be such lazy people in the world? And it's been half a day today and Li Lazy hasn't even gotten out of his wheelchair. Even words were too lazy to speak. Even drinking water was relying on Suexian to bring it to his mouth. It should have been pretty good before. Then the race was scrapped by second despite fighting hard to get first. Luna thought to herself. Suddenly I felt a little sorry for Li Lazy. Such a genius had seen the loopholes in her sword technique after only a few glances. To be confined to the top of a wheelchair for the rest of his life is probably a big blow to him. This second place is an abomination. It's just a competition. And he's doing such a poisonous thing. She suddenly kind of understood why Li Lazy was still so tired even after sleeping all day. Maybe it's not that he's physically tired, but tired of life. Looking at her sad and compassionate expression, Suexian hurriedly pushed Li Laos away, fearing that his young master would be contaminated. His young master was lazy now, but his overall expression was still quite normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna strangely and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luna shook her head and said, "It's nothing. By the way, remember to pay attention to what you say in front of Li Lazy in the future, or I'm afraid he won't be able to think straight." "Oh." Lu Shaoqi nodded uncertainly. Suddenly, he laughed. "By the way, do you guys want to eat at my place at noon? I researched a new dish yesterday, and I personally feel that it's not bad." Suexian, are you going with the captain? Okay. What about Sister Luna? Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna. All that was seen was Luna's back as she hurriedly fled. Why are you walking so fast all of a sudden? Chapter 27, Delicious Lunch, Burning the Sky and Cooking the Sea. After arriving at the place where Lu Shaoqi lived, Suexian realized why Luna ran so fast. Dinner is served. Come on guys, taste how my handiwork is. Lu Shaoqi carried a large white porcelain bowl and said, Li Lazy had wanted to see what kind of goodies she had made. But after seeing the green fish in the porcelain bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot not far away, decidedly, he chose to close his eyes, start huffing and puffing. Li Lazy, do you eat? Lu Shaoqi saw that Li Laos had fallen asleep again and was a little lost. Immediately, he looked at Suexian with a delighted expression and said, Suexian, it looks like it's only the two of us who can eat together. I'm going to get you some food. Just wait. Suexian's mouth pulled as he looked at the fish on the table. Smelling it, his face changed drastically, decisively pushing Li Laos. He left the place where Lu Shaoqi lived. Where are you going? Lu Shaoqi came back, saw that Suexian had already left, and hurriedly ran to the door, shouting, the meal hasn't been eaten yet. My young master's health is not good. He needs to take medicine every day. I'm going to get him medicine now. I'm really sorry. Let's have dinner together next time. In order not to break Lu Shaoqi's heart, Suexian explained. Lu Shaoqi had an understanding face. Okay, the captain's body is important, so you guys go back first. Next time I develop a new dish, I'll call you guys. It won't be the next time. Suexian walked faster and faster, and directly upgraded to running at the back. It was as if she was afraid that Lu Shaoqi would catch up. At that moment, Suexian noticed that Li Laos was looking at him with his dead fish eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. It wasn't hard to tell from the look in Li Lazy's eyes, as if he were saying, which one of the two of us is going to take the pill? Suexian said. Then let's go back to, continue eating? The corner of Li Lazy's mouth tugged and he chose to close his eyes. Looking at Su Xian's running back, Lu Shaoqi was envious. Su Xian is really good to the captain. The captain's body seems to be in serious condition. By the time the captain finishes his medicine, they must not have time to eat. She looked over at the large table of dishes and thought it would be a waste to throw them away. So she found a couple of thermoses and packed them all up. I'd better bring them some food. I have to clear the foreign beasts in the afternoon. It wouldn't be good if they were hungry. The captain is not well. Eat more too. Su Xian, just eat normally. Bring some for Sister Luna as well. She must have been in a hurry to run just now as well. I'm such a good-hearted person. When it was time for the afternoon clearing of the Fae, the four met at the mouth of the previous tributary waterway. It's only been a few hours since I've seen them, and there are quite a few aquatic exotics gathering here again. They slammed hard against the protective netting placed in the entrance, rattling the large wooden stakes embedded deep in the earth. Su Xian swept his eyes over the mountains of foreign beast corpses piled up in the water. Looks like the military guys are still helping us out quite a bit. Let's get started, Luna said. Su Xian nodded. Good. Wait. At this time, Lu Shaoqi said. The two looked at her and said, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Shaoqi pulled out 4 lunchboxes from her backpack and said, "Seeing that you guys left in such a hurry earlier, you guys shouldn't have eaten by now. I've brought you meals, so don't be polite." She opened her lunchbox and blue meat, green fish, black chicken thighs, and marshmallow-covered unknown food appeared to both of them. Luna's expression changed and she said, "No need. I finished eating at my friend's place. These are still reserved for Su Xian and Li Lazy." Lu Shaoqi looked at Su Xian expectantly. Su Xian hurriedly jumped into the water and began to clear the foreign beasts. Righteously, he said, "It's mission time. So how can we do these things that have nothing to do with the mission?" Luna chimed in. "I think Su Xian has a good point. Little 7, there's still room for improvement in your ideological awareness." Lu Shaoqi was ashamed of herself and said, "I was wrong." She placed the thermos box under the tree and said, "Then we'll eat it when we're resting after we've cleared the Fae." The 3 entered the water to kill the beast. Under the tree, Li Lao's, who was sleeping, could not help but frown slightly when he smelled a strange odor. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the strange dish that was placed in the lunchbox. He had an idea, and directly used his Nianli supernatural ability to throw all these dishes into the water, then go back to sleep. A few minutes later, the 3 people who were clearing out the foreign beasts quickly realized that something was wrong. Luna looked at Su Xian and said, "Did you find out too? There seems to be a lot less unorthodox foreign beasts here. What's going on?" Su Xian shook his head. At this time the two suddenly heard Lu Shaoqi's exclamation of surprise, saying, "Yeah, my thermos box." The 2 men looked over and saw 4 thermos boxes floating in the water not far away. Any unearthly beasts and fish that passed near the holding box made a detour. Luna looked at Lu Shaoqi slyly, feeling a bit thankful. "What did you put in the dish?" "Did not put anything, just simply put some points or salt, oil, monosodium glutamate, sesame oil, the viscera powder of the great nylon, the fruits of the green spirit camphor, the roots of the fragrant pigweed, the petals of the cinnamon moonflower, the powdered teeth of the glazed snake, the leaves of the flame grass, the flowers of the blue zephyr grass, the alabaster mushrooms, the flowers of the broken intestines grass, the powdered genitalia of the toothy wolf, and the powdered scales of the silver fish." Lu Shaoqi reported the names of more than 30 things in one breath. "There is everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, swims in the water, is born in the water and grows on the ground." The 2 of them silently glanced at each other without saying anything and began to continue clearing the demonic beasts. Lu Shaoqi didn't understand why they ignored her, and sadly picked up the 4 thermos boxes floating on the water. "That's a shame. We'll just have to do it another time to cook for everyone." How did they fall into the water though? She looked at the large tree in confusion. Obviously that spot was several meters away from the water. Towards evening, the 3 were clearing out the foreign beasts. Su Xian suddenly received an order from the military. "Li Lazy squad, there's a mutation in Yunmeng Lake. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly." "Say it again." "There's a mutation in Lake Yunmeng. Retreat quickly. Retreat quickly." The caller on the other end hung up. He was going to call out to Luna and Lu Shaoqi when they went ashore, but at that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from not far away. "There's a commander-class alien beast in the water. It's Luna." Su Xian headed in her direction, only to see that 100 or 200 meters in front of her, a huge serpentine alien beast suddenly broke through the water, lifting up hundreds of meters of waves. Its eyes were bigger than a baby's and its face was even more hideous. It opened its bloody mouth and hissed. The water then began to erupt with strange movements within it. Countless serpent alien beasts swam in the water. A whole bunch of low-ranked ones, countless medium-ranked ones, and high-ranked ones everywhere. Oh no! His heart sank, and he shouted, "Get to shore!" Luna and Lu Xiaoqi both rushed to the shore. Su Xian also climbed onto the shore, but his shout just now seemed to have attracted the attention of the beast. He had only just landed on the shore when another commander-class demonic beast unexpectedly came out of the water. It's an octopus-like aquatic alien. Its tentacles flew like lightning, deadlocking Su Xian's legs and yanking him toward the water. Su Xian, on the other hand, pulled hard on the protective net of the water outlet, trying to break free from it. Just when he was not physically able to hold on, the kraken burned the sky and boiled the sea. Chapter 28 Vulcan? No, it's the god of laziness. At this moment, Duan Zitao and an officer of the military who was an avatar were rapidly rushing in the direction of Li Lazy with a large group of exalts. Come on, it's right up ahead. Received news, there are a total of 6 areas where the alien beasts are rioting. They are Li Lazy Squad, Fong Hong Squad, Huang Cheng Squad, Li Lao's squad is just ahead. Let's speed up even faster. Although the lazy gods were the previous champions of the selection tournament, their team only has a total of 4 people, and they are more likely to encounter danger than any other team. Almost there. I see the river. They should be right up ahead. All soldiers are ready to listen to orders to start rescuing people in distress at the first opportunity. No matter the risk. No matter the sacrifice. Yes, I think I saw Li Lazy's, and I saw 2 of his teammates. Not good. Li Lazy's little chaperone is in danger. The expressions of Duan Zitao and the military officers changed slightly, and they were about to rush up to rescue them, but at that moment, they were steeply transformed into a sea of fire before their eyes. Bang! A violent explosion blew out a spark on the tentacle that was wrapped around Su Xian. That tentacle was instantly blown to the point where blood and juice flowed everywhere. Bang! 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 Rumble! Boom! Several more explosions sounded immediately afterward, and a huge heat wave rose from the river. With water vapor, countless low, middle, and even high-level foreign beasts instantly perished. That snake-like Commander Realm Fey beast was actually turned into minced meat in a matter of moments and was consumed by the fire, followed by the octopus-like alien beast, all of its tentacles at the same time, large and small. Dozens of fiery red flowers of death bloomed. As the flowers bloomed, there were loud explosions in fire. This octopus also turned into a puddle of broken flesh in this explosion, falling like raindrops in the sky, dropped to the ground, drops in the water. At that moment, another commander-class fish alien beast tried to burrow out of the water. A dark cloud began to coalesce in the sky, and a blue thunderbolt steeply split out from within. Lightning as big as a baby's arm erupted with a huge amount of energy. After falling into the water, that body of water directly turned into an electric lake. Rumble, lightning flashes and thunder. The beast was split to pieces. Countless foreign beasts were electrocuted by the aftermath of the thunder, causing their eyes to turn white and float up from the water. A scene of burning sky and boiling sea. Seeing this scene, it wasn't just Lu Xiaoqi and Luna, even Duan Zitao, the military officers, and the Ultrans they led. It was also as if they were showing expressions of shock, horror, and even disbelief. Heavens, did Li Lazy make all these? It's horrible. Is Li Lazy something you can call a lazy god? Such terrifying power. The lazy god's fire elemental. It's already in the late stage of the avatar stage now, right? Genius. The lazy god is a 1 in a million genius. He's only 17. And he's already broken through to the late divine power stage. It's really exasperating to be compared to a human. Those explosions just now were terrifying. Was that a fusion divine ability? It can't be. The fusion avatar is extremely difficult for even great avatars to comprehend. I think it's a fusion divine ability. Other than a fusion divine ability, what other divine ability can explode with such power? The lazy god truly deserves to be a member of the Li family. To have comprehended the fusion divine power at such a young age. I've been in the military for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius. Who isn't? I'm afraid that the current Li Lao's is only comparable to the Yen Emperor back then. It's highly likely that he will, in the future, become the second Yen Emperor. No, he is what he is. He will definitely break into his own, and only his own, legend in the future. The group of shifters murmured. Even the soldiers of the military, who were usually disciplined, couldn't help but join in the discussion. The officer laughed. Looks like we came for nothing. Duan Zitao froze in place and muttered. He actually broke through. Not only has the fire elemental broken through to the late divine avatar stage, surprisingly, even the lightning elemental has broken through to the mid-divine avatar stage, and he's also comprehended the fusion avatar. I'm not as good as him. Why do I have to live in the same era as this kind of person? It's really desperate. I clearly wanted to have a couple of lessons with him, but now it seems there's no need for that. Ah. At this point Lee Lazy stood up, stretched sleepily, and resumed his wheelchair. Squinting his eyes, he said languidly, I'm so tired after sleeping all day. The whole room was silent. Many of the exalted looked at him with expressions of admiration on their faces. The lazy god lives up to his name. Sure enough, it's still the same as before. It hasn't changed at all. As usual, I'm lazy, but they also want to lazily get out of that realm too. Unfortunately, their strength did not allow it. Even strength permits, and they don't have that talent. Li Laos looked at Su Xian and said, Are you alright? No, I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head, his face still looking a little stunned. Li Lazy, you. Luna looked at Li Lazy and couldn't even speak. Lu Shaoqi asked in surprise, Captain, are you really normal? When did I say I'm not a normal person? Li Laos said with a look. Then how did you? Before? Lu Shaoqi probably understood what he meant and looked at Li Lao's wheelchair. Then as if suddenly reacting, he fiercely looked at Su Xian next to him. Su Xian pretended not to know anything and hurriedly pushed Li Lao's away. The officer said, Now that it's settled, we'll leave. Good, Duan Zitao said, looking at Li Lao's. Then we're leaving too? Li Lazy nodded. The three of them walked together on their way back to the village. There was a group of people behind him. They were all the ones who had followed Duan Zitao along for support before, but they weren't Duan Zitao's team members, so now also followed Li Lazy back to the village. At this moment, many of them were raging in their hearts, piece by piece recounting what they had just seen, their faces full of excitement. And every now and then he probed and peeked at Li Lazy in front of him. Hershey looked like a little fanboy and fangirl. That thunder just now, it's just so cool. I'll just snap 666 in place. Yeah, I think so too. And that famous scene with the fried octopus monster was pretty cool too. I think the most handsome is when the lazy god stands up and stretches. I feel like I was kind of falling straight into love and couldn't wait to pounce. Blah, 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 shameless. Pounce on it and get burned to ashes by the lazy gods, huh? If the lazy god is willing, I will only burn for the lazy god from today. Ha man. Too ha human. Back near the village. At that moment, Luna saw several familiar figures. She had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, the guys saw her and walked over with mockery on their faces. It was her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 in all. Yo, if it isn't Luna, how come she's so pulled back after a day of absence? You left our team to join this cripple's team? I say Luna, you're not looking at this cripple, are you? A pockmarked youth laughed evilly. I don't know if this cripple is big or not. Unfortunately, just even if he is big, you can only be an automatic. Luna hadn't said anything yet. Su Xian's face then steeply sank. Chapter 29, Return of the Great Avatar. Huang Zichao's Rescuer. Huang Zichao, is your mouth stuffed with poop? It stinks so bad, Luna said with a cold face. That pockmarked-faced youth had a disinterested look on his face as he said, Could it be that I'm not telling the truth? But just as he finished his words, he arrived to see a tall figure appear in front of his face. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp pain coming from his crotch. Looking down, he saw Su Xian, whose feet were ablaze with fire, slowly retracting his legs from him, and the lower half of his body, long ago, was a bloody mess. My young master is not someone who can be insulted. Su Xian already had a face like frost. At that moment Huang Zichao even suspected that if he wasn't in a place under the jurisdiction of the military, he might have died long ago. Ah! Huang Zichao screamed miserably, kneeling on the ground with both knees, painfully covering his lower half of his body, his face full of pain. He looked at Su Xian with eyes full of scorn. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I must make my brother kill you. I'll kill you first. Luna takes an instant step and lands a nice leg kick to Huang Zichao's face. Huang Zichao's face was askew, and the whole flew directly backwards. Falling on the ground raised a lot of dust. The nose was bruised and swollen, and the nosebleed kept flowing out. Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you okay? The other two were caught off guard by this sudden scene. After reacting, they rushed to help Huang Zichao up, but Huang Zichao's injuries were too severe. He couldn't stand up at all and could only be assisted. He blurted out incredulously, Luna, how dare you hit me too? Looking to the two beside himself, what are you two waiting for? Why don't you catch the 2 of them for me? Those 2 men looked at each other in disbelief. They want to do it too, but they don't dare, leaving aside the fact that they were no match for Su Xian and Luna. The group of exalts from Jiangnan province that were now surrounding Su Xian were also not harboring good intentions towards them. Who are they to insult the lazy god like that? It seems to be the group from the provinces. What a bunch of blinkered guys. These 3 seem like Huang Chang's crew. Huang Chang? That's the guy in the middle of the avatar stage? Che, it's only the middle stage of an avatar. I thought it was so awesome. The lazy god is in the late stage of the avatar stage. Not to mention his team members. Even the yellow costumers aren't worth mentioning in front of the lazy god. That's right. They still think the lazy god is a cripple. If the lazy god is a cripple, then what are we? Little cuties. Not to mention the lazy god's terrifying strength. Just his identity alone is not something that anyone can insult. It's also fortunate that the lazy god was lazy and didn't bother to take care of them. If they were transformed into any of the other 6, these 3 people wouldn't be able to eat today. Keep your voice down. Don't disturb the lazy god's sleep. That said, there are so many of us in Jiangnan province, and no one is talking to these people from outside the province about the power of the lazy god? I said it, but many people didn't believe it and thought we were bragging. There were also people who thought that when the lazy god fought Feng Hung, even though he took first place, he was also wasted by Feng Hung. Wasted is equal to directly killing 3 commander-level foreign beasts in seconds. The exalts of Jiangnan province whispered, looking at those 3 with the eyes of a clown. Zichao, why don't we leave first? They're outnumbered. We can't beat them. Yeah, and that Li Lazy doesn't seem to be simple either. Hearing the words of the 2, Huang Zichao's sanity gradually returned and he let out a cold snort. Go find my big brother. Luna looked guiltily at Li Lao's and then at Su Xin. Sorry for the trouble. It's okay, it's none of your business. Aha! Sister Luna, wait for me. Lu Shaoqi hurriedly followed, not forgetting to turn around and give a greeting. I'll see you tomorrow then. Good. Do you need me to bring you guys breakfast? I make a mean breakfast. No need. After they left, Su Xian was also ready to push Li Lao's back to the place where he lived. But just then, everyone suddenly noticed that 7 people were flying towards this side in the distant sky. One of the men was being held up by the other 2, and looked to be badly injured. Look everyone, there seems to be someone in the sky. It seems to be the general and the generalissimo and them. Hiss, but it looks like one of them is injured. The 7 that went to the depths of the core area to clear out the foreign beasts this time are all great magi, right? Even this lineup has people injured. What kind of monsters have appeared in this beast tide? I recognize that injured person. It's the old director of our Jiangnan province's Directorate of Alien Energy. A top powerhouse at the late stage of the golden elemental great divine power. Although he's old and his strength is not as good as it was in his heyday now, it's still not bad. I didn't expect him to be injured. Even the great avatar is injured. I don't know how long this beast tide will last. Who's the guy on the far left with the gold armor and dyed red hair? It's a bit rude, but he's really good in the middle. That's Gold Saint Duelist Li Qin. The lazy god is his brother. He's been to the site during the auditions before. Many people looked at Li Lazy, and Li Laos didn't know when, but had already opened his eyes. The 7 people in the sky slowly fell. That injured great avatar was assisted into the medical room. Everyone spread out. Don't gather here. Today, we managed to clear 4 king-level alien beasts deep in the core area, and I believe this beast tide will soon fade away, the general said to the crowd. The heavy atmosphere that had been brought about by the great avatar being subjected to it immediately became agitated. I can't believe I cleared 4 king-level foreign beasts. It seems that this beast tide will soon be over. 4 king-level foreign beasts. It's a bit rude. But compared to that, the old chief being injured doesn't seem like such an unacceptable thing anymore. Yes, 1 great avatar being injured in exchange for the fall of 4 king-level foreign beasts. This sacrifice is still worth it. Li Qin's eyes lit up when he saw Li Lao's and walked towards him. Everyone makes a conscious effort to get out of the way. In the meantime, where Huang's son lives, Huang Zichao said, "Brother, that's what happened. At that time, I wanted to ask Luna to return to our team, saying that she was too tired to stay in that Li Lazy's team. But that she didn't appreciate it at all, and even called people to beat me up instead. Brother, you must avenge me. I've never been so wronged in my life. What do you think is wrong with me not wanting her to stay on a cripple's team? How dare she do this to me?" Knowing what kind of nature his brother had, Huang Chang looked at the 2 people behind him with a sullen face. Is he telling the truth? The woman team member stammered, not knowing how to speak. That male team member hurriedly said, "Captain, 8 or 9 is not far from it. That Li Lazy's little follower is simply detestable." In order to pursue Luna, he even directly hit Zichao. Huang Chang snorted coldly and slammed the table. I'd like to see who dares to bully my Huang Chang's brother like this. Zhang Biao, bring the men. Let's go. Chapter 30, Divine Walking Talisman, Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique. 3rd brother. Li Lao smiled. Hearing this, many people directly froze in place. What did he call that great avatar? 3rd brother? Don't you guys know? Li Lazy is the younger brother of the Golden Saint Duelist Li Qin. Both of them are from the Li family. Moreover, Li Lao's is also a thunder and fire avatar. It was him who took first place in the selection contest of our Jiangnan province not long ago. That thing about Li Lazy being a cripple. Of course it's fake. How can a lazy god be a cripple? So he's really lazy and that's why he stays in a wheelchair? Yes. My god. There really are such lazy people in this world. At first I didn't believe it. Damn it. I was originally in Li Lazy's group. If I had known that he was from the Li family, I wouldn't have hidden. A big man of 1 meter 8 pounded his chest and was on the verge of crying out. With the endorsement of the Li family, all sorts of untrue rumors about Li Lazy immediately fell apart. Don't call me third brother. Li Qin's face stiffened, smiling harder than crying, and said, Little Lazy, brother usually treats you well, right? What kind of mesmerizing soup did you say you put in Grandpa's head, that he even wanted me to give you my lifeblood? Lifeblood. The people around them seemed to have heard something powerful. There was a lot of looking over. Only Li Qin slowly pulled out 3 talismans and held them tightly in his hands. This is what Grandpa told me to give you. He looked fleshy. Li Laos took the 3 charms and put them in his pocket. The crowd was talking. What's that? It looks like 3 charms. Isn't that nonsense? We are trying to find out what the talisman is. I think I've seen that on the internet before. That looks like a divine traveling charm. What? The divine walking talisman? The one that claims that each one is equivalent to a top-grade exotic treasure? Yes. The look and size are exactly the same as the ones I've seen online before. Oh my god. I didn't expect it to be a divine walking talisman. No wonder the Golden Saints are so fleshed out. The Li family is really good to Li Lazy. Yes, this divine walking talisman. Something that even a top-grade avatar would covet. I didn't expect that the Li clan would give it to Li Lazy. An ordinary avatar. The avatar is the avatar. What do you mean by bringing the word ordinary? Sorry, I'm not reinforcing the comparison. The lazy god is worth it. Hearing the words divine traveling talisman, many people's eyes went wide with envy. After all, this divine traveling talisman was not simple. It's called the escape artifact, instantly moving 3,000 miles away with a single thought. In times of danger, a divine walking talisman was equivalent to a life. It's easy to see how valuable he is from this. Moreover, these divine traveling talismans were basically brought out from the 5-star mysterious realm by the top-grade avatars, who had exhausted their efforts. With the exception of a few, most won't be in circulation at all. Even if there are circulating ones, they are basically worth a fortune. Most of the time it's priced to sell. Just as they marveled, a piercing voice came from outside. Brother, that kid is Li Lao's. It was his little follower who beat me up. You must avenge me. The crowd looked outside, only to see Huang Chang walking over with a dozen or so aggressive Xenos. Huang Zichao followed outside, holding his head up with a condescending expression. What's wrong? That seems to be Huang Chang, the second-place winner of the Jiangdong provincial audition. But what's he doing here looking for Li Lazy? By the looks of them, they're not coming for good. It's Li Lazy that's not good, right? Ha ha, just now here. Li Lazy's little chaperone seems to have beaten up Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao. So, Huang Chang is here to avenge his brother's death? Asterisk. He doesn't want to die hot? Noticing the odd expressions of those around him, Huang Chang, who was in the middle of the avatar stage, quickly sensed that something was wrong. As Li Qin approached, the alarm bells were even louder in his heart. Brother, that's the one. That cripple in the wheelchair is Li Lazy. However, Huang Zichao didn't seem to know what was going on and angrily pointed at Li Laos and shouted. Huang Cheng hurriedly picked up the stick on the ground and swiped at him. Ah! Huang Zichao's miserable scream rang out. He looked at Huang Cheng aggressively and said, Brother, I called you to teach others a lesson. What are you doing hitting me? What's wrong? Li Qin asked. Frowning, Huang Cheng said with justice. This disobedient brother of mine accidentally offended Captain Li Lazy before. I called out to him to apologize, and he ended up speaking out of turn when he got here. I smacked him in a moment of anger. Ha, brother, didn't you just? Huang Zichao was still a bit unresponsive. Not only did he react, it was the group of minions behind him that didn't react for a moment. That's not the same as the script we just talked about, is it? Before the words were spoken, Huang Cheng smacked down another stick. What did I just say? I want you to apologize. Do you hear me? Ah, brother, stop fighting. Huang Zichao's miserable scream rang out once again. I apologize. I'll apologize right away. Hurry up. To think that my Huang family has strict family rules. How did I produce a bastard like you? Huang Cheng scolded. Huang Zichao hurriedly rolled and crawled to Li Laos and Su Xin. Keep bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I'm really sorry. It was all because of my cheap mouth before. Please be generous and forgive me. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Huang Cheng's face as he said, This senior, it's alright. Li Qin frowned and said, "You can't educate like this. You must be gentle with your juniors." "Yes, yes, yes," Huang Cheng hurriedly said. "I'll be more gentle when I educate him next time." Those juniors looked at each other and froze for a moment before realizing. No wonder he's the big brother, and he or she is the little brother. The difference shows here. By the way, lazy, this is what Grandpa told me to give you. How strange. This dragon tiger body refining technique can obviously only be cultivated after learning the great avatar. Why is he handing it over to you now? You say, it's not supposed to be old age. Sango, I recorded it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going back to the Li family for the rest of my life. Evening. When Li Laoshi slept, the sound of a dragon and tiger roaring emanated from his body. Fire Elemental says he wants to be the prettiest cub and starts practicing hard. Fire Elemental energy plus 40. Thunder Elemental doesn't want to cultivate. Reluctantly starts cultivating after being violently beaten by Fire Elemental. Thunder Elemental energy plus 30. Wood Elemental shouts, "Stop fighting, and starts practicing. Wood Elemental energy plus 40. Numinous energy alien energy trembling beside it. Carefully begin to cultivate. Numinous energy plus 20. Dragon tiger body refining technique, sighing and sighing at the chaos in your circle. He began to cultivate. Host's physique plus 20. Chapter 31, Awakening of Alien Ability. King level alien beasts. Because of the beast tide mutation, all of the missions to clear the beasts were temporarily suspended. As to when it will start again is unknown. But until then everyone is free to leave the village if they want to, or remain in the village. Early the next morning, a soldier came to the place where the two of them, Li Laos and Su Xin, were staying, delivering a small box. He left after a brief chat with Su Xin. After the soldier left, Su Xin opened the box and looked at it, realizing that it was 3 low-grade fire attribute exotic treasures. It's supposed to be the military, given payment for these days of operational missions. However, since the quests are semi-obligatory, the pay isn't very much. Just mean it. Room. Li Lazy woke up from his sleep. Hooking his hand, the kettle on the table not far away automatically poured a glass of water into the cup. The cup of water flew to Li Lazy's mouth, and the cup automatically put back to its original position after drinking the water. It's as if there's an invisible nanny in service. It's just good to have a numinous ability. Li Laos sighed. The whole person floats and the clothes are automatically put on the body, then drifted off to the restroom. Towels, toothbrushes, combs and all that automatically started moving too. A few minutes later, the washing up was done. Everything falls into place. Li Laoshi flew to the top of the wheelchair and slowly landed, finding a comfortable position to sit in. Back to the room. Su Xin saw that everything had been prepared to Li Laos. Felt extremely incredible. He had only left for a short while, but these daily aspects of things the selfsame young master had actually finished handling all of them by himself. Is this still Li Lazy? Su Xin looked left and right. It wasn't until he saw a mole behind the earlobe of Li Lazy sit that he was relieved. Be sure it's your own young master. What are you looking at? Li Lazy inquired with his eyes. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that the sun has come out of the west. Su Xin smiled. Li Lazy gave a "why are you looking down on people" look, and went to sleep again. An old shout came from outside. Little Su, little Li, it's time to eat. Okay, Granny. Su Xin responded loudly. He hurriedly pushed Li Laos in the wheelchair. Young master, don't sleep for dinner. The head of the family they live in is an old lady surnamed Yu, whose partner died a few years ago and whose children all work in the city. Luckily, the body is still strong. Now it's just the two of you living at home with your little grandson. The addition of Li Laoshi and Su Xin had added a lot of life to their home, mainly Su Xin. So she was very enthusiastic about Li Laoshi and Su Xin. Su Xin pushed Li Laos to the dining table. Granny Yu smiled and said to the two of them, I made braised fish today. I don't know if you guys like it. We love anything our mother-in-law makes. Su Xin quipped, after eating your meals, mother-in-law. I feel like everything I ate before was in vain. Pick up a piece of fish and feast on it. You child. You know how to talk nonsense. Granny Yu blamed it. Instead, his face was a smile. She looked to Li Laos. Little Li, you eat too. Taste how Granny's handiwork is. Young master, let me feed you. Su Xin put down his chopsticks. No, I'll do it myself. As the words fell, the chopsticks on the table moved on their own, picking up a piece of fish and putting it into Li Lao's mouth. Li Laos laughed. Yummy. All three of them showed shocked expressions. Young master Yu, don't make a big deal out of it. It awakened a few days ago. Su Xin revealed an expression that said, no wonder you were so diligent this morning. Granny Yu, don't be afraid. This is a Nianli ability, one outside of the elemental and body system abilities. Granny Yu came to a realization and said, this I know. When I was young, Someone at school had awakened, and I was envious for days at the time. After eating, Su Xian took the initiative to wash the dishes. When I came back, I heard a child crying. I told you I won't. Grandma, I don't want to learn powers. It's Grandma Yu's grandson. Zhu Xiaohu. Granny, what's wrong? Granny Yu sighed and said, it's still not this bastard. I asked him to learn to communicate with the elemental energies in his body, but he just can't learn. It's a headache for me. You said that he will be in the 3rd grade next year. What should he do if he still can't awaken his supernormal abilities? Are you sure that his special ability is elemental system? Su Xian asked as he pushed Li Lao's forward. If it's not an elemental system, there is no elemental energy in his body. Of course it's the elemental system, Granny Yu said. Last time my son came back and brought him to be tested, it was still the most powerful thunder element. She looked proud at the end of her sentence, but soon hung his head again. By the way, little Su, how did you awaken your powers then? Su Xian didn't know how to speak. His powers awakened when he was a few years old. However, at that time, his family was afraid that he would injure himself with his psychic abilities, so they waited until he was 7 or 8 years old before officially letting him start his psychic ability training. Why don't you have Tiger try to communicate the elemental energies in front of me, and I'll see if there's any problems? Good. Granny Yu said in a hurry, looking to her crying grandson next to her. Little Tiger, did you hear me? Try it quickly and let Uncle Su teach you. Granny, I'm only 18. Although Zhu Xiaohu was not very willing, he still sat up on his knees. Following the method of awakening psychic abilities taught in school, he began to communicate the elemental energies within his body. A moment later he opened his eyes in disappointment and looked to his grandmother. Grandma, I still don't sense a bit of elemental energy. Detecting that someone in front of the host is attempting to awaken an alien ability. 3 errors have appeared and the system has corrected them automatically. Error number 1, this psychic awakening was born with an offset heart. Suggested. Error 2. Error 3. That shouldn't be. Granny Yu sighed. Su Xian also frowned tightly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Why would the awakening not be successful? At this time, Li Lao suddenly spoke up. Granny, was Xiaohu born with an offset heart? Little Li, how did you know? Granny Yu looked at him in surprise. Li Lao's briefly explained. The awakening of psychic ability is mainly through the heart to communicate elemental energy. If there is a deviation of the heart, according to the normal method of awakening, naturally, psychic ability cannot be awakened. As he spoke, a chopstick was automatically sent over. It nodded a few times on Zhu Xiaohu's body before returning to its original position. You have Tiger follow these positions and try to recommunicate. Granny Yu looked at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded and said, indeed. Zhu Xiaohu once again sat in meditation, and a few moments later he looked at his grandmother in ecstasy. Grandma, I'm communicating. I'm seeing elemental energy. Really? Granny Yu was also beaming with joy. Gratefully, he said, thank you so much. Without you guys, my little Tiger is estimated. Granny Yu, you don't have to be like this. This is all what we should do. We've been staying with you for so long. We can't thank you enough. 2 days of peace passed like this. 2 days later, the army's orders came down again. All previous groupings were cancelled, and everyone headed to the core area together to clear out the foreign beasts. Early in the morning, Su Xian pushed Li Lao's to the lake. Everyone went into the water and began to clear the alien beasts from the edge of the Great Lake. Along the way, Li Lao's also saw quite a few familiar figures. The hunter means Zitao that I saw a few days ago, as well as Wu Tianji, Su Wanyu and others. Many people were talking after seeing Li Lao's. Li Lazy is here. Li Lazy is here. He's Li Lazy. He doesn't look so good. What do you mean it's not good? He's keeping a low profile? I heard that a few days ago he directly killed 3 commander-class alien beasts in seconds. Hiss. 3 heads? My goodness. This is too terrifying. The commander-class Fey beasts are sort of the counterpart to the Avatar realm's abilities. But the Fey beasts can be much stronger than the Avatars. Yeah. Before, our captain joined forces with another squad and only managed to kill a single commander-class alien beast after fighting for half a day. He killed 3 directly here. Is he really human? It's not going to be bragging, is it? Why don't you blow one? 10 people will believe me. Moreover, Li Lao's is still a member of the Li family. And a few days ago the Golden Saint Dipper Li Qin also gave Li Lao's a few divine traveling talismans. Hiss. A divine traveling talisman. The Li family is too generous, isn't it? I can only even look at the divine walking talisman on the internet. Huang Zichao looked at Li Lazy in the wheelchair with disgust. Huang Chang gave him a direct slap. What the hell are you up to again? Let me tell you. There are people in this world that you should never mess with. Li Lazy's strength is still in doubt, but the fact that he's Li Qin's younger brother is a nail in the coffin. If he wants to get you, even if father steps in, he won't be able to protect you. Brother, I know. Why? Your brother's in trouble again. A youth made his way over and said in a flirtatious tone. He was also an avatar, named by you, and was on pretty good terms with Huang Chang. Both are from the same province and from the same school. No, it's the same thing as before. Before that? Huang Chang nodded and said. He had previously found a bit of a conflict with Su Xian and Luna from Li Lazy's team. Luna? Isn't she on your team? At first, followed by her friend Lu Shaoqi, together with Team Li Lazy. This kid is because of this, only because of this, and that Su Xian got into a conflict. It seems that the cursing is quite unpleasant. Your brother has quite a life then. Bai Yu was surprised. I heard that a few days ago, Li Lao's directly killed 3 commander-level alien beasts in seconds. The strength is estimated to be already in the late stage of the avatar, if he did it at that time. Hearing this, a nameless fire rose in Huang Cheng's heart and he punched Huang Zichao again. Brother, why are you punching me again? You owe me a beating. Su Xian ignited a swirl of flames in the water. Water vapor ZZZ rise, a high-level foreign beast directly burned out a big hole. Luna looked a few times in surprise and said, Su Xian, after not seeing you for a few days, it seems like your strength has risen quite a bit again. This is all the result of young master's guidance, Su Xian said. In the past 2 days, Li Lao's had instructed him on quite a few things, allowing him to increase his strength greatly. It was believed that in another half a month, he would be able to enter the avatar realm. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqi looked envious. Is the captain still short of chaperones? Luna hurriedly pulled her away and said, Do you want to be hunted down by the Li family? Why is the Li family after me? Su Xian, you should cook for Li Lao's often, right? Su Xian nodded. Luna wore an expression that said that's not it. Lu Shaoqi said unconvincingly, I feel that my cooking is quite delicious, to keep people from gossiping. Li Lazy jumped straight into the water behind him and floated on the water to sleep. From time to time, he would also kill a few foreign beasts, watching the people on the sidelines in disbelief. At that moment, the front suddenly became chaotic. Huge groups of people swimming towards the shore. What's wrong? What happened? Someone asked hurriedly. No one answered, but it wasn't until they saw an incredibly ferocious crocodile in the distance, with blood constantly dripping from its neck, swimming this way that they were alarmed. Not good. It's an injured king-level foreign beast. How did it get here? This seems like the one that escaped from the core area 10 days ago. I didn't realize it was hiding in a cave under the lake. Everyone run. Who's that on the water? He's floating on water and sleeping. That seems to be Li Lazy. No good. It's already here. The lazy god is in danger. Don't worry everyone. Li Lazy will be fine. After everyone fled to the lake, they stared intently at Li Lazy on the water, only to see a giant crocodile rise up to the sky, lifting up 10,000 waves and swallowing Li Lao's in one bite. Su Xian's face turned pale as he felt his head spin and almost fainted directly. Luckily, Lu Shaoqi and Luna held him up in time. Chapter 32, Killing a King-level Fey Beast in Seconds. Awakening Control Ability. Demonic Soul Silk. Watching Li Lao's buried in the belly of the foreign beast, many people were talking. Lazy god, eaten by a foreign beast? This can't be possible. The lazy god is invincible. How could he be eaten by a foreign beast? This must be impossible. It must be my eyesight. What's impossible about that? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Although the lazy god is very strong, that is after all a king-level foreign beast. A king-level foreign beast that is comparable to a great avatar. Often walk by the river. There is no such thing as a wet shoe. The lazy god is still. After all, Su Xian sat on the ground and muttered, This is impossible. This is impossible. How could the young master be? Lu Shaoqi and Luna also looked incredulous. Su Xian, I'm sorry for your loss. That is after all a king-level foreign beast. Su Xian, we'd better hurry up and find the captain's third brothers now, so we might still find the body. As if he didn't hear it, Su Xian sat on the ground and turned into a statue. No matter how much they shouted, there was no response. The faces of Wu Liuqi, Duan Zetao and the others could not help but show the bleakness of a rabbit dying. Duan Zetao muttered, Sure enough, even a genius like Li Lao's will die. Wu Liuqi hugged his sword inside, his eyes obscure. It's a pity that we haven't had the chance to fight yet. Only Feng Hong was filled with disbelief as he said, Li Lazy, really dead? He knew far more than the others, including the fact that Li Laoshi was already a wood system great avatar. Huang Zichao bloated a bit, but it was immediately followed by a fat beating from his own big brother. Brother, what are you doing hitting me again? Think for yourself, Huang Chang said without a word, almost pissed off at his brother. That's when 3 silhouettes descended from the sky. It's the chief of the army, Gold Saint Li Qin. and the chief of the Gangnam Special Section. 3 great Avatar realm powerhouses. Many people have gathered around. Where are the giant crocodiles? Li Qin asked. Gone. No one died, did they? The chief asked. Although that giant crocodile was a king-level foreign beast, it had been beaten to the brink of death by them earlier. Its internal organs had long been fragmented, and its mobility was greatly restricted. Plus, the depths of the core were a short distance from the periphery, so if it was detected in time, they should all be able to escape. Hearing this, everyone was silent. A bad feeling rose in the hearts of the 3, and they wanted to speak. The chief minister quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at Gold Saint Li Qin. "What's wrong? If you have something to say, say it." That Mr. Li Qin, Li Lazy, he was eaten by a giant crocodile. What? Li Qin's face immediately sank, saying, "How is this possible? His strength is already infinitely close to that of a great avatar. He was floating on the water sleeping. Was eaten." The man replied stiffly. Hearing this, the remaining 2 had odd expressions on their faces. Was about to comfort Li Qin for a few moments. However, Li Qin had long since taken to the skies and flew toward the lake. It seems that Li Lazy's death didn't hit him too hard. Alas, the Li family's blood ties are the deepest of all the great families. Get ready. Our Jiangnan province may not be able to receive assistance from the Li family for the next few years. But let's find Li Lazy's body first, even though the way he died was a bit strange. He was after all sacrificed for the sake of my Jiangnan province. The 2 also flew into the air. Just when they were planning to look for the giant crocodile together, a loud explosion suddenly rang out within the lake. Boom! Immediately afterward, a giant crocodile flew out of the water and slammed into the shore in a parabola. Seeing this sight, the 3 people in the air froze. Spinning around, he looked downward in disbelief, because they actually saw a tiny silhouette at the place where the giant crocodile flew out. Really, sleep doesn't leave anyone in peace. Li Lao's rubbed his eyes and flew towards the shore. It's Li Lazy, the 2 said incredulously. Li Qin sighed as if he was relieved. Seeing Li Lao's come back, many people felt like they were having a dream. There was a lot of rubbing of the eyes. It's Li Lazy. He's not dead? Great. The lazy god isn't dead? Oh my god. This giant crocodile is that king-level foreign beast. Lazy god. He actually killed a king-level foreign beast. Hiss. I told you that it was impossible for the lazy god to die, and you guys didn't believe me at the time. Not only did he not die, but he also killed a king-level foreign beast in return. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, this is impossible to think so. Looking at the corpse of the giant crocodile, many people marveled. Only Li Lao's frowned, as if he had discovered something within the giant crocodile's corpse. He mentally moved. A thin silk thread from the giant crocodile's head flew into his hand. A wire? Li Lao's touched the silk thread and felt that it was unusually odd. Though tiny, the texture is very hard and waterproof. If he hadn't been swallowed into the mouth of the giant crocodile and tripped over it at the time, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover it. At that moment, Li Lao saw Su Xian charging towards him. Standing in front of him incredulously, he pinched his face and was relieved to confirm that it was a real person. What are you doing, young master? It's great that you're okay. Li Laoshi put the thin thread into his pocket, tapped him on the shoulder and gave him a look. Su Xian would understand. Carry Li Lazy and put him back in his wheelchair. Looking at his haggard appearance, Li Lao's couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time." Reassured of what? It's none of my business if you die. At this time the 3 of them, the chief, Li Qin, and the chief of the special section, also returned. They looked at the corpse of the giant crocodile on the ground, and looked at Li Lao's as if they were looking at a monster. One must know that even though this giant crocodile was severely injured, it was still a king-level foreign beast, and this king-level foreign beast had died in the hands of an avatar's brat. Who would believe that? Chief Jiangnan looked Li Lao's up and down, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Kid, you're a monster, aren't you?" Jiang, the head of the special section, sked and said, "Amazing, amazing. You kid, you're scarier than even your brother." Li Qin looked at the monster and then at Li Lao's. His previous depression swept away. Smiling from ear to ear, he looked to both Chief Gangnam and the chief of the special section. Those two seemed to know what he was going to say and said helplessly, "Got it. You let Li Lazy take it away. Still a partner in justice. I'd say bandits are more like it. It took me a lot of effort to seriously injure this thing back then. Say it like I didn't put in any effort at that time." Li Qin came to the giant crocodile and punched through its heart. From inside, he took out an azure crystal core and threw it into Li Laosh's hand. "Lazy, catch." Seeing this crystal core, many people revealed a look of envy and jealousy. "Oh my god, it's the beast core of a king-level foreign beast. If this thing is taken out and sold, it can be sold for at least tens of millions of dollars." And this thing is also an extremely precious cultivation resource. After processing, the energy in the beast's core is able to be used by a psychic. Hiss. The energy of a king-level foreign beast. Won't this go straight to heaven after sucking it up? That's awesome. The lazy god is invincible. Lee Lazy is lucky. You call this lucky? You try being swallowed by this king-level foreign beast? Opportunity is reserved for those with strength, and you can't grasp it without it. Then again, Li Lao's can be really terrifying. Being bitten by a king-level foreign beast. This is put in the hands of an ordinary person to try, and they would just hiccup. Surprisingly, he didn't even have a single thing happen to him. The Fey carcasses were removed by the military. The cleanup mission continues, but this time, to avoid another accident. The military had purposely left two great avatars at the periphery of the core area to clear the alien beasts together with everyone else, looking at the corpse of the giant beast that had been moved away. At this moment, the crowd had a clearer understanding of Li Lao's in their hearts. That is, invincible. Looking towards Li Lazy, who was soundly sleeping on the shore at this time, quite a few people who felt that he was being lazy before silently shut their mouths. After all, it's not enough that they've killed a king-level alien beast? If you think people are being lazy, why don't you go kill one too? Even a dead one, not to mention a seriously injured one, could crush a man alive. In the evening, after dinner, when Su Xian went to sleep, Li Lao's once again held the thin thread in his hand and observed it. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong, it is detected that the host has obtained the control system's top-level exotic treasure, Magic Soul Silk. It is being swallowed automatically. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the control system's exotic ability. Hearing this voice, Li Laoshir's heart thumped. Control treasure. Is this thread a control treasure? Too late to rejoice. A terrible thought suddenly rose in Li Lao's mind. That is, this wave of beasts was directed by man. Someone had taken control of these King Realm Fey beasts and then unleashed a beast tide through them. Otherwise, how should this demon soul silk be explained? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. No, for the sake of Jiangnan province's safety, I must verify my thoughts. Li Lao's had a grave expression. Transporting his mind powers, he controlled himself towards the depths of the core. About 4 hours passed. Deep in the core area, the water was strewn with countless vines as well as the blood of foreign beasts. 2 early king-level foreign beasts fell into Li Laogai's hands. It was also thanks to the wood elemental powers that naturally restrained these water attribute foreign beasts, or else it wouldn't have been possible to manage it in such a short period of time. Li Lao's took the cores from their bodies. Sure enough, it was also found within them as well. The exact same demon soul silk as before. The control energy is happily devouring the magic soul silk. Control energy plus 100. The control energy is happily devouring the magic soul silk. Control energy plus 100. Only 100 more? It looks like this demon soul silk isn't complete. But who the hell is manipulating these beasts? And what is the reason for it controlling the Fae to set off the beast tide? But no matter what, the person behind this must be a vicious person, or even an organization? Normal people don't do this kind of thing. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiangnan province was well-stocked and strong, I don't know how many people would have to die in such a beast tide. Look, it's almost dawn. Li Lao's once again hunted and killed a foreign beast, and after taking a demon soul silk to keep a sample, he returned to his residence. After dawn, before Li Lao's opened his eyes, Su Xian had already finished washing for him. The first thing Li Lao's did when he opened his eyes was to look at Su Xian. Take me to the general. What? Su Xian froze, feeling that he had heard wrong. It's fine. What's the point of going to see the general? However, he seemed to have detected a hint of something wrong in his own young master's tone. It's rare to be serious. Chapter 33, Dark Moon Circus. Puppeteer. Early morning. Cloud Dream Great Lake. Deep in the core, a creepy mannequin floats on the water. It was the size of a baby's arm and was dressed in a neat black gown with a black cloth over its eyes. The expression was stiff, the face twisted and bizarre. After coming into contact with a king-level foreign beast, it suddenly expanded rapidly and became adult-sized. It probed its hand into the alien beast's head and touched it twice, then revealed a surprised and bizarre expression. He came back to the other 2 king-level alien beast corpses and repeated his previous actions. The expression remained surprised and weird. After freezing in place for a few moments, its mouth opened slightly and it let out a few oozing laughs. No good. Ha ha ha, it's been discovered. No good. Ha ha ha, it's been discovered. The chief's plan is going to fail. Not good. Ha ha ha. After laughing, his size quickly shrunk and he re-emerged as a small mannequin and went downstream, while passing by an island in the center of a lake, picked up by a big red-nosed man in a clown costume with an exaggerated grin on his face. Gone? Don't worry. The plan is halfway done. The mannequin continued to let out that oozing laugh again. Ha ha ha. Chief, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Puppeteer. You know, I prefer to be called a clown. Ha ha ha, clown, clown. Go on, go and get all the lost things back. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing at your mom. The Joker simply tossed the mannequin out like it was trash. Because village housing is limited. It is not possible for everyone to live in a house with room allocation. That's why all the soldiers were basically stationed in the camp outside the village. Except for the Ultrans who came to support them. General Xiang, who was the supreme commander of the army, was naturally the same. Li Laos had just approached the camp when he was stopped by a group of soldiers. Halt! A military stronghold. Idle people are forbidden to enter. We are here to find General Xiang. Su Xin explained. Got papers? The soldier asked after a moment's hesitation. Su Xin shook his head. No. Do you have an appointment? The soldier asked again. Su Xin shook his head again. The soldiers' faces regained their seriousness as they said, I'm sorry then, but military sites are forbidden for idle people to enter. Young master. Su Xin looked toward Li Laos in the wheelchair with difficulty. Li Laos opened his eyes and said, so what if we're looking for the Golden Saint? Li Qin? Looking for Mr. Reagan? One of the soldiers asked suspiciously. What do you want with him? He's my brother and I want to talk to my brother about something important. Gold Saint Li Qin's brother? Hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other with surprise and skepticism as they looked at Li Laos. They had been stationed here since the beginning of the Beast Tide, guarding the camp and not moving an inch. The military is so disciplined that it's basically hard for different units to talk to each other on a regular basis. And if they do, it's not going to be any kind of nonsense or irrelevant. So it's normal that they don't recognize Li Lazy. Are you really Mr. Li Qin's brother? The soldier's officer asked questioningly, looking Li Lazy up and down, trying to look for similar traits in both men through observation. He continued, Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and Mr. Li Qin's brother Li Qingyang also has red hair. So why aren't you? Li Qingyang has not long been to the Jiangnan military region. So this one he had a meeting with Li Qingyang not too long ago. There weren't many people born with red hair in the Dragon Kingdom who were also archons, so whether it was Li Qin or Li Qingyang, both left him with a very deep impression, but he looked halfway through. Aside from the feeling that Li Lazy's face was somewhat similar to Li Qin's, plus the same gender, there weren't many similarities between the two. Redhead. Li Laos got a headache hearing this and silently closed his eyes. Su Xin, who was on the side, said, my young master's name is Li Lazy. He is the youngest son of the Li clan's patriarch, Li Qin's younger brother, and the youngest grandson of Yan Di. You guys can go and check this. As for the red hair thing, you may not believe it when I say it, but everyone in the Li family has dyed red hair, including Emperor Yan. It's all dyed. The corners of the officer's mouth tugged. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm sorry, but we do not currently have the ability to verify your identities and are not in a position to let you in. But you may speak to me about anything, and when the general and the others return, I will inform you on your behalf. Come back? Li Laos frowned and said, you mean to say that the general and my brother and the others are not in the barracks right now? The officer didn't say another word. Li Laos already knew what he meant and nodded, saying, Su Xin, let's go back. After watching the two leave, a soldier suddenly said, I heard a few days ago that a teenager named Li Lazy killed 3 commander-class Fey beasts in one go. It can't be him, can it? What? 3 commander classes? How is this possible? It's not going to be bragging, is it? 1,000 times over. By the way, when I was eating earlier, I think I heard that the corpse of the king-level foreign beast that was carried away not long ago was also killed by a young man named Li Lazy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a fake. Even if he's powerful, he's still just an avatar. How could he possibly kill a king-level foreign beast? It's true. That king-level foreign beast was seriously injured and ran away by the general and the others before being killed by Li Lazy later. Hiss. This is too terrifying. Are the Li family's people all perverts? Even though that king-level foreign beast was seriously injured, he is a king-level after all. The soldiers murmured. Kill 3 commander-class Fey beasts in seconds. Kill a critically injured king-level alien beast. The officer's heart shook as he heard their conversation. Reacting, he hastily glared back at them. What's all the noise about? Doesn't discipline know? All of you will skip lunch today, and all of you will go do 50,000 up and down squats after your shift. After dinner, the cleanup mission continued. After yesterday's incident, many people were fearful of Li Laos. Even Huang Zichao didn't dare to discuss anything in private anymore. And when he saw Li Lazy squad's people directly turned around and left, not daring to put on the slightest face, having dipped into Li Lazy's favor. Su Xin and the others were much more relaxed for the next day. Whatever you do, someone is saddled with it. A joyful place. There is only one exception. Behind a large tree, Bear Tough watched Lee Lazy pound his chest. Damn it, I was obviously here first. Evening. Li Laos poked around. Li Qin and the generals, they still hadn't returned. Seeing that his master had been lazy for another day, the fire elemental energy was very angry, and after beating the thunder elemental violently, he began to cultivate hard, fire elemental energy plus 45. The thunder elemental is practicing, and after being innocently and violently beaten by the fire elemental, it cries while practicing, thunder elemental energy plus 35. The wood elemental stands up for the thunder elemental, and after beating up the fire elemental violently, happily begins to cultivate wood elemental energy plus 40. The numinous alter ego bloats at the fire elemental, and begins to cultivate after being brutally beaten by the fire elemental. Numinous energy plus 15. Dragon and tiger body refining technique in order to keep yourself from being brutally beaten. Hide and start practicing. Host's physique plus 25. Control alien energy looks at everyone so keening. Hides in the corner shivering and starts practicing. Control energy plus 10. Your control alien warlock cultivation has been raised to early intermediate. At night Lee Lazy is sleeping. Suddenly a crisp sound was heard from outside the window. He opened his eyes and saw that only the glass of the window was broken. A creepy little mannequin was sitting by the window watching him. The mannequin smiled weakly at Lee Lazy. Li Laos then felt his body being pulled out of the window as if something was tugging at him. The mannequin flew out with it. Li Laosher used his Nian Li ability to hold his body and stand up, and the mannequin falls into the hands of an even bigger mannequin. It's a big puppet, adult size. It had its back to Lee Lazy, and was dressed in a neat black suit with a black bowler hat and a black band of cloth over its eyes. What is this strange thing? Li Laos looked at it warily. Its head suddenly turned 180 degrees, revealing a bizarre smile towards Li Laos. Ha ha ha, hello there friend, my name is Puppeteer. I think you took something from me? What is it? Li Laos took out that magic soul silk. The puppet continued to laugh. Yes, that's it. Friend, give it back to me and I'll leave right away. It's really important to me. This thing can't be the culprit controlling the beast tide, can it? What if I don't? What? The puppets asked, continuing to laugh. Ha ha ha, then die. Rumbling. Before the words fell, countless large trees rose from the ground. The puppet leapt into the air, shooting dozens of thin threads from his hands, each thin wire after touching a tree. These large trees would then automate into a large puppet and pounce towards Lee Lazy. A wood plus control archon? Li Laosher's mind moved. Blazing inflammatory explosion. A violent gathering of fire elemental energy. Rumble. Explosions rang out, and these large trees immediately turned into a sea of fire. The airborne puppet continued to manipulate the thin strings in his hands. Those big trees moved again and pounced towards Li Laos. Even when their hands, feet, and heads were burned away, they were still able to move, like immortal warriors. It seems the only way to get these tree people to stop is to take care of the puppet. Li Laos looked at the puppet, and the wood element in his body quickly condensed. Ethereal wood forbids the sky. Countless vines instantly grew wildly, lunging like puppets in the air. The puppet's mouth opened slightly in a surprised expression. With a pull of the thin thread in its hand, all the tree people were instantly pulled in front of it, forming a huge defense shield that blocked Lee Lazy's attack. It slowly fell from the air and looked at Lee Lazy in surprise. Ha ha ha, strange wood system great avatar. Who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? He can't see me? Li Laos looked at the puppet in front of him whose eyes were covered with a black cloth, gave a deep sigh, and babbled. My name is Woodlack. Dear Mr. Woodchuck, thank you for telling me your name. I'll see you around. The puppet quickly shrunk and flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. Introduce yourself. My name is Puppeteer and I'm from the Dark Moon Circus. Chapter 34 Mysterious Wood System Powerhouse. Cold River Secret Realm. Dark Moon Circus? One of the 5 branches of the Spiritualist Society? Isn't there already a black coffin here? How did they get here? What was the purpose of controlling these king-level foreign beasts to set off a beast tide? Li Laos frowned slightly. By all accounts, if there's already an evil force in the area, the other evil forces aren't going to jump in, and they have the same big daddy behind them, the Psychic Society. A group of lunatic organizations that get mixed up with the Fae. Watch as the lights come on around them and the army arrives in the distance. Lee Lazy rolled over back into bed with a single thought and began to huff and puff. The lower reaches of the Great Lake of Yunming. Lake Dreams Resort. Lakewood. A very famous and exclusive mecca. The pre-beast tide traffic was huge with a steady stream of visitors. It emptied out after the beast wave occurred. Popularity is in the toilet. Only one circus still had lights on inside at this time. The puppeteer flew into the circus tent after leaving the village. The circus was bustling. The lion tamer is staying his big lion. The magician is playing his poker. The wireman is walking the wire. And the clown, who is the ringmaster of the circus, entertains his strange guests. A child. A little boy around 6 or 7 years old with a skull collar around his neck. His eyes were clear, and he was holding a copy of the 120 Tortures of the Ancient Dragon Kingdom and reading it with great interest, like someone else's kid, the neighborhood brother who loves to read and is still well behaved. Little monster, how have you considered it? Now that you've broken with the Spirit Energy Society, only I, the Dark Moon Circus, can help you. As long as you help me accomplish this, I'm willing to give you the Black Coffin, a holy relic, and 2 half-saint relics, Joker said in a compelling tone. The little boy continued to look at his book as if he hadn't heard. What's there to see in a broken book? Illiterate, that's what. The little boy looked up at him with a disgusted expression. Are you going to help or not? I may be a bad boy, but I'm also a bad boy with principles. To be honest, Joker, I don't like you very much, and I don't like the Psychic Society very much either. The little boy closed the book and said, you spend all day with those monsters. Be careful that one day, you will become monsters yourselves. How can that be? It's impossible. Why not? You just haven't noticed. You don't have principles anymore, do you? Say it like you have that thing. Joker snorted. The little boy laughed. Why no? I never kill a good kid. What a nice thing to say. The Joker said, you're just a little monster who likes to torture children. Whatever you say. Are you going to help or not? 1 holy relic, 3 half-saintly relics, one of which must be of the darkness. Deal. The clown waved his big hand and a black ring appeared in the little boy's hand. The ring was densely covered with blood-colored mysterious runes, looking strange and bizarre. If one listened carefully, one could even hear sharp wailing sounds that would emanate from the ring from time to time. This is the Blood Dark Ghost Ring. I believe it can greatly restore your injuries. Thanks. The little boy put on the ring, instantly refreshed, and said, leave the matter of finding the Cold River secret realm to me, but this is the last time I will help you. I really don't like spending time with you stinkers of the Spiritual Energy Society, but I've heard that you're out doing bad things every day under the banner of the Spiritualist Society. Who doesn't like to do the dirty work? The boy grinned, a blood-colored glow emanating from the eyes of the skull collar around his neck. That's when the puppeteer came to the Joker's side, whispered a few words in a weird crying, laughing voice. Joker frowned slightly after hearing that. Failed? A wood-type great avatar? Weren't those guys all stubbed out by me? Where are the wood system great avatars? Ha 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 ha. He said his name was Magoo. Chief, call me a clown. The clown said with annoyance. Would lack? I didn't realize this old thing hadn't left. Hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but snort. What's wrong with you? Joker looked over at him. The little boy said, nothing, I just couldn't help it. He's not Woodchuck? Joker was skeptical. Do you know who he is? When did a new great avatar come out of Jiangnan province? I'm not obligated to tell you about it, but I can tell you that I hold a big secret, and if I tell this secret, those fae behind you might be ecstatic. What secret? Joker asked curiously. I won't tell you. The little boy laughed, patting the dust off his body. He got up and left the circus, watching his departing back. Everyone within the circus stopped what they were doing. Joker, why don't we kill the traitor? It's just a land god whose strength is severely damaged. The adults will be very happy to kill him. The tamer couldn't help himself. A greedy expression appeared on his face. He may be right. The clown turned his head to the tamer, a hint of sadness passing over his face. I remember when you didn't used to join the circus to please anyone. The rush of power has made you, and even me, forget who you are. But soon he laughed again. But I'm sure it won't be long before we're free of those guys. Day 2. Lee Lazy woke up early in the morning to hear the chatter outside. How terrifying. Just where exactly are these 2 great avatars? I don't know, but judging from the battle, it should be 2 wood elemental archons. But I also saw the fire last night. That's one of them also has fire elemental powers. It's horrible. Feel that vine. It's so hard. It's so big. This would kill you if you were stabbed hard enough, wouldn't it? Yeah. I have a feeling that even the top avatars won't be able to withstand a single blow from this vine. Feel the remains of that branch again. It's amazing that there's poison on there. It's bad. Joe Cun fainted after touching that branch. I can't believe it's even poisoned. I was just saying, didn't all the village's great avatars leave yesterday? Who exactly is this wood system great avatar? I'm guessing it's that sweeper. He's secretive every day. He looks like one of those reclusive people. I guess it's the village headman. He goes to Widow Lu's house at the head of the village every day. That Widow Lu must be a great evil. The village headman has sacrificed too much for the village. But, do you have some kind of grudge against the village chief? You might as well guess the village chief as the lazy god. Lee Lazy he lives so close to where the battle is taking place. It can't be the lazy god. He's only 17. You're crazy. Ugh. If only the lazy god was female. Don't even think about it. It's a woman who can't see you. The sun was just right and the breeze was not too dry. Suxian pushed Li Laos to walk on the road for a stroll. Young master, we are, today, keep going to General Xiang. Li Laos rubbed his temples. He felt like he hadn't slept well the entire night after which fight he had last night. Mentally, not physically. Young master, let me help you press it. Suxian cranked up the massage mode of his wheelchair and pushed Li Lazy toward the military compound. Today, because General Xiang and the others were all in the barracks, it was just a simple notification and the soldiers let them through. The general and the others are in the conference room. You can go right in. Okay, thanks. Li Laos had just arrived at the door of the conference room when he heard the noisy murmurs coming out of the conference room. I'm certain that there must be at least one great avatar hidden within the village. And this great avatar is still of the wood system. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I've been stationed in this piece for 30 years now, and I haven't seen any unfamiliar, wood-type great avatar. So can you explain what the fight was about last night? Also, deep in the core area we found the corpses of 3 king beasts, all of which died at the hands of wood-type great aptitudes. One person fighting 3 king beasts alone. This person is at least a mid-stage great avatar, and he may still be very old. You've only been here for a short 30 years, so it's only normal that you don't recognize him. Why does it have to be a wood-type great avatar? Can't other great avatars? What if he just has a wood attribute prop? No matter what, he will definitely be a very kind senior. Without his help last night, this place might have been littered with corpses long ago. Who was that man who raided the village last night? What was his purpose? At this time, the crowd quieted down when they saw Suxian and Li Laos standing in the doorway. It's little lazy, right? General Xiang said kindly. You guys come in. Suxian pushed Li Laos into the conference room. Li Laos swept around and realized that his third brother was not here. Lazy, is there something you want to see me about? General, I have something I want to give you. What is it? Li Laos took out the demon soul silk from his pocket and put it into General Xiang's hand. This is what I found on the corpse of that king-class alien beast a few days ago. Seeing the demon soul silk, all the people in the conference room quieted down. Chief Jiangnan slammed the table and said, Dark Moon Circus, puppeteer, those bastards, assholes. This group of goji things, how to take the hundreds of millions of human lives in Jiangsan province. Really a group of, what's this? A bewildered military man asked. General Xiang explained. This is the demonic soul silk, a weapon used by the puppeteer, a member of the Dark Moon Circus, one of the 5 branches of the Spiritual Energy Society. It's a holy relic of the control system, and after planting it inside the brain, a puppeteer can use it to briefly control the body of a person or beast. General Xiang, do you mean that the Dark Moon Circus passed through this thing and it set off a beast tide? Special Section Chief Jiang asked. General Xiang's nodded, then shook his head and, I'm afraid it's more than just this one thing. Wouldn't a king-level foreign beast be so easy to control? Another officer asked. But isn't the Dark Moon Circus in the north? Why are they suddenly here? I might know why they came. At that moment, the old director of the Jiangnan Alien Energy Directorate said. He stood up and patted Li Lazy's shoulder hard. Kid, I thank you on behalf of the hundreds of millions of people in Jiangsan province. You've done us a great favor. For what? Even General Xiang looked curiously at the old director. The old director gave a deep sigh and cautiously spat out 4 words. Chill. Jiang. Secret. Realm. Chapter 35, Terrifying High Priestess. Crisis arrives. Cold River Mystic Realm? What secret realm is this? How come I've never heard of it? Me too. I haven't heard of it at all. Do we have this secret realm in Jiangnan province? What's so special about this secret realm? Everyone murmured and looked curiously at the old director. The matter was classified. But now that it's happened, it doesn't matter if you want to talk about it. The old director sighed and said. The Cold River Mystic Realm is a secret realm discovered by Jiangnan province more than 500 years ago, and it is hidden in the depths of Yunmeng Lake. According to the speculation of a land god immortal realm powerhouse at that time, this secret realm may contain a heavenly secret. God's big secret. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. You have to know that the old director is a long famous great avatar. Something that could be described by him as a heavenly secret was never simple. What secret? Chief Jiang asked. The old director shook his head. I don't know. This is what my teacher told me when he first passed away. He also said that if one controls the secrets of it, even an ordinary person can become a strong person of the land god realm within 3 years. Hiss. The crowd stared in shock. It just felt like my mind went blank. Make an ordinary man a land god in 3 years. What kind of concept is that? One must know that right now in the entire human race, there were only a few dozen strong people in the land god immortal realm, and most of these are old monsters. Old monsters who have lived for an unknown period of time and can be called living fossils. For example, the old ancestor of the Qing clan, the Wood Emperor, was a great expert who had become famous more than 300 years ago. 3 years are worth 300 years for others. The crowd couldn't even think of that. But old director, if there really is such a terrifying secret realm, it should have been excavated long ago, right? General Xiang asked. Yeah, if it was really that good, it would have been excavated long before it was discovered. How could it still be the turn, now that the Dark Moon Circus is coveting it? This you do not know. According to my teacher, this secret realm actually belongs to the sealed state. If the seal needs to be broken, it will take a lot of energy. Even if it consumes a lot of energy, then there's no way it could have been delayed until now and still not opened, right? The chief couldn't help but ask. I'm not done yet. The old director continued. In addition to the sealed state, it is also in a state of random movement and drifting. It will change its position from time to time. My teacher also found out about this from his teacher, so I don't remember it very well. However, I can probably guess that the first group of people who discovered the Cold River secret realm at that time actually wanted to open it. But before they could open it, the secret realm disappeared on its own. Everyone knew that Cloud Dream Lake was connected to the sea, and the deepest part of the lake bottom was inhabited by 2 Imperial-level foreign beasts. So for the sake of safety, the group of people at that time chose to blockade the news of the secret realm, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this blockade was for hundreds of years. After listening to the words of the old director, everyone looked grave. This kind of terrifying secret realm, if it fell into the hands of the Spiritual Energy Society, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chief Jiangnan said in a deep voice. A month ago I received a piece of news that an elder of the Spiritual Energy Society had obtained a blood-attributed holy relic from the hands of a foreign race, which could gain great power by absorbing blood. Now it seems that they are planning to use this item to open the Cold River secret realm. But isn't the secret realm's whereabouts erratic? How are they supposed to find the Cold River secret realm? General Xiang asked. Just after the words were said, all the great avatars present, excluding Li Lao's, couldn't help but have a name rise up in their hearts. Black Coffin, High Priest. It looks like the Dark Moon Circus is planning to join forces with the Black Coffin. But hasn't Black Coffin been recognized as a traitor by the Psychic Society? Even if he is a traitor, the High Priestess's master is a member of the Spiritual Energy Society. If the Spiritual Energy Society is willing to pay some price, the High Priestess is not yet willing to cooperate with them. And don't forget that the High Priestess is now in a state of serious injury and is in desperate need of supplies to recover from his injuries. The only one who can help the Spiritual Energy Society is the High Priestess. The power of the Holy Blood Golem. This is something everyone knows. The old director sighed. The top priority now is to stop clearing out the alien beasts, and definitely not to let the Spiritual Energy Society's scheme succeed. Holy Blood Puppet? Hearing those 4 words, Li Lao's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what does Holy Blood Puppet mean? Several great avatars looked at each other in disbelief. Eventually the old chief said, it's not a secret, so there's no harm in telling you. You should know that the Blood Moon Chalice, the sacred relic of the Spiritualist Society, has a mother chalice and his 10 daughter chalices. The child chalices can be planted with holy blood, and the mother chalice can be planted with holy blood and lifted from holy blood. Li Lazy nodded. This his brother had told him before. He had heard a bit about it himself. There are 5 branches of the Spiritual Energy Society, and the leader of each branch is incredibly powerful, with at least the strength of a late-stage great avatar. The reason why the Spiritualist Society lets them go free and is not afraid of their independence. That's because these 5 chieftains, in addition to being chieftains and possessors of the Dark Moon Mother Cup, they themselves have been seeded with holy blood by the Dark Moon Mother Cup themselves and are controlled by the Dark Moon Holy Grail. At that, the old chief paused. Li Laos didn't say anything because he knew that the old director would continue to talk. The old director looked at Li Lazy, wanted to wait for him to ask, why would the high priest betray the Spiritualist Society when he was in control? But he waited for half a day and didn't hear Li Lazy ask. There was no choice but to continue the story on my own. As for the reason why the high priest betrayed the Spiritual Energy Society in the back, it was because he broke through the control of the sacred blood, completely took control of the Dark Moon Subcup, and also broke through the Land God Realm. The High Priestess was a Land God Realm powerhouse. Hearing these words, Li Laos felt his heart shake. No way. That's absolutely impossible. He had fought the High Priest before. The other party doesn't look like a land god at all. The old director continued. Later on, in order to prevent the High Priest from committing evil, 3 land deity-level powerhouses hunted him down and seriously injured him. It was at that time that everyone knew about the existence of the sacred blood puppet. After the Dark Moon Subcup was controlled by the High Priest, it found a mutation and turned into a brand new Dark Moon Chalice, who in addition to being able to control the sacred blood possessor, it was also able to take over the sacred blood possessor, give the sacred blood possessor power. and share senses with the sacred blood possessor. The high priest was actually beaten to death at that time, and it was by relying on the Holy Grail that he was resurrected later. But looking at him now, the limitations should be great, and it is estimated that if he is killed once, he will not be able to take over and resurrect. This holy blood should be the same as the other holy bloods. As long as it is suppressed all the time, nothing will happen, right? Li Laos couldn't help but ask. Right now, Su Xian could still possess the holy blood in his body, and it would be bad if he were to be taken over by the high priestess one day. The old chief nodded. In theory it should be. That's fine. Li Lazy sighed in relief. But why do you ask? By your nature, shouldn't you be too lazy to know these things? The old director asked with a smile, looking like a kindly old grandfather. Lazy people are curious too. The old director nodded approvingly and looked at the group of great adepts and high military officials around him. Then let's start moving now. We definitely can't let the Spirit Energy Society's scheme succeed. General Xiang, Chief Jiang Nan, and Chief Jiang of the Special Section nodded their heads. Leave the conference room. Su Xian pushed Li Laos and consciously followed behind them. Along the way many of the officers spoke words of thanks to Li Lazy, who simply nodded his head. Come to the lake. Everyone looked at Li Laos surrounded by a group of officers and a bunch of great avatars with shocked faces. What's the matter? What's the big deal that happened? Why are so many people here? Holy, how did the lazy god show up there? Worthy of a lazy god. All mixed up in the command corps for the sake of laziness. Lazy out of the highest realm belongs to yes. But how come such a great avatar has come? It can't be that something really big has happened, right? I also think something might be wrong. Why do you say that? Tell me you see it in the faces of the great avatars, who have always been serious and curmudgeonly. Look at Li Laos. Li Laos, he didn't sleep, alas. He actually had his eyes open. Can't this be seen? By common sense, at this time of the day, the lazy god should be hiding away and sleeping. Ran sits for a whole day. Eating and drinking and all these things are fed by Su Xian. General Xiang scanned the scene and said loudly, all hands, from today onwards, stop the Fey clearing mission. From now on, the clearing mission changes to a fending mission. The mission is to try to keep the Fey out of the waterspout without killing them. If you need to kill a beast, throw the body of the beast on the shore after killing it, not in the water. Remember, the point is not to leave the carcass of the Fey in the water. Remember, the point is not to leave the carcass of the Fey in the water. Although it was just said, the voice was like thunder and basically everyone could hear it. There was a lot of talk about this statement. Looks like something really big is going on. Why can't the corpse of a Fey beast be dumped inside the water? I don't know, but even if the top says so, then it must have its reasoning. We just do things according to the rules. Also, but this way, the lazy god can't make a move. And when his fire elemental explodes in the water, all the foreign beasts are shattered and can't even be picked up. Did you guys hear me clearly? General Xiang asked loudly. Hear me clearly? Everyone replied loudly. Just to be clear, I know some of you aren't here, so I'm going to ask you all to pass on what I just said to each other. Yes. At this moment, a wind attribute avatar hurriedly flew over from the lake in the distance. The expression was horrified. What's wrong? It's not good, General Xiang. There are 5 king-level alien beasts killing from deep within the core area. Chapter 36, the identity of the great avatar is exposed. What? How is this possible? How come it's so fast? Just now I went to take a look at the Fey detection instrument, and it clearly shows that there are no Fey anywhere near the river. Isn't the Golden Saint in the core area? How could the Fey come in with him around? There were 6 of them, and he held off 1, so there are 5 left. The crowd looked horrified and ran for the shore. That's when a strange fish with wings and tens of meters long broke the water and pounced on the shore. With a flick of its tail, it rolled up 1,000 waves and came towards the shore like a mountain. Everyone stay away from the lake. Retreat! You guys go block the foreign beasts in the tributaries, and leave the ones around the lake to us, General Xiang exclaimed. The air flew up and kicked the fish in the face. Boom! The strange fish flew straight backward and fell heavily into the water. Bang! Immediately after that, another massive beast rushed out of the water. It was a huge crocodile. It had a hideous face, eyes as big as an adult's head, fangs exposed, and a tail that looked like it weighed 10,000 pounds. And when it swung, a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. Old Xiang, you can't kick this crocodile into the water again. Let's slaughter it together. Chief Jian laughed loudly. Okay. General Xiang nodded. The 2 men surged forward. The remaining 4 king-level foreign beasts came ashore in droves, and the 5 great aptitudes wrestled with them. At this time, the old director suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said towards General Xiang, General, leave this place to us. You quickly go and talk to Li Qin. The corpse of that king-level foreign beast must not be thrown in the water. Yes. Realized the gravity of the situation. General Xiang nodded. Just as he was planning to fly towards the Cloud Dream Lake, A young man in golden armor with bright red hair slowly landed in front of them. The crowd's faces changed. Li Qin said strangely, "What kind of expression is this on your faces? Don't you welcome me, the son of justice, back?" The giant crocodile pounced on him. Rumble! A blazing fire erupted from his body and he hammered the giant crocodile into the water with one punch. The crowd's faces changed once again. Reagan? General Xiang couldn't help himself and hurriedly told him about the cold river mysteries. Asterisk 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 asterisk, why didn't you guys tell me earlier? Li Qin jumped into the water in a hurry. He didn't care about this giant crocodile, but instead rushed towards the king-level alien beast he had killed earlier. But it was too late. However, when he rushed to the place where he had killed that king-level foreign beast at that time, the foreign beast had already disappeared without a trace. Damn bedbugs! Li Qin couldn't help but curse. By the time he got back to shore, those 5 king-level foreign beasts were all killed. Fighting on shore is different than in the water. The water was the natural home of the water attribute beasts. The majestic water element, a unique racial advantage, could allow the water attribute foreign beasts to explode with top-notch destructive power within the water. But as soon as they reach the shore, their advantage will be greatly weakened, and their strength will drop by at least 30%. So naturally, he would not be a match for General Xiang and the others. The eyes of the crowd looked toward Li Qin. Li Qin shook his head with an ugly face. The body is gone. If it's gone, it's gone. Just take care of these 5 corpses, General Xiang said. It's happened, and no matter how much is said now, it's useless. The only way to do that is to do what you can do now. Ha ha ha. At that moment an eerie laugh sounded. I'm just afraid you guys won't even be able to keep these 5 corpses, yo. What a guy. The crowd looked out over the lake. Only a puppet was sitting on a small wooden boat. Eyes with black cloth, adult-sized, holding a fishing rod as if he were fishing. Puppeteer. The name came to everyone's mind without fail. Be careful, the Dark Moon Circus is here, the old director said in a deep voice, only to see the puppeteer's fishing rod flicked, and an alien beast corpse immediately moved. The eye is about to be dragged into the water. General Xiang hurriedly pulled him back. General Xiang, it's been a long time. An eerie laugh rang out. The crowd looked toward the front, only to see 6 people in strange costumes, not knowing when they also appeared on the lake. The aura on their bodies was bizarre and powerful, and each of them possessed the strength of a great avatar. Every single one of them had weird makeup painted on their faces. It was as if it was not like a group of great magi, but like a group of circus people. Magician, tamer, wireman, joker. The 2 sides are on the verge of a major battle. Seeing this scene, the puppeteer revealed a wry smile. With a flick of the fishing rod in his hand, a dozen or so thin lines were flung towards those avatars on the shore. At this time, Li Lazy is sleeping in his wheelchair while confessing. He sighed as he remembered what he had been doing lately. Am I working too hard these days? I didn't used to look like this when I was at home. Damn it, if Li Lazi is hard-working, then what's the point of calling him Li Lazi? Why don't we just call Li Qin? No, I must be more lazy in the future. He knew that danger was approaching at this time, but he was lazy. Just then, a system beep sounded in his head. The fire elemental, seeing how lazy his master is very angry and has already launched himself into action. The wood elemental, seeing how lazy his master is very angry and has already begun to act on his own. The thunder elemental, seeing how lazy his master is so angry that he has already begun to act on his own. The numinous powers are so angry at seeing their master so lazy that they have already launched themselves into action. The control alien was so angry to see his master so lazy that he has launched himself into action. Shasta. The fire elemental began to surge. The fire ignited into a blaze, and explosions came from all directions. Dark clouds condensed in the sky. Thunder was bred in it, and several thunderbolts the size of a baby's arm split down as if they didn't want energy. Countless vines rose up from the ground to fend off the wires coming this way. Blazing inflammatory explosion. Falling thunder. Ethereal wood forbids the sky. The 3 great avatars unleashed themselves. The situation was turned around in an instant. After repelling those thin threads, the 3 elements then killed towards the Dark Moon Circus people. See this scene. Not only the Dark Moon Circus, even Li Lao's 3rd brother, Li Qin, General Xiang and the others looked at Li Lao's with a look of horror. As for Su Xin, who was beside Li Lao's, he even forgot to breathe and only felt his mind go blank. No way. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? How can the young master be a great avatar? Those alter egoists. Their mouths were even wider, as if they could stuff a large egg into it. The ship's puppeteer forgot to retrieve his thin strings when he saw them being blocked, deadly staring at Li Lazy. Think about it for a moment. A weird laugh appeared on his face as he said loudly, "Ha ha ha, Wood Black, we meet again." He looked to the Joker. Headmaster, he's the wood-type great avatar from the other day. Everyone present felt a shock in their hearts, including Li Lazy himself. Chapter 37, Secret Stone Door? Beast at the Bottom of the Lake. When Li Lao's wanted to take back all of these divine abilities, it was already too late. The fire and wood elements declared madly. The thunder elementals were slashing around like they didn't want energy. The amount that slashed at the fire elemental was several times greater than the amount that slashed elsewhere. General Xiang, I didn't expect you guys to hide quite deep. A 17-year-old great avatar. Interesting, somewhat interesting. The clown laughed loudly. His eyes became incredibly sharp, and his tone was steeply cold. But you don't think that with one little kid, you'll be able to stop my big plans for the Dark Moon Circus? Puppeteer. Ha 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 ha, I hear you, Master Chief. The puppeteer leapt up loudly and removed the hat he wore on his head, revealing a head of lush black hair. Immediately afterward, these black hairs began to grow violently, lunged toward the shore. We know what's going on here. 2. General Xiang and the others glanced at Li Lao's, and without much time to think, all kinds of energies erupted from their bodies. The aura of the great avatar was revealed, but those black hairs didn't attack them, but part of them lunged towards the corpses of the 5 alien beasts on the ground. Black hair touches these beasts. Those foreign beasts moved again as if they had been resurrected. A portion of it lunged towards those avatars. General Xiang and the others couldn't care less and rushed to run their divine powers to defend against these black hairs. But when I touched it, I realized that these were not black hairs at all, but a bunch of thin black threads. Each one is hard and invulnerable to fire and water. Li Lao's fire elemental did not return to Li Lao's body after seeing that it could not burn these black hairs. Instead, he turned around and fought with the thunder elemental in the sky. You beat with the fire. I beat with the thunder. Noticing that the energy in his body was frantically draining away, Li lazily closed his eyes. Forget it, whatever. Tired. But immediately afterward, he felt his body move on its own. Surprisingly, they are control powers and numinous powers. Li Lazy had wanted to resist, but on second thought, it didn't seem necessary. Just go with them. After the wood elemental and General Xiang and the others teamed up to protect a group of exalts, those exalts quickly retreated. The Black Coffin Man was about to write it out, but immediately he heard the Joker's voice. The secret world is opening. They glanced at each other and energy erupted from their bodies. Boom! And General Xiang and the others quickly retreated after landing a blow against each other. The beasts on the ground had disappeared. General Xiang and the others rushed after him. Li Lazy sleeps while following close behind. The fire elemental and the thunder elemental were still beating together. However, the thunder elemental was clearly no match for the fire elemental due to its lack of strength, and fell slightly behind. After seeing Li Lao's disappear, they froze for a moment and chased after him as well. The thunder elemental also slashed at the fire elemental, venting its resentment. The fire element flames turned into a fist, and the punch smashed the dark cloud carrying the thunder element backwards. The two elements were just one person at a time, following behind Li Lazy. Li Lao's was already in dreamland. From time to time, Li Qin looked back at his brother, feeling a little strange. He always felt as if Li Lazy was asleep. Spinning around, he smiled to himself. How could he fly when he was asleep? At the same time he was secretly alarmed. This brother of his is hiding a lot. In addition to the wood element of the great avatar, it was surprising that he had also awakened the numinous supernatural ability. No wonder my grandfather told me to give him the divine walking talisman earlier. It's only right that this kind of talent is valued by the family. Looking at the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed worriedly. Lu Xiaoqi looked at Su Xian's lost appearance and couldn't help but say, Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. The captain is so powerful that he will definitely be fine. Who's worried about him? Su Xian said indifferently. I can't wait to be happy when he's gone. Finally, don't serve anyone. Then why did you just keep staring at the wheelchair? Why don't you say anything? Are you hungry? I made buns. The crowd came to the center of the big lake. A child stood at the surface of the water, gazing into the depths of the great lake. His eyes had a crimson glow to them. Noticing the crowd's arrival, the child blinked. You're finally here. Has the entrance to the secret realm been found? Joker asked. Then looked to the puppeteer. Puppeteer touched his head. The 5 beasts' rumble fell into the water, drowned by the lake. A bloody light then rose up from the lake, and the bodies of those 5 alien beasts quickly turned into dry corpses. A small smile appeared on the corner of Joker's mouth as he said, energy filled. Lead the way, little monster. The child nodded, his soulful eyes turning a bit to look at Li Lao's, who was flying towards this, and said, little friend, we meet again. But Li Lao's was already asleep and didn't even hear what he said. How rude. The kid laughed and jumped into the water. The Dark Moon Circus men followed close behind. Should we follow suit as well? Section Chief Jian looked to General Xiang and the others. The secret realm may have already opened, so we can't cheapen them. General Xiang snorted coldly and jumped in as well. They were followed by Chief Gongnam, Senior, Director and others. Li Qin collected the fire element in his body and took out a bead of some unknown contraption and crushed it. A transparent defense shield appeared around him, and he gave Li Laos a worried look. After thinking that he was a great adept of the wood element and was born to restrain water attribute powers, he jumped in as well. Li Lazy followed closely behind him, looking at the big lake that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. The fire elemental shivered a few times and hurriedly drilled back into Li Lao's body. The thunder elemental flared and shook a few times, following suit into the water. The moment it entered the water, Li Laos was instantly awakened. When I opened my eyes I saw that I was in a deep patch of water. The water around them was separated by control powers. Li Lazy was at a loss. Who am I? Where am I? But after seeing Li Qin in front of him, Li Laos was instantly relieved. Immediately afterward he was electrocuted again. He turned back to the thunder elemental with a glance, and the thunder elemental was so frightened that it hurriedly burrowed back into his body. Li Lazy yawned and went back to sleep. Immediately afterward, the system's voice rang out. The fire elemental saw the suddenly returning thunder elemental and beat him up in retribution. The thunder elemental decides to stop being a wimp this time and fights back in anger. The fire elemental hit the thunder elemental harder. Thunder elemental is finished. Dragon and tiger body refining technique glances at them both and moves to continue practicing. Your physique plus 20. The group kept weaving in and out of the water. It eventually stopped in front of a huge stone door. The stone door was tens of meters tall, made of strange materials, with ancient and strange runes engraved on it, like words from the other world. The blue light of the rune flickered on and off, emitting a terrifying chill. With each flicker, the crowd felt like they had fallen into an icy abyss of 10,000 miles, and even their blood was gradually solidifying. This is the entrance to the Cold River mysterious realm? Joker said in ecstasy. Rumble. That's when the crowd felt a large mountain next to them move. A huge pressure came over him. Everyone's heart sank in unison, because it wasn't a big mountain at all, but a terrifying and huge foreign beast. Imperial-level foreign beasts. The crowd's minds went blank. Joker hastily urged the power within his body. A blood-red bead was suddenly slammed towards the stone door. Click! Terrifying blood chi erupted, and the great waters around them began to surge. Under the effect of this powerful force, the stone door, which originally seemed unbreakable, was pushed out a small gap. Chapter 38 Entering the Secret Realm. The first pass is meditation. It's on, but not quite open. It's only open a little. Oops. Feeling the monstrous pressure emanating from the emperor-level foreign beast, the faces of the crowd changed drastically. Joker slammed his palm on the stone door. The water waves were raging and tumbling, but the stone door was unresponsive and only shook slightly. But it was this one that gave him hope. He looked behind him and said to General Xiang and the others who were talking to his men, General Xiang, you don't want to lose your entire army at the bottom of this lake, do you? General Xiang and the others looked at each other and nodded. Chief Jiangnan grunted coldly, just leave you alive for now. Say it like you can kill us, the Beastmaster said mockingly. Alright, saving your life is important now. Joker looked to the crowd and said, let's do it together. The words fell, and in an instant, majestic energy surged. The power of the crowd erupted together, as if space was about to be torn apart, and the lake raged in the sky. This undoubtedly woke up the Imperial-level Fey beasts on the side even more. It opened his huge eyes and looked angrily at several people. It slightly opened its mouth, and a huge suction force suddenly erupted. A huge mouth of the abyss appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The crowd's faces changed drastically, just as they thought they were going to die. Li Lazy is still sleeping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did this kid fall asleep? Don't you want to die? The wireman from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse angrily. Leave him alone and push. The door is about to open. Joker exclaimed. Chief Jiangnan also wanted to curse, but seeing Li Qin on the side, he didn't say anything in the end. It's that time of year. Neither did the scolding. He couldn't hear it anyway. Feeling the suction force getting bigger and bigger, the crowd's backs were chilled. Their bodies were moving backward more and more uncontrollably, and they were about to be sucked into the giant mouth of the behemoth. The moment of truth. Boom. Door. Suddenly it's open. Great. The door's open. Not good. That emperor-level Fey beast has already started moving. Everyone go in quickly. What kind of foreign beast is this? I can't even get a glimpse of it. It seems to be an old turtle that has lived his thousands of years in this lake. Thousands of years. The people were surprised and used all their strength to go inside. The terrifying aura of the foreign beasts even made them forget that the enemy was right beside them. Li Qin shook Li Lazy off and pulled Li Lazy's hand towards the drill as well. You asshole kid. What a time to be sleeping. Li Laos was awakened by the blow, and his eyelids moved slightly when he saw the beast behind him. The wood elemental aptitude instantly kicked in. A huge vine wrapped the two and ripped them out of the secret realm. Just as the door to the secret realm was about to close, the puppeteer walks over to the Joker and kicks him out. The members of the Dark Moon Circus were unimpressed by this scene, as if they had known he would do this. Joker's entire body froze. The puppeteer looked at him with a wry smile. Master Chief, the highest level of control is to play with people's hearts. You. The clown didn't have time to speak and was devoured by the giant turtle in one bite. The door, slowly closing. The high priest was a little surprised to see the scene, but not surprised. He muttered a laugh. I warned him about that. Stay with the monsters long enough and watch out if you turn into one yourself. The high priestess swept her eyes at the Dark Moon Circus crowd at the entrance of the secret realm and said, apparently, you have all turned into monsters. Ha ha ha, it is our greatest honor to be called a monster by you. The puppeteer laughed stiffly and eerily. But be careful, you might die in the secret realm. He swept his eyes at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others. You too. Especially you, little friend Woodchuck. The puppeteer took one last look at Li Lazy. When did you turn into Mulak? Li Qin looked at Li Lao's in confusion. Found the bastard. Not knowing when he had fallen asleep again. He had some itchy hands. But at this time, the high priestess came over and placed a small blood elixir into Li Lao's hands. What do you want? Li Qin and the others looked at him warily. Don't get me wrong. It's the antidote? Antidote? General Xiang and the others were at a loss. What antidote? Li Qin if he had a deeper meaning. Didn't little friend Su Xin get hit by the holy blood? This is of course the antidote to the holy blood. Since when have you been so kind? I've always been so kind. An innocent smile appeared on the high priest's boyish face. Gentlemen, we'll see you later. Li Qin sniffed it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. So he stuffed the antidote into Li Lazy's pocket. They were now in a cold tunnel. The tunnels were chilly. And looking forward, there were a dozen separate tunnels. Each tunnel represents a person. And the tunnels close automatically after you walk into them. After General Xiang and the others debated for a while, they each chose a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Lazy and was going to pull him into the same tunnel as himself, only to be stopped by a wall of air on the way into the tunnel. At the same time, an ethereal voice resounded in both of their minds. Gentlemen, welcome to the Water God's Palace. Only one trialist may pass through each tunnel. Hearing that sound made Li Qin's hands itch again. Was about to slap Li Lazy awake just like before. Li Lazy then opened his eyes on his own. Brother, I'll take that one. You go in this one. Then you be safe. You too. Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li Lao's rubbed his eyes and sat on the ground to fall asleep again. The fire elemental sees how lazy you are, gets furious and starts practicing hard. Fire elemental energy plus 50. Thunder elemental looks at fire elemental being beaten, laughs, and begins to cultivate in earnest. Thunder elemental energy plus 50. The wood elemental looks at the fire elemental and only knows incompetence rage. Beat the fire elemental violently. Began to cultivate at ease. Wood elemental energy plus 50? Seeing as how you're so lazy, the nimble alien and control alien help you make your choice. Immediately after that, Li Lazy's body moved on its own and floated towards the remaining tunnel. The tunnel closes automatically. Li Lazy drifted forward until he came across a small igloo before stopping. The chanting alien pushed the door open and found the igloo empty, except for what lay on the floor, a small futon. After Li Lao sat down on the futon, that ethereal voice from before sounded once again. Wind is motion. Water is stillness. Welcome, all the trialists, to the first level of the Water God Palace, into the silence. Sitting quietly on top of the futon, you will be rewarded handsomely for each day after 30 days. The flow of time inside the level is different from the outside world, so you all don't have to worry about too much time passing. Due to the special nature of the Water God's Palace, you will not experience any discomfort while sitting in meditation, and you will only have to endure a long period of solitude. You cannot move your body during meditation, and once you do, you may not enter into meditation. If the meditation ends within 30 days, the pass is considered a failure. Result of failure, obliteration. Chapter 39, Spirit of the Water God. Tragic death of two great avatars. Hearing the voice of the spirit of the secret realm, the hearts of the crowd were delighted. A big reward? Great rewards just for sitting down? Looks like it was worth the trip. It's a bit of a long sit, but it's always okay to try. At this moment, both the Dark Moon Circus people and General Xiang and the others began to sharpen their fists, but when they heard the end, they had a cold heart. Wipe out. There is no mistake. Erase. Crazy? It's just a sit-in. Is there a need to make it such a cruel punishment? Inside the igloo, the tamer frowned slightly. However, he did not say anything more. After all, this was the rules of the secret realm, and it was not something that could be changed just because he did not agree with it. At the same time he was secretly relieved. As a handler, Patience is a must. Otherwise he would not have been able to tame those unruly and ferocious beasts. With my patience, 30 days of meditation is not expected to be much of a problem if I hold back. With him holding the same thought were the other members of the dark circus. Everyone is a circus member with a skill on their side, and is only a little bit stronger than patience everyone. The same goes for the military. The only ones who were a bit caught up in the situation were mainly the old director of the Jiangnan Alien Energy Directorate, and a few other non-officer great avatars. Li Qin wasn't too worried. After all, as a member of the Li family, it was commonplace to be locked up in a small darkroom as a child to sharpen your patience. Sometimes it can be months at a time, eating, drinking, and taking care of everything inside. In the entire Li family, the only one who hadn't received rigorous training was probably Li Lazy, the oddball. As a child, I even hid inside the coffin of my ancestral shrine to avoid training, sleeping with the old ancestors in a big bed. It was also fortunate that Yendi was there, or else he would have been expelled from the family long ago. Meditation, kind of. The high priest touched the skull collar around his neck. The body instantly stiffened, the eyes became hollow, and the vitality was lost, as if it had turned into a dead body. Sitting upright on top of the futon, puppeteer, much like him, smiled wryly. It then turned into a real puppet, losing its spirituality and sitting on the futon with its head bowed. Dear trialists, the pass is about to begin. Please get ready as soon as possible. X, 9, 8, 2, I. The level has been activated and will close automatically when everyone has finished their meditation. The spirit of the water god is here to wish you good luck. All you trialists, we'll see you in 30 days. The ethereal voice fades and everything returns to silence. Water god palace. Spirit of the water god. Thought god was the number. It seems that this secret realm is not simple. The thought rose in the minds of the crowd, and only Li Laos was huffing and puffing. The fire elemental is fighting the thunder elemental in order to prove who is the strongest king in the elemental alien world. Would elemental cheers while practicing on stage? Would elemental energy plus 60? Numinous alter ego sipping a small energy drink produced by his master off stage. Watching the battle while pretending to practice, plus 1 numinous energy. The control alien despises the behavior of the numinous alien so much that it directly snatches its little drink and the two aliens begin to beat each other up. The Nianli supernatural power accidentally hit the dragon tiger body refining technique that was practicing, and the dragon tiger body refining technique directly gave it a mouthful. The numinous alien begins to wail and hide from the wood elemental alien. Dragon and tiger body refining technique coldly grunted, found a quiet place and started to continue practicing. Host body plus 10. The fire elemental thrashes the thunder elemental, and the fire elemental finishes. The thunder elemental said aloud, "Damn it, I'll be back again." Hides and begins to silently cultivate. Thunder elemental energy plus 50. Fire elemental laments how lonely it is to be invincible and begins to cultivate. Fire elemental energy plus 40. 5 days later, the control ability has been raised to the early intermediate level. Another day passed. Dark Moon Circus Wireman. Sit for a long time on the Heartfeel scalp somehow Samich couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Just as he struck out, his entire body was stunned, feeling a chill on his back. Immediately after that, his entire body exploded from the inside out. Blood and flesh were pasted all over the floor and disappeared after landing on the floor of the walls of the igloo. It's like no one's ever been here before. Trialist 3 is dead. Warm reminder, there are still 24 days left until the pass, so keep up the good work. After successfully clearing the level, the Water God Palace will give you generous rewards. I wish you good luck, and I hope you all have the life to get it. The Water God Spirit's tone remained ethereal and flat, but it left everyone feeling a little creeped out. A great avatar died just like that. This Water God Palace secret realm is really not simple. I didn't expect anyone to die so soon. Number 3. Who was it again? Wireman? I didn't realize he died so quickly. The Wireman is dead. It seems that the words of the coming director may be true. Within 3 years to become a strong person of the land god immortal realm. The crowd sat in silence, their minds alive. Li Lazy is still sleeping. No one disturbed him, and he felt unusually comfortable in his own skin. Never been more comfortable in my life. One day later, the Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. 5 days later, the Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. Another 5 days passed. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. There are 10 days left before the 30 days are consummated. Control ability cultivation has been elevated to the late intermediate stage. While Li Laos was still huffing and puffing, A number of people couldn't hold out any longer. General Xiang and the others' faces were covered in fine sweat. Li Qin frowned tightly. The High Priestess Avatar's statute of limitations had expired, and she sat cross-legged on the paved sky, wrinkling her little face as if she was on the verge of crying out. The puppeteer's puppet body, too, had regained its previous spirituality, and an eerie smile appeared on its stiff face. There are 5 days left before the 30-day consummation. Trialist 10 is dead. Warm reminder, there are 5 days left until the pass. So keep up the good work. Ugh. Another one died. Why is your patience so bad? It's simply the worst batch of trialists I've ever seen. Another death? Who is it this time? It doesn't seem to be one of our black coffin people. It's a pity. I didn't expect old Qin to guard Jiangnan for his entire life and end up dying inside the secret realm. I don't know if I'll be able to bring his body back in the end. Why does that last sentence sound so familiar? Everyone sat on the futon with weird expressions, not daring to move a single inch. Another day passed. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. There is 1 day left before the 30 days are consummated. Chapter 40, Thunder Elemental stands up. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. 30 days successfully completed. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, stiffened and stood up straight and began to move their bodies. It's finally over. These 30 days were not a human life. Chief Jiang craned his neck and said. General Xiang expressionlessly held onto the wall next to him, letting it support his body. The same applies to others. The only ones who were still sitting quietly now were Li Qin, Li Lazy, the puppeteer, and the High Priestess of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the water god rang out. Congratulations to all of you, who have successfully passed the first level. There are currently 4 trialists who are still holding on to the test. When those 4 have all passed the test, you may enter the second level together. Rewards now being given out. After the sound fades, the 9 people who had ended the test had felt their igloos move. A wisp of light blue energy slowly condensed and infused into their bodies. Immediately afterward, the alien energy they felt within their bodies rapidly raised. Boom! Pounds and pounds of alien energy erupted, and there were even people who had raised a small realm as a result. What a pure alien energy! What is the origin of this water god palace? I don't know if this water god palace is a single type of secret realm or a repetitive type of secret realm. If it's a repetitive type, it'll be developed. I hope it's a single type. This kind of good stuff should never fall into the hands of the officials. GGG, it feels so good to upgrade. The first level is so tough. The later reward, Source of Purity, issued successfully. 9 trialists who have passed the test. You will now enter the Battle Watch mode. A blue transparent, cohesive screen made of aura appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 4 of them, Li Qin, Li Lazy, the puppeteer, and the High Priestess, appeared within the screen. For the trio of Li Qin, the High Priestess, and the puppeteer, they had nothing to be surprised about. After all, they had always been strong, and old coins like the High Priest and the puppeteer even hid quite a bit of their strength. However, after seeing Li Lao's, their eyes widened. How is this possible? How can this little kid have such strong endurance? Could it be him that the High Priest was talking about earlier? With such a strong talent, the adults would be happy if they knew. A 17-year-old great avatar with extraordinary willpower and young flesh. It's really good. The eyes of the Dark Moon Circus crowd glowed. General Xiang and the others were ecstatic. This little grandson of Yen Di is hiding really deep, but soon his face was grave. Such a strong talent. Once it is exposed, those foreign races will surely go out to hunt and kill. When the time comes, General Xiang's face was serious as he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I've tried to fight for my life. This kid seems to be sleeping. Ha! The old chief moved closer to the screen and scrutinized it with his big eyes wide open. Doubt I'm looking at it the wrong way. After half a dozen looks, he was sure he was right. This kid didn't spend this month in sleep, did he? Spinning around, he smiled to himself. How is this possible? What kind of person sleeps for a whole month? However, he thought of Li Lao's drowsy, sleepwalking appearance when he first entered the secret realm. Seems like a real possibility. What kind of god has the Li family given birth to? 1 day later, the Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. 2 days later, the Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental used a Millennium Kill move on the Fire Elemental, followed by a brutal beating by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental finished. Thunder Elemental vows to practice seriously, and later stormed the Fire Elemental. Thunder Elemental energy plus 50. Thunder Elemental cultivation feels mentally exhausted after 3 minutes and begins to swing. Thunder elemental energy plus 10. Fire elemental covers his ass with a wow, crying out, and begins to practice in earnest. Fire elemental energy plus 100. 5 days later, Li Qin opened his eyes and a ray of pure source was injected into his body. Countless fiery flames instantly ignited on his body, and his eyes became golden. The golden armor even gave off a fiery red glow. Combined with his stoic features, he looked like a fiery god of war. This guy, he's gotten stronger again. The big threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. Worthy of being Yen Di's grandson. God bless my dragon kingdom. God bless my human race. This Li Qin doesn't seem to be much worse than Li Qingyang. It seems that he has obtained quite a bit more pure sources than I have. Damn it, should have held out a little longer back then. Immediately, they seemed to have thought of something and looked at Li Lao's with grave expressions. I can't believe he's still holding out. Unbelievable. His perseverance is even stronger than his third brother. Li Qin, I have felt the quickness of the adults. Young flesh. It's getting more and more interesting. It's a shame the Joker's dead or he'd be happy. I wonder if he'll end up dead. Or will he be one of us? This kid is truly a genius. More so than those old men in the Spiritual Energy Association when they were young. Unfortunately, geniuses are the easiest to compel, as most of them are arrogant. Li Qin was surprised and looked at Li Lazy in the screen, but after seeing him asleep, it was a relief. This kid, the gift of sleep is really on point. 10 days later, the High Priestess ends the trial. After looking at the puppeteer, he then looked at Li Lao's. If there is a deep meaning in your heart. Another 5 days passed. Puppeteer wakes up. After receiving the pure source attention, his puppet body unexpectedly began to sprout and grow like crazy, into a giant tree in the sky. The original was then restored. Smiling wryly, he looked at Li Lazy on the screen. Ha 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 ha, Mu Jio, you're really getting interesting. I wish I could control you and turn you into a work of art that is uniquely mine. The fire elemental challenged the thunder elemental. The fire elemental thrashes the thunder elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. Half a month later, Li Lazy didn't wake up. Another half a month passed. Li Lazy still didn't wake up. Another 10 days passed. Li Lazy still hasn't woken up. The tamer, magician and a few others were about to go crazy. How long is this kid going to sleep? They're not gonna be stuck in this icebreaker for the rest of their lives, are they? General Xiang and the others were also anxious in their hearts, but they were still composed. Thunder elemental serious and happy cultivation. Thunder elemental energy plus 100. Thunder elemental cultivation has been upgraded to late avatar. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental beat the fire elemental violently, and the fire elemental lost the battle. Thunder elemental, ha 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 ha. I, thunder elemental, am finally on my feet. Chapter 41, what is the divine water element? Another day passed, and Li Lazy still slept there. Not a single movement. How long is this kid going to sleep? Anyway, the high priest looked at him and frowned. The puppeteer kept laughing. The puppet's body kept trembling, and the picture was extremely bizarre. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place, and every now and then he whacks a couple of them against the wall. Being in a small and cramped environment for long periods of time makes them irritable. General Xiang and Chief Jiangnan, looking bored and quiet, were meditating and practicing. What kind of freak has the Li family produced here? So able to sleep. If I don't wake up, old man, I'm going to die of old age here. The old chief sighed sadly and rolled back and forth on the floor. Li Qin, the Golden Saint, pulls a Golden Saint manga out of his pocket and reads it with great interest. 2 months had passed since the 30 days of the passage. Li Lazy still sleeps there. Not a single movement. Like it's dead. After finishing Li Qin's comic book, he pulled another copy of Robot Cat out of his pocket and read it. Other than that, there wasn't much of a reaction. The Dark Circus people had begun smashing their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others couldn't wait to drill right inside the screen and give Li Lazy a big mouthful to wake him up immediately. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental beat the Fire Elemental violently, and the Fire Elemental lost the battle. Another day passes. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental thrashes the Fire Elemental, and the Fire Elemental finishes. Half a month later, the Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental thrashes the Fire Elemental, and the Fire Elemental finishes. Numinous energy is being seriously practiced. Numinous energy plus 50. The cultivation level of the Nihility ability has been raised to late high level. Control ability is being seriously practiced. Control energy plus 45. The cultivation of controlling psychic abilities has been raised to the middle of the high order. 3 months had passed since the 30 days of the passage. The crowd is going crazy. The old director was even on the verge of tears, looking pitifully at Li Lazy on the screen. Please, Just wake up. Old man, I can't stand this torture. The water god spirit deep in the core of the water god palace frowned slightly. Looking at the few pure sources left, he sighed helplessly. Immediately afterward, the entire water god palace trembled. Like an earthquake. The crowd was shocked at first. They then looked at Lee Lazy, who was trembling from the shock within the screen, and laughed out loud. At last he's moved. At last he's moved. The Emperor's heaven is not a burden to the people. This level is finally over. It's so hard. Whether this Lee Lazy is a human or a ghost, he can sit there for as long as 4 months without moving a bit. Lee Laos was awakened and rubbed his eyes sleepily, stretched and stood up. It's so cozy. Immediately afterward, he heard the voice of the spirit of the water god in his ears. Congratulations to you, trialist. You have successfully passed the first level of the water god's palace. Rewarded, high purity source of purity, water god essence. Lee Lazy is at a loss? What trialist? What test? How? I don't know anything. An extremely pure energy surged into his body, and the energy in his body began to skyrocket. The fire elemental absorbed an extremely pure energy. Fire elemental energy plus 2000. The thunder element absorbed an extremely pure energy. Thunder element energy plus 1000. The wood elemental absorbed an extremely pure energy. Wood elemental energy plus 800. The numinous alien energy has absorbed an extremely pure energy. Numinous energy plus 600. Control alien energy absorbed an extremely pure energy. Control energy plus 600. The dragon tiger body forging technique has absorbed an extremely pure energy. The host's physique is plus 500. Fire elemental's cultivation level has been raised to early stage of the great avatar. Nihongo power cultivation level has been raised to early avatar stage. Sacred relic detected, water god essence. Being devoured. Devouring successfully. Congratulations to the host for awakening his special ability, divine water element. The divine water elemental has comprehended the fledgling form of the avatar. The ocean is infinite. The current rank of the divine water elemental is early low order. The thunder elemental, seeing that the fire elemental had sucked away most of its energy, became furious and challenged the fire elemental. The fire elemental pinned the thunder elemental to the ground and beat it violently for 10 times, and the thunder elemental was defeated. The thunder elemental looked at the fire elemental with resignation and cried out with a wow. What's going on here? What is the divine water element again? Who can tell me? Lee Lao stood blankly. The next second he was automatically transported to a huge piece of ice. The people from the Dark Moon Circus looked at Lee Laos with red eyes and a murderous aura. Brat, are you a pig? Sleeping for so long? The beast tamer scolded angrily. A lion's shadow appeared behind him, and with a roar, it pounced towards Lee Laos. Lee Lazy is looking to counterpunch, but before he could strike, the fire element inside his body burrowed out on its own. The blazing fire transformed into a huge slap and slapped that lion away. A huge blazing fire floated around Lee Laos, which contained the momentum of a great fire that started the sky. Feeling this blazing elemental energy, the Dark Moon Circus crowd's faces changed drastically. This is Great Avatar's fire elemental. This brat, he broke through. Heavens, a 17-year-old dual elemental Great Avatar. 100 years? No, 1,000 years is rare. Is this kid a demon? The tamer sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression grim. He was about to strike again, but was suddenly pulled back by the puppeteer. The tamer gave a puzzled look and the puppeteer smiled wryly. There's no rush. General Xiang and the others, on the other hand, had happy faces, excitedly looking at Li Lao's. The previous torture was forgotten. Not bad. Li Qin smiled and complimented. Worthy of being my righteous son's brother. General Xiang also intends to say a few words. At that exact moment, a blue shadow appeared in front of the crowd. She wore a crown on her head, held a blue and gold scepter, had flowing yellow hair, and wore a long blue gown embedded with jewels. A pair of large eyes gleaming. Seems to contain infinite wisdom and mystery. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips beneath a high nose. The whole person's aura was like the legendary queen of the Ice Kingdom. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second level. An ethereal voice rang out. The crowds had their eyes wide open. This familiar voice. She is the water god spirit of the water god palace? Dare I ask this beautiful lady what the second level is about? The magician in the suit asked with a smile. Remove the bowler hat. A large bouquet of roses appeared out of thin air inside. The second level is. Chapter 42, entering the second level. Li Laos is in danger? Welcome, all the trialists, to the second level of the water god palace. Enlightenment. Sitting quietly on the ice, sensing the transparent runes in the air. The trialists must not disturb each other during the sensation. The duration of the sensation is 30 days, and the trialist who passes the test after 30 days will receive a generous reward. The flow of time inside the level is different from the outside world, so you all don't have to worry about too much time passing. Due to the special nature of the water god's palace, the process of your sensing will not cause any discomfort, and you will only need to be patient for a long enough period of time. The greater the number of runes sensed within 30 days, the more generous the rewards obtained after clearing the level. Now I will teach you a technique called, water carries all things. Utilizing this technique to perceive the transparent runes in the air will increase the speed of perception. Within 30 days, you must perceive what is contained within the 10 runes, or else you will be considered to have failed the pass. Result of failure, obliteration. The spirit of the water god smiled slightly. Quite a few people looked away, but hearing the last 2 words obliterate, they came back to their senses. Just felt a chill down my back. Wipe out again. This secret world can be a real torture for the heart. I hope the process of comprehension is not too difficult. They looked up into the air. Transparent runes could be vaguely seen flickering. Next, a gong method appeared in everyone's mind. Water carries everything. A technique that could increase the degree of energy storage. Cultivation allows the body to store more energy. Although the name of the gong method carried water, it was not exclusively for water elemental adepts, but every adept could cultivate it. The words water carries everything are perfectly articulated. After obtaining the feats, everyone had a smile on their face to a greater or lesser extent. This discipline is good. Even if no other rewards were gained from this level, getting this technique would be worth it. In Battlefield Man, most of the time, when facing opponents of the same level, it was a protracted battle. Whoever lasts longer wins. But on what to hold on? It's all about energy. At this time, the usefulness of this gongfu came out. It's the same as a single element avatar not being able to beat a dual element avatar. A psychic with less energy can't beat a psychic with more energy. Good luck to you all. The spirit of the water god laughed a little. Good. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus wore colorful smiles, but the spirit of the water god did not look at them. Instead, he came to Lee Lazy. Continuing with a smile, he said, I hope that this level of yours will be as exciting as the last one. The beast tamer and the others looked at Li Laos with a face of envy and jealousy. What gives this kid the right? But Li Laos didn't even look at the spirit of the water god, and didn't even hear her as if she had, just rubbing his eyes. He found a comfortable position and lay down to sleep. Spirit of the water god. This kid? She had been guarding the water god palace for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was the first time she had seen such an oddball trialist. The corner of Li Qin's mouth tugged as he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Don't be surprised, senior. He's always been like this since he was a child. It's fine. The spirit of the water god said. It's normal for geniuses to have some quirks. The trial now officially begins. The spirit of the water god disappeared. The crowd was spread out, and a wall of air appeared between each person, isolating their position. It's supposed to prevent malicious competition. Everyone's faces were serious as they sat down on the ground and began to comprehend the runes in the air up by running the water carrying all things. Only Lee Lazy is sleeping. 1 day later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from the high priest's body, and a rune spiraled into him. Seeing this scene, the crowd became more serious. A rune that immediately followed didn't enter the puppeteer's body. Then there's Li Qin. 3 days later, the crowd of the Dark Moon Circus, and General Xiang and the others comprehended one after another. Li Lazy is still sleeping. Looking at him, Li Qin was a little anxious, but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the water god palace, the spirit of the water god looked at Li Laos thoughtfully. The only little guy who comprehended the divine water element is a good seedling though. But if you fail this test, I won't be merciful to you. The fire elemental is practicing while violently beating the thunder elemental, and the fire elemental energy is plus 60. Thunder elemental cries and cultivates while being brutally beaten. Thunder elemental energy plus 20. The wood elemental watches the thunder elemental being brutally beaten and gloats as it begins to cultivate. Wood elemental energy plus 40. The divine water elemental, though unreadable, is greatly shaken and begins to cultivate. Divine water elemental energy plus 5. Numinous power ability to drink a small drink while practicing. Plus 20 numinous energy. Control alien energy is practiced while seeking to grab a small drink. Control energy plus 20. Dragon tiger body refining technique pokes new member water carries all things in its white little face and begins to cultivate. Host's body plus 10. Water carries all things lowers its head and shyly begins to cultivate. Energy capacity plus 5. 6 days passed. The high priestess comprehended 4 runes. The puppeteer comprehended 4 runes. Li Qin comprehended 3 runes, and the others comprehended their second runes one after another. Li Lazy is still sleeping. The number of comprehended runes is 0. Many people looked at him full of anxiety, while the people from the Dark Moon Circus were gloating. Is this kid Li Lazy crazy? He's still sleeping even in this situation. Does he still think he's on the first level? No. At this rate, it's impossible for Li Laos to comprehend 10 runes in 30 days. General Xiang and Generalissimo Jiangnan, one after another, stood up and shouted for Li Lao's, but Li Lazy was motionless on the ground, completely unheard, sleeping. General Xiang and Chief Jiangnan sighed helplessly. The beast tamers scoffed. Surname Xiang, don't waste your efforts. He's dead. The trapeze artist and the circus doctor chimed in. General Xiang and the others could do nothing but look at Li Lao's worriedly and went back to continue comprehending the runes. The second pass has started half a month ago. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental. And the thunder elemental is finished. Another 5 days passed. There are 10 days left until the end of the level. Li Lazy is still sleeping. Now even Li Qin couldn't help but stand up and call out to Li Lazy. But Li Lazy still didn't move a muscle. Every next day, General Xiang and Li Qin would call Li Lazy 3 times on time. But none of it did anything. Li Lazy remained motionless. There are 5 days left until the end of the level. General Xiang and the others all had bitter faces. Damn it, why isn't this brat Li Lazy waking up? He doesn't really want to die here, does he? Finished. There are still 5 days left. Even if this brat Li Lao's is a genius, it's impossible for him to comprehend 10 runes in 5 days, right? Does this kid not want to die? Li Qin even slammed the wall of air, but still didn't see any reaction from Li Lazy. Chapter 43 Water carrying all things greatly, absorbing 100 runes. Don't waste your efforts. This kid is dead. There are still 5 days left. Even if a land god came, it would be impossible to comprehend 10 runes in 5 days. Don't make a fearless struggle. This kid is indeed a genius. But it's a pity that his brain isn't very good. It's a pity. I was expecting to see him in the Spiritual Energy Society in the future, but now it seems he can only die here. The Dark Moon Circus man laughed. Puppeteer also sighed, feeling a painful loss of talent. The Spiritualist Society recruits talents in a way other than the talents joining the Spiritualist Society on their own initiative. Geniuses will also be identified for kidnapping and induced to fall and swallow the holy blood, making them slaves to the Blood Moon Grail. He had planned to report to those lords of the Spiritual Energy Society as soon as he returned. Let them go out and kidnap Woodylak, but that doesn't seem necessary now. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. There are 4 days left until the end of the trial. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. Thunder Elemental cries out with a wow and starts practicing with self-loathing. Thunder Elemental Energy plus 10. There are 3 days left until the end of the trial. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. Dragon and Tiger Body Refining Technique seriously sitting next to it and practicing. Host's Physique plus 10. Water carries all things shyly snuggles next to Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique for cultivation. Energy Capacity plus 20. The numinous alien looks at the Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique with an envious face and begins to cultivate it. Numinous Energy plus 20. Control Alien Energy sits next to Numinous Alien Energy, is kicked over by Numinous Alien Energy, aggressively finds a corner and begins practicing. Control Energy plus 20. There are 2 days left until the end of the trial. It's over. It's over. Everything is over. General Xiang and the others were ashen. Li Qin's face also lost its blood color. Li Lazy is still sleeping. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. Water carries all things is cultivated snuggled next to Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique. Energy Capacity plus 20. The Divine Water Elemental is practicing very seriously. Divine Water Energy plus 10. Water carries all things has been cultivated to minor success. The cultivation of the Divine Water Elemental has been raised to mid-primary stage. 1 day left until the end of the trial. Aside from Li Lao's, all of them had all comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin comprehended 15 of them. The High Priestess and the Puppeteer even comprehended 17 of them. The cultivation of water carries all things has encountered a bottleneck and automatically drilled out of the host's body to begin comprehending the runes. The control alien and numinous alien powers automatically drill out of the host, ready to help the water carries all things comprehend the runes. The water god element automatically drills out of the host's body, ready to help the water carries all things comprehend the runes. At this point, General Xiang and the others had already given up on waking up Li Lazy, and only Li Qin was still persistently hammering on the wall, his face full of anxiety. The Dark Moon Circus people laughed and watched the fun from the sidelines, quietly waiting for the darkness of the night, waiting for the death of Li Lazy. I say Li Qin, don't waste your energy. That kid Li Lao's is dead. It's the last day. Do you think he's a god? The beast tamer gloated. The trapeze artist nodded. It would be better to have this time to comprehend more runes. Maybe when the day is over, he can receive more rewards. Why are you guys talking so much? Are you dying? Li Qin coldly glanced at the few of them, was going to keep hammering the wall, but just then, the ice beneath their feet suddenly began to vibrate. Countless light blue particles rose in the air and surged in the direction of Li Lazy. Li Lao's also sat up at some point. The crowd looked surprised. Strange. What's going on? What are these blue particles? What pure elemental energy? These blue particles, they seem to be water elemental energy. Nope, this can't be water elemental energy. Water elemental energy can't be this pure. This seems to be a water elemental energy that is more advanced than water elemental energy. Strange. These water elemental energies seem to be triggering the transparent runes in the sky. What's the point? Even if we can invoke runes, I don't believe that this Li Laos can comprehend 10 runes in a day's time. That's just it. Don't get too excited, guys. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This could just be a flashback. Watching General Xiang and the others regain hope, the Dark Circus people could not help but scoff once again, full of disdain. After all, they had been busy for 30 days and had barely comprehended 10 runes. Li Laos wants to be worth 30 days in one day? Is this a dream or something? But as soon as they said this, their faces immediately sank, because just as they spoke, a full 10 runes, pulled by that mysterious water element, automatically drilled into Li Laos, followed by 10 more, 20 roads, 30 roads. The divine water elemental energy rose in the sky, turning the entire space into an ocean of blue particles. Seeing this scene, the crowd only felt their minds go blank. What the hell is going on here? Am I blind? This mysterious water element is also Li Lazy's supernatural ability? How come I've never seen it before? I'm not dreaming, am I? I want to report it. I want to report. Spirit of the water god. This brat Li Lazy, he's open. The airbender shouted. The beast tamer had a rune he was comprehending and was about to finish comprehending it. But then a cloud of blue particles suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, hardening the rune. The tamer's eyes were wide with disbelief. There's such an operation? He was so angry he almost spat blood. Hurriedly, he found a rune that no one had found and comprehended it again. But he had only just touched it when the rune was snatched away again. The tamer watched it, as it disappeared into Li Lazy's body. Holy! General Xiang and the others had their mouths open so wide that they could stuff an egg into it. This was followed by a burst of ecstasy, and he couldn't help but dance around. Li Qin gloated as he looked at the tamer, making the Dark Moon Circus man's face darken. 40 roads, 50 roads, 60 channels. More and more runes didn't enter Li Laoshir's body. The transparent runes that were originally densely packed in the air instantly became sparse. The water carrying all things is devouring energy like crazy and has successfully broken through the shackles to reach its grand completion. The divine water elemental has successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained in the rune, and its cultivation level has been raised to late beginner level. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Laos stretched his back. Everything came to a screeching halt. Is it finally over? The crowd couldn't help but think. Chapter 44, End of the second level. Severe punishment for cheaters? Li Lazy rolled over. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like it's really over. The tamer was about to try to comprehend the runes again. This one went surprisingly well. In just a few seconds, the speed of comprehension exceeded that of the previous hours of comprehension. Looks like I can rush to comprehend one more rune before the test ends. The beast tamer inwardly snickered. But the next second, his face sank, because those terrifying blue particles once again began to surge, hardening and snatching away that rune he had comprehended once again. He went to great lengths to try and snatch the rune back again, but it was no match for those blue particles at all. Those blue particles even bullied him, coalescing into a giant palm and flinging him, and play his little jock. The beast tamer just watched his runes being devoured by Li Laos. He was furious and red-eyed, but could only rage impotently. Damn it, this damn brat. The people of the Dark Circus couldn't help but laugh at this scene, even though they thought the tamer was miserable. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. I'm sorry, tamer. I don't usually laugh unless I really can't help it. That's so funny. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the smiles around him, the tamer could not wait to just find a wall and run himself into it. He was a great avatar, but he was actually teased by a group of energies, with the precedent of the beast tamer in place. This time, no matter if it was the people from the Dark Moon Circus, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others, they no longer comprehended the runes. Instead, he continued to look at Li Lazy. More and more runes drilled into Li Lao's body, and they felt more and more appalled. 150 channels, 200 ways, 250 channels. That's almost 300 lanes. How the hell did he do that? There can't be any bugs in this secret realm, can there? It's possible. Why else would we all have a dozen passes while he has hundreds? On the basis of his good looks? Holy cow. 300 runes. How many rewards does this have to be? With so many runes, I'm kind of curious what he'll get as a reward the first time around. Who isn't? Isn't Li Lao's a member of the Yen Deili family? Even if he's a wood attribute avatar, why is there such a strong water element in him? Li Qin, are you really sure that Li Lazy is your brother? It couldn't have been a mistake to hold him when we were in the hospital, right? Don't we look alike? Like, but it doesn't make sense, they murmured. Not only were they shocked, even the spirit of the water god deep in the core of the secret realm was equally shocked. He's sleeping alright. So how the hell did this happen? What the hell is going on here? This has never happened before. Why can he automatically comprehend these runes even though he's obviously sleeping? And can also automatically drive the divine water element in the secret realm? This is not scientific. She quickly searched her mind for relevant information, but after half a day of searching, she found nothing. No, the core of the water god palace is in a state of shutdown right now, and it can't get energy from the outside world. If he keeps it up like this, the next time the water god palace opens again it won't be able to take rewards to the trialists. The spirit of the water god's pretty brows knitted tightly as the entire secret realm shook once again. At the same time all those runes floating in the air disappeared and the wall of air vanished. Inside the space of the second level, seeing this scene, everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces. What's going on? Why are the air walls and runes suddenly all gone? Past? Isn't there still half a day left? How come it's over now? It couldn't be that the spirit of the water god realized that Li Lazy was cheating, so it terminated this test early. You don't say. It seems possible. How many runes did Li Lazy just suck up? There seems to be 1,050 channels. What? How many did you say? 1,050 channels? I'm not even close to his tail number. Hiss, over 1,000 runes. Even if it's cheating, this is still too terrifying. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. General Xiang and the others wanted to say a few words for Li Lao's though, but after half a day's thought there was nothing to say. No idea what to say. After all, the number of runes Li Lao's had comprehended was simply too terrifying. They were also a bit skeptical that Li Laoshi was not using any cheating tactics. After all, this was a whole 1,050 runes. The runes they comprehended were not even as good as Li Laogai's tail number. Li Qin hurriedly ran to Li Lazy and lifted him straight up from the ground. What a time to be asleep. Who is it? Li Lao's muttered disgruntledly, opening his eyes to see his third brother's angry glare. What's the matter with you, Sango? Those just now. How did you do that? Li Qin asked with a frown. Li Lazy looked confused and second-guessed. What? How? What did he do? Didn't he just sleep the whole time? Just then, he was surprised to find that the energy within his body was in a state of bursting. The strength even came to be doubled compared to before. What? What the hell happened during the time I was sleeping? Now Li Laoshi was even more puzzled. Say something. Sango, would you believe me when I say I just slept a little? I'll believe the hell out of you. The tamer wanted to cast murderous glances. He couldn't forget now the embarrassment of being humiliated before. The others were also full of disbelief. Do you think I believe that? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As Li Laoshi's words fell, the previous spirit of the water god appeared in front of the crowd once again. The beast tamer looked at Li Lazy with a "you kid is finished" expression and stood aside ready to watch the show. Congratulations to all the trialists who have successfully passed the second level of the water god palace. Now I will distribute the rewards for you. The spirit of the water god's hand gently waved. Except for Li Lazy, a sparkling blue gem appeared on everyone else's hands. The high priestess and the puppeteers were the largest. Li Qin's was the second largest, and the rest of the people's were a step behind Li Qin. The jewel contained a rich water elemental energy within it, and the crowd felt themselves relaxed and refreshed just by simply inhaling it. This is a half-step sacred relic, the almighty elemental jewel. With it, in less than half a year, I'll be able to break through the land god realm. The energy in this gem is so pure. This is the purest elemental gem I've ever seen. It's hard to get this even for a strong person of the land god realm, right? I've previously encountered a land deity in a 5-star secret realm. In the middle. At that time, he desperately went into danger and obtained an elemental gem of the thunder element. But that elemental gem of his was nowhere near half as pure as this one. The crowd was talking and rejoicing. At that moment the beast tamer came forward and said respectfully, "Senior, since the rewards have been handed out, shouldn't we punish the cheaters?" Hearing this, Li Qin, General Xiang and the others' faces sank. Chapter 45, The Holy Sun Test. The gods looting for it. Senior, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Yeah, there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. Li Lazy he just slept. He doesn't even know what happened. Li Qin and General Xiang hurriedly said, the beast tamer said with disdain. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? You sleep and comprehend 1,000 runes and see? There is no misunderstanding, the spirit of the water god said. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the tamer's face, but after he heard the next words of the spirit of the water god, his face changed abruptly. Lee Lazy's grades are real grades and there is no misunderstanding. Since his reward is different from yours, I didn't give him a reward just now. How is this possible? What makes him capable of comprehending 1,000 runes? The beast tamer said unconvincingly. For his offense, the spirit of the water god was not angry. With just a slight smile, he said, the world of geniuses, you wouldn't understand. Hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others revealed smiles. The tamer's expression clouded over as he retreated back into the crowd. The Dark Moon Circus man sighed in disappointment, but quickly returned to normal. The mind comes alive, thinking about how exactly he could capture Li Lao's and make him a puppet of the holy blood. Okay Li Lazy, now it's time for your reward. The spirit of the water god looked at the lazy teenager in front of him, but the teenager didn't seem to hear her and stood drowsy. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Qin and General Xiang were even more expectant. Li Qin was Li Lazy's brother, and it was only right to feel happy for him. General Xiang, on the other hand, had a great relationship with Li Qin, and in his opinion, Li Lazy was also the equivalent of one of his juniors in disguise. I wonder what kind of reward Li Lazy will get. 1,000 runes. How the hell did he do that? 10 runes to obtain an elemental gem. Then 1,000 runes. Heck, it's too much to even think about. It's the same people. Why is the difference so big? This kid won't just turn into a land god, right? I don't think so. Raising the realm too quickly can easily lead to unstable foundations, but I have a premonition that within a year, this kid will become a land god. 1 year. If we let him take the holy blood, then wouldn't our spiritual energy society have an additional land god? We'll talk about this when we get out, but it's not something we should worry about. We just need to get the word out about him. To those adults, the Li family is not a vegetarian. If Li Laoshi joins the spiritual energy society, let the headmaster apply for it and transfer him to our circus. This kid is quite interesting. Isn't the Joker dead? Who's the clown? Isn't our leader a puppeteer? And who will take the clown's place? The circus can't do without clowns, just as the West can't afford to lose Jerusalem. Just go up there and apply for one down there. It's okay to have the puppeteer find the clown's body and make it into a puppet. The clown's body has probably dissolved into excrement by now. Stop it. The spirit of the water god is going to give that kid a reward. The spirit of the water god smiled and asked, what do you want? Whatever you want, I can fulfill it. In a very seductive tone. Even if you want to directly become a Star Realm warlock. No. According to your planet's terminology, it should be said that it's a terrestrial deity. Straight to becoming a land god? Hear that. Everyone in the room went wild, including the puppeteer, who had always been calm, and the high priestess. If he directly becomes a land god, then the probability of the Spirit Energy Society catching him would be slim to none. The puppet master muttered in his mind. What would he pick? Choose to become a land god directly? Or would you pick something else? Their gazes were motionless as they stared at Li Lao's, with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the water god also looked at Li Lao's expectantly. But Li Lazy just moved his eyelids and didn't say anything. The crowd was at a loss. Speak up, master. You're killing me. Li Lao's, what do you want? The spirit of the water god asked again. Li Lazy's eyelids twitched again. Seeing this scene, General Xiang cried, Master, you talk okay. The spirit of the water god isn't Su Xin. She can't know what you're going to say from your eyelids. The crowd was silent for a moment. Just as the spirit of the water god was about to open his mouth to inquire again, Li Lao spoke. I want to get out of the secret world quickly and go home to bed. Hearing this, the crowd stared in disbelief. It's that simple? Brother, are you sleepy? The dark circus crowd was ecstatic. That's great. Little lazy. Li Qin couldn't help but teach a couple of lessons. But the spirit of the water god sealed his mouth with a wave of his thin hand. Are you sure? Li Lazy nodded. But according to the rules of the water god palace, you can't leave without clearing the first 10 levels. General Xiang and the others were relieved. Li Lazy expressionless looked at her. What about the promise that all the demands will be fulfilled? As if knowing what Li Lao's was thinking in his mind, the spirit of the water god continued. But I have a method that will allow you to leave the secret realm early. What method? Li Laoshi didn't say anything, quietly waiting for her to continue. The spirit of the water god looked at Li Lao's, waiting for Li Lao's to answer. But after she waited for half a day, Li Laoshi didn't ask her, but instead looked at her with an expressionless face, as if to say I'm too lazy to ask. So tell me yourself. Too lazy. The spirit of the water god sighed and said, As long as you can pass the sacred sun test and become the sacred son of the water god palace, you'll be able to leave the secret realm early, and you'll also be able to obtain some of the water god palace's permissions and become half master of the water god palace. Become half owner of the water god palace? Hearing this, the crowd breathed in sharply. This water god palace wasn't simple at first glance. It would be heavenly luck if one could become its half owner. This was much more tempting than even becoming a land god realm powerhouse. After all, the water god palace could easily take out treasures that were coveted by the landing mortals. And if one could become its half master, wouldn't one want as many of such treasures as one could? With these treasures in place, wouldn't becoming a land god be the nail in the coffin? However, most of them thought that it was impossible for Li Laoshi to pass that so-called Saint Sun test. After all, it's so difficult to even pass the test. Wouldn't the test to become a holy sun be much harder and harder than ever? Are you willing to participate in the holy sun test? The spirit of the water god looked at Li Laoshi, waiting for him to answer. Li lazily nodded, his eyelids twitching in agreement. The spirit of the water god couldn't understand what he meant and revealed a puzzled expression. Seeing this, the nimble alien controlled Li Lazy's head to nod twice. If the test fails, the consequence is obliteration. Do you still agree? What? Erase? I'm lazy, but I don't want to die here. Li Laoshi's face changed and he was about to refuse. But just then, the chanting powers took control of his head again and nodded twice. Li Lazy heart sank. Face as dead as gray. Numinous psychic ability. I throw your mother. Not bad. You are very courageous. I appreciate you. The spirit of the water god laughed. With a flick of her hand, she and Li Laoshi disappeared together in front of the crowd. The test is aborted. Please wait in place for a moment. Don't fight, or else if you get obliterated by the water god palace later, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the water god reached the ears of the others. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Li Qin, this brother of yours is really out of his depth. The airborne man looked at Li Qin and laughed. A holy sun test? Don't turn into a dead sentence the next time you see him. Li Qin snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay attention to them, coming to sit in a corner with General Xiang and the others. He knew the other man was provoking him. Li Qin, is this really alright? General Xiang said. Li Qin sighed and said, there's no room for maneuver now. Besides, I don't think little sloth he will die even if he fails the test. Why? His request was to leave the secret realm, and as long as he didn't leave the secret realm, then his request wasn't considered fulfilled. Li Qin slowly said, when the time comes that he fails the test, he can absolutely mention a request that allows him to survive. Hearing this, General Xiang and the others came to a realization. No wonder Li Lazy dared to promise the spirit of the water god. So he still has this preparation. I can't believe it's still possible. That's brilliant. Why didn't I think of that at the time? Worthy of being Yen Di's grandsons. All of them are smart and clever. Wonderful. Once Li Laoshi completes the test, he can become the water god palace's saint son. A step up to heaven. Even if he unfortunately fails, it's fine. He'll be able to survive safely anyway. With his qualifications, even if he loses the rewards from this level, he can easily make up for it in the later levels. It's simply wonderful. An all-inclusive deal. This kid has a future. Young minds are just flexible. I thought he was going to die. Alas, I'm still old. The crowd murmured, admiring Li Lazy's idea. Li Laoshi was pulled into a large blue hall by the spirit of the water god. It's like an underwater temple. Like the legendary Atlantis. Ancient and mysterious runes were engraved on the stone pillars inside the temple, and they emitted a blue glow that illuminated the temple brightly. The temple was also lined with dozens of idols, large and small. Each idol seemed to be like a living god. Even if part of its body was broken, it still emitted a terrifying majesty. The dense water elemental energy was spreading throughout every corner of the temple. From this, it was easy to see that this should be the entire water god palace, the most central location. The spirit of the water god flicked his hand. In an instant the water elemental energy in the temple winded up, like a tsunami swooping down on those idols. After those idols absorbed these water elemental energies, the gray shells on their surfaces began to fall off and blossomed with terrifying divine light. A huge pressure pressed towards Li Laoshi, causing Li Laoshi's tiredness to be swept away. He said incredulously, live? Not really. It was rare to see Li Laoshi showing this expression. The spirit of the water god was in a somewhat pleasant mood and said, these 36 idols represent the 36 gods that my water god palace serves. As long as you obtain the may of one of these idols, you will be able to become one of the 36 holy sun positions of my water god palace. Li Lazy nodded. Get started. I can give you 6 months. The spirit of the water god disappeared after saying that. Li Laoshi casually found a statue of a god and sat down. But after half a day of comprehending it, nothing was gained. So he changed the idol and comprehended it for another half day. Still nothing. I'm not really going to die here, am I? Li Lao said with an ugly face. For the next 10 days, he tried all the idols within the temple and still all came up empty. Grass. Li Lao's cursed, not bothering to try again. Start swinging for the fences and laying down to sleep. The fire elemental is tired of fighting these days and refuses to cultivate. Thunder elemental endeavors to get ahead and begins to cultivate by heart. Thunder elemental energy plus 50. The wood elemental sighs that there is no good show today and absent-mindedly begins to cultivate. Wood elemental energy plus 10. Numinous energy and control energy good friends. Holding hands and practicing together. Plus 20 numinous energy. Plus 20 control energy. Dragon and tiger body refining technique and water carrying all things are practiced in an intimate embrace. Host's physique plus 5. Energy capacity plus 5. The divine water elemental is practicing with all its heart. Divine water elemental energy plus 20. The divine water elemental senses the power of the divine water origin and automatically drills its way out of the host's body. Deep in the core of the water god palace, the spirit of the water god sighed in disappointment as it looked at Li Lazy who was lying on the ground sleeping. It really doesn't work. Alas, it's not easy to meet a genius. If he can't become a saint's son, then who can? Could it be that my water god palace will continue to be buried under this water for tens of thousands of years? There is not much core energy left, and after 1,000 years, the water god palace may never be able to open. But at that moment, the entire water god palace began to shake violently. What's going on? The spirit of the water god hurriedly checked the situation of the water god palace. It was discovered that the cause of the shaking was actually coming from the divine temple that Li Lao's was in. All the idols shone with eye-catching divine light, vying for the already sleeping Li Lazy. He is too powerful. Although the idol only contained an extremely tiny amount of his divine power, it was still enough to shake this dilapidated water god palace to its core. What pure divine water energy in this youngster. This god wants it. Off. This kid is the one I've got my eye on. A bunch of mole crickets. Get out of the way for this god. This young man is harboring the seed of the sea's limitlessness, and at a glance, he's suitable for this god's lineage. Ocean infinite? Humph. Just a supplementary divine skill. Garbage. Let me have this brat, and I will cultivate a new god of war for my water god lineage. The so-called god of war is nothing more than a brute who only fights. I'll take this kid from the deep sea lineage. Don't hold people back, you tentacled deep sea monster. People are human and wouldn't want to turn into monsters. What do you trash know? Tentacles, it's a symbol of power. Legend has it that those ancient gods were covered in tentacles and eyes. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the water god only felt his mind go blank. Is this the same group of high and mighty gods from before? Just how pure was this Li Lao's divine water elemental to awaken all of him? Chapter 46 Sea God Spear. Ruling the water god palace. Which deity will Li Lao's actually choose? The spirit of the water god looked at Li Lao's with unblinking eyes, anticipating his choice. She knows, regardless of which deity Li Lao's chose, he was destined to become the water god palace's saint son, become the only holy son of the water god palace, become the one to rule the fate of the Suikoden palace. After all, now that the water god palace was in a closed state, the energy consumed was the remaining energy of the water god palace from before. But even if the remaining energy of the water god palace was much more, there would eventually be a day when it ran out. The only way to replenish energy was to absorb the energy from the outside world between heaven and earth. But now the water god palace was empty except for her, the spirit of the secret realm. As the spirit of the secret realm, she could only look after what happened within the water god palace. It was not authorized to activate the core of the secret realm and allow it to draw energy from the outside world. There were only 3 identities in the entire water god palace that could activate this authority: the Holy Sun, the Divine Sun, and the water god palace lord. But now, the water god palace, not to mention the water god palace master, in addition to the few remaining trialists, the entire palace didn't even have half a shadow. So now Li Lao's, who was about to become a holy son, naturally became her only hope. Wait, right now it seems like he is still in a sleeping state. The spirit of the water god froze. In that case, how did he communicate with those gods? No, the divine water element in his body seemed to be automatically communicating with those gods. How is this possible? Looking at Li Laogai's divine water elemental, the spirit of the water god stared in disbelief. A moment later it dawned on me. No wonder Li Lazy was able to cause so many gods to loot him. God's water has a spirit. God's water has a spirit. It is a symbol of the sons of God. But, why would he, a mortal who has never touched a god, appear so different? It's hard not to. Is he the reincarnation of a certain water god or not? Thinking of this, the spirit of the water god's breathing became rapid. The gaze towards Li Lao's became respectful. Because, gods, not to be offended. At the same time, she was a bit thankful in her heart that Li Laos was only the reincarnation of a god, not the real god. Gods, even the weakest demigods, carry their own divine might. This is the authority of God, and it is a symbol of divine strength. Even if the gods don't give a damn about the guys who offend him, the divine might can automatically kill all of these guys. Mortals cannot look directly at God. That's the reason. If Li Laos was a true god, then she might have perished fragrantly when she had confronted Li Laos in the secret realm earlier. The argument between the gods in the temple continued. Thinking that Li Laos would soon become the water god palace's sacred son, she was honored with it. But right at this moment, the entire water god palace suddenly trembled violently. The spirit of the water god's face changed drastically. Not good. The divine power overflowing from these deities is too huge. The water god palace is in disrepair and can't withstand this power is gradually collapsing. No! I have to stabilize this as soon as possible or everyone will be buried here. She hastily waved her fine hand, urging the water god palace's secret core to be able to resist this force. Meanwhile, inside the space of the second level, feeling this terrifying energy, trepidation appeared on the faces of the crowd. What's going on? What a strong energy fluctuation. What the hell is this? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's horrible. Ah, I can't breathe. This energy, it comes from the Supreme One. This is the energy of the Supreme One. In this secret realm, there are gods. I've felt this kind of energy in a 5-star secret realm before. It originated from the ancient gods of legends, the ancient supreme beings. I can't be mistaken. What? There are even gods within this secret territory? It should just be the power left behind by the gods. If it was a real god, we might have died long ago. This couldn't have been made by Li Lazy again, could it? Are you dreaming? How could that kid possibly have that kind of power? Who cares who made it? I just know what we're going to do now. I feel like I'm dying. The power of the gods is overbearing and powerful. I feel like it's eating away at my body. Do you guys have any solutions? If we continue to go on like this, we won't wait for the secret realm to collapse, and we'll also have our wills washed away by the power of the gods and become a living puppet. Li Qin, are you alright? Mr. Li Qin, are you okay? Li Qin, hold on. Your brother hasn't come out yet. You can't fall here first. Quickly, take out the elemental gem from before and inject it into Li Qin's body. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, and General Xiang and the others' faces changed drastically. Hurriedly, he picked up the elemental jewel given by the spirit of the water god earlier and injected the energy from it into Li Qin's body. Li Qin was a great avatar of the fire element, while the energy of this deity was known to be of the water element at a glance. Water and fire were mutually exclusive, and the impact on Li Qin's shin would be several times that of the others. Looking at the official people who did not hesitate to take out the extremely precious elemental gems and inject them into Li Qin's body, the people from the Dark Moon Circus were all a bit surprised. Ha ha ha, General Xiang, you are willing to give it up. The puppeteer laughed wryly. General Xiang gave him a cold look and said, humph. Those who hold the paychecks for the people must not be made to freeze and die in the wind and snow. Li Qin has given too much for my Jiangnan province. How could a monster like you, who has no sense of family and country, understand? Family sentiment? The tamer said dismissively. What's the point? The old director was expressionless and shoved his own elemental gem into Li Qin's side as well. If the heart doesn't have a place to dwell, it's just wandering everywhere. Even if you guys are strong, you're just a bunch of wanderers. No one cares. Just a toolman for the higher powers. There's no one to remember when you die, and you can even be killed by your own partner at any time. No, you don't have a partner. It's like the Joker before him. It's kind of sad. It's not just within the secret. At this time, outside of the mysterious land, the winds also began to rise. As the water god palace rioted, the water level of the Great Lake of Yunmeng began to surge, and the foreign beasts within the lake also rioted. See this scene. The army stationed at Lake Yunmeng immediately went into action. Come on, evacuate the people, evacuate the people. Captain, the water level is rising really fast. I'm afraid it's too late. If it weren't for this situation, I'd really like to get you killed. It's fast. Then you're faster than it. Yes. First Sergeant, quickly notify the people in the provincial government and tell them to quickly prepare flood prevention supplies. Quickly mobilize the army of avatars and above to provide support. What about those folk adepts? There are quite a few avatars among them. So if we let them join us, it can ease our pressure quite a bit. Let them retreat as well. They are young, and we are not yet fallen. Great Captain, it's not good. There are several king-level alien beasts burrowing up in the mouth of River No. 1. Everyone in teams 3 and 4, grab your weapons immediately and come with me to fight at the mouth of River 1. But Captain, we're no match for those guys. Remember what your instructors said to you when you enlisted in the military. It's the captain. Enlist in the army and defend your country to the hilt. Brothers, charge with me. Large armies began to move. In just half an hour's time, all the people living near the river were evacuated. At the same time, the river flooded all the places where they had been stationed before. A large number of soldiers scrambled to jump into the water and fight the beasts to the death. The lake was red with blood and littered with dead bodies. But this blood, it's the blood of a foreign beast. These dead bodies, too, are the dead bodies of the Fae. All civilian aliens, get in the car now. There will be a complete military takeover here, and you will be escorted to safety later. The officer looked at the crowd on the flat and said loudly. At his call, everyone got into their cars. The only other person was a clean-cut teenager, pushing a wheelchair and standing under a large tree, looking out over the lake. Su Xin, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but step forward and ask. No go. Why? Waiting for the captain? But the captain, the great avatar, won't be able to do anything. Who waited for him? Su Xin pushed the wheelchair in front of Lu Shaoqi. Keep it for me. I'm going to help the army kill the foreign beasts. Wait. Lu Shaoqi called out to him. Surprised, he realized that a completely different aura from the past flowed out of Su Xin's body. You broke through to the avatar? Su Xin nodded. When Lu Shaoqi came back to her senses, Su Xin had already left at some point. What about that teenager you were just with? Back in the car. The officer looked at Lu Shaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair, and said, he said he was going to help the army kill the Fae. Nonsense. The officer couldn't help but say, he's a high-ranked warlock, and he's also fire type. Isn't this going to send him to his death? He has suddenly reached the avatar. What? Hearing this, the officer was relieved and showed a hint of a smile. Still, on his lips, he said, but orders are orders, so wait for me in this way, and I'll go and get him now. Captain Lu, it's not good. Just as the officer got out of the car, there was a click from inside. What's wrong? He rushed to his car to check it out and saw a big hole in the window. A high-ranked alien pointed at the window and said, Fong Hong and Duan Zetao and the others have run away. The officer looked out the window and saw that Fong Hong and Duan Zetao, with a group of avatars, were running towards the place where the army and the alien beasts were fighting. All at once he was wet with tears. Captain Lu, what's wrong with you? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Rabbit? The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. Inside the water god palace, Li Laos was still sleeping. The thunder element and fire element kept fighting inside his body. Outside of the body, those water gods were also arguing endlessly and even fighting. Get your stinking hands off him. He's mine. By what right? He's mine. By virtue of me being stronger. This human boy belongs to me. I'm the strongest. Get out of my way, all of you. What's the use of being strong? God is also about wisdom. Only a wise man can lead him in the right direction. And I am that wise man. What kind of a wise guy are you? I think you're this retard. Unbridled. Watch the move. Just this? Humph. It hasn't moved for tens of thousands of years. Now it's time to loosen up. A human-headed, fish-bodied, mermaid-like deity said. As he moved his mind, huge torrents of water suddenly gushed out from the ground. Seeing this, the water god spirit in the depths of the core was ashen. It's over. But at that moment, a magnificent shadow appeared in the divine hall. He held a trident and wore a crown on his head. His face was cold and stern, and his blue eyes seemed to contain a sea of ocean. That's enough. It's unseemly to make a racket, he said in a deep voice, speaking a language that had never existed on the blue planet. But the gods could hear the meaning of his words. At the sight of him, all the gods couldn't help but quiet down. Greetings, Your Majesty the God King, a deity said in a hurry. The other gods chimed in. Greetings, Your Majesty the God King. With a satisfied nod, he looked at Li Laos and said, Him, I'll take. Hearing this, it's his god nodded helplessly even though he was somewhat unwilling. Blame each other with a look. In his view, if it wasn't for it's his god messing up, he himself might have already had Li Laos in his pocket. Seeing that Li Laos was sleeping, the God King didn't get angry, but gently tapped on Li Laos' eyebrow star, and then disappeared. It's all your fault. It's not because of you. Humph. It's never good to see you guys, the god said, and their consciousness returned to the idol, and the temple returned to calm. However, Li Laos was not calm. The moment the God King pointed at his eyebrow star, waves instantly rose up within him. At the same time there was also an extremely pure divine energy that appeared in his spiritual sea of consciousness. The god water elemental is going crazy with unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water carrying all things is devouring unknown energy like crazy. Energy capacity plus 200. The god water elemental is going crazy with unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water carrying all things is devouring unknown energy like crazy. Energy capacity plus 200. The god water elemental is going crazy with unknown energy. Water god energy plus 1000. Water carrying all things is devouring unknown energy like crazy. Energy capacity plus 200. Your water god elemental cultivation has been raised to early avatar. Your divine water elemental has successfully comprehended the avatar, Neptune's spear. Hearing the system's voice, Lee Lazy sat up from the ground in bewilderment. What's going on? What happened? How did I get so much stronger just by sleeping? At that moment, he saw a ripple in the space in front of him, and the spirit of the water god reappeared in front of him. He was about to find out what had happened. Just then, he saw the spirit of the water god kneel on one knee and say respectfully towards him, "See you, Palace Master, Lee Lazy?" His mind went blank for an instant. Chapter 47, The Majesty of Poseidon. Princess? What princess? Am I not a man? What if I'm a prince too? Have I traveled again? Lee Lauscher felt down inside in relief after confirming that the guy was still there. Seeing his bewilderment, the spirit of the water god got up and briefly recounted what had happened before, including the god scrambling to get to the back of Poseidon's descent. So it's the palace master, not the princess. Lee Laus was relieved. I didn't expect to wake up and somehow become the palace master of this water god palace. What a creation. Dare I ask, Palace Master, what do you plan to do next? The spirit of the water god asked, nervous in his heart. As the saying goes, a new official has 3 fires. Plus, Lee Laus is still a teenager. Teenagers are the most youthful. Gaining such a huge amount of power at once, she was afraid that Lee Lausy would do something out of the ordinary with the water god palace, and she couldn't stop it. After all, she was only the guardian spirit of the water god palace, and technically speaking, she was considered Lee Laus's private property. He could only do what Lee Laus told her to do. Do anything? Lee Laus asked suddenly. Sure enough, the spirit of the water god nodded with a grave expression on his face. Anything, after all. You are the master of the water god palace. Lee Lazy's rosy lips parted slightly, just when she thought that Lee Laus was going to say something shocking, but only heard Lee Lazy simply say, "Good. Then from today onwards, you will be the water god palace master. Palace master, please also let me out. I'm going home to sleep." Hear that? The spirit of the water god froze in a daze. Ha? You? What did you say? Lee Laus frowned slightly. Could this spirit of the water god still be deaf? As a qualified slacker, he didn't like to say things twice. I'm sorry, Palace Master. That won't work. The spirit of the water god hesitated for a moment and said, the successor to the Palace Master's position can only be chosen from the holy sons as well as the divine sons. What about the holy son and the son of water god? Lee Lazy looked at her and didn't say anything, as if he knew what Lee Laus meant. The spirit of the water god said, right now, in the entire water god palace, you are the only one. Feeling like I'm just a light bulb, right? Lee Laus was silent for a moment and said, then from today onwards, you are the acting palace master. You are solely responsible for everything in the water god palace. This is always okay, right? The spirit of the water god nodded with a strange look on his face. This new palace master, he doesn't follow the rules. If anyone else had become the water god palace lord, they wouldn't have been happy. How did he get to him? But with a look of disgust, as if he had contracted some great trouble. Well, in that case you can let me out. I'm going home. I'm afraid that's not going to work. What do you mean? Lee Lazy looked at her with displeasure. Wasn't it you yourself who said that as long as you became the water god palace's holy son, you would be able to leave the secret realm early? He's even the palace master now? Isn't that more powerful than that holy son? Lord Palace Master, you have gained the recognition of the great god king. You are now the palace master of the water god palace, and you are one with the water god palace. That's why I'd like to ask you to join with the water god palace to tide over the difficulties and bring the water god palace back to prominence. The spirit of the water god seemed to be afraid that Lee Laus would refuse and continued. It's not a very tiring process. You just need to turn on a few permissions a little bit. Everything else can be left to me. That easy? If that's all, then this princess. No, Palace Master. It's not impossible to be a pawn. Lee Lazy looked at her. She nodded her head twice in a serious manner. What permissions? Hearing Lee Laus agree, the spirit of the water god revealed a smile. She flicked it in the air. Space rippled as her hand reached into the void and took out a thumb-sized blue crystal. The crystals were crystal clear and seemed to contain monstrous energy inside. Lee Lauscher just gently felt it. and felt like he was plunged into a deep sea, being swallowed by the sea. Instead of feeling fear, though, he sensed a hint of familiar closeness in it. It was as if he had been born and raised in the sea as a child of the sea and the water. Was this the reason for that God King's mark in the spiritual sea of consciousness? What a longing for the sea! Li Lao's hastily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. After all, his grandfather hated water. If this idea was known to his grandfather, he would have suffered a severe beating, or a toxic lecture. Among the several top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a powerhouse named Water Fairy, a top water elemental alien. Every time his grandfather saw her, the two would always fight. Permission for the Water God Palace to draw energy from the outside world. The spirit of the Water God said as it handed over the crystals to Li Lao's. This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything in the Water God Palace will be under your control. Why don't you do it yourself? Li Lazy moved his eyelids and inquired in a wordless way. If you want to fully grasp the core of the secret realm, you must be recognized by the gods in the temple. And I'm just a guardian spirit, and don't have the qualifications for that, the spirit of the Water God explained. You can use the God seal within you to communicate with the recognition core. Li Lazy did as he was told. The core disappeared in a flash, turning into a cloud of particles that surged into him. The layout of the entire Water God Palace became clear in his mind. He was surprised to find that the location he had previously broken into only accounted for 1/5 of the total area of the Water God Palace. In addition to the first and second levels, there are countless more levels to follow. In addition to that, there were a series of buildings such as the cultivation room, the beast garden, the medicine garden, and the housing. Most of them are closed, though, and it takes enough energy to turn them on. And right now, the Water God Palace's energy wasn't very sufficient. It could only open and close the gate of the Water God Palace, as well as ensure the normal operation of the first 10 trial levels of the Water God Palace. As for how to replenish energy, this was simple. The Water God Palace had a unique energy operation system. As long as it was turned on, it could automatically obtain energy from the outside world. Li Lao's mind moved, and the gate of the Water God Palace opened instantly. Countless water elemental energies surged into the Water God Palace from the outside world, and the Water God Palace instantly moved. But replenishing energy was a very long process. To completely replenish the energy of the core, Li Lao's estimated that sucking for thousands of years would not necessarily be possible. That's too slow. As if he could see Li Lao's loss, the spirit of the Water God stepped forward and said, "Palace Master, this is already very good. As for the rest, leave it to me." Li Lao's nodded and suddenly realized that within the space of the second level, his third brother and the others had disappeared. Strange. Where is everyone? No good. At this time, the Water God's spirit's face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Li Lazy looked at her strangely. Palace Master, the commotion you made earlier when you communicated with the gods and goddesses of the Divine Hall was just too great. The Water God Palace couldn't withstand the pressure of the gods and shook for a while. Those few trialists might have fallen out of the Water God Palace when they shook. The spirit of the Water God said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Lord Palace Master. This is all my fault." Outside the Water God's palace is Cloud Dream Lake. Having been in the lake for thousands of years, the spirit of the Water God still knew the name of the Great Lake of Yunmeng. Li Lazy sighed in relief. It's just the Great Lake of Cloud Dreams. What's the big deal? His third brother and General Xiang and the others, they are all great magi. If you're in the Great Lake of Cloud Dream, you shouldn't encounter any danger. So it's just Cloud Dream Lake. But Palace Master, the spirit of the Water God said, in the depths of the Great Lake of Cloud Dream, there are 3 Imperial level foreign beasts inhabiting it. What? Li Lao's was shocked and his laziness was swept away. 3 Emperor level foreign beasts. That's equivalent to 3 land deities. Rather, in the water, even the 3 land immortals would not necessarily be a match for an Emperor level foreign beast. How long have they been falling? The spirit of the Water God thought for a moment and said, by your time, it's probably a few minutes. Just a few minutes? Li Lazy breathed a sigh of relief before him. Continuing, he asked, can we get them back? The spirit of the Water God shook his head and said, currently the Water God Palace does not have enough energy to influence the outside world. But Lord Palace Master, those 3 heads were promoted to the Imperial level foreign beasts by absorbing the overflowing great power of the Water God Palace, and are considered half of the Water God Palace's guardian foreign beasts. If you were the one to make the move, you might be able to suppress them. Me? Li Lazy froze. What a joke. He was nothing more than an ordinary great avatar, not even a terrestrial immortal. Take your head to suppress an Imperial Fae. Ha! The spirit of the Water God nodded and said, the energy overflowing from the Water God Palace contains the supreme greatness of the gods. The power of the gods is deadly to ordinary beings. Those foreign beasts absorbed that power, and the fear and nature of the gods was etched into their souls. And as the Water God Palace Master, You are the one chosen by the God King, so you can naturally use the power left to you by the God King to suppress them. I didn't expect this. Li Lazy heard what she meant and decided to let it go. After all, there is no other way but this one. There was no way he was going to watch his brother buried in the belly of a foreign beast for nothing. You let me out. The spirit of the water god nodded, and a spatial wormhole coalesced out of blue particles and appeared in front of the two. Lord Palace Master. The other side of the passageway is the depths of Cloud Dream Lake, the place where those trialists fell. I'm very sorry, because I'm the guardian spirit of the Water God Palace. I can't leave the Water God Palace with you. At this moment, at the bottom of Lake Yunmeng, the water was choppy. Looking at the lake around themselves, General Xiang and the others and the Dark Moon Circus had a bewildered look on their faces. What's going on? Where is this? We seem to be in the water. This is the bottom of Cloud Dream Lake. We're out? Weren't we still in the Water God Palace just now? How did we get out? I don't know. After that terrifying force appeared, the Water God Palace began to shake, and then I don't know what happened. Is Li Qin okay? It's okay. He woke up. It's okay. But someone tell me how we just got out. The crowd was talking. The childlike high priest's mind moved to isolate the lake around himself. Slowly, he said, in the few minutes it took for that terrifying force to appear, you guys fell unconscious. As for what happened behind, at this time, the puppet master laughed and said, space shattered behind us, and all of us fell into the spatial crack. Then we went back to the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, it dawned on the crowd. So puppeteer, what do we do now? Return it, the tamer asked. Just after the words were said, the bottom of the lake instantly became pitch black. The crowd hurriedly used their spiritual perception to check their surroundings. Upon entering the archons, the psychic powers of the exalted will increase greatly. By this time, even if you don't use your eyes, but only your senses, you know what's happening around you. They were surprised to find out. Just now it was the tamer who spoke. Surprisingly, it disappeared. What happened? The crowd held their breath and looked around. A huge octopus was found above their heads, staring at them. That octopus was 100 times the size of a normal octopus. Its entire body was pitch black, and countless tentacles on its body were swinging without rules. Underneath it, a steady stream of black ink was gushing out. It was for this reason that they briefly lost sight. At this moment they could clearly see. The beast tamer was bound and imprisoned by several tentacles, being shoved bit by bit into the octopus's terrifyingly large mouth. Blood spurted out like bursting juice, though it was quickly colored black. Imperial-level foreign beasts. Seeing this scene, the crowd felt their scalps tingle. The body stiffened and the mind went blank. What to do? General Xiang hurriedly enveloped the fire elemental energy on Li Qin's body. Fear of accidentally angering this beast of the deep. This octopus should just be from the sea. After all, Lake Yunmeng doesn't produce this kind of thing. But why did it come all the way from the ocean to Lake Yunmeng? The crowd didn't want to know and didn't have time to find out. They just wanted to hurry up and run away from this hellhole. Don't make a sound. This guy's very sensitive to sound. The high priestess communicated with her mind. At this moment, without distinguishing between friend and foe, the crowd all nodded. Which way? Chief Jian looked to General Xiang. General Xiang swept his eyes over the crowd and realized that Li Qin was swimming slowly towards the left. To the left. The crowd saw this and followed him. After a few seconds, the puppeteer stopped his body. Immediately after that, Li Qin and the high priestess also stopped their bodies. The crowd looked at the three of them suspiciously. Why did you stop, puppeteer? Find anything? Li Qin pointed ahead, only to see a large, pitch-black fish, eyeing them intently. It had a bloody mouth and was covered in green moss and algae, blending perfectly into its surroundings. If you don't look closely, you might not notice. Another imperial-level foreign beast. The crowd's mood hit rock bottom. Damn it! How can a group of us be a match for two emperor-level fey beasts? It's over. It's over. It's dead. The people of the Dark Moon Circus scattered in all directions. General Xiang and the others leaned in close and looked at each other. Each of you, wait a moment, and if you have a chance to run for your lives, hurry up and don't ever mind us. Yes, General. The two emperor-level foreign beasts slowly approached, their terrifying aura pressing down on everyone like a mountain. It gives them the creeps and shivers all over. Just as they were planning to fight to the death, these two imperial-level foreign beasts unexpectedly began to scream. This scream was very sad, like they were begging for mercy. What's going on here? What's wrong with them? A great avatar asked in confusion. They seem to be afraid. General Xiang sucked in a breath of cool air and said with a grave expression on his face. The crowd's pupils shook as they stared in disbelief. Scared? What could make an emperor-level fey beast be afraid like this? Can it be that it's an even more powerful emperor-level fey beast? Just as the crowd felt despair, a thin figure appeared in front of them. This seemed to be the source of the fear of those two emperor-level foreign beasts. At the sight of this shadow, those two emperor-level foreign beasts even began to tremble, as if they had seen a great terror. Chapter 48. The beast tide settles down, preparing to go to Longjing. Look at the shadow. It looks like a person? But what kind of person would have so much energy that it would cause two emperor-level foreign beasts to feel a sense of fear? Could it be God? The crowd held their breath as they looked at the silhouette that appeared in front of them, not daring to move the slightest bit. Gradually, the silhouette became clearer. Seeing his face clearly, everyone's eyes widened. Li Lazy? General Xiang said incredulously. Is that you? Li Lao sleepily rubbed his eyes and waved at General Xiang. Then he came to Li Qin's side. Seeing his third brother looking weak, Li Lao's couldn't help but ask worriedly. Third brother, are you alright? Little Lazy, why did you come out too? Li Qin shook his head. It was a bit hard to believe that Li Lao's was the one who had scared off those two emperor-level foreign beasts. Finish that whatever test and get out. Passed? Li Qin asked in surprise. This Water God Palace secret realm was not an ordinary secret realm at first glance, and now that Li Lao's had become the Water God Palace's holy son, wouldn't he just take off? Sort of. Li Laoshi nodded and didn't put words in his mouth. After all, the facts of the Water God Palace were beyond common sense, and he was afraid of talking about it to invite unnecessary trouble. At that moment the big, dark fish let out a low roar, and the crowd felt the pressure come over them. Li Qin subconsciously protected Li Lao's behind him. Li Lao's urged the sea god seal in his sea of consciousness to glare at it. That emperor-level foreign beast immediately fled in fear. Seeing this, the octopus didn't dare to stay in the same place for long and fled in the direction of the sea. Seeing this scene, the crowd felt their minds go blank. Li Qin, who had intended to continue speaking, forgot what to say for a moment. This. Chief Jiang stammered a little. Looking at the shocked looks of these seniors, Li Lao's could only explain helplessly. This is all due to the Water God Palace. It dawned on the crowd. It was thought that Li Lao's had used the might of the spirit of the Water God to drive away the emperor-level foreign beasts. Then do you still have to go back to the Water God Palace later? Li Qin asked. Li Lao shook his head. The spirit of the Water God could take care of the rest. He wasn't needed. Moreover, he had now obtained the core of the Water God Palace and could contact the Water God spirit at any time. Even if the spirit of the Water God needed to turn on whatever permissions the Water God Palace had, he could still manipulate it remotely. Then, Water God Palace, can we still go in? The old chief asked doubtfully. Li Lazy shook his head again. After the previous earthquake, the Water God Palace's level was damaged quite a bit, and it would take time to repair it. The crowd sighed sadly at the sight. After all, there was a lot of stuff in the Water God's palace, although the process was dangerous. But what is this danger in front of such a great reward? Which of these great avatars of theirs hadn't killed their way out of a mountain of swords and blood? General Xiang, the Dark Moon Circus people and the High Priest seemed to have escaped. At this time, an avatar said to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded and said, if they escaped, we can't catch them anyway. But, he looked worriedly at Li Lao's and said, Lao's boy, your situation may be dangerous in the future. The High Priestess may not do anything to you, but the Dark Moon Circus, as long as they dare to come, then I'll let them have no return. Li Qin said in a cold voice from the side. Little Lazy, aren't you going to Green Dragon Academy in a few days? Brother will accompany you then. I want to see if this kind of gutter rat dares to come and touch you. Third brother, don't be so troublesome. Have you forgotten that I still have the divine traveling talisman? Are you kidding me? Wouldn't he be tortured to death if his brother was with him? All of his little secrets will have nothing to hide. Su Xian's words. He might muddle through by giving in. Li Qin thought about it and nodded lightly. The fluctuations of the Water God Palace subsided and the lake gradually faded away. Those foreign beasts that were originally so scared that they fled from Cloud Dream Lake also gradually returned to the lake. The crowd on the edge of the lake was in disbelief at the sight of this scene in unison. Strange how the water level has receded. Great! Those foreign beasts have retreated too. This is too fast. The supplies from the provincial capital haven't even been delivered yet. Isn't that a good thing? You go ahead and notify them that the supplies are not to be delivered. Does anyone know the number of casualties? Reporting to the first captain. With the help of the little heroes, none of our soldiers suffered any casualties. There was a lot of talk and a lot of joy. Su Xian and Duan Zitao exchanged punches to celebrate the victory. Then he looked worriedly out over the lake. Just now, when Duan Zitao was fighting the foreign beast, he was almost devoured by it. But fortunately, Su Xian came forward in time to save his life. So the two of them formed a friendship as a result. Watching what? Waiting for Li Lazy to come back? Duan Zitao sat down beside Su Xian and looked at the lake and asked. Su Xian gently nodded, took out a potion from his pocket, and took it. Don't worry, Li Lazy will be fine. He's a great avatar, and he's staying with General Xiang and the others. And his third brother is there as well. With so many great avatars, basically nothing would happen unless they encountered an Imperial level foreign beast. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew over the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao quickly said, "Look, it's not just back." Su Xian hurriedly looked to the sky and smiled faintly, but it quickly disappeared. Duan Zitao felt incredulous and rubbed his eyes. This face paralyzer still smiles? It's an illusion, isn't it? Seeing the return of General Xiang and the others, more and more people gathered towards the shore. There was a lot of talk, and many people gathered their gazes on Li Lao's. "Everyone, look, it's General Xiang and the others returning. There seems to be one missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin sacrificed himself? How is this possible? He's a great avatar. What's so impossible about this? Rumor has it that there is an Imperial level foreign beast at the bottom of Cloud Dream Lake. How could a great avatar be a match for an Imperial level foreign beast? And also beware of the Dark Moon Circus's backstabbing. These damn things. If it wasn't for them, Captain Qin wouldn't have died. Look guys, Li Lao's is back too. Lazy god. Lazy god. Lazy god. My god. Great. The lazy god is back. The lazy god isn't hurt. Is he? Why does he look a bit depressed? Isn't he always like this? A 17-year-old great avatar. Li Lao's, this is simply too terrifying. I'll be sure to thank Li Lazy a little later. If it wasn't for him, I might have died before. Me too. I didn't expect Li Lazy to hide so deeply. Li Lao's is so powerful. Why didn't he just strike out to obtain the championship at the time of the selection contest? Can't figure it out. What's so hard to figure out? Don't you play the game by consuming a bit and then zooming in? But it's not like playing a game. Additions are probably no different than a game to the lazy god. Li Lao's had just landed in the sky, and a bunch of people surrounded him. In fact, there were even a couple of bold girls that tried to force a kiss on him. Frightened, Li Laoshi didn't even have the desire to sleep anymore, and hurriedly used his Nianli supernatural ability to control himself to float out. But he was halfway floating when he saw a familiar figure. Su Xian was standing outside the crowd, looking at him, and the aura on his body had unexpectedly reached the realm of the avatar as well. Li Laoshi saw this and pounced on it in a hurry. Su Xian had a look of disgust on his face, yet he carried him up very skillfully. "I thought you were dead. Do you want me to die so badly?" "Aha! I almost died inside that Tai lake back then. Did you know that? There were 3 Imperial level foreign beasts at the bottom of that lake," Li Lao said lightly. Hearing this, Su Xian's head tightened and he hurriedly asked, "You're not hurt, are you? You're so unconventional? Shouldn't you be asking at this point in time how we managed to escape from under these 3 Emperor-level alien beasts?" Still following his words, Li Lao's continued, "My third brother said that I'm going to die in a week." "What?" Li Lao's felt Su Xian's body tense up as he felt Su Xian abruptly stop his footsteps. He slowly looked back and asked, "Really? You didn't lie to me?" Seeing that he reacted so greatly, Li Lao's knew that he had overplayed his hand and quickly said, "Fake, why don't you just die?" Su Xian directly threw him off his body, and without looking back, he walked alone earlier. "No, Su Xian, don't be angry." Li Laoshi hurriedly used his Nianli supernatural ability to control himself to float over. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." A few minutes later, Su Xian carried Li Lao's again with a helpless face. "I really owe you. When I'm done paying my debt, I'm going to the border to fight in the war, and we'll never see each other again in this life." Li Lao's said, "You promised me that you would work for me for free for 30 years now. I can command you to serve tea and water every day during these 30 years. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the small blood pill that the High Priestess had given him earlier when he was in the secret realm. He took it out in a hurry and shoved it to Su Xian's mouth. Su Xian ate it without even thinking about it. "Li Lazy, what is it? Shouldn't you ask that before you eat?" Li Lazy didn't say anything. A few seconds later, Su Xian felt a warmth arise within his body. In the next moment, the holy blood in his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Su Xian incredulously turned back to Li Laoshi, only to find that Li Laoshi had fallen asleep at some unknown time. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The wood elemental is trying to cultivate wood elemental energy plus 100, numinous energy and control energy. Good friends, holding hands and practicing together, plus 20 numinous energy, plus 20 control energy. The fusion of psychic ability and control ability, mind control, prototype. The divine water elemental teaches the cultivation of water carrying all things while it is seriously cultivating itself. Divine water energy plus 80. Dragon and tiger body refining technique looks at water carrying all things heartily and absent-mindedly begins to cultivate. Host physique plus 5. Water carries all things is being practiced hard and diligently. Energy capacity plus 50. When Li Lazy woke up, he found himself in a wheelchair. Su Xian was reading a book next to him. It seemed to be called something like The Caged Clan. His third brother was also reading next to him, but from a comic book, with the occasional giggle. Looking at Li Lao's with a disgusted face. It's a shame to have a brother like that. The car is very roomy and noisy. It didn't change the usual atmosphere just because there were two great avatars present. However, Li Laos could clearly feel that the gazes of the principal and a few teachers looking at him were clearly much more respectful. Look at the sword! Look at the sword! Look at the sword! Choi Myung-ho, you fought well. Only I was even better. Watch the move. I'll hit you on the left. Ha ha ha, didn't think so. I hit the right side actually. Huang Shaoqian's swordsmanship had risen a lot, and he had beaten Chui Mingho senseless with a water bottle. Lu elegantly and narcissistically looked in the mirror and wore a medallion in the most prominent position on his chest. This is the honor that the army has given to all the outstanding performers of the civilian shifter for clearing the beast tide this time. Listening to the teacher next to him, Lu Elegance said that although he was usually pretentious and wore a suit when he fought, there was no ambiguity at all when it came to clearing out the alien beasts. Saved the lives of several small children. He even scratched up his favorite suit for it. Something like scratching your clothes may be nothing to the average person, but Li Laos knew that this was a real big deal for Lu Elegance. Sometimes he'd rather get hurt himself than have his suit damaged in the slightest. Boy God, you're awake. Wang Shishir was very happy to see Li Laos waking up. Hurriedly, he took a bottle of Coke from his school bag and put it in front of Li Lazy. Man God, here's a Coke for you. Thanks. Li Laos nodded his thanks. He had wanted to refuse, but the lure of the cola water was too much for him to resist, so he took it, opened the cap of the bottle with his Nianli ability and poured into his mouth with tons and tons of tonic. When there was a small half bottle left, it was thrown into Su Xian's hands. Su Xian didn't mind and drank it all in one go. Where's mine? Li Qin put down the comic book and looked at Li Lazy with a grumpy face. You forgot about me as your brother when you got a girlfriend, right? Asterisk 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 right you. Li Laos gave him a blank look and went back to sleep. In his sleep, Li Laos sighed. If only I really had a girlfriend. His conditions are not too high. White skin and long legs. Looks like the country is good. Not too big to grasp. Abominable. The more I think about it, the more I want a girlfriend. After half a day of thinking, Li Laos sighed once again. Forget it. I don't want to look for it. It's too tiring. The thought of having to go out with his girlfriend on shopping trips, dates, and chats gave him a vague headache. Love is not as good as sleep. You tell me. The singles in front of the screen. After a few days at school, Li Lazy received a notice from the Ministry of Education in the provincial capital. The national martial arts competition will be held in Longjing in a month's time, and participants must arrive in Longjing in 10 days. When they arrive at the place, they will be greeted by a special person. At the same time, the teachers of the 5 colleges will also be in Longjing to handle the enrollment procedures for the newly enrolled students. Chapter 49, Frontline Victory. Private Jet. 3 small wooden boxes. Su Xian pushed Li Laos to the airport. Li Qin, who was glittering in gold, followed the two, attracting attention. Sango, I told you didn't have to come see me off. Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Li Lazy scratched his fluffy hair and said helplessly. However, Li Qin had a happy look on his face and gently tilted his head. It was as if she was enjoying this feeling of being noticed very much. Lazy, you should be honored to be escorted by the Golden Saint himself. This honor I don't want to enjoy. Li Lazy sighed and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Qin warmly greeted the people around him. There were a lot of people at the airport, plus a few were considered half celebrities, so it didn't take long for more and more people to notice them. Look, isn't that the Golden Saint duelist Li Qin? That armor is so handsome. The golden god of war in my heart. It's really him. He's the hero of our Jiangnan province. But unfortunately, he's not my favorite type. I like the kind that's a bit more high-strung. The guy in the wheelchair next to him looks so familiar. I always feel like I've seen him somewhere. That's Li Lazy, the god of lazy, the god of war at the selection tournament. My brother-in-law is a soldier in the military district, and according to his description, Li Lazy's performance during the beast tide can be described as god of heaven. Really? Is that such a stretch? Of course, don't you see who he is? A 17-year-old great avatar. Alas, after so many days have passed, the lazy god is still as lazy as ever. Boing boing. I want to be the lazy god's girlfriend so bad. A high-flying flower like the lazy god can only be viewed and admired from afar, not as a boyfriend. You don't want to be moving all by yourself when he's sleeping at night when that's happening, do you? Bugger. Why can't I understand a word you're saying? The person next to him is Su Xian, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. It's my favorite type. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. May I have your autograph please? Me too. Me too. The crowd swarmed. Li Qin accepted all of these pursuits with pleasure. Sure, one at a time. Halfway through the signing, he saw a group of girls running this way. Youthful and energetic. My charm has been so big that even the little girls are so crazy. Well, a proud smile appeared on Li Qin's face as he said, "Little sisters, come one by one. Crowding is an unjust act." But as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face quickly froze, only to see that the group of girls didn't stop after running in front of him, but instead made a U-turn and ran towards Li Lazy. "Lazy God, may I take a picture?" An innocent little sister politely asked towards Li Lao's. When Li Lao's opened his eyes, he realized that a group of little girls were looking at him expectantly, and nodded without even thinking about it. Yeah. The little group of girls jumped up and down with excitement. Seeing this, Li Qin then looked at the group of big men in front of him and felt that the good mood of the day was all gone. "Mr. Li Qin, what happened to you?" "It's nothing, it's just that I'm a little unwell." Li Qin continued to sign, envious to the point of heartache. A 2-meter tall, dark-skinned, muscular big man hurriedly held him up and said, "Mr. Li Qin, are you alright? If you're not feeling well, it's fine if you don't sign." Yeah. The people around them nodded their heads. At that moment there was a burst of laughter from Li Lazy's side. "Brother Li Lazy, thank you. Brother Su Xin, thank you too. Lazy God, thank you. Love you. Pain. It hurts more." Li Qin shook his head. "It's not a problem. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Just make up some sleep later." After signing his name, Li Qin took a long breath all the way. Li Lazy woke up and stretched, looking at Su Xin and moving his eyelids. "I don't know. Qin has been like this since before," Su Xin said. Li Lao's nodded and looked at the scenery along the way in a good mood. Jiangnan Province Base City. As one of the 18 base cities in the country, the airport built is still very rowdy. Technology is in full swing, with a huge screen hanging right in front of the terminal, broadcasting hot events from around the country. A myriad of smaller screens below the big one show all of today's flights. "Li Lazy, Su Xin, you guys are here too." At that moment a crisp voice rang out from not far away. The three looked toward the source of the sound and saw a group of teenagers heading this way. It was Duan Zetao, Wu Tianji, Wu Liuqi, Fong Hong and a few of them. Apart from them, there were also some people from the provinces such as Huangchang. Apparently, they were also going to Longjing. Some of them were participating in the national martial arts competition, while others were participating in the enrollment of the 5 major academies. "Hello guys," Li Lao's waved at them. "Good for the Lazy God. Lazy God, I didn't realize you were at the airport. Lazy God, I didn't think we'd meet again. Hello Mr. Li Qin. Hello guys. Li Lazy, long time no see," Wu Liuqi said. He was still dressed in black, holding a sword, looking cool, like an emotionless assassin. "It's been a long time," Li Lao's nodded. "Are you guys waiting for a plane too?" Duan Zetao asked, holding a cup of unfortunate coffee and looking at Su Xin. Su Xin nodded. "Great. In that case all of us might as well be on an airplane." The others were also jubilant. Li Lao's is standing in Jiangnan province. Is the entire dragon country young generation of carrying people can be with him? They are naturally very happy. "Unsurprisingly, we shouldn't be an airplane," Su Xin suddenly said. "Why? Aren't you going to Longjing?" The others looked puzzled. Su Xin said helplessly, "In order to protect the young master's safety, there will be a private airplane to pick us up and take us to Longjing. As young master's chaperone, I naturally want him to come along. So, ugh, that's a shame." The crowd was bummed. However, they were able to understand. After all, Li Lao's had already been exposed in the eyes of the Dark Moon Circus, and it was highly likely that he would suffer an assassination from the Spiritual Energy Society. If Li Lao's fell, it would not only be a loss for the Li family, it was even more of a loss for the Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire human race alliance. Just as they were chatting, the big screen directly in front of the airport hall suddenly changed and was replaced by the beautiful figure of a news presenter. "Good afternoon everyone, I'm Fan Jie, host of the Border News Channel, and I'm plugging a happy announcement. Let's congratulate the 7th Border Legion for successfully wiping out 3 of the alien race's top incoming enemy armies and killing a demigod from the barbarian spirit race. Well, let's enjoy the live coverage next." The scene shifted, and the border landscape of mountains of corpses and seas of blood and yellow sand appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A man with red hair, a short ponytail, and a military uniform pranced in midair. He was bruised and battered, his uniform long tattered and torn, and a giant bird evolved from flames haunted him, emitting monstrous cries. A man and a bird with eyes as sharp as eagles. The tigers stared intently at a 4-meter tall, muscular giant not far ahead. The so-called demigods are a term for the Fae. the terrestrial gods and goddesses. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Li Qin and Li Lao's were as if they had been lifted to their throats, because this red-haired man was no other than their big brother, Li Qingyang. It's young Emperor Li Qingyang. He's even so heavily injured. What? Demigod. Does the barbarian spirit race have no face? A demigod. But to take a shot at a junior. Damn it. Don't worry everyone. Didn't the news say that a demigod from the barbarian spirit race was killed? I think this is the one. The crowd murmured, and the hall instantly quieted down with a heavy atmosphere. The image should have been taken by a drone from a distance, so the quality is not very clear. However, the crowd could still clearly see the arrogant expression on the face of that barbarian spirit race demigod. Li Qingyang, you're very good. I have lived for hundreds of years, and I have never seen a fae as good as you. Now I'll give you a chance to join my barbarian spirit clan, and then, get Mu Zhua promoted, or die. His eyes were as big as a baby's head, his mouth was full of fangs and he sputtered when he spoke, and his large face was hideous and ghastly. You're not worthy yet, Li Qingyang said coldly. Although he was seriously injured, he still looked at him condescendingly, like an emperor on earth. He held a 2-meter-long rapier in his hand, and at this moment, this rapier also began to shine with a blazing light. Very well, the barbarian spirit race demigod said in a deep voice. With a light stomp of his foot to the ground, he immediately flew up in the air and killed towards Li Qingyang. The large body was like a small mountain peak, carrying a destructive power that seemed to be able to smash everything. If you don't want to, then go to hell. Let me die? Li Qingyang's demeanor remained cold as he looked at him condescendingly, his tone filled with disdain. You don't deserve it either. Just as everyone was thinking about what he would do next, a frightening scene occurred. Only Li Qingyang raised his hand and stabbed the sword into his heart. Is he crazy? The crowd's minds went blank. But in the next second, Li Qingyang shouted. The whole body began to burn. The flames burned bigger and bigger, eventually transforming into a 10-meter-tall flame giant. It wore a crown on its head and held a giant sword of flame, like a legendary flame god. He pulled his sword out and the blood on his rapier began to burn violently. At this moment, the sword's appearance was surprisingly the same as the one held in the hands of the flaming giant, which was generally the same, only that Li Qingyang's was much smaller. Looking at the crashing barbarian spirit race demigod, Li Qingyang picked up the flame divine sword and made a vicious chop towards the front. The flame giant repeats this action. A blazing sword chi was cut out in an instant, and the entire heaven and earth was dyed a fiery red. There was a click sound, and even the surrounding space couldn't withstand the hot and sharp sword chi, shattering like glass. The scene shifted again. The barbarian spirit race's giant had fallen to the ground, his entire body chopped into two. Li Qingyang slowly came to him and stomped his head into pieces. The brain matter exploded like a fruit bursting pulp, but not a single bit of it stained him. At this moment, Li Qingyang still had a cold expression. Putting the sword back into the scabbard, he blandly left, as if he had only done an insignificant thing. The scene ends here and the big screen in the airport lobby returns to business as usual. The room was quiet for a moment. One cheer and scream after another erupted immediately afterward. This scene, meanwhile, is being played out one after another across the country. 1. Surprisingly 1. Li Qingyang single-handedly killed an alien demigod, worthy of being young Emperor Qingyang. This is simply a god. Handsome, especially that little expression at the end of his face, as if to say, this is all the foreign race demigods have? The other demigods of the barbarian spirit race would probably be furious when they see this scene. What a monster has come out of the Li family, worthy of being the grandson of Yendi, a sword that burns the heavens, beheading this group of damned foreigners. I'll see if they dare to invade my human race's territory in the future. Does anyone know who that demigod is? It looks so familiar to me. I remember it. It appeared on the border battlefield of the White Bear Federation 7 years ago. In that battle the White Bear lost several great avatars in a row, and in the end it was only after 2 land immortals stepped in that it was repelled. Hiss, 2 honors. If young Emperor Qingyang becomes a land goddess this time, it's not to be missed. Seeing Li Qingyang win, the 2 brothers, Li Qin and Li Lazy, let out a sigh of relief in unison. Big brother actually won. Li Qin was so excited that his face turned red. It's so cool. Li Lao swept his eyes at Su Xian and Duan Zetao and the others beside him, who were also as such. Big brother's injury should not matter. Li Lao's frowned slightly, took out his cell phone, and sent a few messages to his big brother. It was only after confirming that the injuries he had sustained, although relatively serious, could be fully recovered and would not leave behind any dark diseases that he was completely relieved. Is big brother alright? Li Qin looked to Li Lazy. Li Lao smiled and nodded. It's good that it's okay. Li Qin also revealed a smile. That's when a dozen or so identical small airplanes landed in the open space of the airport. Why are there so many airplanes? Li Lao's looked at his third brother in confusion. In order to confuse the people from the Spiritual Energy Society, we won't be landing directly in Ryukion when the time comes. Li Lazy nodded. The crowd watched with envy as they walked towards the private jet. Li Laos had wanted to tell them to take another airplane to fly to Longjing, but when he thought that he might encounter the Dark Moon Circus on the way, he dismissed the idea. While the chances of danger in the air are small, what if? He can't afford to take dozens of lives alive. Sir, may I ask where we are flying to? The pilot asked towards Liqin. Stone Village Airport, Base City, North River Province. In the sky, everything is stable. Li Lao squinted his eyes and enjoyed the massage robot service. Su Xian and his third brother are both reading books. Li Laos lowered his head and realized that his third brother was watching American Girl. He immediately gave a look of disgust. Looking at Su Xian, he realized that he was reading a literary book called Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Laos was a little surprised, not realizing that Su Xian was still a literary boy. The author of this book he had heard of. It seems to be called Marquez, a master of literature a few thousand years ago. At that time it can be called a famous name. Right, this is for you guys. At that moment Li Qin suddenly stood up and took out 3 small wooden boxes. Strange runes were carved into the box, and a steady stream of strange energy spilled out of it. Chapter 50 Sky High Reward. Second Sister Li Qingya. The official website of the underground black market. Mystic Gangster section. There was a thread that was heating up at the moment, skyrocketing at an alarming rate. Within just an hour of the post being sent out, it managed to butcher the page and make it to number 3 on the monthly heat list. Another spiritualist society? The Black Order publicly declares its allegiance to the Dark Devil race. 2. The Second Yen Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang massacres alien demigods. 3. The young master of the Li family has done such an outrageous thing that has caused the female senior members of the Spiritual Energy Society to put up a sky-high bounty. 4. A new 5-star secret realm has been discovered in the Jiangnan province, and many great magi and many land immortals are on their way there. 9. The lifetime enemy of the Spiritualist Society, the High Priest of the Black Coffin, recovers from his injuries and claims to have control over half of the Spiritualist Society's personnel. 10. Inside the Spiritual Energy Society, the Dark Moon Circus Grand Avatar Clown has fallen. The underground black market was established 100 years ago by a group of wild land gods who set up an untruthful trading site. The user expansion method is based on a referral system, whereby only those who have been recommended by a site user are eligible for access to the site. In the beginning, it only had a simple trading function, but after 100 years of development, it had long been a mixed bag of fish and snakes, filled with all sorts of strange people. There were countless official Xenos, loose cultivators, and evil Xenos. Over time, it has also become the fastest website to get information between the domestic great magical powers. That's right, it's between the Archons, because the earliest users of the site were friends, or descendants, of the group of land gods who built it. The friends of the land immortals were naturally land immortals as well, and even less so, they were also great magi. So over the years, the site users have sunk a bit, but have stayed at a normal level. Of course, there was a most important reason for this. That is, 50 years ago, the administrators of the website announced that only great spirits could enter the website. The method of verification is simple. Just inject alien energy into the cell phone. After all, most cell phones nowadays are implanted with very strong energy sensing systems. It's been 3,000 years since the Aura revival. There's not going to be anyone using a traditional cell phone anymore, is there? At the first sight of this post, a hint of melon-eating rose in the hearts of the crowd. Young master of the Li family? The wrath of God? Female executives? Hey. At first people thought it was some kind of peachy news, but they clicked on it and realized that it wasn't the usual decent content. Owner, Yukiko Milk White, from the Dark Moon Circus, a branch of the Spiritual Energy Society. It was revealed that the Yen Di family, the Li family, the Yen Di's youngest grandson, Li Laos, had a strength of the wood attribute Great Avatar Realm. Knowing the news, the top level of the Spiritual Energy Society, the top Great Avatar Peach Demon, announced that a bounty would be placed on Li Laos. Reward for capturing alive, a holy relic. Reward for death, a half-saint relic. Rewarded by virtue of the head. Below the post are countless comments. Halogen Egg Xiaolongbao, owner. You know how to post the most. Bayu Dadi, put aside fishing? How is it possible to be a 17-year-old avatar? Moreover, the Li family's great avatar is even a wood system. If what you say is true, I will directly eat the cell phone. Username 66. This message is so fake. Yao Bao, I still believe you when you say Li Qingyang's third brother. But the fourth brother's words, it's better to forget about it. Jean Yang's Ant Wind, I don't think so either. Loves squid soup, me too. Junlin who loves banana yogurt shakes, +1. I'm really not non-tone, +10,086. At first everyone was unfortunate until the post reached the 30th floor or so when the situation began to reverse. Meanwhile the heat of the post started to spike like crazy. Foxen, everyone go look at the black market bounty. What the owner said is true. Scattergories and dreams, I saw that too. Foundation stage Qingli, the Li family has produced another demon. A 17-year-old great avatar. Too terrifying. Meal, Jia. I'll take this reward. Annihilated in thunder, the Li family can hide really deep. Even fooled the world. Daegu, kill Li lazy and get the reward. No feather, kill Li lazy and get the reward. Li Hui, who loves Wulong Potpourri. So many great magi from the evil forces have come to Longjing. It looks like Longjing is going to be in chaos for a while. Wooden Emperor, if you dare to come to Dragon King, then be prepared to have no return. Goat Emperor, hello. Grandpa Wood Emperor. Puppeteer, hahaha. Master Mu, long time no see. It seems that this time, Woodlack is dead, but it's a pity that I didn't kill him. Puppeteer, by the way, are the admins around? I'd like to report that the upstairs doesn't have the strength of a great avatar and is blending in. I'm really wood short, what's it to me? Baba-da-dee, how did the heat of the post go up so fast? Are the people from the Spiritual Energy Society spending money on buying heat? After landing third in the Hot 100, the post continues to climb in popularity. It didn't take a moment to get to the second position, but just as it was about to top the Hot 100, the post suddenly disappeared. For a long time after the hot search disappeared, the phones of the core members of the Li family were busted inside the Li family estate, but most people expressed a blank stare at the matter, especially Li Lazy's old man, the current head of the Li family, Li Kai-tian. My youngest son is the Great Spirit? How come I don't know? Longjing Alien Bureau. Looking at the post that suddenly disappeared, Director Li Fei frowned. Little 6. Chief, pass on my order to send word to the major security departments in Longjing to strengthen the vigilance work in Longjing, and the surrounding areas of Longjing. Yes, Shenlong Military Region. A cranberry-haired old man put a stamp on a red-headed document. Immediately, the entire military district became busy. Various units have received assignments to patrol various parts of the dragon capital. Once a person is found in the forces of evil, he or she can be killed without being reported. Inside the presidential suite of the 5-star hotel in Longjing, Hangyi Hotel, in front of a makeup mirror sat a woman with big red waves, sensual lips, a chiseled body, and a party dress that rivaled a supermodel's. At the moment, she was wearing a mask, looking at her cell phone with her mouth slightly open, and her eyes reflecting sparks revealed a hint of surprise. Miss Saya, what's wrong? Next to her, her assistant asked softly. Not much, just found something surprising. Li Qingya smiled slightly. Oh, I wonder what it's about. One about my brother. Hearing this, the assistant didn't continue to ask, because she knows that these things are not her place to know. After all, this one in front of her, apart from being a popular actress in the Dragon Kingdom, she also had another layer of identity, which was the second miss of the Li family. Ms. Saya, you said, cancel tomorrow's runway show for me, and contact the company's staff at the North River base. I'll be making a trip to Stone Village in the next few days. But Ms. Qingya, this runway show was set by the company a long time ago, and it has pulled in a lot of company sponsors, so it may not be cancelled. The assistant had a difficult face. Can't cancel then postpone. That's fine. I'll go talk to the company. On the airplane. Brother Qin, what is this? Su Xian asked suspiciously. Li Qin smiled and said, good stuff. Only to see him open the 3 boxes in turn and take out 3 masks from inside. It is? Transfiguration mask. Li Qin put one of them on his face and said, transfiguration props, when you put them on, you can change your appearance according to what you have in mind, so that even if someone from the Spiritual Energy Society is standing in front of you, they won't be able to discover you. His mind moved and his appearance changed rapidly. In addition to the figure, surprisingly, even the temperament has changed. From the middle-aged air he had before, he had become a stable adult. You guys put them on too. Good. Su Xian would put it on Li Lao's before putting it on himself. He turned into a plain little guy. Li Lao's, on the other hand, turned into the appearance of Green Dragon Academy's enrollment teacher. Mu Jiao. Li Qin. Su Shin. This face seems a bit familiar, Li Qin said with a frown. Su Xian said, young master, aren't you too old when you become like Teacher Mu? Old? I think it's fine. You look a little out of place with us like that. I think you should change. Li Lao's face changed once again, turning into a tender boy of about 14 years old. Why are you turning into me as a child? Su Xian recognized the face at once. It was exactly what he looked like when he was 14 years old, but since he's been developing for the last few years, It's a bit different from what he looks like now. Li Lazy didn't say anything. Su Xin sighed and went with him. That's when a news story aired on the airplane's TV. Breaking news, popular actress Li Qingya is preparing to travel to Stone Village tomorrow for a runway show. How did the second sister come to the North River? Li Lao's moved his eyelids. Li Qin laughed. Little lazy. Second sister came especially for you. Are you touched? I don't dare to move. It's time to listen to second sister's ranting again. Li Lao sighed. Sleep quietly. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental finishes and is brutally beaten by the fire elemental. The thunder elemental confessed to the fire elemental, who froze. At this point the thunder elemental charges the fire elemental and is thrown off by a slap from the fire elemental. Would elemental exchanges insights with divine water elemental while practicing seriously? Would elemental energy plus 100? Numinous energy and control energy are working on the avatar together. Plus 20 numinous energy. Plus 20 control energy. The divine water elemental is practicing hard. Divine water energy plus 20. The dragon and tiger body forging technique is leaning intimately against the water carrying all things to cultivate. Host's physique plus 20. Energy capacity plus 50. After getting off the plane, no one noticed because the trio took the VIP channel. Finding a random hotel, the three of them checked in. I have some things to do in the next 2 days, so when things are done, I'll take you guys to Longjing. Li Qin looked at his cell phone and said, in order to hide his identity, his golden armor was taken off a long time ago. Now he was dressed in formal attire, like a high-end businessman. In the evening, when Li Laoshi finished his meal with his Nianli alteration, he heard a knocking sound coming from outside the door. Young master, it's me. Su Xian pushed the door open. Li Lazy looked at him suspiciously. Young master, do you want to go downstairs for a massage? Brother Qin prepared it for us. Before Li Lao's could say anything, he took it upon himself to carry Li Lao's on his body and leave the room. Li Lazy, is it really good for you to be so preemptive? Li Lazy sighed and let him have his way. I have to say that the Superior Hotel is still very nice, with all the amenities you could want. Of course, everything costs money. Young master, I'll go ahead and rub you down. After arriving at the massage place, Su Xian saw a bathhouse and suddenly said. Li Lazy nodded. It had to be said that Su Xian's rubbing technique was first rate, just a little less forceful, as if he was afraid of hurting him. I'll rub it for you too, Li Laoshi said. Good. 10 minutes and minutes later, Su Xian walked out of the bathhouse bruised and battered, his back covered in blood. Young master. Forget it, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay down in the lounge to practice. That's when the two girls came towards them, cell phones in hand, heads shyly bowed. Do you guys have anything to do? Su Xian asked. Can we ask for the V-mail of that little brother beside you? A girl in a student outfit asked, looking at Li Lazy next to her. My name is Yun Shui, and this one next to me is my best friend Ding Miao. They all look to be around 17 or 18 years old, the innocent type. Hearing this, Li Laoshi instantly soured, although he was the one who was asked to V-letter. But what he's holding onto right now is Su Xian's face. Abominable. It's really an abomination. Still, Li Lazy exchanged V-letters. Watching them leave, Su Xian said helplessly, young master, can you not do strange things with my face? Not next time. Li Laos took a look at those two circle of friends and realized that they were still preparatory students of the Green Dragon Academy. The so-called preparatory cadets was a term for the students of the colleges under the Green Dragon Academy. The school they were in was established and managed directly by the Green Dragon Academy, and as long as they passed the examination, they could directly enter the Green Dragon Academy. It was much easier than the usual test to enter the Green Dragon Academy. Back in his room, Li Laos received a call from his second sister. Lazy, I've got a runway show tomorrow at Stone Manor. Remember to come. I haven't seen you in a long time. I'd like to see if you're my real brother or not. After not seeing you for such a short period of time, you've directly turned into a great avatar. You're really something. The voice came loud and clear from across the room. Li Laos simply answered and hung up. His second sister was good at everything, with a good figure and high face value. But unfortunately, she just had a long mouth. Even her fans affectionately called her dumb wife. The show was held in the evening. Before that, Li Qingya had specifically sent Li Lazy a few VIP tickets. Chapter 51, I have a friend, his name is Li Laos. The next night, the Stone Village Tenkai Tabernacle was packed with people. Li Laos and Su Xian hadn't even gotten close to the synagogue yet. From a long distance away, they could hear the fans' frenzied voices. Goddess, goddess, goddess. Finally caught up. I came all the way here from Jiangnan. Ah, old folks, I'm also from Jiangnan. But I arrived in Longjing first. and then arrived here after hearing that Chinya came to North River. I'm with you. Wives are just too capricious. Who are you calling a wife? She's my wife. As long as she keeps her mouth shut, she's everybody's wife. Does anyone know why Goddess Chinya suddenly came to North River? I've bought all the tickets on my side of Longjing, only to have them suddenly postponed. Who isn't? What did the program organizer arrange for tonight? It says it's a runway show, but it can't really be just a simple show, can it? There are some on the official website, like there are several categories: walk, dance, and sing for all three. Singing? Seriously? What was the program's thinking? That they wanted Saya to sing? My god. Ha ha ha. It seems like she asked for it herself, saying it was a surprise for her fans. Surprise? Surprise is more like it. Don't y'all like Goddess singing? I quite like it. Me too. The program effect pulls full weight. Hurry up and get your tickets. If you go late you won't be able to get tickets. You'll have to watch it live. I can't believe my sister is going to sing. Inside a supermarket next to the park, Lee Lazy couldn't help but suck in his breath when he heard the voices outside. Su Xian took what he was holding, quickly paid for it, and said, "Young master, don't stand there foolishly, let's go." "Oh," Lee Lazy responded. Just as he walked out the front door of the supermarket, he heard the sound of a phone call coming from his pocket. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was her sister calling. "Hey, second sister. Where were you?" "Outside the synagogue." "Okay, it's a bit crowded, so I'll call someone to pick you guys up. You guys should have disguised yourselves. Take a picture and send it to me. By the way, is your third brother around?" Li Qingya said a whole lot in one breath. "Okay, I'll send you later, haha." Li Laosi replied one by one. "Third brother, he left right after he got off the plane, saying that he would take me to Longjing again when he's done with his work. This bastard kid, avoiding me again, huh? When I see him I'll make him look good." The opposite side of the room gasped harshly. "I'll see you later then." The phone hung up. Li Lao smiled and hooked his hand towards Su Xian, and the other party looked over with confusion. Li Lao's hooked his shoulder and said, "Come on, Shinchan, let's take a picture." A few seconds later, with a click, a clear picture appeared in the phone. The teenager holding the cell phone with bright eyes and teeth, lollipop in his mouth, his hair fluffy, his whole body lazy. The corners of his mouth and eyes are hung with a smile, like the warm sun in early spring. The teenager he hooked up with had a cool expression, although his plane was flat, but his eyes are bright and deep, his lips are moderately thin and thick, and his nose is high and straight, revealing a handsome air. "Why don't you even smile?" Looking at the photo, Li Lao's muttered a couple sentences, and after thinking there was nothing wrong with it, he sent it to his second sister. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Su Xian's extremely exaggerated smiling face. "What are you doing? Startling me. Smile for you. Gross." Li Lazy couldn't help but laugh out loud. Today he was in a rare bit of spirits, probably the wheelchair because of its absence. The two men came outside the synagogue shoulder to shoulder. Li Lao swept his eyes at the entrance outside the field, like a long line, and said helplessly, "Why don't we just go back?" Just as the words were finished, a familiar voice could be heard, coming from the ticket booth not far from the side. "Yun Shui, ding niao. You guys trust me? I really have a way to let you guys in." "How to get in?" "It's your fault. If you hadn't kept dawdling, we wouldn't have been unable to get tickets. Trust me, I've got people on the inside who can not only get you in later, but sit you on the inside perimeter." "Inner circle? Are you serious?" "Of course." Li Laos twisted his head to look and realized that it was indeed the two girls he asked for Vmail with yesterday. The two of them were standing with a group of people who, judging by their age, should be classmates. The two seemed to have noticed Li Lao's, and waved and greeted them with a smile. "Hello guys, we meet again." Li Lazy nodded. "The two girls came up to me. Are you here to buy tickets too?" Without waiting for Li Lao's to speak, they asked themselves, "But you can't get tickets anymore. The ticket office is closed." Alas, what a pity. It was not easy for Chinya to come to North River. "Yun Shui, ding niao. Who are they?" A boy walked up and asked warily. "Yun Shui Dao, I met them yesterday in the lounge of the Hengyi Hotel. My dad is a shareholder there, so I go there often." The boy was relieved to hear that he had only met him yesterday and said, "I thought it was your boyfriend. How can that be?" Yun Shui instantly blushed. Seeing this, those students were up in arms. The boy frowned slightly, but couldn't say anything. At this time, Ding Miao spoke up. "Wu Si Han, didn't you say you have someone inside? Can you get one for them as well?" Li Laos was just about to open his mouth to refuse when the boy spoke again. "I'm afraid I can't. The seats in the inner circle are scarce. My friend only got a few because he's related to Goddess Chinya. It's not good to get too many." Hearing his words, those of his classmates murmured and were shocked. "What? Your friend is related to Goddess Saya?" Goddess Qingya is a member of the Li family. Wu Sihan, you can even know someone from the Li family? Really deep. Can Wu Sihan still have relations with the Li family? This year you promoted to Qinglong Academy steady, right? Which one of Goddess Qingya's relatives even helped you through the back door? To them, the Li family was an incomparably huge behemoth. The boy raised his head slightly and glanced at Li Lao's, then lowered his head and whispered, "This friend of mine does not have a low status in the Li family, but you may not have heard of him." "Who?" Ding Mao asked curiously. Li Lao's is also a little curious. He remembers that his second sister, it seems that she doesn't like the family people, and her career to be associated with it. The young master of the Li family, Li Lazy. Li Lazy? Hearing this, Li Lazy asked with a face. He just came to Beihai in the past few days and had been in Jiangnan before. When did he have this friend? As for the tickets, he almost never asked about his second sister, let alone getting tickets for someone else. Li Lazy? Goddess Qingya's little brother? Seriously, you're not lying to us. That's right, Li Lazy. Hasn't he been the Li family all along? How could you possibly have access to him? The others weren't very convinced either. Su Xian gave Li Lao's a strange look. Li Lao smiled and gave him a look, signaling him to be at ease. Of course it's true, the boy said in an undeniable voice, taking out his cell phone. I'll show you the chat logs. He opened the Vmail, flipped it with his hand, opened the avatar box of a note called Li Lazy, and the densely packed chat records appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, the crowd once again marveled and looked at the boys with envy. Wu Si-han, you can do it. No wonder you can get tickets. So you still know Li Lazy. If you know as other people in the Li family, I see you don't believe it. But what's wrong with this Li Lazy? What's so special about him? You don't even know that. The Li family can favor Li Lazy a lot. The boy lifted his head slightly again, enjoying the attention of the crowd of millions. At this time, Yun Shuwei said, Wu Si-han, you even know Li Lao's. Can't you really get 2 more tickets? Peripheral is fine too. This really doesn't work, the boy helplessly said. Even if it worked, he couldn't possibly get tickets for an outsider. What did he think he was? No need to be so troublesome. Li Lao's interrupted them. We have tickets. You guys have tickets? Yun Shuwei looked shocked. Then why didn't you say so before? Li Lao's nodded and said helplessly. You didn't give me a chance to speak either. Yun Shuwei thought about it and looked embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Li Lao's thought for a moment and said, my name is Woodlack. What is missing? Yun Shuwei nodded and muttered in a small voice. What a strange name. Just then, 2 staff members dressed in black suits came out of the exit of the synagogue. When they saw the 2 Li Lao's, they quickly came this way. Yun Shuwei's students were thrilled to see those 2 staff members. Wu Shan, they're coming this way. Are they coming for you? It can't be. The staff greeted them personally. Nope, they really seem to be coming this way. Wu Si-han, you're too good, aren't you? Seeing the 2 staff members, Wu Si-han was obviously a bit flustered and had a bewildered look on her face. However, she still forced out a smile on her face. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the Vmail to ask, what's wrong with you, scalper? How come there's a staff member to greet him personally? The opposite side quickly returned in seconds. What staff personally greet? Big brother, you just bought a ticket for the inner circle and still want the staff to personally greet the dream? Even VIP doesn't have this qualification. It's not the scalpers? So what's going on here? Wu Si-han looked puzzled. After realizing that the staff member was coming this way, he didn't come towards him, but instead looked towards Li Lazy and Su Xian who were in front of them. May I ask you too? One of the staff members took out his cell phone and compared it, then said with a smile, 2 young masters, this way please. Young master, let's go. Li Lazy nodded, spinning around to the shock of the crowd. He followed the staff through the staff exit into the synagogue. What's going on here? Yun Shuwei, what exactly are the identities of these 2 friends of yours? I thought they were here to see Wu Shan. Isn't Wu Si-han your friend Li Lazy? Who are these 2? Ding Miao, do you know what's going on here? The 2 of them, Jin Shuwei and Ding Miao, shook their heads in bewilderment. Then together with the other students, they looked at Wu Si-han with puzzled eyes. Wu Si-han held her tongue for half a day before she timidly bowed her head and said, I'm sorry, I lied to you guys. I don't know any Li Lazy. I bought the ticket from a scalper. When these words were said, he was already prepared to be laughed at, but he waited for half a day without hearing any harsh laughter. Just heard the students talking about it. Scared the hell out of me. I thought you really knew the Li family. Me too. Wu Si-han, you're still so braggadocious. Luckily you didn't meet Li Lazy himself. Otherwise I would have died laughing. Ha ha ha. Honestly, I noticed something was wrong when you were nervous when you saw those 2 staff members just now. Wu Si-han's face flushed red as she said, none of you blame me? Blame you for what? It's not like you've done anything to hurt anyone. That's right, you got us tickets. We can't thank you enough. At this time Wu Sihan's cell phone rang. He looked at it and said in surprise, the tickets are here. Let's go in. The two Li Laos followed the staff to the temporary backstage in the synagogue. There are many actors and models here in addition to the staff. Most of them had pretty faces and slim bodies. And all of them were handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, if they are not handsome and beautiful, they can't be actors and models. Upon seeing the two Li Laos, they all had surprised expressions on their faces. Little one, where did you bring these two little dudes from? They both look good. One is clean-cut and handsome. The other has sparkling eyes. They are good candidates to be actors. The two of them don't have a bad aura. They look like alien energy geniuses. You guys don't want to hold them back. How can this be called holding them back? Look at Sister Chingya. She's a popular actress and a top-tier great avatar. This is not a conflict at all. Sister Chingya, that's a genius. A special case. How can you compare it? The staff heard the murmur of this and said, helplessly, don't you guys hit on these two? They're the ones brought by Sister Chingya. Hearing this, a look of even greater surprise than before was revealed. The staff brought the two Li Laos to a separate single room and then gently closed the door. Two young masters, it's here. The single room is not too big or small, but the equipment is luxurious. A large mirror was placed inside, and a woman in a red dress was sitting in front of it doing her makeup. The mirror illuminated her appearance. Graceful and elegant, like a high and mighty queen. She could be described as a stunning beauty. But it was this one wonderful person who spoke very rudely. She stood up and looked at the two, saying, you lazy brat finally came. Come, let sister see if you've gained weight. Li Laos took a step back and gently pushed Su Xian with his Nianli supernatural ability. Young master, I suddenly want to go to the restroom, so excuse me for a moment. With that, he went out the door and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Su Xian. Sushin, after going out, Li Laos reaped the warm invitation of a group of big sisters. Do you want a Coke, little brother? Sister has it here. Little brother, what is your relationship with Sister Chingya? Chapter 52 Baba Martial School. Thunder Elemental stands up again. Eyes can kill too. Ching. Sister Chingya. Su Xian froze in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. Su Xian, long time no see. Sister Chingya, you knew it was me? Of course I know. Li Chingya laughed softly. It is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul. Your eyes are completely different from that kid's. It's not hard to see who's who. Then do you need me to call the young master back? No. I'll teach him a lesson when I'm done. Li Chingya smoothed the folds of her clothes and left the room. Why don't you rest here for a while and eat whatever's on the table? I may not be back for a long time. Okay. Thank you Sister Chingya. Rarely alone, Su Xian was bored and picked up his cell phone to read the news. The newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan province has mysteriously disappeared? Numerous great avatars were at a loss. The old director of the Jiangnan province's Directorate General of Altered Powers said that everything was expected. A riot has occurred in the seaside area, with numerous king-level alien beasts appearing ashore, and it is suspected that a beast tide is about to break out. The military has sent people to investigate the waters. Experts suggest that low-level exalts can head to the 5-star high-risk secret realm to break into it for a chance to raise their realm. The next day the body was found in his mansion. 5-star secret realm. It seems like the young master entered this secret realm before, right? Su Xian muttered twice and continued to scroll down. Li Laos declined the invitation of a group of big sisters, and used his Nianli supernatural ability to control himself to float to an unoccupied rooftop, sweeping away the dust on the ground. Then he stretched out, lay down on the ground and began to sleep. The breeze blew against him, lifting a slight crumb of hair from Li Lazy's forehead. It's so cozy. Li Lazy idly opened his cell phone to look at it and found that someone had sent him a message. It's Goat Li. Li Laosher clicked on it and found that she had sent a large voice, followed by a few pictures. The picture shows a building called Baba Martial Arts Center, which is decorated in a very impressive and luxurious way. Li Laos even saw his own photo, which was enshrined in the interior of the martial arts center. On the side of the photo were written the words Grandmaster of the Baba Martial Arts Center. The words were written with a brush. The writing style was severe and majestic, quite like a generation of masters. At a glance, it was written by someone specially hired by Li Baobao. There were a number of scented candles and fruit in front of the photo. Luckily, though, the photo was in color instead of black and white. Otherwise people who didn't know would have thought he was dead. The corners of Li Lazy's mouth twitched as he tapped on the voice. Li Baba's cheerful voice came out. Brother, happy or not, unexpected or not, our Baba Martial Arts Center has finally been built. From today onwards you're the Grandmaster and #1 boss of my Baba Martial Arts School, and I'm the #2 boss. Brother, I'll make the Baba Martial Arts School a success. When the time comes, I'm not only going to put your picture inside every martial arts school in the country, I'll also build your statue within the territory of the Fae as well, so that they can worship it day and night. Li Laos was silent for a while, and finally silently clicked on the 3 dots in the upper right corner and then pressed the delete button. As Li Baobao's avatar disappeared, the world was suddenly much quieter. With a contented expression, he whirled around and found a quiet position to lie down, slowly closing his eyes. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. Thunder Elemental makes a millennium kill on Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental was tied by the Fire Elemental to a vine tree planted by the Wood Elemental and whipped with a small leather whip, and the Thunder Elemental was defeated. At this point, the other side of the phone, in the core area of Longjing, the Ba Martial Arts Center, Ba Li crossed her legs in her little white silk, sitting on the pavilion master's throne, happily sipping on an iced coke. Around her stood a dozen people, all of them her newly recruited disciples. As for why there were a dozen or so disciples on the first day of the martial arts center's opening, it was because other martial arts centers took in disciples by paying money, whereas she paid them. Originally, there were more than 100 people who had signed up, but after a few rounds, these 13 people were eventually left. Where did she get the money, you ask? That's because she claimed to the family that this martial arts school was the property of Li Lazy, so the family gave her tens of millions of dollars in startup capital straight out of the gate. In fact, she is also right. This martial arts hall shares Li Lao's accounted for the big head, just he did not know. I wonder if my brother saw the message I sent, she mumbled as she pulled out her cell phone, sent a cute emoji over. But what was displayed was a pathetic red exclamation point. The person you are talking to is not your friend. Please add them before sending a message. Goat Li. Pavilion Master. What's wrong with you? A 2-meter tall man brought his head over. Nothing. Li Baobao hastily stuffed her cell phone into her pocket. After all, as the future owner of the #1 martial arts school in the Dragon Kingdom, she couldn't let her staff find her so humiliating. Pavilion Master. This is the list of the disciples of the martial arts school. The big man handed over a stack of documents to Li Baobao. After counting 13 sheets, no more and no less, Li Baobao nodded gently. She looked carefully at the disciples' profiles, but when she saw the last one, she was shocked. Name Duan Yuan Kai. Sex, male. Talent, body system ability, strength enhancement, talent level, S. She swept her eyes to a yellow-haired teenager in the midst of a group of muscle-bound men and muscle-bound women. After carefully comparing them, he slowly said, Duan Yuan Kai, you're an S-class power-enhanced alien? Hearing these words, all the people present looked at Duan Yuan Kai with shock, surprise, and doubt. Did I hear you right? S-class? What's an S-class genius doing here? This kind of genius shouldn't be short of money. There's a large amount of people funding it. It can't be made up, can it? I don't think it can be made up. Otherwise, what makes him pass those previous tests and enter the martial arts school? But just then, Duan Yuan Kai suddenly lay on the ground. The people around him rushed to pick him up, only to realize that he hadn't fainted, but had fallen asleep. I remember. The big man next to Li Baobao suddenly said, at the beginning of the year, an S-ranked genius of the Strength Enhancement Department appeared in Longjing No. 1 middle school. He did well in all areas, but in the end, he was not accepted, and no one even wanted him at other schools. This person is Duan Yuan Kai? Li Baobao asked suspiciously. Why doesn't anyone want him? The big man sighed and said, that's because he's got a strange sleeping sickness, which doesn't have any pattern when it strikes. In other words, Duan Yuan Kai could fall asleep at any moment as long as he's still alive. Do you need me to fire him, Pavilion Master? No need. Li Baobao revealed a hint of a smile and said, my brother and he, probably, would have a lot in common. The Fire Elemental is practicing hard. Fire Elemental Energy plus 100. Thunder Elemental is practicing seriously. Thunder Elemental Energy plus 120. Thunder Elemental is practicing seriously. Thunder Elemental Energy plus 130. Your Thunder Elemental cultivation has been raised to early grade avatar. Your Thunder Elemental avatar, Falling Thunder, has evolved into Thunderbolt. The Divine Water Elemental is practicing with the Wood Elemental. It is the so-called water and wood symbiosis. Divine Water Energy plus 200. Wood Elemental Energy plus 200. The Nihility alien looks enviously at the cultivation of the Dragon Tiger body forging technique. Nihility Energy plus 80. The psychic ability has successfully comprehended the avatar, spiritual perception. Control Alien Energy enviously looks at the Dragon Tiger body forging technique cultivation. Control Energy plus 80. Water carries all things leaning against the arms of Dragon Tiger body forging technique. 2 feats of Shy cultivation. Energy capacity plus 50. Host body plus 50. The Thunder Elemental has challenged the Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental beat the Fire Elemental violently, and the Fire Elemental lost the battle. Thunder elemental, ha 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 ha. I'm finally back on my feet. I don't know how long it took, but Lee Lazy woke up from his sleep. Surprised, he realized that he had two brand new aptitudes. These two little guys, they're pretty competitive. Numinous abilities and control abilities, which belong to the same mental faculty of abilities, would also strengthen the mental power while practicing. So he wasn't very surprised that the Nianli supernatural ability had comprehended the divine ability of spiritual perception. If the two powers were to be compared, Li Lao's felt that the thunder element was superior. It was unexpected for him that the lightning element's divine ability could evolve. Maybe that's turning grief into motivation. It's all thanks to the fire elemental. Fire elemental, you're awesome. The thunder elemental is exasperated and cries, and an alter ego hides in a corner and secretly weeps. Under the effect of his Nianli ability, Li Lao's jumped downstairs in one long leap. Quite a few gazes were directed toward him, and Li Lazy didn't care at first. But just as he was planning to return to the synagogue, there were a few human figures that caught his attention. What a familiar scent. Li Lao suddenly thought of those people from the Dark Moon Circus that he had encountered when he was in the secret realm of the Water God Palace earlier. Sensing wasn't very clear before, but he had awakened the perception aptitude. The possibility of error was basically minimal. They were in the same division as the Dark Moon Circus even if they weren't from the Dark Moon Circus. Could it be an assassin sent by the Spiritualist Society? On second thought, I don't think so. After all, his identity can't be revealed yet. If so, there are only two possibilities. First, they've been ordered to hunt them down by the Spiritualist Society, and they've come to check it out because they saw their second sister here and thought he might be here too. Second, they don't come for their own. They come for other people's. Li Lao thought it over and felt that the former was more likely. After all, it was a bit suspicious for her second sister to suddenly come to North River from Longjing. Right now, however, it was uncertain whether they were from the Spiritualist Society or not, or what their strength was, so it can't be rushed. However, Li Lao's estimated that they might not be very strong. At best, it was a shrimp soldier who had come to spy on the information. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy for him to find out. Just as he was thinking about what he could do to find out who those people were, the men spoke. Big brother, there's a little kid there watching us? Are we exposed? Expose a hammer. We are avatars. Unless we meet a great avatar, how can we be exposed so easily? Wang Fugue, aren't you making too much of a fuss? That little kid is only a teenager at first glance, let alone exposed. He probably doesn't even know what spiritual energy could be. Then why do they keep looking at us? Maybe I'm just too good looking. Maybe you're just ugly, but I'm creeped out by him looking at me all the time like that. Then go get rid of him. But you can't kill anyone. I won't spare you if you alert the sheriff's department. Recently, the Longjing patrols have continued to increase, and along with them the patrols of the Northern River. So if we get into trouble, it won't be easy to get out of it. Wasn't there an adult there? My lord? Don't forget, this is the vicinity of Longjing. Once we mess with the people from the Alien Energy Bureau, my lord, he might even be unable to protect himself. So how would he care about us? That kid is still looking at us. He seems to have some strange eyes. What's so weird about a little kid's eyes? Saying that, this big brother also looked at Li Lao's and locked eyes with him. But in this instant, this big brother and the one who looked at Li Lao's before all froze. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you guys? Big brother, Wang Fugue. People around them poked and prodded the two. The two men turned back to the others in relief. Just as they were relaxing, the two of them, Big Brother and Wang Fugue, stormed up at the same time, taking out the daggers hidden on their bodies and stabbing at the people around them. The others were startled and backed away in a hurry. Passers-by around the area also began to flee and call the sheriff's office. There are also those who don't want to die and take out their cell phones to send friends and shake fast. Big Brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you guys? No, they seem to be under control. They then realized that on the faces of their elder brother and Wang Fugue, they were expressionless at the moment, and their eyes were lost in thought, completely no longer the previous figure. So what do we do? It should be the kid. Come on, we are killing him. These people looked viciously towards Li Lao's. Just as they were planning to kill Li Lao's, their big brother appeared steeply in front of them and blocked their way. They tried to resist, but they were clearly no match for this big brother. The two of them, Big Brother and Wang Fugue, teamed up and easily killed everyone on the ground, and then killed themselves one after the other. Finished, Li Lazy yawned. Sleepy by virtue of the tickets went back into the synagogue with the intention of finding a place to sleep. Say more words of love and look at me if you want to. Show a little more so that I can. Literally. See? But at the moment it was the session when his second sister was singing, and the magic sound spared his ears. The sleepiness that had only just appeared was quickly washed away. The sheriff's department quickly arrived outside the synagogue. The sheriff's captain was horrified to see the bodies all over the floor. This is a serious and violent killing. He rushed to order the scene to be cordoned off. Then he loudly inquired toward the surrounding crowd, "Where is the murderer? Did everyone see the murderer run off in any direction?" Chapter 53, Unknown Great Avatar. Water God Palace entering the sea. It's a shame to have such a brother. The surrounding onlookers looked at each other and looked at those bodies on the ground. Eventually a sheriff's deputy ran up and whispered something in the sheriff's captain's ear. The sheriff's captain's face changed slightly and he crouched down in a hurry. After sweeping around, in the hands of both that big brother and Wang Fugue, they each found a dagger. He looked at the wounds of the bodies on the ground, then to the wounds on his big brother and Wang Fugue, and muttered. Surprisingly, he actually killed himself. But, why would they kill themselves after killing someone? A vendetta? Murder out of psychological guilt and then kill yourself? He got up and put the 2 daggers inside his evidence bag and looked to a nearby vigilante boy and said, "Any surveillance?" This vigilante little brother knew at a glance that he was a newcomer who had just graduated from the academy, and at this moment, he was already white with fear. It took a while before he responded and said, "Captain, this happens to be a surveillance dead zone. Next time you do that, get the hell out of here." The sheriff's captain gave him a look and said. He looked to the nearby surveillance not far away, then back to the body on the ground, frowning slightly. Dead-end surveillance? By chance? Or was it intentional? "Captain, the information is out." At that moment another vigilante walked over, holding a laptop in his hand. The sheriff's captain took the computer and his pupils shook when he saw the message on the screen. Name Yang Fu. Sex, male. Age, 48. Introduction birthplace XXXXXX. Metallic avatar. Exact strength unknown. Outside member of the Spiritual Energy Society. Name Wang Fugue. Sex, male. Introduction birthplace XXXXXX. Body type psychic aptitude. Specific psychic ability unknown. Specific strength unknown. Peripheral members of the Psychic Society. All the people who died here were actually peripheral members of the Spiritual Energy Society. The vigilante sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Hurry up and notify the Alien Energy Bureau. This is no longer something we can be responsible for." Yes. Hearing the 3 big words Spiritual Energy Society, the surrounding vigilantes knew that this matter was not simple and nodded their heads in a hurry. Just as they were about to call the Alien Bureau, 2 men pulled the cordon and burst in. They were a man and a woman, and both looked to be around 30 years old. The male had a scar on his face and had a misanthropic face that looked murderous. The woman is also not to be messed with. A pair of eyes as sharp as a knife, holding a cigarette. The right arm is also tattooed with a large flower python, like a big sister in the underground world. "You too, this is not the place for you. Please leave quickly." The sheriff's captain shouted a warning, hand to his waist, ready to draw his gun. It was because he sensed from these 2 an extremely heavy baleful aura. This kind of fury, he had only seen it before in his own family's chief who had retired from the battlefield, and in some soldiers. The words fell from the woman's hand as she dropped a small book that landed firmly in the sheriff's captain's hand. Bureau of Psychic Abilities, North River Directorate, Special Operations Investigator. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Bureau of Alien Energy. The sheriff waved his hand, signaling those around him to drop their guard. "Gentlemen, I wonder what you need from us. Matching is enough." The flower-armed woman crouched down and turned over the body on the floor. The scar-faced man said, "Chance? Anything?" "Yes." The flower-armed woman rolled the corpse's eyes and said in a clear voice, "These 2 members of the Spiritual Energy Society should have been mind-controlled in their lifetime." The purpose of doing so was obvious. Not wanting to do it personally, or not wanting to reveal his identity. After all, to be able to control 2 avatars with ease, this look is that of a great avatar, and it's a breeze for a great avatar to kill 2 avatars. The vigilante captain couldn't help but ask, "Can't the avatar control the avatar?" Rose glanced at him and simply said, "Yes, but it can't be controlled for too long. Control-type avatars extremely consume energy. Controlling 2 avatars at once and making them commit suicide after killing them is difficult for ordinary avatars to do. Unless his sea of energy is unprecedentedly powerful, or he possesses a top-notch exotic treasure that replenishes his energy. But both of these are too unlikely." The security chief nodded. He still felt that the term Great Avatar was a bit more reliable. However, the base city of the Northern River Province was actually hiding a spirit system Great Avatar. It made him feel a little uncomfortable just thinking about it. After all, no one wants their body out of their control. They also don't know if the other is good or bad, its friend or foe. The scar-faced man nodded. "Any more?" "There's another one," Rose said. Looking at the eyes of these people, they all appeared to have a strong emotion of disbelief before they died. Obviously, when they died, they already knew who the murderer was. If the person behind it is a robust adult, they are unlikely to show such emotions. I would venture to speculate, then, that the man behind the curtain would look like someone who makes it impossible to feel threatened. For example, children, the elderly, the disabled, sick and infirm women. Hearing this, everyone was all on alert, nervously look around at the small children, the elderly, and the women and disabled. Team, captain, what should we do now? A great avatar. This is not something we can deal with. A vigilante stammered. The sheriff's captain looked to the two men from the alien bureau. The scar-faced man said softly, for the time being, we don't know if the other party is a great avatar, but even if it isn't, this matter is not something we can control. The body will be sent to the Alien Energy Bureau later, so we'll go back first. He looked to the flower-armed woman and said, Rose, let's go back. Yes. After the two left, a sheriff's deputy looked to the sheriff's captain and said, Captain, what do we do now? What else can we do? Listen to them, of course. Collect all the bodies, send them to the Alien Bureau, and then wait until it never happened. Upon hearing this, all the vigilantes present began to move, nervous to the point of shivering. They had lived for so long that they were well aware of the terrifying nature of a great avatar. A non-friendly great avatar was similar to a nightmare in their minds. Moreover, this great avatar was of the most bizarre spiritual lineage. Lazy sat down on a lounge chair and drank a glass of iced coke from the kind older sister next to him. Was going to sleep. Just then, he heard a message from the core of the water god palace within his body. From the spirit of the water god. Palace master. I've taken control of the water god palace to the deep sea. Currently, I've manipulated the water god palace and tamed 3 king-level foreign beasts and 1 royal-level foreign beast as guards. I intend to replenish the water god palace's energy to a certain amount. Open the gate of the water god palace and borrow the secret realm's claim to recruit disciples from the outside world. What do you think? All the emperor-level foreign beasts have been subdued? Li Laoshi was slightly shocked for a moment, and used his mind to simply say to her, just watch it. Alright, then I will wait for your return at the sea, Palace Lord. I will definitely give you a surprise when the time comes. At that moment a noise came from outside. The big sister sitting next to Li Laoshi hurriedly asked her friend who just came in from outside. What's wrong? Why is it so noisy outside? The one who was asked, heart palpitating, patted his chest and said, luckily you didn't go out just now. It's just too scary out there. A great avatar killed a dozen people, and I've heard that it's highly unlikely that that killer was a child, an old person, or a disabled person. What? The great avatar? The big sister exclaimed, her lipstick going askew. At this time, someone from the side laughed. There's Sister Qingya here. Why are you guys so scared? Sister Qingya is also a great avatar. She looked to Lazy, who was sitting on the side, and joked, and that murderer, maybe it's this little brother next to you, but he just came back from outside. What are you babbling about? Don't scare people. Big sister couldn't help but laugh. Li Laoshi smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, but he wasn't very agreeable to what was rumored to be a great avatar out there. After all, the strength of his numinous allomancy was only that of an avatar. The strength of his control psychic ability was even more so only at a high level. He was able to control those two avatars, prompting them to kill each other, purely by virtue of the terrifying suppression of his spiritual power and the terrifying sea of energy within his body. The water carries all things expands the energy solubility of the sea of energy. As for the divine ability, the sea of limitlessness, it belonged to the auxiliary type of divine ability, which could restore the energy of the sea of energy, spirits, feats, and auxiliary aptitudes. If you wanted to control those two avatars of the spiritual energy society, you couldn't have one of these 3 things without the other. By the time Li Laoshi returned to the lounge, Su Xian was already so bored that he had fallen asleep on the lounge chair. The air conditioning in the room was cold. This was the favorite temperature of the fire attribute great avatar. Fire attribute adepts. Their body temperature is many times higher than any other adepts, especially the great adepts. However, Su Xian was only an avatar, and such a temperature was obviously too low for him. Worried that he would catch a cold, Li Laoshi found a small blanket to cover him with. It's so comfortable. Feeling the cold air that came to his face, Li Laoshi stretched out and was planning to fall asleep. The door to the lounge, however, suddenly opened. He saw his second sister walk in with a stick, only to whip it on him. You lazy brat, still lying to your second sister, huh? I'll see if I don't beat you to death. The force of the spanking wasn't very strong, one could even say small, but Lazy had to show an expression of pain. He pretended to scream miserably and said, second sister, I'm going to be killed by you. Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, you're still pretending. You weren't faking it before, were you? Great avatar. I didn't expect it. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. The three only saw Li Qin take off his mask and walk in. Second sister. Little lazy. I've finished my business, so I can take you to Longjing tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingya's stick smacked him hard. Pop. It made a crisp ringing sound. You run right. You run when I come. You're really out of it. I came to Longjing and you didn't even know to come and see me. Li Qin was a great avatar, and this attack naturally couldn't possibly hurt him. He similarly put on a pained expression and sat down and said in a resigned manner, Second sister. I'm really not okay. Looking at the fierce second sister, the two brothers looked at each other. Silence. It's Cambridge tonight. Next, the three of them talked a lot. During this process, Li Qingya asked Li Laoshi quite a few questions, but Li Laoshi just vaguely excused them. When she asked why he became a great avatar so quickly, without hesitation, Li Laoshi replied, This is naturally all the result of my efforts. Fire elemental, I threw up. Master. Wood elemental, I threw up. Master. Thunder elemental, I threw up. Master. Other feats, powers, I threw up. Master. Li lazy? What are you doing? What I said. Isn't it the truth? Li Laoshi fell asleep at some point. By the time he woke up, his second sister was gone. Li Qin looked at Li Laoshi and said, Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel and wait until tomorrow. Then we'll go to Green Dragon Academy. Li Laoshi nodded and was about to call up Su Xin, but realized that he was still sleeping, and sleep like a dead pig. Thinking about how he had been staying up late every day recently to practice, Li Laoshi sighed helplessly. Didn't wake him up either. Instead, he picked him up across the room. Just as he picked it up, Li Laoshi suddenly thought of his Nianli supernatural ability. Then Su Xin flew. Come on, Sango. The corner of Li Qin's mouth pulled as he looked at Su Xin, who was floating in midair and sleeping soundly. Nodded. In the back, Li Laoshi felt too tired and floated up himself. Looking at the two people floating in the sky, the corner of Li Qin's mouth tugged once again. Feel that. It's a shame to have a brother like that. However, he seemed to be a little envious. No way. That's absolutely impossible. I am the Golden Saint, the messenger of justice, the nemesis of evil, the card face of the Li family. How could such depraved thoughts be born? Sango, do you want to float a little to see? Li Qin nodded decisively. The trio hailed a cab back to the hotel. Just going to rest. Li Qin suddenly said, Right, little lazy. I'll give you a website. Sign up. Third brother. I never look at those messy websites, Li Laoshi said righteously. Li Qin gave him a blank look and opened her cell phone to send it. Li Laoshi opened his cell phone and found that it was just an ordinary website. What the hell? Go to the website. The four big words underground black market appeared in front of his eyes. This is a website for the exchange of great avatars. You can usually look at it when you have nothing else to do. Of course, you can also buy things inside, but most of the things in there are of unknown origin. The family has created a group in this site. I'll pull you in later. Li Lazy completed a series of tedious registration process, just went in and was added friends. Avatar is a little piggy in cartoon underwear with a big snotty nose. Nickname is, the most handsome justice envoy in the universe. Don't even think about it. This look is his third brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a middle-aged name. Li Lazy feels, at the moment, that it's a shame to have a Sango like that. Chapter 54, A Loving Family. How can you defile someone's innocence? Arrived in Longjing. Looking at the box for names, Li Lazy was a little troubled. What should be a good name? After thinking about it, he finally typed 4 words into the box, Master Wood Shortage. Why do you have such a Thai name? After seeing Li Lazy's name, Li Qin said in disgust, I pulled you into the family group. Aha! You have been pulled into the group chat, loving each other as a family by user, the most handsome justice messenger in the universe. Welcome to the chat group. Master Woodlack. Click in and welcome. Li Laoshi had just entered the chat group, and there were several peoples bubbling up. Sheep had a ba, welcome Master Woodchuck. The first Gundam warrior, welcome Master Woodlack. The first heavenly father, welcome, Master Mujio. How come out again? Sheepaba, can't I have more numbers? Administrator, beast of the open sky at the most handsome justice envoy in the universe. Didn't I say no pulling in anyone outside of the family? Did you just ignore my words again? The most handsome justice seeker in the universe. The most handsome justice seeker in the universe, he's Li Lazy. Administrator, Kai Tian Beasted Mujio Elder. What kind of crappy name did you pick? Also, most of the people in the group are your elders. Don't you know how to say hello when you come in? The beast of the open sky? Who's this? How dare you talk about me with a name like that? Li Laoshi frowned. Long, strong, bony fingers flashed rapidly across the screen. Master Woodchuck, who are you? Administrator, beast of the open sky, I'm your father. Master Woodchuck, no. Why are you cursing? It's so rude. The most handsome justice seeker in the universe. The most handsome justice enabler in the universe, he's really your dad. Master Woodchuck, Dad, I missed you so much. Smiling like a chrysanthemum. JPG, Master Mujio, hello uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, I'm Lee Lazy. Love you all. JPG, Goat Gotta Ba, ha 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 ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha 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 ha. Please call me Lord Queen, welcome. Lazy, welcome, welcome. Blazing Green Sun, welcome Lazy. Sheepa Ba at V, aggrieved. JPG, Li Lao silently closed the group chat and looked to his third brother. Li Qin said with a bad smile, you didn't ask me either. By the way, you should be more careful lately. There are quite a few bounties on you in the black market. A reward? Well, the bounty from the Spiritual Energy Society. You can open the black market bounty and take a look. Li Lao's opened the black market bounty, entered his name, and a golden post appeared before his eyes. Bounty target, Li Lazy, young master of Yen Deely family. Target strength, wood system great avatar. Target introduction, very lazy, not the usual lazy, may P all let someone hold the kind. Specific battle strength is unknown. Target bounty, reward for life capture, 1 holy relic, 2 half-saint relics. Reward for death, 2 half-saint relics. Reward for head, 2 holy relics? Are you worth that much? The so-called saint relic, that was a secret treasure that could not even be produced in a 5-star secret realm. It was only those strong land immortals who could have it. Lee Lazy was surprised for a moment. Looked to your target for an introduction. Couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What the hell? You want to be held while you pee? Thanks. He's not that lazy. He's on all fours. What an abomination. How can the Spiritual Energy Society slander someone's innocence? Without hesitation, Li Lao's cleanly clicked a report. Moments later. Failed to report. Please submit your supporting documents. Videos, photos, recordings, etc. Lee Lazy? You need proof of this? He was rendered speechless by the sight. Looked to the other posts. Li Lao's realized that, in fact, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty except for himself, including Goat Li. Bounty target, Goat Li, member of the Yen Deely family. Target strength, unknown. Target description, violent women. Target bounty, $5. There are still people leaving comments below the bounty. Goat Emperor, why? Why am I only worth $5? Goat Emperor, who's the one offering the bounty? Step forward. See if I don't call out for someone to beat you to death. Goat Emperor, darn. But her name was different from the others. It was dark. Li Lao's clicked on it only to realize that she had been permanently blacked out by the sight. Unsurprisingly, this person should be Li Baobao himself. Right little sloth. At this time Li Qin suddenly said. Li Laosher looked at him suspiciously, only to see him take out a fiery red crystal from his pocket. This one's for you. After entering a great avatar, one consumes an enormous amount of energy, and it's not a very easy thing to advance again. So the wood elemental advancement can be put down for now. Right now, your top priority is to first advance your fire element to the Great Divine Adept realm. If we can enter the Great Avatar realm before the end of the year, we might be able to enter the family's secret realm to take a look during the annual meeting. Of course, in addition to raising the realm, the sharpening of divine abilities cannot be put down. I realize that even though your wood elemental has advanced to a great avatar, there is only one avatar. This is your weakness. If you don't make up for it, you'll be at a disadvantage when you fight in the future. Li Lao's nodded and took the fist-sized fiery red crystal, realizing that it entered as a top-grade exotic treasure of the fire element. It's not usually expensive. I don't think that's what Sango's been up to the last few days. Is it? Li Lazy gave him a grateful look. Thank you Sango. It didn't take much thought to realize that his third brother should have paid a relatively large price for this. After all, top-grade exotic treasures were treasures that even great avatars coveted. Cheer up. Li Qin patted Li Lazy's shoulder. What's inside the family secret? Family secret realm. Li Laos had heard about it when he was a child, and only great avatars were allowed to go in. At that time, he thought that he would never be able to become a great avatar in his life, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Yet, he never thought that he could actually become a great avatar one day, and it's still being pushed, sparks and lightning all the way, to lie up. There's good stuff in there. Li Qin smiled mysteriously and said, the reason why Grandpa has become one of the peak powerhouses of the human race right now has nothing to do with this secret realm. So divine? Li Qin continued. Even if it's 5 sacred relics in exchange for this secret realm, it's still a blood loss for the Li family. Hear that? Li Lazy was shocked. 5 sacred relics. What a concept. The sacred relic is now known, the strongest exotic treasure. Each and every one of these pieces can be described as being capable of reaching the heavens. The foundation of the Spiritualist Society, the Blood Moon Chalice, is a sacred relic. The elemental gems that everyone had obtained when they were in the water god's palace before were only half-step sacred relics, but Li Lazy with this can assert that not in a year. No, not in half a year. Those who were there in the first place would have been able to all become land gods. Of course, the prerequisite was that this exotic treasure had to be an elemental gemstone to work, and the user, too, must be a top-notch great avatar. After all, elemental gems were specifically used for cultivation. Other exotic treasures didn't have this effect. Let's not talk about it. At the end of his words, Li Qin changed his tone and said, if you have difficulties comprehending the divine power, you can go and take a look at the divine power model. The avatar model is also known as the avatar running model and the avatar viewing diagram. Each divine ability had its own unique trajectory, and the divine ability model was to record these trajectories. Observing models of divine powers could lead to faster comprehension of divine powers. But there is a flaw, and that is that no matter how powerful the avatar model is, the avatar is not your own. Unless one was exceptionally lucky, one did not want to utilize the power of this divine ability. I know. Okay, I'm going to take a shower then. As Li Qin's words fell, the clothes on his body were stripped off. Li Lao's looked dumbfounded. He was a big man, and he was wearing a pair of dynamic man underwear. Superman Rush. Pervert. It's so humiliating. I'm not afraid of being laughed at when I say it. But this guy isn't ashamed. He's honored. Full of braggadocio and smugness. Handsome, isn't it? A limited customized edition. I had a hard time grabbing it. My phone was tapped out. Get out. Li Lazy went back to his room and started to sleep. Don't get me wrong. A total of 3 rooms were booked, and Su Xin slept next door. Ding dong. Detected that the host has acquired a fire attribute exotic treasure, the Extreme Inferno Crystal, which is being devoured automatically. The fire element is devouring the top fire attribute exotic treasure, the Extreme Inferno Crystal, with fire element energy plus 500. The fire element is devouring the top fire attribute exotic treasure, the Extreme Inferno Crystal, with fire element energy plus 500. Fire elemental avatar, Blazing Inferno Blast. Evolving. Evolution is successful. The fire element has successfully comprehended the avatar, Extreme Inferno Fire C. The fire elemental's fire elemental energy has reached a critical value and is breaking through the shackles. Breakout failed. Re-breaking in progress. Breakout failed. Re-breaking in progress. Failed breakthrough. The fire elemental puffs out its cheeks, bites its lip, and tries to break through again. Breaking through. The fire elemental breakthrough has been successful, and his cultivation level has been raised to middle stage of the great avatar. Li Lazy rolled over. The hair is so long that it pokes at my ears a little bit. Forget it. Don't bother. Go back to sleep. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The thunder elemental has challenged the fire elemental. The thunder elemental is violently beaten by the fire elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The thunder elemental wails and begins to cultivate hard to get back on its feet again soon. Thunder elemental energy plus 50. The wood elemental looked at the thunder elemental and couldn't help but laugh. Numinous psychic energy is being instructed to control the psychic energy while practicing. Plus 10 numinous energy. Control alien energy is being seriously practiced. Control energy plus 100. The divine water elemental is assisting the water carries all things while practicing. Divine water energy plus 10. Dragon and tiger body refining technique is absent-mindedly being practiced. Host's physique plus 0. 1. Water carries all things is being practiced diligently. Energy capacity plus 20. Cultivation of control ability has been successfully raised to late high order. By the time Li Lazy woke up, the sun was on his butt. Li lazily floated up from the bed. With the help of his Nian Li supernatural ability, he got dressed and finished washing up. Just then, Su Xian walked in with a bowl of skinny congee with eggs and a cup of soy milk. Young master, it's time for breakfast. Li Lazy looked at him suspiciously. Su Xian said, I've already eaten. Deception. Li Laos glanced at him, and the soy milk and lean pork porridge flew up at the same time and were stuffed into his mouth. Frightened, Su Xian hurriedly went to bring in another identical breakfast. Li Laos ate this new breakfast and asked lightly, Didn't you eat already? Su Xian drank soy milk without blushing or jumping and said, I have a big appetite, so I can eat 2 servings. You too, you don't call me for breakfast do you? Li Qin picks at his chicken nest like hair and sleepily walks in. It's in my room. I'll get it for you. No, I'll get it myself. Li Qin rubbed his face and said, Xiao Xinz, you are at least half my brother. Why are you so raw? You can't be like this next time. Aha. Su Xian revealed a smile. Young master, are you still hungry? I'll go get you some more if you're hungry. Don't you call me young master. I feel like a landlord who oppresses his subordinates now. Li Lazy was paralyzed like a salted fish on the couch, kanji and soy milk flying around. Li Lazy, I call you young master as a job and also because the family gave me a task. Mission? Well, there's a reward for that. What reward? Can I have half of it? Okay, but I don't know what the reward is. You really give it. I don't want it. You're young master. I have plenty of money. By the way, how soon will this mission be over? Next year. I don't know exactly. Why don't you just call me boss from now on? 30 years as a wage earner. What 30 years? Li Qin, who had walked in with breakfast, heard this and looked puzzled. Su Xian said he would work for me for free for 30 years in the future. Free? How could my righteous gold saint have a black-hearted brother like you? Li Qin said righteously. Su Xian, come to me from now on. I'll give you a $10 million annual salary. I'll even let you be your own boss. After breakfast, the three of them caught the spiritual energy high-speed railway and traveled all the way to the northeast. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally came to Longjing. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom, Longjing was the safest place in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Once they arrived at Longjing, the three of them all removed their disguises. Take a cab towards the Budo Center. Although he had passed the auditions and qualified for the martial arts competition. However, this qualification needs to be activated. If you do not go to the martial arts center to activate it voluntarily, you will be considered to have forfeited the competition. The Longjing Martial Arts Center could be considered a sea of people right now, crowded with young faces. These people came from all over the world. Some were participants in the martial arts competition, while others were here to train. After all, in addition to the Martial Arts Center being the registration office for the martial arts competition, it was also the most spacious and well-equipped alien energy training ground in the entire Longjing. Gravity training room, elemental sensing room, spiritual meditation room, and so on, all in one place. Many martial arts schools, businesses, and forces spend a lot of money here every year, renting venues for training. Just as Li Laos was planning to head to the enrollment office, he heard a familiar voice. Disciples of the Baba Martial Arts Center, our slogan is. It was followed by a ragged roar. Invincible, 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 invincible. Fight all over the country. Unify the globe. Tear down the foreigners with your hands, and strive for the top. Invincible, 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 invincible. Chapter 55. Li Laos is as terrifying as he is. Fear from the soul. See the ancestors. Ha 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 ha. What kind of middle-aged slogan is that? It kills me with laughter. Where did these jokers come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed? If I were them, I'd be toe-dipping out of a 3-bedroom apartment already. Too funny. That slogan. Middle child. Right. Cluck 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 cluck. Baba Martial Arts School. What kind of martial arts school is this? Why haven't I heard of it? I haven't heard that either. This martial arts school seems to be very rich. Notice the material of their clothes. A set of at least tens of thousands of dollars. Excuse me, are they funny artists? Hearing this, the people around them laughed. Li Lazy couldn't help but stop too. Looking over there, I saw a girl in a pink dress with a double ponytail, with a lollipop in her mouth and an iced Coke in her hand. She flaunted and shouted to the group of big men in front of her. Very well, do it again. Disciples of the Baba Martial Arts Center, our slogan is. The group of big men heard her words, closed their eyes, and yelled again with red faces. Invincible, 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 invincible. Fight all over the country. Unify the globe. Tear down the foreigners with your hands, and strive for the top. Invincible, 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 invincible. From their unnatural expressions, it wasn't hard for Li Laos to see that they were forced. How could I be so unlucky to meet her just after coming to Longjing? No, she mustn't find out. When he thought of that group of people shouting out their ancestor in public, Li Laos felt an aura of social death come over him. Young master, what's wrong with you? Noticing that Li Lazy's expression was off, Su Xian also looked over suspiciously. Li Laos looked at him without moving his eyes. If it's okay then let's go. Su Xian read his meaning. Li Lazy nodded. Together, the three of them walked towards the registration office of the martial arts competition. Watching Li Baobao's figure disappear from his eyes, Li Laos then breathed a sigh of relief. But right at this moment, Li Qin suddenly stopped and looked to the side not far away. Isn't that Li Baobao? Why is she here? Before Li Laos could stop him, he had already beckoned and exclaimed, Li Ba, Goat Ba, what are you doing over there? Li Laosher's face changed slightly, and he was about to leap up, only to find themselves unable to fly. Lazy, what are you doing? The martial arts center is equipped with alien energy shielding devices everywhere, which can shield all alien energy below the level of a great avatar. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin did not reply, looking at a pink figure running wildly like a rabbit not far away. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. The pink rabbit was followed by a group of strong men and women. Each one was tall and muscular. One of them, though, seemed to be carrying someone. The man seemed to be asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Laos felt some inexplicable familiarity. Upon arriving in front of Li Qin, Li Baobao stopped and smiled broadly. "Hello, Brother Qin. Why are you here?" "I'm here to sign up with Lazy." "What are you guys?" "I recently opened a martial arts school, and came here for the martial arts students to train." Li Baobao turned to look at the martial arts school disciples behind him and shouted, "Little ones, this is Brother Qin. Quickly call Brother Qin good." "Hello Brother Qin," the group of martial arts school disciples exclaimed, curiously sizing up Li Qin. The surrounding peoples looked over, but Li Qin seemed to have gotten used to this kind of gaze a long time ago and smiled and waved. "Hello everyone. By the way, Qin, where's my brother? Lazy? Isn't he on the side?" Li Qin looked to the side and realized that at some point, Li Laos had disappeared. Along with him, Su Xin disappeared. "Strange, where is everyone?" Li Baobao frowned. Pouring a mouthful of iced coke into her mouth, she snapped her fingers, and a dozen or so big men quickly assembled in front of her. Standing straight. "What is the order of the pavilion master? You should remember the appearance of your ancestor, right, Grand Master? The one we offer incense to every day?" Of course they remember. The crowd nodded in unison. "You have 10 minutes to find your Grandmaster." "Yes, young master. The registration office for the martial arts conference is on the other side." "I know. So are we still going?" "Sure. Let's go then. But I'm tired." Su Xin sighed helplessly and half squatted down, with Li Laos lying on his back. Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Su Xin couldn't help but feel a little sweaty. It's a shame to have such a young master, but Li Lazy was now asleep and had no idea what he was thinking. Even awake. Of course, Thunder Elemental challenges Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental is violently beaten by the Fire Elemental, and the Thunder Elemental is finished. The Fire Elemental punishes the Thunder Elemental for washing his socks, and the Thunder Elemental looks at the Fire Elemental with an exasperated clenched little fist. The Fire Elemental glared at the Thunder Elemental, which lowered its little head in fear. Thunder Elemental wipes tears from his eyes while washing the Fire Elemental's socks, vowing that he will be the strongest. The Fire Elemental laments how lonely invincibility is and begins to cultivate in earnest. Fire Elemental energy plus 50. The Thunder Elemental saw that the Fire Elemental was practicing and snuck away. The Wood Elemental cultivates while listening to the Thunder Elemental's complaints, and spreads its hands to indicate that it can't beat the current Fire Elemental either. Wood Elemental energy plus 50? Numinous energy and control energy, being together, exchanging ideas while practicing seriously. Numinous energy plus 50. Control energy plus 50. The Divine Water Elemental is instructing his disciple in the cultivation of water carries all things. After water carries all things worships the Divine Water Elemental, it begins closed-door cultivation, with an energy capacity of plus 50. The Dragon and Tiger Body Refining Technique lies on the ground with its back to the earth and its face to the sky, unmotivated to cultivate. The participants of the martial arts competition came from 18 base cities across the country. Each base city picks the top 5, so there are 90 contestants in total. There weren't a lot of people, but at the moment, the enrollment office was packed with people. Most of them came to see the fun, except for a few who were enrollees and contestants. There are also those who enroll in martial arts schools, and even some who come to find male and female friends. After all, those who can enter the top 5 in the province are more or less young talents and teenage geniuses. Su Xian entered the enrollment office with Li Laos on his back and quickly attracted the attention of some people. "There's another one coming. Why are there 2 of them? And which one of them is the contestant?" "I think it's of the one who's carrying the person. The one being carried looks as if he's a bully. I wonder how strong they are. Both are so handsome. If only one of them could be my boyfriend. I wouldn't dream of going bigger. If I did, I'd take it all," they murmured, curiously sizing up Li Laos and Su Xian. Sensing these people's gazes, Su Xian frowned slightly. "Come to the staff at the enrollment desk." "Hello, we're here to enroll." The staff member was a young lady, around the mid-20s, similar in age to most of the contestants, dressed in a formal suit, with 3-dimensional features, probably a water elemental psychic, a temperament that looked somewhat softer. "Okay, please show me your ID and I'll activate your entry for you," the young lady said. "Young master, did you bring your ID card?" Su Xian shook the Li Laos on his back, but Li Laos was sleeping soundly and didn't pay any attention to him. Seeing this scene, the workman lady had surprise. "Aren't you a contestant?" Su Xian shook his head helplessly and shook it twice more. Li Lazy remained awake. Just as he was about to put Li Lazy down and rummage through his body for his ID card, the ID card then automatically flew out of his pocket and landed in Su Xian's hands. "A psychic alien? Miss Worker looked at Lee Lazy in surprise. Spiritual psychic abilities have always been rarer and harder to cultivate. This teenager only looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. To be able to enter the top 5 in the province at this age by relying on his nearly supernormal ability, he was indeed a genius. But alas, the National Martial Arts Tournament hides a lot of talent, she estimated. This teenager was not very old, and his psychic ability was a mental faculty psychic ability. This National Martial Arts competition, it was estimated that he could only be at the bottom of the list. If I were to compete in the National Budo Tournament next time, I'd probably get a decent result. Su Xian handed Lee Lazy's ID card to her. She nodded and put her ID as if it were in a scanner. After a few seconds, the scanner glowed green. Activation successful. Su Xian retrieved his ID card just when he thought it was all over. The announcement inside the enrollment office suddenly rang out. Let's welcome the first place winner from Jiangnan Province, Mr. Lee Lazy. His strength is Earlywood Elemental Great Avatar. Let's welcome the first place winner from Jiangnan Province, Mr. Lee Lazy. His strength is Earlywood Elemental Great Avatar. Let's welcome the first place winner from Jiangnan Province, Mr. Lee Lazy. His strength is Earlywood Elemental Great Avatar. Miss Worker stared at Li Lao's with wide eyes in disbelief. The mouth was slightly open, as if it could fit a pigeon's egg. He was actually a great avatar. Hearing the broadcast, all those onlookers at the registration desk also all sucked in a breath of cool air. This kid, he's actually a great avatar. Such a young great avatar. Is he a demon? The radio couldn't be wrong. Could it? How can that be? It's never been wrong before. Don't you know if you search online, the top places of the provincial auditions will be available online. I've searched. The first place winner of the Jiangnan Province Selection Contest, Li Lao's Strength Wood Elemental Great Avatar, Thunder Elemental Avatar, and Fire Elemental Avatar. My god, a 3-element alien. Is he a monster? Damn it, I've lived for 30 years before I was an avatar. How old is he? He's only a great avatar and 2 avatars. Is he really only 17 and not some old monster with an eternal face? A 3-elemental psychic ability possessor? I wonder which academy he joined. Looking at the internet, it looks like it's Green Dragon Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. No boyfriends either, right? No. Well then, from today onwards, I'm going to work hard to pass the Green Dragon Academy and strive to be his girlfriend. It's daytime, little sister. No, he's not a 3-elemental alien. He's a 4-elemental ability possessor. Just now, when he took his ID card, he even used his Nianli ability. Isn't that from the guy who carried him? That's his Lee Lazy's. I just sensed the spiritual fluctuation of Nian energy from him. Believe me, I'm also of the spiritual lineage. Damn, more envy. You guys stop talking. Don't look at him now as if he's lazy, and letting people carry him when he walks. Behind his back, he probably works harder than all of you combined. I'm wasted and lazy. Lee Lazy woke up to the sound of the radio and chatter. Just as Su Xian was planning to leave with Li Lao's on his back, Miss Worker suddenly called out to the two of them. Wait a minute. Anything else? You guys can't leave yet. I need to confirm Mr. Lee Lazy's identity. How to be sure? Just inject elemental energy into this stone. The young lady took out a dark stone. Leave it to me. Li Lao's jumped off Su Xian's back. The stone automatically fell into his hands. Li Lao's injected energy into it. Suddenly so the elements all swarmed out. His expression changed slightly, and he hastily threw them all back. Only the wood element is left. The black stone instantly glowed green. Miss Worker suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. A sense of suffocation implanted in her soul rose up and quickly disappeared. What's going on? Why was the water element inside me trembling just now? Is it scared? How could that be? How could a psychic just be scared? Is it just me? Well, Lee Lazy's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked to the stone. After confirming that it was indeed a light that only a wood elemental archon could emit, she hastily nodded, taking out a piece of information from the drawer and handing it over to Lee Lazy. Alright, you two take your time. The two had just walked out of the enrollment office when they were surrounded by a group of people. Hello Mr. Li Lao's. May I ask if you can come to my White Dragon Martial Arts School as an instructor? The owner of our White Dragon Martial School is a teacher from the Green Dragon Academy. If you are willing to come, we can give you great benefits and treatment. Student Lee Lazy, come to my Ice Point Martial Arts School. Our martial arts school is backed by a great director of the White Tiger Academy. As long as you can come, we may ask him to be your teacher. Classmate, come to my Extreme Martial Hall. As long as you are willing, I can apply to the Hallmaster and elect you as the youngest Vice Hallmaster of my Extreme Martial Hall. Extreme Martial Arts School, the top 5 ranked martial arts school in my Dragon Kingdom? Captain Luo, is your Extreme Martial Arts School crazy? Also, Do you have the authority to do this? Ha ha ha, Mr. Lee Lazy is worth it. Permission this I naturally don't have, but I'm sure the pavilion master he'll be willing. They murmured and surrounded the exit. Just as Lee Lazy was searching for a way out, a clear, booming voice rang out. I'm only going to say one thing, all of you, get out of my way. Immediately afterward, a group of big men crowded in. They ran to Lee Lao's, arched their hands and lowered their eyebrows, and shouted, see the ancestor. Speak up, haven't you eaten? See the ancestor. The group of big men used all their strength and howled loudly at the top of their voices. The whole room fell silent. Chapter 56, Raising the Hand to Destroy the Crowd, Closing the Eyes to Death. Seeing this group of big men, many people were too scared to speak. After a few seconds passed, a number of people reacted. No, what are we afraid of? They may be big and strong, but we're stronger than them. This group of burly men, although all of them were extremely bluff-looking, but all of them were no more than the realm of a high-level warlock. There were quite a few of them who were avatars. At this time, a girl bounced to Li Lao's and laughed. Brother, how is it? Don't thank me for relieving you. I thank you for the hammer. Good day, brother Xin. Li Baobao made what he thought was a handsome gesture towards Su Xin. How do you hear? Li Lazy's face was expressionless. I'm here to train the cadets. Li Baobao swept his eyes at the group of burly men around him and said, brother, you're the big boss of the martial arts center, and they're also your trainees. That's right, brother. I found someone who looks exactly like you. Check it out. Goatly pulled out a teenager from the crowd and said, that's him, Duan Yuan Kai. He's exactly like you. He can fall asleep anywhere, anytime. Awesome. Zhu. Good day, ancestor. Duan Yuan Kai's face turned red as he lowered his head and whispered, there's no need to call me Grandmaster. My name is Lee Lazy. Hello, brother Lazy. Duan Yuan Kai raised his head and flashed a smile, looking a little shy, but the next second, he fainted. Lie on top of Lee Lazy. Li Laos helped him up and looked at Li Baobao suspiciously. Li Baobao hurriedly asked the big man next to him to carry him up and said in an embarrassed manner, brother, Duan Yuan Kai. He's got a weird sleeping sickness that will suddenly make him fall asleep, and I don't know what's going on. Can't you cure it? Su Xin asked. Li Baobao shook her head and said, I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house and asked. It can't be cured. As a child, he had been to many major hospitals to no avail, so no school would accept him. Otherwise an S-class genius like him wouldn't have come to our martial arts school. A hint of regret was revealed between her eyebrows as she spoke. At this point, Bali suddenly asked, brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any cure? If we cure him, then our martial arts school will have one more trump card. I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick. Li Laos looked toward Su Xin. Su Xin understood and half squatted down. Put Li Lazy on his back. Brother, don't go. Li Baobao hurriedly chased after him, but Li Laos was stopped in his tracks. Student Li Lazy, are you really not going to consider joining our martial arts school anymore? It was a middle-aged man in a black jacket with a huge scar on his face. It was easy to tell that he was a ruthless character. Without waiting for Li Laos to reply, Su Xin refused first. I'm sorry sir, my young master will not be joining your martial arts school. I think we can talk a bit more. Don't worry, my White Dragon Martial School won't treat your young master badly. So are we at Ice Point Martial Arts? So are we. Hey, this uncle, there's nothing to talk about, is there? Li Baobao came and looked at the middle-aged man with a hostile face. My brother, Li Laos, and isn't the owner of your martial arts school just a teacher from the Green Dragon Academy? What's so great about that? Do you know who my grandfather is? Bali said with a proud face. You know Emperor Yen, right? He's my grandfather. Kids don't make trouble. Uncle and your brother are talking business. The White Dragon Martial School's man frowned. He wasn't going to believe a little kid's side of the story. Moreover, this Watsit Baba Martial Arts School. He had been living in Longjing for more than 10 years and had never heard of it at all. Who messed up? I'm telling the truth. Li Baobao defiantly stretched her neck and glared at him. Little lazy. Ba. It's just a registration. Why are you guys still here? Li Qin's voice came from outside. The crowd looked outward. The others didn't react much. However, after the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School froze for a moment, he hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? You are? Li Qin looked at him suspiciously. The head of the Extreme Martial Arts School said in a hurry, we met at the border 2 years ago, and by the way, my codename then was Blade. So it's you. Li Qin immediately remembered. I came here to accompany my brother to enroll. What about you? I'm here for the fun. Blade scratched his head. Li Qin? That gold saint of the Li family? Many of the people present were people who had seen the world. Seeing how respectful the head of the Extreme Martial Arts School was, he immediately reacted. With a shocked face, he looked at Li Baobao. What she said was surprisingly true. In that case, is this Li Lazy, also the grandson of Yan Di? No wonder. Only a big family like the Li family could produce such a monster. That head of the White Dragon Martial School looked embarrassed and awkwardly looked at Li Laoshi and said, "Student Li Laoshi, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. The owner of their martial arts school was a teacher from the Green Dragon Academy, yes. However, there could be quite a few people from the Li family who held important positions in the Green Dragon Academy. That Yan Di of the Li family was still the honorary president of the Green Dragon Academy. When compared like this, their pavilion owner was a bit inadequate. No, it's not a bit inadequate. Is very inadequate. It's okay," Li Lao said softly. After their identities were revealed, those who were in the way got out of the way and didn't dare to block in front of them anymore. A few people left unimpeded. At this time, Duan Yuan Kai also woke up. Li Lao's was lying on Su Xian's back, and he was lying on the back of a big man. The two men looked at each other with big eyes. "Hello, Lazy." Li Lazy nodded. He closed his eyes and was about to sleep, but the divine water element inside his body suddenly tried to burrow out. Li Lazy hastily tucked it back in. "What are you doing?" The divine water elemental struggled for a bit and realized that it couldn't get out, so it could only choose to give up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin left first because he had something to do. Instead, Su Xian bought a new wheelchair for Li Lazy. The wheelchair store owner had planned to close when a few people went there. Thanks to Goat Li, a group of big men behind him scared the boss. The owner then reopened the store door. Although she didn't do anything, it was quiet the whole time, playing a little game called something like Sheep Up. It didn't seem to be going well though, and the cell phones were crushed in several places. Had lunch. Ba Li paid the money with the store owner's heart in his mouth and left with the men. He said that he wanted to go back to the clan and find the clan's doctor, a wood and water elemental great avatar, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. It had to be said that Li Baobao had a good heart, even though he was a bit violent. "Young master, where are we going later?" Green Dragon Academy. The Green Dragon Academy was on the outskirts of Longjing City, covering an area of more than 40,000 acres. There were mountains, water and small rivers inside, and there were even also several small secret realms. It was extremely vast, equivalent to a small city. At first Su Xian had been worried that there would be danger on the way to the Green Dragon Academy, but after thinking that this was in Longjing and the strength of Li Lao's, he relaxed. The way the two chose to get to Green Dragon College was by bus. I have to say that the quality of bus service is quite high nowadays. There are also special access routes for persons with disabilities. There weren't many people in the car, and most of them were students from the Green Dragon Academy. They talked and laughed about the same things in life, and a few talked about the national martial arts competition that was coming up soon. Who do you guys think will win this national martial arts competition? I don't know, but I think the champion this time should be born among the 5 great academies. Ha ha ha, say at any time it's not the same. If I had to choose, I'd pick Senpai Yuan. Senior Yuan's Thunder Elemental Avatar has already been utilized to the point of perfection, and his insight ability is already at the late stage of the Avatar stage. The possibility of winning the championship is quite large indeed. There are a total of 90 players in this competition. 6 of them are great avatars. It's a bit difficult for Senior Yuan to win the championship. Whoever wins the title can be a little bit embarrassed by the one in 6th place. The one at the bottom would be Wind Star Soul, I think, even though he studied under a land god. But the bottom is always not as deep as the 5 great academies. It's hard to say. Wind Star Soul's supernormal ability is the dual elements of wind and fire, plus gravity. He rose to prominence after entering a secret realm the year before last, defeating quite a few great avatars. His strength should not be underestimated. Say, which base city do you guys think will be at the bottom of this competition? I don't know. Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, Jiangdong, these 4 are all possible. In the last few years, the southern region has been depleted of talent, and the schools on their side have all swung out of control. And when there's talent, they send it as hard as they can to those sects, basically not participating in martial arts competitions too much. Speaking of Jiangnan province, looking at the news, it seems like a new 5-star secret realm has come out on their side. Even people from the Spiritual Energy Society have gotten involved. I've heard about that one too, but that secret realm seems to be a bit strange. Only a group of people went in, and then the whole realm mysteriously disappeared into thin air. Enough about that, let's talk about what we're having for dinner tonight. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Xian also said, "Young master, for this martial arts competition, you will first enter a secret realm. This secret realm was created jointly by the 5 academies, the official department, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The tournament system adopted by the secret realm was a point system. where 60 players were eliminated according to the point ranking, and then the remaining 30 players competed in the ring. As long as you get in those top 30, you'll be rewarded. Of course, there are consolation prizes for not making it into the top 30. If you get into the top 5, you'll get the grand prize. Young master, I think with your strength, you'll have no problem getting into the top 5. Su Xian was full of confidence and was somewhat excited as he spoke. His eyebrows were flying and his ears were moving. I believe you, but your master just wants to play the game. Li Lao sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded. A few minutes later, Li Lazy suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Get off. Don't know what's going on though. But Su Xian did as he was told and spoke to the driver. Got off the bus at the next stop. With them were several passengers. Young master, where are we going next? Go in the direction of the Green Dragon Academy. Good. Su Xian pushed Li Lazy in the direction of the Green Dragon Academy. At this time, Su Xian also noticed that a middle-aged man had been following them. Hinokawa Okasaka, a wild Amakoshi, after his hometown, God's Island, was sunk by a few emperor-level foreign beasts more than a decade ago. He has been begging for a living in the Dragon Kingdom. However, he was an outsider and had not been very well received. Even entering some secret realms had a lot of restrictions on him. Later he joined a large chamber of commerce. Originally, with the strength of a great avatar, he had a good life in the chamber of commerce. But then he was fired for frequently molesting female employees. The president of that chamber of commerce, on the other hand, is still a big shot. After he was fired, no one dared to take him again. Many forces even shunned him. From that time onwards, he was like a street rat that everyone shouted at. Losing the support of his power, he had no money, no resources and no connections, and it was difficult to advance in his cultivation by an inch. He had expected this to go on for a long time, but it wasn't until today that he saw the hope of breaking through. As he walked along the road, he was surprised to see Li Lazy, the coveted, tantalizing fruit of countless people in the underground black market. Hinagawa Okasaka licked his lips and muttered as he greedily looked at Li Lazy. Lil Lazy drops, little friend drops, great big drops, take him alive. I'll drop and break through quickly. 2 drops, both good looking. From now on the drops are mine. Ha, 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 ha. Young master, we seem to be followed. What should we do? Su Xian anxiously asked. His strength doesn't seem to be low, at least a great avatar. Do you need me to call the family? Li Lazy shook his head. Open your eyes and raise your hands. The fire elemental confirms that there is no danger outside and pokes its head out of the host's body. The thunder elemental steps out of the host's body with a 6-fold stride and shouts, otherworldly ants. Your king has come, the wood elemental said. It is incumbent upon me to fight for my master. The wind rose up in a flash. The 3 elements of fire, thunder, and wood scurried restlessly through the air. The sky was covered with dark clouds and storm clouds. Countless purple thunderbolts were brewing in the dark clouds, emitting loud booms. A huge ball of flame transformed into a god of war, standing in mid-air, holding a giant red inflammation axe and looking down on everything. Countless vines rose up from the ground, compiling a huge cage. A few seconds later, Li Lazy reclosed her eyes and lowered her hand gently. 3 elements burst together. Everything fell silent and the sky returned to clear. The man, on the other hand, had disappeared. It's like it never existed. Raise your hand to destroy the living. Close your eyes and they are all dead. There weren't even any skeletons left. Seeing this scene, Su Xian looked toward Li Lao's with a horrified expression on his face. Young master, what just happened? Looking at his surprised expression, Li Lao's mood was somewhat pleasant. Shinchan Yo, you can't say anything about what just happened, so you can take first place in the Budo competition? After a moment of silence, Su Xian suddenly asked, Li Lazy, is this the time to ask such questions? You shouldn't be at this time. Wow, young master, you're great. Wow, young master, I'll make sure not to tell anyone. Wow, young master, I adore you. What? I don't know. Chapter 57 Dean Fox, Law Enforcement Teacher, Restless Elementals. As one of the 5 largest academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Green Dragon Academy not only had a strong faculty, even the strength of the defense is first class. Li Lao's and Su Xian had only just gotten off the bus and arrived at the main entrance of the academy when they felt several gazes gazing over. It was the gaze of the patrol, who were dressed in a dark green outfit with badges on their chests and an air of dignity. Every member of the patrol possessed at least the strength of a high-ranked warlock. The captain leading the team was a red-haired beauty with fair skin, 3-dimensional features and sharp eyes, like a female general on the battlefield. The strength of an avatar was not hidden, but rather revealed. Su Xian glanced at the closed gates of the academy. Young master, I'll ask them how to get in. Li Lazy nodded gently. Su Xian jogged all the way over, was about to open his mouth. A young member of that patrol then pointed to the enrollment window not far away and said, "Class, the registration desk is over there. We're not here to enroll." Su Xian said politely, "I came to ask how to enter the school gate. Is there a registration?" The young team member froze for a moment and turned to say, "The Green Dragon Academy prohibits the entry of idle people. If you haven't registered for an appointment, you can only be brought in by an academy teacher or go in with a cadet token." Su Xian shook his head, but remained polite. "No token or reservation. But thanks." Just as he was about to turn around, the female captain suddenly called out to him, "Wait a minute." The crowd looked at him quizzically. The female captain opened her mouth and asked, "Hello, may I ask if your name is Su Xian?" "Yes." Su Xian looked at her suspiciously. "And you are?" "Hello, my name is Li Chi-ha. Don't recognize it?" Su Xian asked tentatively. "Someone from the Li family?" There were many people with the surname Li, but the only people who were qualified to call themselves the Li family were the family that Yin Di was from. Hearing this, all the members of the patrol looked at Su Xian with surprised eyes. To be able to say such words, one didn't need to think to know that Su Xian also originated from the Li family. The female captain gave a hum, gave a sound, looked at Li Laoshi, and said, "That's young master Li Laoshi?" Su Xian answered. The surprise in the female captain's eyes flickered away as she looked at the male youth who had just been there and said, "Wang Jiao, take them in." "Yes." Wang Jiao nodded his head in a hurry. "I didn't realize they were from the Li family. Can't afford to mess with it. By the way, when you guys go in later, don't run around inside the academy," the female captain reminded. She had already broken the rules by letting 2 people in. If she was reported by someone with an axe to grind, she was going to be disciplined. "Don't worry about this." Su Xian gave her a grateful look. He stayed with Li Lazy all the time, and he went wherever Li Lazy went, but Li Lazy didn't say anything about running around. He probably didn't even bother to walk. "Both of you, come with me," Wang Jiatong said. With a swipe of his student card, the gate of the Green Dragon Academy shone with a greenish color and opened automatically. Su Xian pushed Li Laos into the middle of the academy. At this moment, there were quite a few people within the Green Dragon Academy who saw the two of them, Li Laos and Su Xian, walk into the campus. Quite a few people were drawn to it. "Look guys, another freshman is here. I just don't know if they're underclassmen or midclassmen. So handsome, both of them. SSHHHHHHHHHH. Wife, both are my wife. Friends, take in the flavor. SSHHHHHHH. It's the disabled handsome young master and the cool handsome man, perfectly grown on my XP. You girls are so crazy, unlike me, who only cares if they're strong or not. That's it. A bunch of losers. I only desire worthy opponents. A loser is a loser. The world is going to have losers anyway, so why can't it be me?" I didn't expect the students of the Green Dragon Academy to be quite enthusiastic, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lazy nodded gently, noticing that none of the group of people were looking at themselves. Wang Jiao looked like he had eaten a sour cucumber and spoke in an unsalted manner. "Yes?" In the crowd, 3 people looked at Li Laos in surprise. "I didn't expect the lazy god to come to Green Dragon Academy as well." If Su Xian had seen them, he would have recognized them at once. The 3 of them were none other than Huang Chang, Huang Zichao, and Bai Yu, who had cleared the beast tied with them when they were in Jiangnan province. When he thought of his brother messing with Li Laos when he was in Jiangnan province, Huang Chang's hand itched and he called out to Huang Zichao with a slap. Huang Zichao screamed miserably and said aggressively, "Brother, what are you doing hitting me again? You look like you need a beating." "But Mom and Dad said that we both look alike," Huang Zichao said unconvincingly. He was greeted with another slap. Now Huang Zichao didn't dare to say anything else. Bai Yu, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. "Zichao, those bad temper of yours should indeed be changed. Luckily, it was Li Laos that you encountered at that time. If you had encountered those careful big family disciples, you wouldn't even be able to find your corpse right now." "I know," Huang Zichao said weakly. "By the way, I still don't know where you guys are going," Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Xian looked at Li Laos, who also didn't know. The 2 of them waited for a while, but Li Lazy just opened his eyes without opening his mouth. Su Xian had gotten used to it, but Wang Jiao was in a hurry. Just when he thought Li Lazy was mute, Li Lazy spoke. "Looking for Mr. Woodchuck. So it turns out that you can talk." Moncler outlet. Listening to Li Lazy's slow and easy tone, as if he had to store up his strength for a long time to say a word, Wang Jiao was powerless to spit in his heart. He took out his cell phone and looked at the map of the college. Then leading the way in front, he said, "Teacher Mujio's residence is on this side." Su Xian pushed Li Laos to follow him. After about a few minutes, the trio stopped in front of a huge treehouse. The large tree was more than 10 meters tall, and a wooden house overhung it. Lee Lazy, you're finally here. An old man was up there slowly sipping tea with a fox sitting next to him. The fox, as if it were a human pretending to be one, was holding a porcelain cup, savoring the tea ceremony. Every now and then, it even gently sipped on it. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiao silently retreated, deeply glancing at Li Lao's. Just as he was searching, Li Lao's was not coming to find would lack to cure his leg. A scene that horrified him occurred. Li Lazy surprisingly left his wheelchair, stretched and stood up straight. With a gentle leap, he took Su Xin and jumped onto the wooden house. Dare I say that you are not a mute or a cripple, but a normal person. Wang Jiao's face was full of black lines. He had never seen such a strange person in all his life, but he was in a better mood. What's the use of being so handsome? So lazy, must be very weak. But the next second, his eyes widened. A stream of nimbus energy erupted from Li Lao's. God, Avatar, Elder Wood, Mr. Ruler. The two men said hello. Li Lazy, you're really hiding deep enough. Mujio looked at Li Lao's with surprise and gently sipped his tea. Rare Nian Li supernatural ability, but still in the divine power realm. Really good. Just use the wood system psychic ability to grow a chair behind Su Xin. Just as he was about to grow a second one, Li Lazy picked up the fox next to him and sat down, still rubbing his head with his hand. Mujio's heart stuttered. Teacher Shaku, the fox you raised is so cute. Li Lazy said lazily. By the way, Mr. Ruler, how did you know I was coming? Mujio was not even in the mood to dwell on his last name. Mu, nervously looking at the fox in Li Lao's arms, he said, it was the vice dean who told me. The vice president of the Green Dragon Academy? One of the few land god realm powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom? Su Xion's face was solemn. I wonder if his old man is in. Li Lao swept away his usual lazy appearance and looked at Mujio with a pair of clear eyes. Woodchuck hadn't said anything yet. The fox in Li Lao's arms then suddenly spoke. Little friend, do I feel okay? It turned back to Li Lao's with a pair of dark and deep eyes. Li Lao's looked at the fox and was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Mujio. Mujio gave a help yourself look. A slight nod. Li Lazy let go of the fox in a hurry. Fox fur is as smooth as silk. With a flick of his hand, he left Li Lao's embrace. A chair grew up beside the table and he gently sat down on it. Senior, I'm sorry. Li Lao's hurriedly got up and apologized. However, Dean Fox acted as if he didn't care at all about the offense he had just taken, and just gently waved his hand. Nothing. Then he narrowed his eyes and said softly, Wood System Great Avatar? Thunder System Great Avatar? Fire System Great Avatar? Numinous Power Avatar? And Control Warlock? A bit interesting. It was so loud that it was impossible to tell the difference between a man and a woman. However, Li Lao's could clearly perceive that the voice could only be heard by himself. At this moment, Li Lao's felt like he was being seen through. All his secrets were exposed in front of this fox dean. So powerful. Is it the psychic ability to see into the mind? How come he didn't see the divine water element though? Is it because it's more special? Li Lao's looked grave. But after a few seconds I don't know what happened, but the body automatically relaxed. It felt like I was bathing in the forest and enjoying the spring breeze. The mood was unprecedentedly soothing. Relax little friend. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone else about this. Dean Fox said softly, not knowing when a cup of tea emerged from his hand. What is it? Mujio and Su Xian were at a loss. By the way, Vice Dean, where do you plan to arrange for Li Lao's to serve? Mujio suddenly asked. Idle and not tired. There aren't many positions like that. Dean Fox muttered. Then you will serve in the Law Enforcement Academy. That said, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Academy is still a member of your Li family. Law Enforcement Academy teacher. The equivalent of the student government's discipline department. The teacher at the Law Enforcement Academy, though, doesn't just control the students, he also controls the teachers. It could even manage some of the subordinate schools of the Green Dragon Academy. In a big academy like the Green Dragon Academy, this was in existence with a hand in the palm of the hand, but now it's surprising that a child is being asked to serve. Mujio couldn't help but speak up. Vice Dean, you're not following the rules, are you? Let's not even talk about the fact that to serve as a teacher in the Law Enforcement Academy, you have to have served in the school for a minimum of 10 years. Let's just say that the Law Enforcement Academy's minimum requirement for teacher strength, the middle stage of a great divine master, Li Lao's doesn't meet the criteria. But I think that a mere middle stage great avatar is no match for Li Lazy. Dean Fox narrowed his eyes and sipped his tea. A mere middle stage great avatar is no match for Li Lao guy? Does the vice president think so highly of Li Lazy? Mujio sucked in a breath of cool air. I know. I'll go to the dean later to activate Li Lazy's status as a teacher. Li Lao's. Later on, Why don't you make a trip to the library's avatar pavilion to fill in the gaps in your avatar? Dean Fox murmured and said, your body refining is quite good. It seems that you usually put your heart into it. Lee Lazy nodded. I know, Vice President. Self-improvement is something I've always strived for. The fire elemental stared wide-eyed and said, Master, you want some face? The thunder elemental laughed out loud and said, Master, you're laughing at this thunder god. The thunder elemental accidentally hit the fire elemental in the face while laughing. The fire elemental gave the thunder elemental a direct slap in the face. The smile on the thunder elemental's face disappears. The wood elemental said, Master, you are awesome. What's mine is Master's, and what's Master's is still Master's. The divine water elemental says it doesn't want to talk and rolls its eyes at you. Other psychic abilities. Feats. Next to them, Mujio and Su Xian were filled with black lines. Boy, young master, where did you get the confidence to say such inspirational words? Leaving Elder Woodlack's cabin, Su Xian pushed Li Lao's to stride through the academy, looking for the library that the vice dean had mentioned. But after searching for a while I couldn't find it. What are you doing? Li Lao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Xian. Looking for the library. Aren't you going to the avatar pavilion, young master? Did you find it? Su Xian shook his head. At this time, the cell phone in Li Lazy's pocket automatically flew out and landed in his hand. At the same time the voice rang out on the cell phone. Lack of map continues to navigate for you. The route of the library appeared clearly in Su Xian's eyes. Su Xian blushed, itching to find a groundhog's hole to burrow into. Turns out it can still be like that. He had thought that maps of top colleges like Qinglong Academy would not appear on these websites. Green Dragon Academy was worthy of being one of the 5 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom. This library was built in quite a grand manner, covering an area larger than the Jiangnan No. 1 middle school, where Li Lao's was previously located. The entire school was even larger. Stepping inside is like being in a huge fortress made of books. In addition to books related to psychic powers, like what literary books, web novels, and comic books, also took up a large place alone. Seeing the pile of books in the literature section, Su Xian's eyes went straight. But the thought that he wasn't a student of the Green Dragon Academy and couldn't borrow a book, he could only sigh helplessly. At this time, Li Lazy said, go ahead and borrow it if you want. It's on me. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, then gave a hum and excitedly pushed Li Lao's over. But a few minutes later, Li Lao's, who was sleeping, suddenly felt the elements in his body. Restless. It was as if something inside the library was drawing them in, making them impatient to get out. Chapter 58 Avatar Pavilion. Dean Dog, goodbye clowns. What's wrong with you in the middle of the day? Li Lao's frowned and gave them a punch with a thought. The fire elemental froze and turned his hand to give the thunder elemental a punch. Thunder elemental, laughing at this thunder god. It doesn't hurt at all. Young master, what's wrong with you? Noticing the mood swings of his young master, Su Xian put down the book in his hands and asked suspiciously. Li Lazy shook his head. It's fine. He noticed that after he gave the elements a punch, they remained extremely restless. It was as if there was something within the library that was attracting them. Even the divine water elemental, who was usually high above the rest, was like that. Something that attracts the element of divine water. What secrets are hidden in this library? Li Laosher thought about it and would have been too lazy to care about that. But just as he closed his eyes with the intention of sleeping, the Nianli supernatural power took control of his body and flew up automatically, flying towards the 2nd floor of the library, then fly to the 3rd floor. Finally, the 4th floor. It eventually stopped at the end of the 4th floor hallway, in front of a door. The door was pushed open by the numinous element. Li Lao saw that inside this door, there was another door. It was actually a huge bronze ancient door with all sorts of strange beasts carved on it. The most conspicuous among them, it was a divine dragon with thunder lingering around its body, claws and teeth, and a handsome face. Li Lao's recognized the divine beast at a glance. It was clearly the Green Dragon, the totem of the Green Dragon Academy. What lies behind this door? Li Lazy ghosted the door with the intention of pushing it open. But suddenly, the eyes went black. When he opened his eyes again, a Shiba Inu appeared beside him. Dogs? Li Lazy froze and squatted down to jerk it twice. The Shiba Inu suddenly spoke. What do you want here, postulant? Don't you want to know that this is a forbidden part of the academy? Those who trespass on the forbidden land will be punished, or expelled and have their memories washed away. Shiba Inu's voice was very vicissitude and hoarse, but it exuded a strong majesty, like an old man who had been in power for a long time. Looking at it, Li Lao's froze, his hand stiffening in midair. You don't think so? Another big shot? Is there something wrong with these seniors of the Green Dragon Academy? It's either a fox or a dog. Former, senior. I'm sorry, senior didn't know about this rule. You're a freshman? Li Lazy nodded. then shook his head. Shiba Inu frowned. Li Laos hurriedly took out his teacher's token from his spatial ring. He's wanted anyway, and there's nothing to be gained by exposure. Seeing the token, Shiba Inu was stunned for a moment and looked at Li Lazy with skeptical eyes. Of your elders? No, it's my own. Dean Fox gave it to me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes gleamed gold as he looked deeply at Li Lazy and suddenly burst out laughing. Great avatar. That's a bit interesting. Kid, want to abandon the darkness and become my student? Introduce yourself. Chai Shang. One of the vice presidents of the Green Dragon Academy. Chai sang. The king of beasts? Li Lazy froze, looking at the Shiba Inu incredulously. I didn't realize he was so terrifying. This land immortal could be only one step weaker than his grandfather. Possesses the extraordinary ability to tame animals and breed them. Under his command, he possessed a large number of tamed, king-level foreign beasts that were comparable to those of the great Avatar realm. Just as he finished speaking, a fox jumped out from nowhere and landed firmly on Li Lazy's shoulder. Old dog, how many years has it been? And you're still trying to poach me. Robbed me of my underwear and my drink as a child. Robbed me of my first love as an adult. Robbed me of my teacher. And robbed me of my protege as an old man. Still want to rob it now, do you? Unfortunately, this kid isn't one of mine. He's the grandson of that awful old man Yen Di. Is that powerful? Is it really okay for you guys to talk about this in front of a junior like me? Unfortunately, I've never been a fan of gossip. So, more. Li Lao stared straight at a fox and a dog. Inferno Emperor? Grass. How come this bad old man's offspring are all geniuses? Pissed off, Shiba Inu glared at Li Lazy. Li Laosher felt his eyes go black once again. By the time he opened his eyes, he was outside in the hallway. The door that was just there has also disappeared. What kind of power is this? While Li Laos was thinking, those alien energies also quieted down because they couldn't perceive the source of those that excited them just now. Forget it, don't think about it. I'd better go to bed. Sweeping out a clean area on the ground with his Nianli ability, Li Laos laid down on the ground and fell asleep. Incoming shallow snoring. An arched eyebrow twitched, and there was silence all around. After Li Laos disappeared, Su Xian had been searching, looked all over the second floor. Couldn't find it. The third and fourth floors were also searched and not found. Just as he was wondering where the young master had gone, he saw a group of girls gathered in a corner as if they were looking at something. Su Xian curiously walked forward, and the sound of their murmurings reached his ears. Who's this? Why are you sleeping here? I don't know, but I think I've just seen somewhere? Wasn't he just downstairs? The handsome guy in the wheelchair? How did he get here? Where are his companions? It shouldn't be some kind of drama about a powerful family's property struggle, right? He's the first young master and that one is the second young master. The second young master chose to kill the disabled first young master in order to monopolize the family fortune. A sense of foreboding rose in Su Xian. Walking up and taking a look, he found that the person sleeping on the ground, being discussed by the crowd, was indeed Li Lazy. Su Xian walked forward expressionlessly and carried Li Laos on his back, then carried him away under the curious gazes of the crowd. He felt like he had been disgraced after following the young master. Abominable. When Li Laos woke up, he had already appeared at the entrance of the Avatar Pavilion. The Avatar Pavilion, as the place where the Green Dragon Academy placed the Avatar models, was heavily defended and guarded 24 hours a day. Just to enter it, you also need to verify your identity and register. Young master, is it really okay for you to be alone? What kind of words is this? I am not a 3-year-old child. Li Laos looked at him strangely. I'll meet you at the door then. No, why don't you wait for me on the first floor where I'm reading? I don't know how long I'll take. Then you're not allowed to sleep on the floor when you get out. Line. Su Xian looked at him half-heartedly, but he couldn't go in and there was nothing he could do. Hello class? Please something happened to your identity. Li Laos had just walked into the avatar when he was stopped by an old man with crane hair. Li Laos took out his teacher token, and the old man was slightly stunned. Took the token and scanned it on the scanner. Law Enforcement Academy teacher. He gave Li Laos a deep look and casually waved his hand. Get in. Although the Avatar Pavilion was on the third floor of the library, it was divided into several floors on its own. The first floor was the more common and easily practiced prototypes of divine abilities. It was categorized into elemental, spiritual, physical, and so on. Li Laos swept around and found that there were no precious divine abilities. He had released the elements to let them see for themselves, but instead, he saw that the thunder elemental hadn't come out yet and showed a look of disgust. Say something. All the avatars present were trash. This Thor never learns these lowly things. He was severely beaten up by the fire elemental for speaking in a wild tone. Then alone in an element, hiding in a corner and wooing. It's really sad to smell and tearful to hear. Refers to the water god element, wood element, and other elements and feats together next to each other and laughs. Li Lazy came to the second floor. There were several small compartments on the second floor, and each of them had different types of avatars inside. Unlike the first floor, the avatars in the second floor compartments require payment to browse and practice. There are 13 compartments on the second floor, and what's in each compartment is described on the door. Go in for $150,000 a time. If you go in and don't pick any avatars, the money is non-refundable, so please make your choice carefully. The pavilion protector who was responsible for guarding the second floor looked at Li Laos seriously. Li Laos did not even think about it, took out his bank card and swiped it, and went into one of the intervals. 150,000? Choose carefully? Who to look down on? It's just money for sprinkling. The protector of the court is full of black lines. This young man. The large cubicle was empty because of the money to be paid. It was a compartment that held the fire elemental avatar. Various types of fire elemental avatars are available here. Attack type, defense type, auxiliary type. Li Laos had only just entered it when the fire elemental couldn't wait to drill out. It looked at everything around it with a face full of curiosity, and its small hands danced restlessly, picking out the divine ability of its choice. Just as its little hand reached for an avatar model, Li Lao's expression changed and he hurriedly pulled it back. I'm afraid it will burn this avatar model. The fire elemental was a small flame, and at this moment, it looked at Li Laoshi with small eyes and great doubts. The thunder elemental laughed out loud and said, "It's too funny. Laugh at this thunder god." The fire elemental returned to the host and slapped the thunder elemental. The thunder elemental's smile disappears. Li Laos thought about it and released his Nianli ability as well. Everything was so much easier when the chanting powers came out. The fire elemental is in charge of seeing, while the nimble alien is in charge of taking. As for Li Lazy himself, he was responsible for sleeping. Fire elemental is learning the avatar, fire serpent dance, learning to succeed. Fire elemental is learning the avatar, firewall, learning to succeed. Fire elemental is learning the avatar, extreme inferno blaze, learning to succeed. The fire elemental is trying to fuse the avatars. Fusion failed. The fire elementals are attempting a second fusion. Fusion failed. When Li Laos woke up, the sky was already dusk. He had been woken up by the guardian of the pavilion. When he woke up he had wanted to go to the other compartments and look around as well. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw Su Xian with a grim expression on his face. "Young master, I thought you died in there." Li Laos covered his head and fell back to sleep, watching Su Xian carry Li Laos away. Everyone in the protectorate scared. "This young man, why are you so lazy?" The next few days were spent idly. Li Lazy is either sleeping or on his way to sleep. After these few days of hard work, the fire elemental had also finally succeeded in fusing the divine abilities. Fusing 5 or 6 divine abilities at once was a considerable challenge for it. After the fusion was successful, it collapsed to the ground and fell asleep. The thunder elemental also rarely bothered it. The fire elemental is trying to fuse the avatars. Fusion failed. The fire elemental is trying to fuse the avatars. Fusion failed. The fire elemental is trying to fuse the avatars. Fusion successful. Fire elemental successfully comprehends avatar, lava paradise, half-domain avatar. Surprisingly, it was a half-domain divine ability. Li Laoshi was slightly surprised. A great avatar would open his own realm after advancing to a land god. However, before this could happen, the great avatar had to condense a half-domain avatar. Semi-domain divine abilities were generally divine abilities that could only be comprehended by late stage, or peak, adepts of great adepts. Yet, he had never thought that the fire element had only been comprehended at the middle stage of great divine masters. Fire elemental is so good. Hearing Li Lao's praise, the thunder elemental stared straight at the sleeping fire elemental, itching to take its place. There were still 2 days to go before the martial arts competition. Early in the morning, Li Laos received a notification that the martial artist competition was being held in the outskirts of Longjing, in a secret realm that had been newly opened up. The secret realm is called the Island of Mists. Looking at the introduction, it was a huge island shrouded in mists, with a number of foreign beasts inhabiting the island. These beasts were put there artificially, with 12 king-level foreign beasts, and 500 commander foreign beasts, countless ordinary foreign beasts. The secret realm was very vast in scope, almost equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Points are awarded for killing the beasts, and match results are ranked according to points. All participants ranked in the bottom 60 in terms of points are eliminated. Those who could enter the national martial arts competition were the elites of each base province. This eliminated most of them at once, which shows that the way the competition was conducted was very cruel. "Young master, want some milk?" Before breakfast, Su Xian walked over with 2 bottles of milk. Li Lazy nodded. Su Xian put the milk to his mouth. After drinking milk, Li Laozi idly opened the underground black market website. Finds his bounty has increased again. Looking at the hot search list, the top 3 hot searches, surprisingly, were all one person. Moreover, this person was still a small half-acquaintance of Lee Lazy, the puppeteer. Shocking news, the Dark Moon Circus puppeteer has refined the new leader into a puppet. 2. New news. Ghost Knight Blade Demon will replace the puppeteer's interim leader and become the new leader of the Dark Moon Circus. 3rd. The Dark Moon Circus is also about to defect, so let's see how the puppet master has been operating lately. It's still crazy. Li Lao's turned off his cell phone, intending to go out for a walk and blow the morning breeze, but he had only just door when he saw a golem placed in the doorway. There was something familiar about the puppet's appearance to him. After wondering for a moment, Li Lao's quickly remembered. The puppet's appearance, surprisingly, looked exactly like the clown, the previous head of the Dark Moon Circus. Lee Lazy, long time no see. A voice identical to the Joker's was spoken from the puppet's mouth. Chapter 59 One Body, Two Souls. The competition is about to begin. The head of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown? Li Lao's frowned slightly. The 3 elements of fire, thunder, and wood lingered around his body, and a very violent elemental aura was revealed. These tantrums do not belong to Lee Lazy himself, but originate from these 3 elements. They wrapped tightly around Li Lao's and stared intently at the clown puppet. It was as if they wouldn't hesitate to step in and rip it to shreds as soon as it showed the slightest hint of menace. Aren't you dead? Or are you a puppeteer? The clown moved his body made of wood and said slowly, the chief is dead, but the clown still lives. What do you mean? I mean, I'm not in the spiritualist society anymore. Joker laughed. You don't have to be so hostile to me either, because I'm no threat to you right now. Li Lao's looked at him carefully and realized that it was really the same as what he said. He was now a puppet, and only a puppet, and it seemed that the puppet itself did not possess any strength other than the fact that it could talk. What did you come to see me for? I need your help. Need you to take care of me for a while. That's all. Are you dreaming? Li Lao's looked down at it and said, the head of the Dark Moon Circus, the leader of one of the 5 branches of the Spiritual Energy Society, who has done so much evil. Why should I help you? And why do you think I will help you? Judging from the fact that the Dark Moon Circus had casually set off a wave of beasts in the Jiangnan province, it was clear that they were bad to the bone. If he wasn't curious as to what it was up to, Li Lao's might have already killed it long ago. Who is the head of the Dark Moon Circus? How unfamiliar, the clown puppet said. I've told you, my name is Clown, and I'm only called Clown. As for the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, it was already dead. It had been completely buried in the belly of the emperor-level foreign beast, dead to the dregs. You saw it with your own eyes. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, didn't they? If you don't get it straight, I'm going to do it. Li Laoshi looked at him if he had a deep meaning. Listening to him, could it be that the clown, the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, is someone else? Hearing the threat in Li Laoshi's words, the thunder element cooperated by letting out a rumbling sound. Incidentally, he also flaunted a look at the fire elemental to the side. The fire elemental followed up with a slap thrown at the thunder elemental. Is it a demonstration to have the elements pulsing against each other? The clown didn't dare to continue with the nonsense, but looked at Li Laos and asked seriously, do you know about the one body and two souls? One body, two souls? Joker nodded. You don't mean? Yes, I am one body and two souls. The clown said simply, when I was young, I had obtained an exotic treasure called the soul-splitting bead, which can split a person's soul into 2. His words are long, and their general meaning is as follows. The spiritualist society will use the blood moon chalice to control a person's soul, and even their body, when they are absorbing talent. The young clown, with the help of the soul-splitting bead, escaped with only half of his soul controlled by the blood moon chalice. However, because of the side effects of the soul-splitting bead, his soul damage was so severe that he would fall into a deep sleep from time to time. And in the meantime, the other half of the Joker's soul, trained by the spiritualist society, became murderous and cruel. By the time he woke up, he would have tried to break it right, but it was too late. He has stopped taking orders from the young clown and has become a new, darker personality. The young clown himself, on the other hand, is imprisoned in his body. Joker was also a genius in his youth. So of course, as a genius, he would not show weakness. During these years, he kept trying to reintegrate his soul and made initial progress, but because of the very vast difference in the personalities of the clown and the young clown, the rest of the Dark Moon Circus quickly realized that something was wrong. In order not to be exposed, the young clown could only stop continuing the fusion, allowing the Joker to remain in control of the body's initiative. The young clown, on the other hand, hides behind the curtain and ponders how to escape the control of the psychic society. The young clown in the back befriends the puppeteer without alerting the Joker. Puppeteer also wanted to leave the psychic society, and the two hit it off. Then there was the scene that Li Lao saw with the others when he was in Jiangnan province. The clown, along with the clown's body, died under the giant mouth of the beast. The young clown, on the other hand, was given a new life with the help of a soul-raising puppet made by the puppeteer. The puppeteer helps the Joker break away from the psychic society. In exchange, when the young clown regained some of his strength, he would have to revisit the secret realm where he had previously obtained the soul-splitting bead, and take another soul-splitting bead and give it to the puppeteer. The puppeteer was leaving the psychic society through the same method. These words seemed reasonable, and Li Laoshi thought they had a few points of credibility. Still, Li Lazy found a loophole as he listened. He looked to the clown puppet and said, "The puppeteer wants to break away from the psychic society as well?" The clown puppet nodded. "He did tell me that, and he did as planned. The Dark Moon Grail controls one's body and even one's soul. Since the puppeteer has been controlled, it doesn't matter if the soul is split in two, or in three, no matter how many times it is split. These souls of his are still controlled. In that case, why does he need the soul-splitting bead?" Hearing this, the clown puppet fell silent. A moment later he resumed. "I've thought about what you just said before, but I don't know why he did it. But I can assure you that what I just said is all true. Why should I trust you?" The clown was silent again. A scroll appeared in his hand and he said earnestly, "I can make an oath." Oath scrolls? Li Lao's instantly recognized this thing. A contraption produced in a 5-star secret realm in the Lighthouse country. Although it was a top-grade exotic treasure, the price was only half that of a high-grade exotic treasure. There are two reasons for this. One reason is because it's just so numerous. Basically tens of thousands and tens of thousands show up every time. Secondly, it only serves one purpose, to make an oath. If the party making the oath told a lie, then the scroll would be burned immediately. It's very restrictive, though, and for the scroll to work, there must be an A and B side. Suppose now Li Lao's is party A and the clown is party B. Party B needs to take an oath. Then party A's strength must crush party B, or it won't stand. Most of the time, if one side was far stronger than the other, there was no need to make any oaths at all, just to speak with their fists. Li Lao's looked at his scroll and nodded. A moment later, the scroll was intact in Li Laoshi's hands, and the oath was established, indicating that what the Joker had just said was all true. Did the puppeteer have some means of purifying the soul? Li Lazy was thoughtful. The clown puppet said, "Li Lazy, now do you believe what I said?" Li Lazy nodded. "Would you be willing to help me for a while then? I need time to regain my strength." "Why should I help you if I don't want to?" Li Lao's looked at him and said, "And what reason do I have to believe that you won't backstab me after regaining your strength?" "I'm willing to pay a certain amount," knowing that Li Lao's would say that. The clown smiled. "As for the matter of recovering your strength backstabbing, you don't have to worry about it. I'll give you the core of the soul puppet later, so if I make any missteps, you can crush it immediately. This won't kill me, but it will put me in a state of serious injury and half-death." "Aren't you in this state now?" Li Lao's looked at him and said, "Can you talk?" The clown remained smiling. "It will be even worse than this current state. After all, the golem core carries the majority of my soul right now, and once it's damaged, the consequences are unimaginable." Joker threw the puppet core to Li Lazy. Li Lao's took it in his hands and played with it carefully. Looking at the core, which could be pinched at any moment, the Joker didn't panic at all. "It is worthy of being a veteran powerhouse." Li Lao's put the core away and said, "I agree. What can you give me?" "A half-saint relic." "You despise me so much? Those two? I get the feeling you're still a little down on me." "3? Are you kidding? That one holy relic. No more." "In that case, take your time." Li Lazy was just about to throw the core back when Joker reached out to stop it. "That one saint relic, plus 2 half-saint relics." The clown gritted his teeth. "This is already my entire fortune. A sale is a sale, my friend." Li Lazy had a smile on his face. "That, 2 pieces. There really can't be any more and I'll just walk away." The clown looked at Li Laoshi, and after several minutes of silence, he finally stretched out 2 fingers with difficulty. "Joker, from this day forward, you are my best friend." Li Lazy walked forward and enthusiastically lifted the golem up. "Joker, by the way, why did you want to see me?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Li Lao's looked at him strangely. "Sick? Spend 2 holy relics just to stay by my side? Am I already this attractive?" Joker nodded and said, "The High Priestess sent me to you." "High Priest?" The puppeteer smiled to himself. He said it was the result of a prophecy he had gotten with a semi-sacred relic. "Said it would be better for me to stay by your side than by his. But I feel like he's lying to me? 2 holy relics. I'm such an ingrate seed. If I don't get a favor from you, I'll get him when the time comes." "High Priest? Why is it this little monster again? It's so hard to guess what he's up to." "You are indeed an unjust seed." Li Lao's looked at him and said, "When are you going to give it to me?" Do you want to talk out of your ass? Li Lao's made a move to throw him away. I'll give you 1 piece as a deposit and pay the balance when I leave. Otherwise you lose it. Joker said in a hurry. Li Laoshi thought about it. It's okay. Then he nodded. In the next second, a green glass ball appeared in his hand. He was about to ask what it was when the clown puppet turned into a real puppet, losing its previous activity. It should have fallen into a deep sleep. Li Lao's looked at the bead in his hand and his divine thoughts entered it. Immediately, the full effect of this bead was known. Healing Pearl, Wooden Assist Class Sacred Relic. A healing pearl with a full energy value could restore the injuries of 3 great avatars in a single thought. And this injury is still a serious one. Sure, special injuries don't count, such as curses, soul damage, etc. Good stuff. Li Lao's was just about to stuff him into his pocket when he saw a tiny vine rubbing his face next to him. It's the wood element. You want? The wood elemental nodded shyly. You have not seen you so shy when you used to fight the fire elemental. Li Lao's laughed a little and threw it without much thought. After getting the healing pearl, the wood elemental quickly devoured it. Ding dong, the wood elemental is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing pearl. Wood elemental energy plus 800. Ding dong, the wood elemental is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing pearl. Wood elemental energy plus 800. Ding dong, the wood elemental is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing pearl. Wood elemental energy plus 800. The wood element's wood element energy has reached a critical value and is breaking through the shackles. Breakout failed. Re-breaking in progress. Breakout failed. Re-breaking in progress. Failed breakthrough. Wood elemental clenches his teeth and tries to break through again. The breakthrough has been successful, and the cultivation level of the wood element has been raised to middle stage of great avatar. Wood elemental gains avatar, healing forest, another new avatar. Healing class. Not bad at all. Li Lao's learned from the information given by the wood elemental that after this divine ability was cast, a small forest could grow in place. All beings who are within these woods can be healed and empowered. Of course, if Li Lazy didn't want to heal a particular target, he could always cancel it. Hearing your praise, the wood elemental danced with joy and said, "It's all because of you, master." Little horse's ass. Li Lao's teased it a bit, and after putting all the elements away, he carried the golem back to the place where he lived. The name of the place they lived in was Yanzhuang, a property of the Li family in Longjing. It serves 2 purposes. One is to entertain guests. The second was to provide a place for the Li family members to settle down in Longjing. The location of the Li family is also in Longjing though, but it was built in a deep mountain outside of Longjing, still a bit far away from Longjing city. Young master, you're holding something in your hand. After going back, Su Xian looked at the puppet in Li Lao's hands. Good stuff. It's ugly. Yes, yes, yes. You look best. Li Lazy smiled. By the way, you don't want to lose it. Got it, Grandpa. 2 days later, it was sunny. The sun was just right and the breeze was not too dry. Su Xian pulled Li Lao's out of bed early in the morning and urged him to finish getting washed. Then he was pushed again to the venue of the Budo competition. By now the racecourse was packed, with people standing everywhere. Li Lao's even found quite a few familiar faces among them. There were those from the Jiangnan province and the Li family. Chapter 60, the competition begins. Entering the secret realm. Dangerous king-level fey beasts? The playing field was a massive white circular fortress. The center is hollow, like a giant, non-standard white donut. A huge secret portal was placed in the center, with gray particles constantly coming out from within the round door. Deep and mysterious. As far as Li Lao's knew, this secret realm was obtained by a group of land goddess powerhouses 100 years ago when they were breaking into the secret realm. At that time, they obtained the secret core of the secret realm, and after repairing, refining, and transforming it, they had the current tournament's secret realm. Every time there was some kind of competition, it would be held in it. It is also usually lent to the military and used for combat maneuvers. The scenes inside the secret realm can be changed freely, although it costs more expensive resources each time. The circular fortress was only accessible to participants, so it was crowded with people outside. They were talking and curious about this national martial arts competition. How long before the game starts? I've been standing here for half a day. Who told you to come so early? Don't you, too, and have the nerve to talk about me? It's supposed to start this afternoon. There are still some of the contestants who haven't arrived yet. Who do you guys think will be in the top 5 this time? Is there any need to ask? It must be those 5 contestants from the 5 major academies. It's hard to say. Don't forget about that Windstar Soul. He's recently risen out of nowhere, and many veteran great avatars have lost to him. It's very possible for him to get in the top 5. His master is the Wind Demon, that old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years. Old monster? How old? Older than Emperor Yen. I guess. Hiss. Stop chatting. Chu Tianjiao from Vermilion Bird Academy is here. A middle-aged man pointed at the sky, a private airplane, and said. The private airplane was emblazoned with a huge vermilion bird, which was clearly the logo of the Vermilion Bird Academy. The plane slowly came down and a flat-chested but imposing girl stepped out of it. Her eyes were a blazing fiery red, and she was carrying a 2-meter-long, spiky wolf's tooth stick on her shoulder, followed by a few students from the Vermilion Bird Academy. They were all participants in this competition, and were taken in by the Vermilion Bird Academy after winning in their respective base provinces. Looking at the warm eyes of the people around him, Chu Tianjiao frowned slightly and took the wolfsbane off his shoulder, placing it on the ground. Bang! The ground was immediately smashed out of a large hole. The people who had gathered around her were so frightened that they immediately withdrew their gazes. Ugh, hi. That's too scary. This Chu Tianjiao is still as violent as ever. That's right, a fire-type great avatar. This fire chi value, directly pull full. The Chu family is the second fire family in my dragon kingdom, so the fire focus is normal. The Li family is also fire-oriented, and I haven't seen them so violent. Isn't the Li family still violent? Previously, one of my classmates molested a girl from the Li family, and the next day his clothes were directly burned to the ground and he was hung above a traffic light. OMG. This is too scary. It's not deserved. Who told your classmate to molest her? Wait a minute. Isn't that girl's name Li Baobao? How do you know? She was in my school before too. Because of her, that stoplight outside our school is hanging full of people every day. This Chu Tianjiao is quite good looking, huh? Don't look. She can gouge your eyes out if she finds out. Young master, it's Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao. So it's a girl. I always thought it was a guy. This Chu Tianjiao is notoriously violent and ruthless, comparable to a strengthened version of Li Mimi. You're not afraid of being heard by her when you talk about her like that. Su Xin laughed. Do I need to be afraid of her? Li Lao's looked toward Su Xin and patted his chest. It really doesn't seem to be necessary. Su Xin recalled the scene outside the Green Dragon Academy not long ago. I'll push you in. The second uncle is probably already inside. Aha. Li Laosher nodded lightly. The second granduncle Su Xin spoke of was another land deity of the Li family. However, the strength was much worse than that of Yin Di, and belonged to the normal level of a land god. Su Xin pushed Li Laos into the middle of the arena. Extremely conspicuous as a person in a wheelchair, it had only just walked through the door and attracted countless attention. Just when they thought that Li Lazy couldn't get in, they were stunned by the next scene, only to see that not only did Li Laos go in after verifying his identity, he was still personally greeted by several staff members of the Great Avatar. One of the Li clan's Great Avatars was particularly enthusiastic. No, who is that handicapped person? Isn't the racetrack forbidden to non-competitors? Don't recognize it. It's probably a descendant of some family, or some predecessor. You guys don't have to guess. He's also a participant in this tournament and his entrance is in line with the rules. The one who pushed him is the one who broke the rules. But with their family lineage, it's not a big deal. Who are those two? As you put it. Let me ask you, how many great spirits are there in this tournament? 6. Isn't that something everyone knows about? Mistake. It's 7. How is this possible? If it's 7, how can there be no news at all? You mean that wheelchair that was just sitting in the... That's right. He's the 7th. The first place winner from Jiangnan province. From the Li family. The reason why you guys don't know about him is purely because Jiangnan province was previously hit by a beast tide, and the list of participants wasn't reported in time, so you didn't see it. I found out. It's him called Li Lazy, the young master of the Li family. Li Lazy? Isn't he a loser? God. Jesus. Li Lazy, possessor of 4 supernatural abilities. Wood elemental grand aptitude, fire elemental aptitude, thunder elemental aptitude possessor, numinous power unknown. Year, age, 17 years old. What? A 17-year-old great avatar. Is he a monster? Terrifying as hell. What's going on over there? Looking at the noisy group of people at the entrance, Chu Tianjiao, who was carrying a wolfsbane, couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the name Li Laos, a youth with a shady face in her teen came to a sudden realization. Senior sister. It should have been made by Li Lazy. Who is Li Lazy? The number 1 in our Jiangnan province, and also a member of the Li family. The youth said simply. If Li Laos and Su Xin, one of them, were outside, they would be able to recognize him at a glance. This person was none other than one of the people they were more familiar with in Jiangnan province. The poisonous wolf who had later joined the Vermilion Bird Academy. Wu Tianqi. The Li family? Oof. My Chu family has never been inferior to the Li family. This martial arts competition. Watch me ruthlessly crush him. Let's go. Chu Tianjiao didn't specifically ask for information about Li Laosher and walked into the competition venue carrying a wolf toothstick. Inside the meeting hall, a middle-aged man sat down next to Li Laoshi. He rambled on, and was about to see how Li Laoshi would respond when he heard Li Laoshi's shallow snoring coming. Sixth uncle. Young master, he's asleep. Uncle 6. Being so lazy, I don't know how to cultivate to a great avatar. He sighed and would have woken up Li lazy. However, seeing Su Xian's face, if you just call out, I'll immediately push young master away. He could only give up helplessly. Young people nowadays are getting lazy. It's all spoiled. He slapped his thighs and got up to leave. I don't know if he was talking about Su Xian or those older siblings of Li Lao's, or that big brother of his. As time went on, more and more people came. It didn't take long for all the people to arrive. Li Lao's opened his eyes, and with a movement of his mind, a bottle of mineral water automatically fell to the side of his mouth. Then it slowly returned to its original position. Seeing this scene, black lines appeared on the foreheads of the few contestants around him. Is that what the psychic powers are for? Young master, Chu Tianjiu is here. At this time, Su Xian said from the side. Li Laoshi looked to the side, only to see an aggressive-looking woman coming this way. Chu Tianjiu, what is she trying to do? Why is she coming this way? Did any of you mess with her? Who dares to mess with her? Don't you want to die? Prepare to eat and watch. He went toward the handicapped man. Hammer disabled. He's a normal person. How do you know? Nonsense. Of course it's psychic powers. If my dad hadn't had to make me participate in a martial arts competition, I would have gone on to become a doctor. That disability. No. Who's that guy in the wheelchair? How did he mess with Chu Tianjiu? That person's name is Li Lao's, a member of the Li family. The Chu family and the Li family have always frictioned over the title of the #1 fire family. Why she came to find Li Lao's? You guys understand. Chu Tianjiu came to Li Lao guy's side, and Su Xian hurriedly blocked in front of her. What do you want? And who are you? Fire avatar? Not bad at all. Chu Tian laughed delicately. Don't be so scared. It's not like I'm going to eat Li Lao's. Shinchan, get out of the way. Li Lao said. She wouldn't dare do anything here. He rose from his wheelchair and held out a hand. Li family, Li lazy, dare to make a move. Li Lao's was actually not very clear. He asked Su Xian to get out of the way, mainly because he was afraid that Su Xian would be injured. After all, Su Xian was only an avatar, and could not possibly be a match for a great avatar. Chu family, Chu Tianjiu. Chu Tianjiu held Li Laogai's hand. Be careful in the race. Don't run into me. You too. You're the only one your age who dares me to talk to like that. You too. You're good, but closer than I am. You too. Why only one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After the two shook hands, Chu Tianjiu left. The two didn't have any fights, but they still attracted a lot of attention. Who is that person, daring to talk to Chu Tianjiu like that? Li lazy, from the Li family. What elemental great avatar? Fire avatar. But when I look at the fire aura on his body, it seems that he is more than just an avatar. The Li family, oddly enough. A meeting of two freaks. I wonder who will come out on top. Somewhere in the corner of the venue. Brother Yuan. He seems to be from your Green Dragon Academy. Don't you want to go take a look? A prodigal youth looked at a cool young man next to him and said. The cool young man waved his hand and looked towards the portal right in the center. No need. If it's meant to be, maybe we'll meet later. If there is no fate, even if we meet now, it is still useful and just a waste of our respective time. You're still so god-awful. The youth shook his head and laughed. A few minutes later, the radio sounded. Alright, since all the participants have arrived and the competition is about to begin, I will say a few brief words. A rough male voice said. Wait, the secret realm that you all are entering is the realm of mist. It's a huge island covered in mist with all sorts of exotic beasts living inside. When you enter inside, you will have only one task, and that is to gain points. The competition will last for 1 month, and the participants who rank in the top 30 in terms of points after 1 month will enter the final round. In addition to the way you can gain points by hunting and killing foreign beasts, you all can also increase your own points by plundering other people's points. Contestants with 0 points will not be eliminated outright. One last point, and the most important. All the foreign beasts within the secret territory are all real foreign beasts. If you encounter danger, you all can crush your jade pendants. After the jade pendant is broken, you can leave the secret realm directly. Of course, leaving the secret realm early means elimination. As for the jade pendant, when you all enter the secret realm later, the staff will issue it to you. Okay, the game is now officially underway. Good luck to all of you. All participants, please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. After the voice on the radio faded, the crowd headed for the portal in the center. Young master, be careful, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lao's nodded and smiled. Don't worry, after receiving the jade pendant, The crowd walked into the portal. After all the participants had gone into the secret realm, the large outer screen inside the venue lit up. A dozen images appeared before the eyes of the crowd. The national Budo competition is so important that it will be recorded as a live broadcast. At this moment, not only the people in the venue can see it, the entire population of the Dragon Kingdom, too, could see it. Many people couldn't wait to turn on the TV and watch the game. Suxian hurriedly searched for where Li Lao's was. At the geographic location that Li Lao's was in that he saw, which was in a large lake. His face was a bit unsightly. The Great Lake. This was the home ground of the Water Fae. There were only a few lakes on Misty Island, and it didn't take much thought to realize that each of these lakes must be littered with foreign beasts. Start sleeping around. Sweeping the lake around him, Li Lao's weaved a small boat with the wood elemental and lay down quietly in it. He had just laid down, though, when he saw in the water, a giant thing, staring at him motionlessly. King Class Fae. Noticing the aura on him, Li Lao's was a bit wary, was about to take a shot. However, he quickly perceived that there was no aggression coming from the giant creature. Li Lazy stuck his head in the water and realized it was actually a giant sea otter. It looked at Li Lao's and babbled, looking at Li Lao's with its big dark eyes, like a puppy seeing its master. Strange? What's going on here? Why is it looking at me like I'm its mother? At this moment in the outside world, many people's gazes were attracted by Li Lao's. Watching Li Lao's, their hearts were lifted. Who would have thought that Li Lao's, this unlucky bastard, would encounter a king-level foreign beast right from the start? Will he make it through unscathed? If there is only one, the young master should be able to handle it. Suxian thought with a frown. Chapter 61, Clingy Sea Otter King, Unsuspecting Archon, Crisis? Hello. Li Lazy waved at the large sea otter. The sea otter cocked its head in confusion, then revealed a humanized smile and waved like Li Lazy as well. But it was waving with both hands, and it looked as if it was just applauding. Just as Li Laoshi was searching for a way to invite the other party to come and sit in his boat, so that he could conveniently jerk off, dozens more otters surfaced in the water. The size was equally huge, and the strength ranged from commander level to advanced and intermediate. It seems the biggest and the one who started it all is their boss. That much? Li Lao's eyes lit up and he hooked his hand, and the group of sea otters swam over in a group. Just as they approached, Li Lao's found the aura of the sea god palace on them. It was then that he realized why these foreign beasts were not aggressive towards him. They should all be foreign beasts that were domesticated by the water god palace. It's just that they didn't know what happened and were suddenly captured in the secret realm. The images were all relayed in real time, and everything that was happening around Li Lao's at the moment appeared in front of the eyes of the people in the country who were watching the live broadcast. They couldn't help but all break into a cold sweat for Li Lao's when they saw the large number of foreign beasts surging towards him. Of course, there's no shortage of people gloating. The moment. Aqua Fish Platform. National Martial Arts Competition live streaming room. It's too tragic, isn't it, to encounter a bunch of fey beasts right off the bat, and one of them is still a king level. It's looking at a foreign beast that is comparable to a great avatar. Yes, the water attribute king level exotic beasts in the waters are even more terrifying than normal king level exotic beasts. It looks like the first eliminator is going to be born. Is he crazy? Why hasn't he crushed the jade pendant? Don't want to die. Does anyone know who this unlucky guy is? I don't know. Never seen it. +1. Just when the crowd didn't look favorably on Li Lazy, a bunch of pop-ups suddenly dominated the screen. These pop-ups had a uniform rhythm and even labeled Li Lazy as a god. Go Lazy God. You're the best. We, the people of Jiangnan province, have stand behind you. The Lazy God is the most handsome. Lazy God. Wonderful them quickly. Go Lazy God. By the way, bro upstairs, you made a typo. Who are all these people upstairs? Sailors? And who is this Lazy God? Just when everyone was wondering who Li Lazy was, Li Lazy's identity was exploded, along with his previous deeds in Jiangnan province. Brothers Mo. This person is called Li Lazy. Who is Li Lazy? Is he a big shot? Look at it 1,000 times. The first one is him. It looks like elimination is out of the question. And there's another strong contender for the top 5. Who is it? So awesome. I'm too lazy to look it up. Any brothers copy and paste it? Li Lazy, 17 years old. 4th son of the Yen Dili family head. 1st place in the Jiangnan province selection competition. Great avatar strength. Outstanding contributor to the beast tide in Jiangnan province. So powerful. What kind of monster is this? Has this world gone crazy? A teenage great avatar is a rare sight in 100 years. Cold knowledge. There used to be a teenage great avatar who also came out of the Li clan, but it was mailed later. Upstairs, you're going to get your ass kicked if the Li family hears this. Even for a great avatar, Trying to deal with so many foreign beasts at once is a bit difficult, isn't it? Who said anything about dealing with it? Couldn't you just run away? Suxin inside the venue also pinched a cold sweat for Li Laosher. Everyone expected Li Lazy to run away immediately. But then came the eye-opening scene. Those foreign beasts didn't launch an attack after approaching Li Laos, and Li Laos didn't run away. The two sides were in unusual harmony. Li Laos even stroked the head of that king-level alien beast, and that king-level alien beast even revealed a hint of enjoyment and pleasure. What's going on here? Is this really a king-level foreign beast? Are all the king-level fey beasts nowadays so nice to talk to? Big brother, you may look cute, but you're a king-level fey. Is your majesty as a king-level fey? Is your height of several meters for show? Shouldn't you be on a killing spree right now, fighting Li Lazy for 300 rounds to show off the ferocity of your king beast? Everyone looked at the giant sea otter in disbelief. Suxin was also unusually puzzled. The number of secrets he didn't know about in the young master increased. The sea otter came to Li Laosher's side, opened its big eyes, lowered its head, and rubbed against Li Laosher's body. Good day, palace master. Like being cute. But its strength was so great that it rubbed Li Lazy's boat and rocked it, and a lot of water splashed into it. Li Laos was surprised to find that he could roughly understand what the sea otter was expressing. Other sea otters of lower rank, though, wouldn't understand. To cuddle. The big sea otter opened its big furry paws. The corner of Li Lao's mouth pulled as he looked at the several meter tall body. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons. Where's the ghost? Are you trying to crush me? Seeing that Li Lazy didn't want to hug himself, the big sea otter beamed. Cross your arms and place them in front of your chest. Seems to be in a little mood. Just when Li Laos thought it had given up, the big sea otter directly opened its arms and pressed up. Li Laosher's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly leapt forward, watching his boat crushed into the water by a large sea otter. Watching the boat being crushed, the big sea otter also panicked and rushed to look for Li Lazy in the water. It was only when it saw Li Laos behind it that it barely breathed a sigh of relief, then crossed his arms again and put his hands on his chest, showing up I'm angry again look. Li Lazy. He had no choice but to jump on the big sea otter and give it a hug. Seeing this scene, many people in the outside world stared blankly. Oh my god, my worldview has collapsed. Is this really a king-level foreign beast? That's heck of a lot more obedient than my dog. It's so cute, and it knows how to be angry. I want one so bad, but it should be expensive for it to be so big, right? You don't want to die upstairs. Is this about money or not? This kind of sea otter type king-level alien beast is found right by the sea. I hope you won't be slapped to death by it. This Li Laosher can't be cheating. How can a king-level foreign beast be so intimate with him? Cheating? You do an identical cheat for me. He couldn't have awakened his nature affinity powers, could he? Even if one has awakened this supernormal ability, it can't be this outrageous, right? This is a king-level foreign beast, an existence comparable to that of a great avatar. The male god is mighty. The male god is awesome. At this moment, a group of people were sitting in a huge conference room within the venue. With serious expressions, they frowned slightly as they watched the image of Li Lazy and the sea otter interacting on the screen. From the faint aura they exuded, it was not difficult to tell that the weakest of these people were also top-level great divine masters. The 4 sitting on the main seat were even all land deities. No explanation? An old man said from the main seat, taking a sip of the hot tea in his cup. The crowd before him was silent. Eventually a uniformed one said, Elder Chiao, I don't know what's going on here. We didn't catch these alien beasts. Hearing this, the old man looked to a middle-aged man in military uniform sitting next to him. The middle-aged man let out a deep sigh and said, Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on here either. When I captured these foreign beasts, they were more ferocious than one another. At this time, within the conference room, a great avatar whispered and suggested, Why don't we enter the secret realm and see what's going on? As soon as these words came out, the 2 figures on the main seat said at the same time, No. One of them had red pupils and red hair, and his face was full of wrinkles. An old man who lived with a walking stick. His aura was not bad, and he looked like someone who had been in a high position for a long time. The other was not even human, but a fox with greasy fur, a fox that no one in the room dared to ignore. As this man and fox opened their mouths, that great avatar quickly closed his mouth. Well, since neither knows what's going on, let's keep looking. The coquettish old man who spoke the most said, If you really can't tell, it's not too late to wait until the end of the match to check. He glanced at the man and the fox, and didn't have to guess what they were up to. It was nothing more than worrying about what kind of disposable props Li Lazy had used to confuse that alien beast. If they went in rashly, they might interrupt Li Laosher's plans and affect Li Laosher's grades. Hearing his words, the rest nodded. Seeing that none of the 4 people on the main seat agreed to his plan, the great avatar who had offered to enter the secret realm to check it out frowned. Damn it, It looks like we'll have to find another way to get into the secret realm. He looked at Li Lazy in the screen with a greedy expression, and a hint of eagerness. At this time, there was already strife within the secret territory, with many people fighting with the foreign beasts. There were also quite a few people fighting against each other, trying to plunder the points from each other. Ultimate Great Gale. A young man flying in mid-air. A green-colored ball of light appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward with a powerful fling. A massive tornado burst out of the ball of light, attacking large swaths of woodland. Many of the foreign beasts were swept into the wind and torn to shreds. Watching his points increase, he revealed a satisfied smile. Windstar Spirit, 143 points. Third. At that moment, it suddenly occurred to him that there seemed to be a new great avatar coming out of this tournament. What's it called? I think the name is Li Lazy? He hurriedly rummaged for Li Lazy's name, but after looking in front of him several times, he didn't see Li Lazy's figure. Knowing that, he flipped to the end. Li Lazy, 0 points. 90th place. What? He wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Quite a few people were puzzled beyond measure at this point. The only ones who knew the truth of the matter were the other 4 people who came out from Jiangnan province together with Li Lao's. In the White Tiger Academy's camp, Duan Zitao revealed a bitter smile. Li Lazy is still so lazy. I don't know if I'll run into him in this race. The great avatar, alas, may not be able to catch up in this lifetime. Duan Zitao, what's wrong with you? A girl in his team looked at him and asked. He smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Really? If it's fine, how come you look so bereft? I've seen you before when I went to Jiangnan province, and you were still radiant at that time. Yeah, he was still shining brightly when he didn't meet Li Lazy. When I first met him, too. But it wasn't until Li Lao's strength was exposed that he realized that those pathetic talents of his were nothing in front of others. He has no business being proud. Told you it was fine. It's okay. The girl was not in a position to continue asking questions, but instead looked to the captain leading the group in front of her. Captain, what's wrong with you? He was Xiao Dong from the White Tiger Academy, one of only 7 great avatars in this competition. Not much, just felt strange. Strange? Xiao Dong nodded and said, this Li Laozi is really a bit interesting. He clearly has the strength of a great avatar, but his points are 0 points. A 17-year-old great avatar. I really want to have a couple moves with him, passing a couple of tricks. I seem to have had this thought at that time. Duan Zitao suddenly thought, on the lake where Li Lao's was before. At that moment a huge boat made of rattan was floating in the water. If you look closely, you can see that there are a lot of big hairy clumps on this boat. These big hairy clumps were huddling together to sleep, and on one of the huge big hairy clumps, there was actually a person sleeping. It was Li Lazy. He was cuddled up against the Sea Otter King, sleeping soundly. The lake in the secret area is cold though, but the Sea Otter King was like a natural fireplace, and it continued to emit heat from its body. In order not to get Li Lazy wet, the Sea Otter King had specially dried the fur on his body with energy while he slept. Thunder Elemental challenges Fire Elemental. The Thunder Elemental was brutally beaten by the Fire Elemental without any effort, and the Thunder Elemental was defeated. Thunder Elemental angrily yells at Fire Elemental, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. What Elemental added from the sidelines, don't bully the middle-aged poor, don't bully the old. The dead are great. The tears of grave robbers. Thunder Elemental. Control alien energy and numinous alien energy on the side. Eating melon while practicing. Control energy plus 20. Numinous energy plus 20. The divine water elemental is guiding the cultivation of water carrying all things. Water carries all things and gets up to go home after practice. Energy capacity plus 10. The dragon and tiger forging technique stays lonely in the home of water carrying all things shouting, little water, I miss you so much. Water carries everything pushes open the door just in time to hear this and lowers her head with a red face. At this time, by the lake, a group of people were drinking water. It was because the lake mists were so thick that it made them unable to see the center of the lake clearly. At this point the fog lifted a bit from the lake. Brother, look, what's wrong? What's that? Oh my god, that's actually a boat. How could there be a boat on an ice lake? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of hidden copy? Big brother, why don't we go check it out? Brother, let's go check it out too. None of these people were great adepts, but rather some ordinary contestants. Since they hadn't found the teams from their respective academies after entering the secret realm, they had simply joined forces. Huang Chang and Huang Zichao were among them. As one of the more powerful avatars, Huang Chang's status among these people was still quite high. As Huang Chang's younger brother, Huang Zichao's status naturally rose. Chapter 62, Zhu Tianjiao's arrival. Going up against Li Lao's? Huang Chang, what are you going to do? An avatar with about the same strength as Huang Chang looked at him and said. After pondering for a while, Huang Chang said, why don't we take a boat there? This avatar looked at the calm surface of the lake, frowned slightly, and said, "There are no swimming fish in the lake. It's the quietness that is dangerous. So what do you say? I think we can call on the wood and ice system aliens to join us and build a bridge across. It's safer that way, but wouldn't that take too long to consume? And do we have that many wood and ice attribute adepts here?" Huang Chang swept his eyes over the people present, and then swept the lake's distance from the boat. The boat was a full 100 meters from shore. If he did what he said, he would probably waste a lot of time. This would seriously delay his acquisition of points. Although it was said that this elimination tournament would eliminate 60 people at once, but if one stands out among these 60 people, the rewards will be equally small. Besides, with his strength, it was more than enough to enter the top 30. Wouldn't want to waste the precious qualifications to get into the top 30 by exploring a copy that you don't know what's in it. No, that's still too risky. Why don't we build a boat out first, then tie a weaker fey beast on it and push it into the lake to try it out? That's a good idea. That avatar revealed a smile. Alright, Wang Chang, then I'll leave the shipbuilding task to you. I'll go with my brother to catch the foreign beasts, Huang Chang said. Wang Chang nodded and looked at the 4 little brothers beside him. The boys looked at each other and closed their eyes slightly. In an instant, a layer of glistening green light surfaced on their hands. Immediately afterward, a sapling grows out of the ground. Saplings turn into small trees, which then turn into big trees and gradually grow taller. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. It went all the way to 7 meters before slowing to a stop. By now these 4 people were sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Apparently the growth of this tree had consumed a lot of their energy. Wang Chang looked carefully at the large tree and asked after a moment of silence, "It's too thin. Can it grow any stronger?" He took out 4 medicine bottles and said, "This is medicine to restore energy." The 4 of them took the medicine bottle, nodded heavily, and said, "Brother Chang, leave it to us." They drank the potion from the vials in one go, and their exhaustion cleared away. A few minutes later, a tree fully twice as big and strong as the one he had just seen appeared in front of him. Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction. His eyes became sharp, and his entire aura gradually became stern. On his left hand, a layer of overpowering golden light also surfaced. He raised his hand towards the large tree and made a heavy chop. The crown of the large tree was instantly cut off, leaving only a thick trunk. Flames then ignited in his hands. A few minutes later, a small boat appeared in front of the crowd. At this time, Huang Chang also came back, and he was holding a low-rank strength monkey in his hand. "Not a bad job." Huang Chang laughed and threw the monkey in his hand. Wang Chang took the monkey and tied it to the boat, pushing the boat towards the center of the lake. The small wooden boat slowly floated towards the center of the lake. Just 20 to 30 meters away from the boat, a 4 to 5 meter long giant crocodile suddenly came out of the water and snapped the wooden boat in one bite. The wooden boat was instantly pulverized and the monkeys were turned into rations for the crocodiles. Top-tier commander-class fey beasts. Wang Chang and Huang Chang glanced at each other. Both could see a hint of gravity in the other's eyes. What to do? If it's in the water, even if the 2 of us join forces, we won't be able to beat this guy. Alligators are herd animals. A herd of crocodiles should exist in this lake. Should we just let it go? Just as the 2 were talking, a few more people came out of the woods. It was a woman with red pupils and carrying a wolfsbane. She was followed by a few youths, who were uniformly wearing the uniform of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Seeing them, Huang Chang and Wang Chang frowned slightly. The people around them murmured, "Who are they? That woman has such a strong aura about her. It's someone from Vermilion Bird School, and the one at the head is one of the several favorites to win this competition. Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao, the great avatar? Yes, that's her. Great. If she comes along, won't we be able to get on that ship easily? Good for nothing. It's not even certain if she's willing to take us on board. If one has the strength of a great avatar, would one be willing to share the benefits with us? The mongrels? Miss Chu, long time no see," Wang Chang said as he looked at Chu Tianjiao gruffly. Chu Tianjiao revealed a mocking smile and said, "Kung, how come you're still this after not seeing you for a few years?" "I'm sorry, I speak straight. I hope you don't mind too much." She looked towards the large boat in the center of the lake with a hint of surprise. "What the hell was that?" Wang Chang shook his head and said, "I don't know. We were planning to go up and take a look, but we encountered some difficulties." He pointed to the crocodile that was devouring the monkey on the lake at this point. "That's got you stumped?" Chu Tianjiao said. She aimed at the crocodile and flung the wolfsbane in her hand. Boom! The wolf's tooth rod was ablaze with fire, and the crocodile's head was instantly smashed. Blood is dripping. The wolf tooth rod automatically flew back to Chu Tianjiao's hand. See this scene. Huang Chang and the people around Wang Chang stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. This power. It's simply terrifying. Since you don't have the ability to explore the large ship, I can take all the things on board. Chu Tianjiao laughed. With a leap, he stepped out onto the lake. Like floating on water, he leaped towards the big boat where Li Lao's was. Seeing that Chu Tianjiao was about to board the ship, quite a few people outside the boundary revealed expressions of anticipation. Which is stronger, Li Lao's or Chu Tianjiao? At this point, within the live broadcast, there was already a lot of noise. Great, Chu Tianjiao has stepped in. This Li lazy pill. I'll see how he can still be lazy. TSK, TSK, TSK. My family's lazy god killed this bull ******* Chu Tianjiao in seconds. Seconds? That's the funniest schoolgirl I've ever heard. Schoolgirl? Where's the schoolgirl? What kind of confidence did this Li Lao's give you guys, so that you dare to say such big words? Chu Tianjiao is the proud son of the Vermilion Bird School. What is this Li Lao's? What qualifications do you have to talk about the lazy god? The lazy god is much better than you bunch of losers. No matter if it's his family lineage or talent. What is Li Lao's? Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. Li Laoshi's elder brother is Li Qingyang. Li Laoshi's grandfather is Yan Di. Li Laoshi is a great avatar. Li Laoshi is only 17 years old. What do you think Li Laoshi is? Even if Li Lao's is strong, he's only 17 years old. How could he be Chu Tianjiao's opponent? What a joke. Bunch of blind confidence and the pop-ups to the end guys. That's because you don't understand the strength of the lazy god. Che, I reckon that beating this whatchamacallit Chu Tianjiao doesn't even require my family's lazy god to do it himself. Why? Look at that big sea otter underneath the lazy god. Is it waking up? Hiss. Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute great avatar. Once she enters the water it will be dangerous. Che, what's the point of hiding behind the back? This Li lazy is even a wimp. A bunch of Rue G. Try taming a king level foreign beast if you guys don't want to. If you guys can tame it, I'll directly kneel down for you. I'll put my words right here. If Li Lao's and Chu Tianjiao were to fight one-on-one, Chu Tianjiao would be able to second Li Lao's within 10 moves. Seeing the war of words intensify, the administrators rushed out to turn on the band to restore normal order to the network. Inside the venue, a group of staff members also showed expressions of watching the show, but can be much smarter than those netizens, even if they really do not favor Li lazy, but did not say it. After all, Li Laoshi's identity, status, and talent were all higher than theirs. Woe is me. Su Xin narrowed his eyes, not afraid of this whatever Chu Tianjiao was. In his opinion, as long as his own young master was willing, with ease, he could bury her in this secret realm, even making it too late for her to crush the jade pendant. Little brother, you seem to be following this Li lazy, right? Who do you think is stronger and weaker if Chu Tianjiao takes on Li Lao's? At this time, a staff member sat beside Su Xin and asked in a snide manner. Su Xin glanced at him and said softly, Li Lao's, within 3 moves, he will be able to defeat Chu Tianjiao. The staff froze for a moment, then lost his smile. As expected, young people are the most exuberant. Su Xin didn't bother to explain to him and looked seriously at the big screen. It wasn't the only one. Quite a few people were looking at the screen intently. Shengyang Li, Shengyao Li, Yan Di, General Xiang, Old Director, High Priest, Puppeteer. Inside a circus, the puppeteer sits on the body of a tiger, looking maniacally at his cell phone. Hey, 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 wood shortage, don't you let me down. At this time, Green Dragon Academy. Mr. Woody Lack, who was in the middle of a lesson, winced. Who's thinking about me? Li Lazy rubbed his eyes. When he woke up, he realized that the big sea otter underneath him was gone. In their place were 7 or 8 smaller sea otters. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Spinning around, he hugged a random one and went back to sleep. The wood elemental ran out of the body while Li Lazy was sleeping. The thunder elemental would have wanted to run out as well, but since the fire elemental wouldn't let it go out, it could only stay where it was, puffing and glaring. Dare to imprison this god of thunder. See me later, outside the ship, a few dozen meters. Chu Tianjiao, a few wolf teeth stick down. The lake surface floating a pile of bloody crocodile corpses. She stood on the small wooden boat that Wang Chang had chiseled earlier, her eyes glaring sternly at the large ship not far away. Strange. Such strong wood elemental energy on this wooden ship. Can't it be that this ship is artificially made? Whatever. Let's go up there and check it out first. Hopefully we'll get some good stuff. Just as she was about to shed the boat into the water, a large sea otter came straight out from within the water and lunged at her with its sharp teeth open. She kicked it off. A larger sea otter surfaced immediately afterward. Feeling its strong aura, Chu Tianjiao's heart sank. King Class Fei. It's amazing that there's such a big guy hiding here. The next second her eyes went wild. What kind of treasures are in this ship? It's even being guarded by a king-level foreign beast? Could it be a top-notch exotic treasure? Or a half-saint's relic? Whatever it is, it's mine. The Sea Otter King roared out. his huge body slamming towards Chu Tianzhou. It raises 10,000 waves. Came just in time. Watch me crush hard. Chu Tianzhou swung the wolf tooth stick in his hand and smashed it against the sea otter king, who struck at him head on. Bang! It made a dull sound. But the sea otter king's fur was just too thick, and there were countless amounts of defensive energy piled up around it from the water element. Instead of hurting the sea otter king, she was knocked a few meters away from it, just as she was planning to take the initiative and kill the sea otter king. Suddenly, just then, countless vines suddenly rose up under the water. Surround her tightly. Chu Tianzhou froze and stared incredulously. A king-level wood attribute beast? No, this is the power of the wood element. Surrounded by wood-based great aptitudes? It can't be. There can't be anyone here but me. It should be some kind of prop or something. Whatever it is, watch me crush it hard. After she came back to her senses, her eyes became sharp and the silhouette of a flaming tyrannical bear emerged on her body. Rumble! Flame Tyrant Bear swung his wooden stick at the ground. She swung her wolfsbane at the ground as well. All of a sudden, countless magma erupted from the water surface, sending out huge water vapor, and the vines around her began to burn violently. That's when the sea otter king suddenly appeared behind her and heaved at her. It was carried like a monstrous wave of divine spears. A ring appeared out of thin air in Chu Tianzhou's hand. It transformed into a hard silver shield that blocked the sea otter king's attack. Bang! The sea otter king roared angrily and slapped his hands together with force. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Chu Tianzhou was directly blown away. But she followed that up by taking her shield and the wolfsbane gang towards the sea otter king. Her shoes seemed to be a prop as well, and upon touching the water, they actually caused the lake to quickly freeze several meters deep, allowing her to walk on it. Without the aid of water, the sea otter king could only use brute force to break through the thick ice. Luckily the vines gave it quite a boost. The powerful entanglement ability caused these ice layers to last less than a minute before they were completely shredded into ice slag. One person, one sea otter, and one vine, fighting fiercely together for dozens of rounds. During that time Chu Tianzhou took out several more props, eventually swallowing the strength-enhancing drug-like exotic treasure. It was only after exerting his full strength that he smashed the sea otter king away. Click! The sea otter king crashed into the vine great ship, smashing a huge hole in it. The ship took on water and slowly sank. The sea otter king whimpered. His face was already bloody, and blood was constantly spilling out of his wounds. Hearing this sound, Li Laos woke up abruptly. He frowned slightly as he felt the ship he was on sinking rapidly. What happened? Just after walking outside the boat, he saw the bruised and battered sea otter king by his side, as well as Chu Tianzhou, who was not far away on the lake, polishing her wolfsbane. Seeing Li Laos, the sea otter king immediately cried out, "Woohoo!" Hugging Li Laos tightly, it told of the injuries it had just suffered, as well as the grievances in its heart. Chapter 63, Crushing Chu Tianzhou, Shock of the Outside World. Mysterious Tunnel. The sea otter king's strength was too great. Even if it had been extremely careful, the force it had just exerted was enough to crush an ordinary avatar. Fortunately, there was the dragon tiger body forging technique that persisted. It was only with this tremendous holding power that Li Laosher was able to swim with ease. Okay, let me heal your wounds first, Li Laos said softly. Upon hearing Li Laos's voice, the sea otter king's originally agitated voice suddenly quieted down, nodded lightly. Thank you, Palace Master. Why are you here? Seeing Li Laos, Chu Tianzhou, who was not far from the sunken ship, revealed a surprised expression. There were also a number of surprised noises from the group on the shore. Who's that? It seems like it's very powerful. So handsome. No. So strong looking. Strange. Why didn't that foreign beast attack it? Instead it showed a pouty look. I think I've seen this man somewhere before. Where have I seen him before? He's Li Laos, the strange great avatar who almost clashed with Chu Tianzhou when they were at the venue before. He's Li Lazy? Looks like there's a good show to watch. Chu Tianzhou versus Li Laos. I wonder who'll win. Chu Tianzhou. After all, she's so much older. It's hard to say. Just now Chu Tianzhou could have consumed too much energy, while Li Laosher is still full of energy now. You guys said that Li Lazy came out of that boat just now. So does that mean that it took everything that was in the boat? Who knows? We'll find out later. The crowd murmured, showing an expression of watching the show. Huang Zichao frowned at his big brother. Brother, how come I see that kid everywhere? It's annoying. Huang Cheng hastily looked around and confirmed that no one was paying attention to them before he barely sighed in relief and then knocked him hard on the head. What do you mean by that kid? It's called Senior Li Lazy. Brother, aren't you making too much of a fuss? I already don't dare to do anything to Li Laos him. Is it not okay to have a little bit of a mouthful? Huang Zichao said with some disbelief. If this sentence of yours just now were to be heard by someone with a heart of gold, even if Li Lazy were to do anything to you, there would be countless people who would rival for him. What? Brother Huang, do you know Li Lao's? At this time, someone suddenly asked towards Huang Chang. Huang Chang hurriedly nodded and laughed. Yes, I fought with Li Lao's when I was in Jiangnan province. He's a pretty good person. Li Lao's glanced at her lightly, not bothering to talk to set her. One hand on the sea otter king, healing the forest. In an instant dozens of large trees, more than 10 meters high, grew on the ice and on the wreck. Surrounding them, they formed a huge boundary, releasing a glowing green light. Rumbling, terrifying healing energy erupted out. The sea otter king's wounds, as well as some other sea otters' wounds, all quickly began to heal. This sea otter king, is it your pet? This ship, you made it too? Seeing this scene, Chu Tianjiao asked with a slight frown. Anyone who thinks they've found a treasure, only to find out in the end that it's a blank canvas, is going to be a little uncomfortable. Li Lazy still didn't answer. A nameless fire rose in Chu Tianjiao's heart. Raising the wolf tooth stick and leaping up, he ruthlessly smashed towards the boundary made by Li Lao's. Big sister, you're really loud. Li Lazy withdrew his hand and stood up to stretch. The eyes became sharp. In an instant countless vines burrowed out of the water and rose up from the ground. Ethereal wood forbids the sky. Vines that are controlled by someone are quicker and tougher than those that are not. Before Chu Tianjiao could even get close to the boundary, she was already tied up with 5 flowers. Out of bounds, live on air. Quite a lot of people were talking about it. I can't imagine that this Li Laosher really has a few tricks up his sleeve to be able to trap Chu Tianjiao. Could it be that Chu Tianjiao is not a match for Li Lao's? How is this possible? Chu Tianjiao is a fire attribute great avatar. This is just where she is. Her true ability hasn't been used yet, it seems. That's right. Chu Tianjiao was born to restrain Li Lao's. What makes Li Lao's win? Go lazy god. Humph. Chu Tianjiao's real skill didn't come out, but Li Lazy's did? Upstairs is a brainless fan of Li Lazy, right? Look everyone. Those vines are burning. Chu Tianjiao is sure to win. Venue. The staff looked at Su Xian and said, Kid, it looks like the battle is coming to an end. Your young master is still missing some fire. Su Xian laughed lightly. The battle is indeed coming to an end. I can't believe you have a few tricks up your sleeve, but it's a pity. I'm a fire-type great avatar, and I was born to restrain you. Chu Tianjiao's mind moved, and his pupils turned crimson. The surrounding vines quickly burned. Li Lao smiled faintly, as if everything was expected of him. Next, countless water elements began to coalesce behind it, and a huge shadow appeared behind it. Looking at this huge unknown shadow, a strong sense of scorn rose in Chu Tianjiao's heart. That's weird. What's going on? What's that, vapors? Obviously. I'm only at the realm of an avatar, so why am I vaguely being suppressed? Never mind. Whatever. I am the supreme avatar. Look at the ruthless crushing. Boom. Chu Tianjiao's body was covered by a layer of scorching violet flames, and she copied the wolf toothstick and just smashed it towards Li Lao's. In the face of this swift attack, Li Laosher was in no hurry. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly. Watch him move. Many people in the outside world turned pale. Is he crazy? At such a critical moment, he's even fighting with his eyes closed. What gives him confidence? The talent to advance at the age of 17? Or ignorance? Is this his resignation? Is he out of his mind? At this rate he'll be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Say, what's that thing behind Li Lazy? Whatever it is it more powerful than the full force of a great avatar? What is the lazy god doing? I'm in a hurry. Lazy god, quickly mail up. Lazy god, don't be a fool at this time. You just need to dodge this strike. There's plenty of chances to counter kill later. Why do I feel like Li Lazy has a chance to counter right now? What's with the smile on Li Lazy's face? It gives me a very confident feeling, Geo. Still, lazy god. Your family Li Lao's will mail it later. 90 people. The first one to be eliminated is actually a great avatar. What a joke. Just when everyone was not looking at Li Lazy, a frightening scene came out. Only the shadow behind Li Laosher slowly opened its eyes, and a divine spear glowing with blue divine light appeared in its hand. With a flick of its hand, the divine spear shot out like lightning. Poseidon's spear. Feeling the raging and majestic water elemental divine power on the spear, Chu Tianjiao's eyes changed slightly. What terrifying water elemental energy! Obviously, this water elemental only seemed to have the strength of an avatar, so why was it so terrifying? With a movement of her mind, the ring on her hand immediately transformed into a massive shield. Get in front of her. Poseidon's spear hit the shield hard, but she simply couldn't grasp the power of Poseidon's spear, and her shield was knocked away. Her person also flew out backwards, along with her shield, fall into the forest. Li Lao's opened his eyes and looked at the sea otter king on the side. Seeing this, the sea otter king leapt up and into the forest. A few moments later, it carried the severely injured Chu Tianjiao in its mouth and returned to Li Lao's palace. Master, I'm back. What kind of tactic did you just use? Exactly. Chu Tianjiu panted heavily and asked incredulously towards Li Lao's. When she was hit by the sea god's spear just now, she felt her soul trembling. As a great avatar, she had experienced an unknown number of dangers. Even the five-star secret realm had entered several of them. He was repeatedly seriously injured and even nearly died on several occasions. But the fear felt has never been as strong as it is today. As the words came out of her mouth, her face suddenly became horrified. Wait, could this be the power of a deity? Immediately, she didn't wait for Li Lao's to answer, as if she had already confirmed the answer, and sighed with a lost sigh. My points, all yours. After that she emptied all her points, took a potion and returned to the shore. Watching his points suddenly skyrocket from 0 to over 130, leaping to 4th place, Li Lazy's mood didn't change much. He patted the sea otter king beside him and jumped onto it. Take me somewhere quiet. Then it huffed and puffed. Seeing Chu Tianjiu fall, many people were shocked. Wang Chang and the others sucked in a breath of cool air and watched Li Laoshi go far away with extremely incredulous eyes. Wang Chang froze for a few seconds, then patted his oldest brother's shoulder. You know what to do from now on, don't you? Huang Zichao nodded heavily and said, when I see Li Lao's in the future, I will definitely bow my head. Huang Chang showed an expression of a child's teachability. At this time, many people in the outside world, looking at the image of Chu Tianjiu's failure in their cell phones, were wide-eyed. Is this Li Lazy a monster? What exactly did Li Lao's use just now to kill Chu Tianjiu in seconds? That divine power just now. At a glance, I knew it was of the water element. Could it be that Li Lao's is still a great divine power of the water element? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Even if it's a water elemental great avatar, there's no way it could have secured Chu Tianjiu in a single move, right? Lazy god. I'm sorry, it was my dog's eyes just now. I can't believe I just thought the lazy god was going to lose. I don't deserve to be his fan. Who says it isn't? To second Chu Tianjiu in 2 moves. I'm afraid that Li Lao's current strength can be called the number 1 among the 7 great avatars in the secret realm? It's hard to say. Yuan Cheng and the others aren't weak. And I saw that just now. Chu Tianjiu didn't use her bottom card at all? That's also true. If it's not a life and death duel, no one can easily use their bottom card. I'm really looking forward to Li Lazy's future performance. Inside the venue, Su Xian was so excited that he clenched his hands and his ears moved. He knew Li Lazy would win, but he didn't expect that Li Lazy would win so cleanly. The staff member wiped his eyes and muttered, asterisk 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 this young man. Are all young people so good nowadays? He's not turning it on, is he? Inside the conference room, Li Laoshir's second uncle wore a pleased smile. It's really out of my expectation. I just don't know how the fire elemental's cultivation is. And the fire element, a 17-year-old great avatar. Just be content with your old boy. Dean Fox snickered. Suddenly, he asked, by the way, do you know what that water elemental move he just used is? It doesn't feel simple. Hearing this, everyone present looked at this second uncle. They are also curious. He shook his head gently. The last time I saw Li Lazy was the last time. You shouldn't ask me about this. Go ask my brother. He might know. Dean Fox shook his head in quick succession. Then forget it. My fur is expensive. The middle-aged man in military uniform on the main seat carefully recalled the water god spear that Li Lao's had just used. He always felt this power unusually familiar. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom was in a cave within the White Mountain Heavenly Pond. A masked woman with an alluring figure was lying on a cold alabaster bed, staring intently at the television hanging on the stone wall. The corners of his mouth curled into an impish smile. Kind of interesting. The divine water elemental has finally shown up again. She looked to a nearby maid and asked, do you know his name? Reporting to Lord Buffy. His name is Li Lazy. The information shows that he comes from the Li family and is the youngest grandson of Emperor Yen. Li family. That bad old man's family well. It seems like we have to meet this old man again. Li Laoshir's sudden advancement in points and Chu Tianjiu's fall in ranking set off a furor within the secret territory. No one could have imagined that the renowned Chu Tianjiu would lose at the hands of an unheard of new great avatar. This caused the other 5, all of them, to add a hint of oppression. 2 Dao-robed youths sat together on a large tree in a swamp. Beneath their feet was a huge wooden giant formation. As long as a foreign beast entered it, it would be quickly strangled by the massive wood energy within the giant formation, turned into a blood meal to attract other beasts. Brother Yuan, do we really not need to go and meet this Li Lazy? If we join forces, in the top 5, our Green Dragon Academy can take at least 2, the prodigal youth asked. Yuan Qing shook his head, closed his eyes, and squeezed a spell. When he opened his eyes, he looked to the east. Don't bother. Maybe we'll meet soon. That was exactly the direction that Li Laoshi was in. Li Laos was carried by the Sea Otter King into a huge cave not far from the lake. The cave floor is too wet. Li Lazy then wrapped himself in vines to make a sleeping bag and hung from a stone pillar to sleep. As if King Sea Otter was afraid that Li Lazy would fall down, he called a group of minions to sleep under Li Lazy's sleeping bag. This sleep was for days. 4 days later, Li Laos suddenly heard a huge rumble. He woke up abruptly. Opening his eyes, he saw only a dark and narrow underground tunnel appear on the ground not far from the cave. What's this? The same scene appeared in hundreds of other places within the secret territory at the same time. Seeing the smile, Elder Chow in the main seat of the venue revealed a hint of a smile. Now I'll see how lazy you can be. Chapter 64 Weird Dungeon. Killing king-level monsters in seconds. A huge rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire secret realm as countless tunnels appeared in front of the many participants. There were even participants who didn't react before falling into the tunnel and being swallowed by the endless darkness. The crowd was horrified. But seeing the points, those people didn't die and weren't eliminated, which relaxed them a little. What happened? What's this? There was no notice before the game started. Could it be that something has gone wrong in the secret realm? How is this possible? The Island of Mists is a secret realm created by many powerful people of the land god immortal realm. It's impossible for something to go wrong. What's drawn unknown elemental energy in this tunnel? Are we going to check it out? Don't. It looks like it's dangerous in there. I'll go if you don't. I can't make it into the top 30 with my strength anyway. The big deal is that I'll be eliminated by crushing my jade pendant. Countless people murmured and looked towards this dark underground tunnel, revealing scornful expressions. After a few minutes of hesitation, a number of people headed towards the tunnel, either alone or in groups. There was also a lot of talk in the outside world about this sudden scene. Inside the live broadcast room, in all the major forums, they were all frantically screened. Su Xian narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The staff member sitting beside him said, "Don't worry, this kind of thing happens every time there's a martial arts competition. But this time, the commotion seems to be a bit too big." Su Xian nodded. Inside the conference room, the crowd of great avatars all looked towards Elder Chow, who was sitting in the main seat. Elder Chow's mind moved, and an ancient yellow scroll spread out in front of everyone's eyes out of thin air. There were several paintings painted on it of a group of black monsters held within several cages. Dungeon? Elder Joe nodded. Dean Fox said from the sidelines, "In these recent years, although we have controlled most of this secret realm, but it has many functions that we still don't know. But just last year, we discovered a new feature of this secret realm. It can make a strange black shadow monster by consuming energy. These monsters can have multiple attributes, multiple strengths, and multiple shapes, so we wanted to take the opportunity to test this new feature." The red-haired second uncle took a sip of tea and stared at Li Lazy without looking away. A great avatar asked worriedly, "Will this be dangerous?" Elder Chow shook his head and said, "No, the core of the secret realm is controlled by Lord Wood Emperor himself, and he's old enough to observe what's happening within the secret realm at all times, then making this black shadow monster. The energy consumed." Another great avatar said worriedly, "Opening a secret realm was an energy-intensive matter, and as an avatar of the Alien Resources Bureau, he was very sensitive to such matters. Don't worry, after this monster is killed, this energy will return to the secret realm. It won't cause any massive loss of energy. At most, there will be a small amount of loss in the process of returning to the secret realm." The one in the military uniform landed on the word of God. Looking at the tunnel, Li Lazy showed a puzzled expression. His consciousness entered it, trying to use his spiritual perception to probe the information inside. However, he realized that it was as if he was shielded. No matter how he exerted his divine ability, all he found was a blank space or pitch black. Strange? What the hell is in this tunnel? Forget it, don't think about it. Sleeping. Li Lazy continued to close his eyes. Many of the people outside who were watching the live broadcast had expected Li Lazy to at least go down and watch. But see this scene. All of them couldn't help but twitch their eyes at the moment. You can't be too Li Lazy. Has he always been this lazy? The staff of the martial arts venue looked curiously at Su Xian and asked, "I must defend the young master's reputation." Su Xian thought firmly. So nodded. Yes. Inside the conference room, that military land god looked at Li Laos with a slight frown. Disgruntled, he looked at the red-haired second uncle Gong Dao. "What the hell is wrong with your Li family? Teaching a genius to be this lazy? When the tournament is over, I feel compelled to hand him over to our military for a little conditioning." The second uncle said, "Whatever. Do whatever you want with him as long as you can catch him. This asshole. He used to be able to find all kinds of places to hide when he didn't have powers, even so outrageous as to sleep in the same bed as the old ancestors. Now with psychic powers and a great avatar, trying to catch him is similar to finding a needle at the bottom of a river." The uniformed middle-aged man looked to Dean Fox. Dean Fox nodded softly as well. "Ley elements are in a good mood today. Happy little dance." Sang out loud, "Love you walk alone in a dark alley. Love you do not kneel in the mold. Love you confrontation over despair. Refuse to cry a. The fire elemental that was practicing opened its eyes in annoyance and stood up and kicked the thunder elemental in the ass. Fire elemental energy plus 10. Thunder elemental aggrieved cover the small buttocks. Dared to be angry. The heart silently said, the abominable fire elemental. Dared to beat my buttocks. When I used to become strong, I must. The fire elemental glared at the thunder elemental. The thunder elemental decisively left the fire elemental's line of sight. Control energy. Numinous energy. Practicing while happily sipping ice curacao. Control energy plus 10. Numinous energy plus 10. The divine water elemental is meditating. Divine water energy plus 52. The water carries all things and the dragon and tiger body refining technique are being practiced together by you and me. Energy capacity plus 10. Host body plus 15. I don't know how long more. Li Lao slowly opened his eyes as a cool breeze blew outside the cave. He felt instantly refreshed. The entrance to that tunnel is still there. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should go in and take a look, suddenly, he realized that a dark shadow was watching him from the side of that tunnel. It was a face. It had a monkey-like features with a grinning expression. What the hell is this? Just as Li Lao's was puzzled, this black shadow jumped out, opening a mouth bigger than its face. It bit down on Li Lao's. Li Laosher just briefly glanced at it. The black shadow then spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes. That's it. I thought how strong it was. That's when another mass of dark shadows burrowed out. This time, Li Lao's didn't make a move. The black shadow had only just gotten close to Li Lao's when the Sea Otter King flipped over. And then it's gone. More and more dark shadows burrowed out of the tunnel next. The Sea Otter King stood up self-consciously and sat his butt down on that tunnel. Pussed. Farted. It was much quieter. Li Lazy fell asleep again. But just a few minutes later, he suddenly heard the Sea Otter King's call. Li Lao's opened his eyes and saw the Sea Otter King looking at himself with an aggrieved face. It pouted, pointing down the dark, long tunnel before pointing at its own ass. The hands kept gesturing various movements. Li Lao saw a clear teeth mark on its fat ass. Even the fur was bitten off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Li Lao's laughter, the Sea Otter King froze for a moment, then crossed his arms and looked at Li Lao's angrily. Grunting, he said something that Li Lao's couldn't understand. It wasn't hard to guess from its expression. It said something along the lines of "Why are you such a palace master Sama?" Something like that. Li Lazy laughed again. The Sea Otter King got even more angry and took out a fish bigger than Li Laosher from somewhere, hugged it and gnawed on it. Just then, a scream came from inside the tunnel. The Sea Otter King and Li Laosi exchanged a glance, and the one otter and the other otter looked at the tunnel in unison. A moment later, a black silhouette emerged from it. It wasn't the same as the weak black shadow from before. This time, the black shadow actually had the strength of a commander level. The vines grew on the ground, and the black shadow was strangled in no time. It dissolved into a wisp of black gas and dissipated into the air. Points plus 5. This tunnel, there's something odd. Li Laos walked into the tunnel. With a single movement of his mind, a wisp of fire appeared in front of him, illuminating the path ahead. The Sea Otter King followed, but it was just too big. No matter how you squeeze, only one head comes in. As it watched Li Laos walk further and further away, it called out anxiously, just as Li Lazy told it to behave itself at the entrance of the cave. A baby sea otter hopped up on his shoulder and rubbed its head against his face. Lord Palace Master, the nest is here, so you can get smaller. Then what did you just squeeze? Li Laos gave it a look. Feet off the ground. He drifted deeper into the tunnel. It didn't take him long to see several broken cages. Those black shadows before, they should have drilled out from here. But inside the secret realm, why would there be such a place? Li Laos went deeper, and the space gradually opened up. It was like an underground world inside. The terrain was complicated, and quite a few black shadow monsters were generating and scurrying inside. Anyone? Li Laos looked to a tunnel not far away, and two figures slowly walked in from it. They moved slowly, sometimes advancing, sometimes looking around. Old Shah, do you see someone up ahead? He's only one guy. Should we go ask him to join our team? Are you crazy? This kind of lone wolf is the most terrifying. Either strong, soloing alone until now, either ruthless, getting all his teammates killed. But, nothing but, let's go around him and head the other way. The two headed in the opposite direction of Li Lazy, but after just 2 or 3 steps, they stopped in their tracks, because they saw that there was a terrifying black monster in front of them, looking at them, more than 3 meters tall, frog-like, with eyes as big as a baby's head and a tongue that danced nimbly as if it were a tentacle. It was the aura of a king-level foreign beast. Done. The two men's hearts sank. Just as they were about to crush the jade pendant, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Looking at the dissipating black gas, the two were stunned in place. The brain went blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they snapped to attention. Turning back to Li Lazy, he was still standing in the same place he stood before. Unlike before, a small flame was burning at his fingertips at the moment. 30 points. Not bad. The two men looked at each other. Did he kill the monster just now? It should be. When the monster died just now, a strong fire elemental energy erupted from its body, killing a king level foreign beast in seconds. Which ruthless person is this? Why don't we go up and thank them? The one who had previously disagreed with teaming up with Li Lazy hesitated for a moment at the moment, and then nodded heavily. The two men walked toward Li Lazy. At this moment the outside world is already making a lot of noise. Many of the staff members were wide-eyed, but only Su Xin didn't have much of a reaction. A staff member said to Su Xin, "Li Lazy, he is still." Without waiting for him to finish, Su Xin gently nodded. The staff sucked in a breath of air. What a monster! Even if the wood elemental great avatar is fine, the fire elemental is surprisingly also a great avatar, and it also possesses the mysterious and unpredictable water elemental energy. The newcomers nowadays are really getting perverted. I don't know who is stronger or weaker than Yuanchang and him. In the conference room, many people looked at the red-haired second uncle. Elder Qiao was the first to speak. Your Li family is really unkind, hiding everything. Li Laos didn't expose it even if it was exposed. Exposed that he hid his strength, you didn't even tell us. The uniformed middle-aged man nodded with a face of approval. The second uncle had a hard time saying it. Seeing this expression on his face, Elder Qiao couldn't help but ask strangely, "You old boy, you wouldn't also be unaware that he's a fire elemental archon? I'm so likely to not know." The second uncle, who had been a strong man all his life, gently raised his head in feigned casualness. "It's just that I don't think it's going to help if I tell you guys. You can't produce such excellent offspring anyway, and no more." Others. Mr. Ruler, who was in class at the moment, kept his cell phone ringing. As soon as he opened it, a bunch of messages scolding him appeared in the screen. "You shameless old thing. The next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. Thief. Woodchuck. You're a thief. Shameless villain. Abominable abomination. Woodlack. I'm not playing with you." They were all enrollment teachers from the major colleges who had gone to Jiangnan province with him before. "Why are you scolding me for no reason?" Mu Jio frowned, a little upset. That's when a new message appeared in the screen. "Director of Instruction, Mu Mu. You can do it. You recruited such a big god without saying a word and didn't even talk to me about it." God? Is this about Li Lazy? Didn't I tell him everything about Li Lazy? Just as Mu Jio was wondering, a pop-up news appeared at the top of the screen. National Martial Arts Competition Update. Great Avatar Li Lazy is a Fire Elemental Great Avatar in addition to being a Wood Elemental Great Avatar. Oh, the Avatar. What? The Avatar? Fire Element? Mu Jio stared in disbelief. Spinning around, he laughed out loud. Hurriedly, he sent his carefully edited message to the group of people who had just scolded him, one by one. "Alas, Li Lazy is partial to joining our Green Dragon Academy. I can't help it." As he watched the message being sent to completion, Mu Jio couldn't help but snicker. The students at the podium looked at him strangely. "Mr. Wood, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, class. Let's get on with the lesson." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Now we see page 107 of the textbook. Ha 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 ha. Sorry classmates. Ha 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 ha. Students. Chapter 65. One power breaks all laws. Acting too bad. The light of the underground was too dark, and the two of them approached before they could clearly see Li Laosher's slightly tender face. Immediately, he couldn't help but freeze. So handsome. No. So young? Fire Avatar. Is there such a person in this contestant? Wouldn't he be a monster too? At the thought, the two men's bodies stiffened for a moment. Why does he have this thing on his shoulder? I don't think pets are allowed in the secret world. He can't really not be human. Can he? The two men looked at each other fearfully. And in the end, it was the slightly more mature young man who spoke stiffly. Thanks to this senior. No, friend for stepping in to help. My name is Sha Zhu, and this is my brother Yu Yang. He arched his hand, ready to crush the jade pendant and escape. Not even a thought of resistance. After all, the one standing in front of him was a ruthless person who could kill a king-level monster in seconds. Stupid pig? Kill a pig? What the hell kind of name is that? My name is Li Lazy. Li Lazy? Li Lazy from the Li family, who won first place in the Jiangnan provincial selection contest. They had heard of Li Lazy's reputation when they were at the venue though, but they sat on the other side of Li Lazy, so they didn't see Li Lazy himself. Now after they heard that the person in front of them was Li Lazy, they couldn't help but all relax. It's good to be normal. That lazy god, can we follow you? That way we can have this care for each other as well. As if Shaju was afraid that Li Laos would refuse. He finished and continued in a hurry. You get all the points. we'll just have a soup on the side. Li Lazy was going to refuse and turn back. It's dark and cool underground, not good for sleeping, but he suddenly noticed that the tunnel he had come through had disappeared at some point. After a few seconds of thought, a slight nod was given. Shaju and Yu Yang showed surprised smiles. They had thought that Li Lao's would refuse to come. After all, they were so weak. Don't care about the avatar's strength. Then lazy god, what do we do next? Yu Yang asked. You guys watch it? Li Lao stretched his back and his entire body floated up in the air. Close your eyes and start sleeping. Hearing Li Lazy's shallow snoring, the two of them stared in disbelief. It's still possible? Lao Sha, the exits have been blocked off at some point, so we'd better find a place to get out first. What about the lazy god? He should be following us all the way, right? Phew. As the two chatted, several dark shadows scurried around the trio, just as the two were looking for an opportunity to plan a strike. With a bang, the black shadows blew themselves up, and the black gas dissipated into the air. Shadrach flashed a smile. Let's get started. The two began to grope their way through the darkness, with Li Lazy floating right behind them. Several times it scared the hell out of them, but it didn't take long for the two to get used to it. During their exploration, they find the three of them in a strange underground cavern. Lots of broken dungeons in the grotto. The grotto is fully enclosed and contains many organs. The only way to open the right passage to the other caves is to find the right organ. But they searched for half a day without finding it, and kept circling the same cave. The powerful black shadow monsters were solved by Li Lao's, and the weaker ones were solved by themselves. But even so, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat rose on the two men's foreheads. They looked at Li Lao's behind them with envious faces. It's nice to have psychic powers. Old Sha, did you find the organ? Shaju shook his head and looked embarrassed. No, but I guess it's close. Listen, there's a sound on the other side of this wall. There should be a cave over there as well. Yu Yang attached his ear to the wall and listened carefully. And sure enough, he heard a sound coming from over there. There were men and women, so it seemed like there were quite a few of them. The two continued to move. Outside, Suexian looked at Li lazily floating in midair, his face showing helplessness. He looked curiously at the other images. It was found that most of them were trapped in the first cave and could not get out. Just like the three Li Laos, only a few entered the second cave. The second cave seemed to be no different from the one it seemed to be. Still dark. The only difference was that the monsters seemed to have gotten more numerous. More and more of them, one after another, were eliminated. As usual, a number of people in the live room voiced their opinions. This cave is too treacherous, isn't it? And with this mess, quite a few people have been directly eliminated. Yeah, my brother was eliminated from the cave just after he entered it. It's too bad. Isn't this a points race? Why do we even have to play Decipher? What's the point of doing that? Decryption? That's obviously a minor point, right? The main theme is still fighting. That's right. Those few great avatars entered the secret realm like they were on drugs, and their points rubbed off on them. The only ones who have finished the cave to decrypt the game are probably the only ones on Li Lazy's team. Isn't Li Lazy really bullying the players? The bulk of the points are taken by him alone. Upstairs Shavi, if it wasn't for Li Lazy, I'm afraid those two would have been eliminated a long time ago. That said, this Li Lazy is still strong. Can an avatar not be strong? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that he can fall asleep while floating. I've added quite a few numinous avatars, and he's the only one who's used his numinous abilities for this. Li Lazy, shame on the numinous alien master. More people to decipher faster. Li Lazy team only 2 people. This do not know to get to the monkey years and months to go. Windstar Soul has also entered the next cave. Yuan Chang from the Green Dragon Academy also went in. Of the 7 great avatars, only Li Lazy is still in place. Everyone, look! Yuan Chang from the Green Dragon Academy and Xiao Dong from the White Tiger Academy are facing each other. It seems that entering this second cave is a huge underground world where everyone will meet. And the fun has just begun. Just as everyone was chatting, many people looked at the screen where Li Lao's was and their eyes widened. A question mark came to mind. That's okay? A black shadow monster was slapped to death by Li Lao's. He slowly fell from midair and opened his eyes. Lazy god, you've woken up. Yu Yang rushed forward to greet him. Li Lao's glanced at Shaju, who was fumbling with the wall. What's he doing? Find the organs. Yu Yang briefly talked to Li Lao's about the idea that the only way to enter the next cave was to find and hit the organs. Li Lazy nodded and touched the wall with a smile. This is easy. Yu Yang was pleasantly surprised and said, Lazy god, you know where the organs are? Li Lazy shook his head. Yu Yang, just enter the next cave, right? Li Lao's asked. Yu Yang nodded and said, that's true, but we have to find the organ first. No need to be so troublesome. Li Lazy said, you go to get that who? Shaju, yes, call him back. Although he didn't know what Li Lazy's reason for doing so was, Yu Yang did as he was told. Sha Zhu, who was called back, looked at Yu Yang with a puzzled expression. Get out of the way. You guys. The two retreated a few meters away. Li Lazy stroked the stone wall. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. Fire overflowed and thunder rolled. Vines grew wildly on the ground, strangling the rocks, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust cleared, a huge hole appeared in front of the trio's eyes. On the other side of the hole was a dark underground world. There were all sorts of exotic flowers and plants growing. It was also possible to see that a few people who were contestants like them were looking over here in horror. Sha Zhu and Yu Yang stared wide-eyed. It's still possible? They had worked hard for half a day, but they couldn't even match one move of Li Lao's. Is this the legendary one power to break all laws? Inside the live feed. That's okay? A path never envisioned. I thought I saw thunder and lightning just now. Was it just me? Stand up for the person who said this was a puzzle game before. You call this a puzzle game? The brain circuits of the lazy god are really different from those of regular people. How did Li Lazy come up with this method? It's also too godly. My friend upstairs. Is there a possibility that he was just too lazy to look for the organs? So he came up with this method. It's still possible. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Inside the conference room, many great avatars looked at Elder Qiao with strange eyes. Is this what your old man was talking about? Exercising thinking skills in the midst of danger? It's not dangerous or thinking, is it? Elder Zhou coughed twice in embarrassment. What are you looking at me for? I also didn't expect that this kid would not follow the rules. The uniformed middle-aged man said. This kind of character, Li Lazy, is very suitable for our military region. Fox, I suggest that Li Lazy just join our military. It's a pure waste of talent for him to go to your Green Dragon Academy. Dean Fox grinned with a disinterested look on his face. How it was the other 4 academies that came to rob Li Laoshi. He might still worry about it. But if it's the military, he's worried less. Let's go. The two froze for a moment, then nodded. Keep up with Li Lazy. On the opposite side of the cave, 3 men and 2 women looked at the 3 Li Laos vigilantly. You are Li Laos? Li Laos glanced at these people with an indifferent expression, too lazy to react. Instead, he leapt up to a stone pillar and looked down on the dark earth. Those dark monsters had the ability to shield Li Lazy's mental perception, but the terrain here did not. With just a brief glance, Li Laoshi had a rough idea of what was going on here. There are quite a lot of people here. Except for those who didn't enter the tunnel. Everyone will be converged here, right? Feel yourself being watched by something. Li Laoshi's eyes became sharp. Compare your finger to a gun and fire a shot at a spot. Boom! There was a great fire that spewed out from his fingertips, forming a prairie fire like a fire dragon spitting. A few people below looked confused, but the next moment countless wailing voices were heard. The firelight illuminated the 4 directions, and countless black gases dissipated in the red flames. A few dark shadows twisted in the flames, leaving only a dusty mess of burnt to ashes moments later. Points plus 20. Li Lazy's expression remained cold. He jumped off the stone pillar and flew towards the depths of darkness. The 3 men and 2 women first exclaimed how handsome they were, but then a wave of backward wariness took over the high ground of their moods. It was surprising that there were so many monsters staring at them from the shadows just now. If not Li Lazy. One man gulped and said fearfully, what do we do now? What else can we do? This damn place is just too dangerous. What we have to do now is naturally to look for more people. The more people there are, the safer it is. Another man's. A few others nodded. The 5 unanimously looked at both Sha Zhu and Yu Yang. There are just too many monsters in this hellhole. So much so that Li Lazy couldn't find a quiet place to rest. All he could do was keep killing. It didn't take long for him to securely enter the 6th place on the leaderboard. In terms of his scoreboard ranking, second only to the other 6 great avatars. Chu Tianjiao's points had also risen very quickly, and after all the previous points had been taken by Li Lao's, he now entered and reached 4th place again. The benefits of being strong were manifested at this moment. The Sea Otter King looked left and right over Li Lazy's shoulder. Li Laos perceived with his spirit and realized that there were 2 people walking over there. Someone? Li Laos eyed the front and realized that the visitors were a man and a woman. The man was being assisted, about 2 meters tall, badly injured, with a bandage around his waist, and spitting blood from his mouth. The woman's clothes were ragged, her delicate skin was exposed, but her hair was not messy, instead it was tied up neatly. He looked at the 2 oddly. After those 2 saw Li Laos, it was as if they had seen a savior. Couldn't wait to run up. Help! Help us! Please! The woman took Li Lazy's hand and rubbed it against her body. Li Laos frowned slightly in disgust and drew back his hand, wiping it on his body as he scrutinized the 2 men. Both of them were at the late stage of the avatar stage. In this secret realm, it was considered a very strong contestant. what do you want? Seeing Li Lao's disliking herself like this, the woman frowned, but still said in a pitiful manner, this friend, my teammate is injured. I wonder if you can save him. The burly man looked at Li Lao's and also revealed an expression that begged for help. His face was pale, so it was evident that he was really badly injured. Li Lazy laughed softly. Of course, the two were ecstatic. But in the next second, countless vines rose up from the ground, binding the two to death, hanging in mid-air. The great avatar. The two men looked horrified. You, what do you want? Brother, even if you don't want to save people, you don't have to be like this, right? Let's have a talk. Let's have a talk. Li Lao's looked at the two with an expressionless face and stretched. You too. Acting is a bit bad. Ugh. Chapter 66, Even God Can't Stop Me From Sleeping. Discovered. The two men's minds went blank, feeling the stern aura from Li Lao's. That big man trembled and said, you, what do you want? The faint smile on Li Lao's face at this moment was tantamount to the devil's smile in their eyes. Li Lazy didn't say anything, still sleepily looking at the two. Ask an inexplicable question. You too, do you know any place that's quiet and undisturbed? Hearing the question, the two froze. That's what's wrong. Is this the time to ask such questions? But the two dared not fail to answer. The woman tremblingly pointed to the west and said in a trembling voice, there is a megalithic forest over there, where monsters are rarer and much quieter compared to other places. But, how can this person speak only half of the words? Li Lao's looked at her unhappily, as if the female thought she had made Li Lazy angry. She hurriedly shut her mouth. Rubbish. The burly man glared at the woman and hurriedly said, it's just that side is occupied by the Xuanwu Academy's people, and they don't allow other people to go there. The great avatar of the Xuanwu Academy seems to be called Ouyang Yufei. Li Lao's mind floated back to Su Xian's message from a few days ago, due to his old mom-like constant chanting. Ouyang Yufei, 24 years old, metallic, insect system great avatar. The character is cold and cruel, doesn't seem to be a good master to get along with. No wonder he did this kind of thing. Li Lazy nodded gently. The two men blushed. The burly man hurriedly asked, excuse me, can we go now? Li Laoshi looked at the two with odd eyes. Do you guys think that's possible? Damn it. I didn't realize that one day I'd be in the gutter. A flash of sternness passed in the burly man's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked towards Li Lao's, this student, what's your name? Is this a way to get back at me later? Li Lao's laughed softly, not bothering to tell him his name. Mindfulness. The vines wrapped around the two men tensed steeply. The two realized that something was wrong. Their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly crushed the jade pendant. The figure instantly turned into white particles and disappeared into the secret realm. That was a quick escape. Li Lao's leaped, message in the darkness, and ran and floated toward the west. Because it's too fast. The Sea Otter King was babbling on his shoulder, and if Li Lao's didn't know that he was a king-level fae, he might have actually thought that he was afraid. Annoyed by his barking, Li Lazy peeled it into his arms. The Sea Otter King rubbed against Li Lao's arms twice, then quietly fell asleep. Li Lazy. This guy, why is he lazier than me? Center of the venue. Two silhouettes flew out from the door of the secret realm. It's a man and a woman. The two men gasped for air, cold sweat breaking out on their bodies, and it took them a while to get up from the ground. Damn it! The burly man cursed. Noticing the gazes of those around her, the woman hurriedly covered the strong man's mouth. Watch out! Trouble comes out of the mouth. The burly man shut his mouth. A staff member enthusiastically came to the two and asked, are you all right? Do you need treatment? The burly man shook his head. The woman couldn't help but ask, who was that guy who just eliminated us? She wasn't trying to be vindictive either. She simply wanted to ask. After all, they were eliminated only a few days after the start. Even if they had a good heart, they would still be upset. Hearing the woman's question, the staff member looked surprised and said, don't you know him? He's famous? The burly man said. The staff member was puzzled for a moment, nodding, then shaking his head. His name is Li Lazy. He's from the Li family. You guys should know about the Li family, right? This time when the secret realm was built, his old man, the Fire Saint, stepped in. The Fire Saint, that is to say, Li Lazy's second uncle, that strongest old man of the Li family besides Yen Di. Hearing the words Li family, the two were instantly shocked. Surprisingly, it's the Li family. You guys really don't know? The staff member said. The woman smiled apologetically and said, we've been in seclusion for the last 2 years, and we're very aware of what's going on in the outside world. The staff member revealed an expression of realization and left after a few brief words. The woman gave the burly man a reproachful look. It's all your fault. If you hadn't started coming up with this kind of plan, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. Explain it to master yourself later. The strong man touched his head in embarrassment and couldn't help but whisper, At the beginning you were the most happy with your points. Now you say change your face. Really a woman's heart. Under the sea needle ah. Young master is awesome. Su Xian revealed a smile and continued to look at Li Lao's excitedly. Li Lazy worked his way west. After 10 minutes or so, a forest of boulders was finally found. The terrain here is steep and boulders are circling. Some of the boulders, which even seemed to be piled up into a castle, were dozens of meters high. No wonder there are few monsters here. It's so chaotic. Even a monster would have to get lost, right? Li Lao's floated in and came to the depths of the stone forest. After taking care of a few annoying monsters, just when the crowd thought he was going to show off his skills, Li Lao's directly laid down in the same place and began to sleep. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room was filled with question marks. Su Xian had already seen it all long ago, and only a few black lines surfaced on his forehead. A helpless sigh. Inside the conference room, the fire saint coughed twice in embarrassment and closed his eyes, as if to say, don't look at me, I don't want him. Many people in Jiangnan province were crying and laughing. The thunder elemental challenges the fire elemental. The fire elemental easily defeats the thunder elemental, and the thunder elemental is finished. The thunder elemental is not convinced and continues to fight. The fire elemental once again defeated the thunder elemental with ease. The thunder elemental has been fighting the fire elemental for over 100 rounds and is already full of wounds, but it still glares at the fire elemental with a puff of air and initiates a fight. The fire elemental looked at him helplessly and laid himself down under the lightning strike of the thunder elemental, watching himself defeat the fire elemental. The thunder elemental was so excited that he danced and laughed. Master is back on his feet. Other powers and feats. Look at the thunder elemental with the eyes of an idiot. The thunder elemental is full of care and happy to do a hot dance. The fire elemental lies on the ground, looking helplessly at the thunder elemental. Thunder elemental excitedly picks up fire elemental and says in a condescending manner, "Little fire, the god of thunder will cover you from now on." The fire elemental laughed a bit, then nodded. The sea otter king regrew in size and was slept underneath Li Lazy. I don't know how long it took, but Li Lazy was woken up by a loud noise. He slowly stood up and opened his eyes to see behind a large stone pillar not far away. A group of avatars were in a fierce battle with a group of black monsters. Attacks of various colors shot randomly, hitting the surrounding boulders and shaking them. Looking at the boulders swaying around him, which could come crashing down at any time, Li Lao's frowned slightly. Mindfulness. Instantly the fire filled the sky, and those black monsters were instantly engulfed. Quiet. Li Lazy flashed a smile and continued to huff and puff. Chapter 67 Xian Academy. Ouyang Yufei. Points +6. Points +10. Points +8. Rumble. The terrifying fire swept over everything, and countless monsters were annihilated in the endless flames. It's like fallen leaves in the fall that ignite and turn to ashes when they catch fire. Watching all of this, the avatars in place were bewildered and still didn't know what had happened. Good. What a powerful fire elemental power. What's going on here? Could it be that Chu Tianzhou is nearby? It shouldn't be her. If it was her, she wouldn't have helped us at all. Instead I would have hammered us all out of the misty realm. If not her, then who could it be? Someone said incredulously. It was as if he was still immersed in the fire he had just been in, his eyes frozen, not slowing down. Whose fire elemental would be this strong within the secret territory right now besides her? Look at the scoreboard. You guys. Just then, an avatar wearing the Xuanwu school's uniform said loudly. The others subconsciously communicated the secret realm's points list. Only the list at this time, compared to before, had undergone a striking change. First place, Ouyang Yufei, 286. Second place, Yuan Cheng, points, 267. Third place, Li Lazy, points, 244. Fourth place, Winstar Soul, points, 223. Fifth place, Xiao Dynamic, points, 220. Li Lazy, who was still outside the top 5 before, jumped into the third place position at once. What's going on here? Who is this Li Lao's? Someone asked in disbelief. Li Lazy is the 7th place great avatar of this competition. As if he's from the Yen Deili family, a wood attribute great avatar. How did his points skyrocket so much all of a sudden? I don't know, but there are only 2 possibilities if so many points have skyrocketed at once. The first is killing a bunch of demonic beasts or black monsters at once, and the second is robbing a whole bunch of people at once. Robbery. This shouldn't be possible. I don't see anyone on the list losing their points all of a sudden either. A crowd of avatars were talking. It's hard not to. At this moment, an avatar suddenly said, "The flames just now couldn't have been caused by him, right? That's the only way to explain how he suddenly gained so many points." I don't think so. Isn't he a wood attribute great avatar? Someone said in disbelief. The great avatars, the mainstay of the human race. For an ordinary alien to become a great avatar, It would take 2 or 3 years in the short term, and it might take 40 or 50 years, or even longer. Those like that who had become great divine masters in 10 years or so could already be called geniuses. For Li Laos to become a great avatar at an age that was not yet 20 years old was already a terrifying thing, but now someone had actually told him that not only was he a great avatar, but he was also a dual attribute dual great avatar. This qualifies as absolutely appalling. Not only was he in disbelief, it was more difficult to accept. I think it's possible. Li Laos is after all a member of the Yen Dili family. In case people have hidden their strength before, it's possible that they've only given out one wood attribute. How old is Li Laos? It seems like he's 17 or 18 years old. A great avatar of 2 elements. This gap between people is that big? I have a way to know if the person who was just there was Li Lazy. What way? Nonsense. Of course we're looking for someone. With the complexity of the underground world, he shouldn't have gone far yet. Let's chase after him and find out. The crowd scattered and radiated in all directions like loose sand. Wanted to see if the mysterious strongman just now was Li Lazy or not, but they had only taken a few steps when they heard the voice of one of their companions. Wait, don't go yet. The crowd looked to him. I only heard him say, I think we should leave people alone. Why? Many people showed puzzled expressions. He pointed to the corner of a large stone pillar not far from the side and said, if nothing else, that should be Li Lazy. The crowd looked toward that, only to see a teenager was lying next to a large stone pillar, as if he was unconscious, or as if he was asleep. Why is there a man there? Someone asked curiously. You say he's Li Lazy? Go and see if you don't. What's the matter with him? Passed out from power overdraft and fainted? Why do I feel like he's sleeping? Take the feeling out of it. I feel like he fainted. How could anyone sleep in such a place? The crowd slowly approached Li Lazy with a word from you and a word from me. It was only when I got close to him that I realized that he was indeed sleeping. Almost everyone present was an avatar, and even from a dozen meters away, they could hear Li Lao's shallow breathing. At the same time, they also magically discovered that the place where Li Lazy slept appeared to be different from other places there as well. Not a speck of dust. Even if any dust and rubble fell from the large stone pillar next to him, it would be magically and automatically insulated from him. What do we do now? A student from the Xuanwu Academy looked around himself at his companions. Why don't we go up and take a look? The crowd nodded and came to Li Lazy's side. Just when they wanted to touch Li Laos with their hands to wake him up, they suddenly felt a powerful force confine them. They looked toward their feet in panic, only to see that at an unknown time, a vine as thick as an adult's finger had already wrapped all of their feet in a deadly tangle. Although this vine looked weak, it contained a powerful energy within it, making them unable to move the slightest bit. It was useless for them to even try to run the power in their bodies to resist. It can only remain tied up like this. As soon as any semblance of power bubbled out of the body, it would immediately be absorbed by the vines and turned into nutrients. Damn it! When? The crowd was alarmed, looking toward Li Lazy, only to see that at an unknown time, Li Laos had already disappeared without a trace. Who are you people? A clear voice came from above. The crowd looked up as a huge vine wrapped around 2 huge stone pillars, forming a vine arch bridge. Li Laos, who was sleeping in front of them just now, was already sitting on top of that arch bridge, looking down at them. His whole person though looked like a lazy, uncontested person. However, at this moment, no avatar on the scene dared to relax and be careless, because they know, this teenager in front of him could throw them out of the secret realm at any time if he wanted to. Brother, you're mistaken. Yeah, we came to thank you for taking care of those black monsters for us earlier. The Xuanwu Academy's man hurriedly begged for mercy. Li Laos frowned slightly. Thank me? Black monster? He vaguely recalled that when he was dreaming just now, he appeared to have casually burned some demonic beasts to death with a large fire. Turns out it wasn't a dream. There is indeed such a thing. But I did you guys a favor. Why are you bothering me in my sleep? In that case, go away then. Don't disturb my rest. Li Laos waved his hand in annoyance and was about to throw them all out. Throw as far as you can. Buzz. A poisonous stinger then shot at him from the shadows. A huge wasp appeared not far in front of him, which was the size of an elephant cub, with hideous mouthparts that retained purple venom. The cacophonous rattling sound of the vibrating wings was audible to almost the entire underground world. Li Laos simply looked at it for a few moments before moving his gaze downward to see a young man with a full head of silver hair and brown skin. If you don't want to be out of the game right now, let go of my Xuanwu Academy people. Chapter 68 Wonder Zoo. Phoenix Blood. Seeing this person, the hearts of quite a few of the alien power users in the outside world who were watching the live broadcast unconsciously lifted up. Not because of anything else, just because it's Ouyang Yufei, the Xuanwu Academy's newest recruit this year. A supreme genius. There isn't one. At only 24 years of age, he had already become a great avatar, and an extremely rare bug system at that. There are countless poisonous insects in his hands. Even some veteran great avatars did not want to be enemies with them. After all, every Imperial Bugmaster was an expert in using poison, and if you messed with them, you wouldn't even know how to die when the time came. Moreover, according to the grapevine, Ouyang Yufei was not only an insect system great avatar, but his golden elemental cultivation, too, had already entered the realm of the great avatar. A handful of black metal purgatory is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this person was also vindictive and cold to the core, making him a very difficult opponent. Surprisingly, it's Ouyang Yufei. This is bad. I don't know if Li Lao's is his opponent. Ouyang Yufei's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the 7 great avatars in this tournament. I wonder how Li Laoshi will respond. I don't think he'll continue to be lazy. I guess not. Li Lazy is in danger. Just in time. Take this opportunity to see Li Lazy's true strength. If he's still the same as before, just wait for the exit. After not seeing him for a few months, Ouyang Yufei seems to have gotten stronger again. There was a lot of talk in the major broadcast rooms, outside the secret world, inside the playing field. Although Su Xian knew that this person was definitely not a match for his own young master, he was still staring closely at the screen, not daring to let go of a single detail. The staff member next to him smiled at the sight. What? Worried? Do I look like I'm worried to you? So what are you nervous about? I want to see how that one got out. The staff member immediately revealed an expression of what are you bragging about and said, do you know who that person is? That's Ouyang Yufei, the Xuanwu Academy's supreme genius. Su Xian didn't even bother to look at him as he asked rhetorically, could it be that my young master isn't a supreme genius? The staff member wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute it for a while. After stammering for a while, he said, can that be the same? That person is an experienced great avatar who has truly been to battle. Your young master probably hasn't even seen blood a few times yet. Su Xian lazily ignored him, staring intently at the big screen. The staff member, seeing that he had made a fool of himself, did not continue. It was also glued to the screen, ready to punch Su Xian in the face. The originally dead conference room gradually came alive because of Ouyang Yufei's appearance. The middle-aged man from the military laughed. Li Lazy has finally met the best among his peers, and it's time to put away the lazy air in that body. Elder Chow smiled and nodded, looking forward to the performance of the 2 young men. The fire saint didn't say a word, watching carefully, and the only other category present, the fox with the snow-white fur, did smile without saying a word. Fox, what are you laughing at? This match, Li Lazy won. This hasn't even started yet. How do you know? The military one queried. Why don't we bet a hand? Dean Fox, who knew Li Laoshi's true strength, looked at him faintly. Seeing him so sure of himself, the military man grinned. Just bet. Then what? Let's bet on whether or not Li Lazy can settle the match within half an hour, 1 hour, and win. Hey, old fox, you're going for nothing, the military man said. Although he knew that Li Laos was strong, Ouyang Yufei wasn't weak either. Trying to settle a fight and win within an hour is most likely not going to happen. Moreover, Ouyang Yufei belonged to the torture system of exaltation, hiding in the shadows and constantly releasing bugs, and this time passed all of a sudden. But then he thought, if the fox can be so sure, things must not be simple. Before he had a chance to think about it, the fox's voice sounded again. Give or take for nothing. You won't know until it's over. Dean Fox said, how about if I lose? I'll give you the old dog's zoo? Hearing the words zoo, almost everyone present saw their eyes on Dean Fox. Old fox, are you serious? The military man said incredulously, thinking Dean Fox was joking. The zoo, known as the Wonderful Zoo, was a treasure at the level of a half-saint relic in the hands of Chai Shang, the king of all beasts. Although it was only at the level of a half-saint relic, his preciousness was already infinitely close to that of a holy relic. The function of this treasure was simple, taming. Both man and beast are almost always tamed by the magical power of the zoo once inside. Relying on this treasure, in his early years, Chai Shang did not know how many powerful foreign beasts he had tamed. His reputation as the king of all beasts, it can be said that a large degree of this treasure can't be disassociated. Wonderful zoo, calling it an exotic treasure at the base level no less. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? This thing, now in your hands. Not in what you say. I can grab it for you, Dean Fox said with a straight face. Just say what you're betting on. You're good. You're great. The military man was convinced. In that case, I'll bet. He thought carefully and said, what do you want? What I want. Dean Fox swept over the man, his gaze landing on his chest with a teasing smile. The man blushed. What were you thinking? If I win, how about you give me that piece of phoenix blood? The piece of phoenix blood hanging around the man's neck was a red jade pendant. Jade as pure as blood. Although to those great avatars, This piece of jade was ordinary. However, the 4 land immortals present could tell that this jade was not simple. It contained a majestic vitality within it, as if it could really make one like a phoenix. Nirvana reborn. It turned out to be just looking at the jade. The man said, "Old fox, your appetite is really not small. This phoenix blood is my second life. You really dare to take it? Just say you're betting or not. Are you still afraid of losing?" The fox said, "If you feel that you're losing, then I'll give you that white moon tree of mine as well. Deal." Witnessing all of this, a great avatar couldn't help but whisper towards Elder Qiao. "Elder Qiao, what is this phoenix blood? Is it valuable?" This Zhu and the tree of the white moon can both be treasures of immense value that can make countless people's eyes red. Zhu aside, this tree of the white moon is able to ditch the power of the white moon to use for cultivation. It's simply a holy weapon for cultivation. Phoenix blood, which can allow a land god to immediately recover from a state of serious injury to peak condition. Do you think there's any value to it? Elder Qiao lightly asked rhetorically. Everyone present immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. These 2 characters at the level of land immortals would take out such a heavy treasure to make a bet. Thinking about the cause of the incident, the crowd once again placed their gazes on the 2 of them, Li Lao's and Ouyang Yufei, with 3 heavy pieces being staked on the 2. These usually light-hearted bigwigs were actually all a little nervous in unison. Who's really going to win? Chapter 69, The Dragon's Battle. Lava Paradise. Who is this guy? How rude. Being disturbed again and again. Even Li Lao's was a bit annoyed. He scratched his fluffy hair, lifted his spirit slightly, and looked straight at Ouyang Yufei, his voice a little cold. "What if I say no? Then come and fight." When these words came out, the hearts of those few people who were tied up by Li Laoshi were instantly cooled. "Wait." Looking towards Ouyang Yufei, he was about to shout at him to stop. "Brother Ouyang, you guys can fight if you want to, but we're still in someone else's hands. If you make a move on him, won't we play it out early? If you guys want to fight, at least wait until we leave first." But before they could finish, the vines bound to their feet spontaneously combusted out of thin air. Clack, 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 crack. The sound is loud. The flames were not like mortal fire, and while searing their flesh, they were actually searing the spiritual energy in their bodies. "Ah, that hurts. What kind of fire is this? It's actually burning my spiritual energy. I can't stand it. The spiritual energy in my body is burning. My meridians will be damaged if this goes on. I'll leave a step ahead first. Take me one. Take me one. Ooh-hoo. Don't leave me." In an instant, all of the Xuanwu Academy's avatars who had been tied up actually all shattered their jade pendants and left the secret realm ahead of time because they couldn't endure the excruciating pain. "Bunch of losers." Ouyang Yufei let out a cold snort and stared at Li Lao's dead in the face. "In that case, then you should also go with them." As he spoke, a dozen flying daggers flew up from his body in response, shooting straight toward Li Lao's. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Violent air-breaking sounds rang out, but Li Lao's did not see any panic at all. With just a slight lift of his hand, countless huge vines rose up from the ground and wrapped these flying daggers tightly. After a few seconds passed, the vines dispersed and those flying daggers had fallen to the ground, losing their spirit. Li Lao's waved his hand again, and again countless vines rose up from the ground and surrounded towards Ouyang Yufei. Ouyang Yufei didn't talk nonsense, and leaped onto the bumblebee just now, dodging the pursuit. He slapped Bumblebee's ass lightly and shouted, "Shoot me!" Immediately after that, the Bumblebee's butt was facing towards Li Lao's, and countless poisonous stings were sprayed out like a rain of arrows. Li Lao's remained motionless, only operating the wood element in his body, quietly watching him. The vines underneath his body moved, easily helping Li Laoshi dodge the attack. "You think this is it?" Ouyang Yufei spoke again. Li Lao's looked around, only to see that in the darkness of the surroundings, he did not know when a dozen or so bumblebees emerged again, and were quietly approaching towards him. At Ouyang Yufei's command, the poisonous thorns were like a heavy rain crossing the border, smacking of a bloody storm. "Now I'll see how you can hide." Oops. Seeing this scene, countless supporters of Li Lao's in the outside world sweated in their hearts for Li Lao's. Ouyang Yufei was the star player of the tournament and the red man who won the title. They were well aware of his strength and naturally knew that the toxins of those wasps were not simple. If Li Lao's was entangled by these wasps, then his strength would be almost one-third wasted. Facing the next Ouyang Yufei, he might not even be able to fight back. Li Lazy is going to capsize. Inside the opposing field, the staff muttered. Hearing this, Su Xin, who had always spoken little, spoke a rare word. "Don't worry, Li Lazy will be fine." The staff gave him a look, wondering where he got the courage to say that. These wasps are not too strong overall though, but with so much added up, even a late-stage great avatar powerhouse would have to drink a pot of water. I'm afraid. And there was also the presence of Ouyang Yufei, an imperial bugmaster. In the back, Hell knows how many more bugs he's got on his hands. You have a good heart. A group of avatars who had been eliminated from the Xuanwu Academy also sat within the grounds. Except for a few people who were dissatisfied with Li Lazy and were in the shade. Most of them were in an okay frame of mind. After the chagrin there wasn't much of a reaction. Just a quiet look at the big screen. Learning the micro-maneuvers between the two Archons sparring sessions, but quite a few of them are sad. The reason is, that's a lot of pressure to learn. No, it's not that you can't learn. It's the fact that you simply can't find a point to learn from. Ouyang Yufei was a little better, moving every now and then. Not too much or too little body movement. But that Li Lazy, he's a devil. The whole time he didn't move a muscle. Just sat on that broken vine and moved his broken hand. It's as if you're not sparring, but playing a game. It's distracting to watch. It's simply annoying. Shattered thoughts from a cadet of the Xuanwu Academy. Looking at the countless poisonous thorns flying towards him, Li Laoshi remained unperturbed, just simply stretched and said, "Finish up. I'm a little tired. Are you going to surrender?" Ouyang Yufei said, somewhat displeased. "Not oh." Li Lazy laughed. Ouyang Yufei froze, only to see Li Lazy leap from the vines and land on the ground. In an instant, the entire space of the boulder forest trembled. Countless magma gushed out from the ground. The earth continued to crack, and those huge stone pillars collapsed like dominoes into the magma. The entire heaven and earth also turned fiery red in an instant. Semi-domain avatar, lava heaven. Feeling the heat wave that hit his face, Ouyang Yufei felt like he couldn't breathe. Looking at Li Lao's, he actually had the feeling in his mind that he was just a grasshopper on his palm. As long as the other party made a slight move, he would die without a burial place. Strange. What's going on? How did I get this feeling? It's not scientific. Ouyang Yufei calmed his mind and didn't take long to come up with an answer. That's when you step into your opponent's realm. His teacher used to say. Under normal circumstances, once such a feeling arose during a sparring match, it must be that the enemy land deity had cast a domain avatar and he had been targeted by this domain. However, this person in front of him was only around the strength of a great avatar, and definitely couldn't be a land immortal. Otherwise he'd be dead already. Since this was the case, there was only one possibility that the person in front of him was casting a half-domain divine ability. Ouyang Yufei sucked in a breath of cool air. This person in front of him appeared to be younger than him. Right, and he had actually comprehended a half-domain divine ability. It's simply horrible as hell. It was important to realize that the half-domain avatar was only a fledgling state of the domain avatar though. However, those who were able to comprehend this were invariably those who were great adepts with senior strength. And now he actually comprehended it. I think his name is Li Lazy. What a monster. Knowing that if you continue to stay here, you will be out. Ouyang Yufei immediately recalled all the wasps and flew quickly towards the outside of the stone forest. Semi-domain avatars were different from domain avatars. The semi-domain avatar did not have the ability to block space. So as long as one could fly out of the boulder forest, one would have a chance of survival. Seeing this scene, the audience, who had thought that a dragon fight would ensue, were instantly shocked. Still don't understand what's happening. Chapter 70 Half-Step Fusion Avatar. Yen D's doubts. Heavens, what's going on? How did the environment of the underground world suddenly change so drastically? What's wrong with Ouyang Yufei? How did he run so fast all of a sudden? Quickly fight back. That's right, the sudden change in terrain affected him, but it equally affected Li Lazy. So what are you afraid of? Why is Ouyang Yufei so timid today? He wasn't like this before. Why do I get the feeling that this sudden change was made by Li Lazy? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Joke, and he made it. Such a horrible illusion. Do you think he's a land god? He's not even an illusion system great avatar. I think there's still a real possibility that it is. If you look closely you'll see that although the terrain changes are terrifying, most of them are just illusions. Of the two great avatars present, only Li Lao's is the one most likely to perform this technique, or else Ouyang Yufei wouldn't be in such a sorry state. An illusion? Why can't I see it? Nonsense. You trash. I don't believe it. This is indeed an illusion. But Li Lao's is not an illusion avatar, much less an illusion avatar. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the prototype of a fusion avatar, and aside from illusion, only a fusion avatar can explode with such terrifying power. What do you mean by that? You're saying that Li Lao's has comprehended the half-fusion avatar? He's only 17. Right. Who was the last time the younger generation comprehended the fusion avatar? It seems to be Li Qingyang. At that time he was 21 years old. This, adored double freak the strongest genius of the human federation is born. Terrifying as it is, this Li Lao's is truly a freak. To have comprehended a half-fusion divine ability, Li Lao's is in danger. Being so sharp, the tree is so big that it attracts people. I have a premonition that when the tournament is over, He'll be surrounded by the madness of the foreign races. Foreigners? Don't forget who Li Lazy's grandfather is. With Emperor Yan in town, whoever comes will die. Can Yendi protect him for a moment? But can he protect him for a lifetime? Don't raise other people's prestige and destroy your own momentum. Although Li Lazy looks better than me and makes me very upset, but as a Dragon Kingdom and a member of the human race, I really expect him to grow up. The lazy god is awesome. Comprehending the embryonic fusion avatar. Is the real fusion avatar still far away? A fusion divine ability is something that can only be learned by a land god immortal. And now my family, the lazy god, is also a half-step land god immortal. Your house? It's clearly my house. It's my house. My house. Ha! You guys are from the Li family too? With the fusion avatar in place, as long as Li Lauscher wants to fight for it, the first place position is almost a nail in the coffin. And if the other great avatars don't unite, almost no one will be his opponent. It would be really hard for the other 6 to unite. The Green Dragon Academy that Yuan Cheng is in is the academy that Li Lao's belongs to. Naturally it's impossible to unite. It's up to the other 5. Windstar Soul shouldn't be possible either. He hasn't been dealing much with the 5 great academies. It gets better and better. With the exposure of Li Lauscher's semi-fusion aptitude, it could be said that it was a stone that stirred up 3 layers of waves, and the entire Dragon Kingdom's aberrants almost shook. The Fire Saint inside the conference room was even happier and laughed, looking at the other 2 with envy and jealousy. Another one who was laughing heartily was Dean Fox. He is now in love with Li Lao's That's too much. One is because of Li Lazy's talent. Secondly, it was because of the jade pendant in his hand at the moment. Willing to bet. Dean Fox chuckled. The military martial artist next to him just grunted coldly before casting his excited eyes towards Li Lazy in the big screen. Li family manor. Inside an ancient study, Li Lazy's old father looked at the phone that kept ringing and frowned. Just as he was about to incinerate the noisy thing in place, he felt his eyes go black and his entire body disappeared into the void. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a crater. The volcano was boiling with heat and black smoke. The ground was constantly spewing magma, bulging with crimson bubbles like boiling water. A red-haired old man bathed within the magma, golden runes flickering on his body as if he was a god of war from the distant past. Seeing this old man, Li Lazy's old father walked forward with respect in his eyes. Father. No outsiders. Call me Pops. Yes, Father. Yen Di's pair of crimson eyes looked at him and said, Kai Tian, did you know about Lazy Child? Li Kai Tian nodded. I just realized it too. Looks like he's hiding it pretty deep. So what should we do right next? You see to the arrangements yourself. Yen Di's gaze suddenly became sharp. When the game is over, bring that kid back to see me for a while. I suspect. Li Kaitian's mood was a bit complicated and nervous. I know father. Second uncle is at the competition. When Lazy comes out I'll have second uncle bring him to you first thing. Of course he knew what his father suspected. It is nothing more than a suspicion that the current Li Laos is still not the former Li Laos. After all, the strength that Li Laos had exposed time and time again was just too eccentric. In the past, it was barely understandable when his great avatar's strength was exposed. My Li family has good genes. What's wrong with a few demonic freaks? But now, for a 17-year-old to have comprehended a half-fusion divine ability was unbelievable. Even he was a bit skeptical that Li Laos had been taken over by some foreign powerhouse. Knowing his son as his father, the former Li Laos was definitely not a genius in his opinion. He was a little confused for a moment. If Li Laos is really taken over, what should he do? With mixed feelings, he dialed a phone number. A cool voice came from across the room. Father, Qin Yang, do you know about your little brother? I've heard about it. I didn't expect Little Sloth to have comprehended a half-domain divine ability. Although Li Qingyang's voice was flat, there was no way to hide the excitement in his tone. Li Kaitian smiled and nodded, saying, yes, right, a few years ahead of you all. I want to ask you something. What is it? Did you notice something wrong with Lazy the last time you saw him? Father, you are suspecting. It's not just me who's suspicious, but your grandfather too. And that's just weird. Li Qingyang thought carefully and said after a while, I didn't seem to notice anything wrong with Lazy the last time I saw him. He does work a little harder than he did when he was a kid, though, which would be due to spending a lot of time outside. Father, you can actually ask Su Xian about this matter. He hasn't always stayed by Little Lazy's side. Little Lazy used to get dressed with his help. Little Lazy's matters should be more than clear to him. Chapter 71 Bishop of the Spiritual Energy Society. Top of the points table. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom. The Great Northwest. Underground. 1,000 meters deep. A black temple stood majestically. Outside the temple knelt a scattered congregation, kneeling in their black robes, looking solemn and chanting obscure prayers. Their gazes were firm, and an evil aura radiated from them. Everyone, surprisingly, were all great magi. Just then, there was a sudden gust of wind. A gale of wind rises from the spot. The crowd looked up in amazement at the statue of the god in the great hall with greater devotion. The idol was incomparably bizarre, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a green face and fangs, and a huge eye on its forehead. At the moment that I was flashing an eerie red light, "Welcome my lord's divine might." At the call of the believers, a projection that looked exactly like the idol, but tens of times smaller, was projected in front of the crowd of believers. Seeing the virtual shadow, all the devotees present became even more fervent, trembling with excitement. Lord God Emperor has descended on the great northwest branch. I wonder what his intentions are. At that moment a strong voice came from outside the hall. Bang! 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 With it, it was the sound of several loud footsteps hitting the ground. The believers looked outward and saw a giant that was 3 meters tall, covered in crimson armor, and holding a huge blood-red axe. Meet the Scarlet Bishop. Scarlet, long time no see. The silhouette looked over at him. You too. The crimson giant laughed. It seems like you've been doing well lately, to the point where you've even taken on the appearance of my lord. When he said my lord, he deliberately emphasized his tone, and the shadow clearly heard the mockery in it, but he didn't care. It's been a good life, and it turns out I made the right choice at the time. Scarlet, we're already stuck in the mud, and there's no use struggling in the mud. We'll only sink deeper and deeper until we die. You have to learn to assimilate with the mire. The crimson giant said impatiently. Cut the crap and just say what you want to do here. Humph. You're still the same as before. The void wasn't going on about it, but changed the subject. Do you know Lee Lazy? Lee Lazy? Who? Don't recognize. Okay, you can go now. Bye. Take your time. Don't come back later. The crimson giant dug his nose in, and without even thinking, a large portion of the sentence came out of his mouth. The silhouette frowned slightly and said, Scarlet, watch how you speak. I am now flattering my lord's consciousness. Rumble. The moment his words fell, the eyes on his forehead opened and flashed with a weird red light. Bang! The moment the red light hit the crimson giant instantly revealed a pained expression. With a grim expression, he let out a low gulp and slashed his axe on the ground, setting off a breathtakingly powerful force. I just don't recognize it, so just tell me what you want. If you don't, you'll the old man now. The silhouette looked around at the believers coldly. Those people immediately winced and hurriedly walked over to the crimson giant, and briefly recounted what happened to Li Lao's bishop. It's like this. 17 years old. Semi-domain avatar. Fire. Wood. Good boy. A 17-year-old great avatar. And he has also comprehended the half-domain avatar. Truly a fearful future generation. The crimson giant laughed out loud. What? Does the barbarian spirit clan mean that they want me to finish the sprat off? The void nodded. Yes. Humph. My great northwest is separated from Longjing by 100,000 miles. You want me to take him out? Are you kidding? Do those people on the ocean eat? Are those chapters of the spiritualist society you formed? Eaters? The crimson giant said unhappily. Damn you. Are you determined to bully me? Damn. I should have known to get you killed when I was a kid. The branch on the sea has recently had some problems. A mysterious force called the Water God Palace has appeared over there. As if there are land deities sitting there. They are investigating. And it feels like other foreign races have entered the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The Void Shadow patiently explained. As for those branches of the Spiritual Energy Society that are under the jurisdiction of the Savage Spirit Clan, they have more or less been eroded by the Black Coffins, and I don't dare to hastily hand over such an important task to them before it's cleaned up. Okay. The Crimson Giant waved his hand. Get lost when you're done. I'll keep an eye on this matter for you. I don't need you to watch for me, the Void said seriously. So I'll do it myself? I hope you do what you say. The silhouette disappeared into thin air after saying that, and the temple once again returned to silence. Bishop? The crowd of believers looked to the Crimson Giant, waiting for orders. The Crimson Giant chided. Why are you still looking at me? I'll give you 10 minutes to clean up, and after 10 minutes, we'll head to Longjing together. Remember to bring something to shield your breath if you don't want to die as soon as you leave the house. His eyes glanced to the believers on the other side. As for you, all of you stay at the temple. Yes, the realm of mists, underworld, boulder forest. Everyone was only focusing on the fallen Ouyang Yufei, the majestic Li Laos, and none of it was noticed. At this very moment, there is also a plump little sea otter, shivering and hugging a large rock. He looked at Li Lazy's pathetic Abba not far away, tried to put his foot on the ground and quickly scalded it back down again. One can only continue to be pathetically ABA. With a pair of big watery eyes, he stared at Li Laos tightly, afraid that he would suddenly leave. Under Li Lao's terrifying aptitude, the black monsters in the boulder forest were almost completely annihilated. The contestants who remain here are out. and those who run away. The points were collected by Li Lazy as much as possible. It didn't take long for Li Laos to firmly occupy the first place in the points table with a terrifying advantage of 832 points. It made countless participants within the secret area drop their jaws in shock, one after another. They poked around to find out what kind of earth-shattering event Li Laosher had done, and the points had skyrocketed so much in a short period of time. As the boulder forest continued to become clean, Li Laos finally realized that the small sea otter was shivering at the moment, hastily withdrawing his divine power. He hugged him, comforted him, and went back to sleep. Su Xian outside saw the scene and involuntarily smiled. To keep people from disturbing themselves, this time, Li Laos simply surrounded himself with vines, like a bug chrysalis, hanging from a large tree. With the passage of time, those participants within the secret territory, that's when they finally realized what was going on. Looking in the direction of the boulder forest, he cast a gaze of awe. A shady forest. Two Dao-robed youths stood together, one playful, the other cool and solitary. Brother Yuan, do you have the patience to keep waiting for him to come to your door this time? You're the one who talks too much. He looked behind him at the group of Green Dragon Academy trainees. Let's go. Yes. Upon hearing that they were about to meet the famous Li Laos, the crowd became excited. P.S. Thank you for the great god certification of Shadow Charming Apricot. Wahahaha. Chapter 72 The Black Hand of the Reinforcement Association. End of the match. Fire Elemental is practicing hard. Fire Elemental energy plus 40. The Thunder Elemental. Seeing that the Fire Elemental is ignoring him, huffs and puffs and runs up to poke the Fire Elemental in the face. The Fire Elemental blankly glances at him and continues to cultivate. Fire Elemental energy plus 40. The Thunder Elemental got bored and slept next to the Fire Elemental. The Fire Elemental stopped practicing and covered the Thunder Elemental with a small quilt woven with the power of the Fire Element. Fire Elemental continues to cultivate. Fire Elemental energy plus 20. The Wood Elemental asks the Divine Water Elemental for advice on a problem. The Wood Elemental understood something about the wonders of the fusion avatar during the discussion with the Divine Water Elemental. Wood Elemental and Divine Water Elemental are practicing hard? Wood Elemental energy plus 40? Divine Water Elemental energy plus 40. The Control and Numinous powers are drinking small sodas while watching TV. Control energy plus 0. Numinous energy plus 10. Control Alien discovered that Nianli Alien was secretly practicing, and became furious. A person secretly rolled right. See if I don't roll you to death. Control powers drop small sodas. One power hides and cultivates frantically. Control energy plus 40. The Dragon and Tiger forging technique is discussing feats with the water carrying all things. The Dragon Tiger body forging technique and water carrying all things seem to have discussed some hints. The Dragon and Tiger forging technique and water carrying all things have decided to name the new technique, which has not yet been released for the time being, the Water God forging technique. Li Laos fell asleep lazily with the little sea otter in his arms, and the elements and feats in his body were working frantically. The outside of the raptly lazy vine was a sea of people at this time. It was only with the passage of time that the chaos of the monolithic forest finally came to an end. More and more people came here to meet the legendary Li Lazy one side, but they were learning that Li Lazy had wrapped himself up, hanging from a tree after sleeping. The first reaction was to be confused. After all, the participants in the secret realm, who weren't riveted to save up their points, who would do such a thing? Everyone stood under the tree looking at me and me looking at you, not knowing what to do for a while. At this point someone suggested, why don't one of you go and call him? No sooner had he said this than someone gave him a strange look. If you want to get out, you go ahead and call it. What does that mean? Do you know how those people from Xuanwu Academy got out before? Ha? Told him to sleep call? That can't be right. If you think it's impossible, you go ahead and try. The man stared at Li Lazy's chrysalis for half a day, but in the end, he still didn't have the courage to make a move. But after a while, he walked over in the direction of Li Lazy, just when the crowd thought he couldn't help himself. Instead, he made a strange gesture. I don't know where I found out 3 sticks of incense, stuck them on the ground, put my hands together, and bowed 3 times towards Li Lazy. He also whispered, we've come all this way, so we can't waste it. Lazy God, please bless me with more points in this competition. It would be nice to advance. What's going on here? A question mark popped up over many heads, but there are quite a few others who think he's got a good point. You've come all this way. You can't waste your time. Besides, there are no more demonic beasts to kill here. Can't take points. It's a good idea to be idle. So why not go and pay your respects, just in case it really works? After all, Li Laos was a member of the Li family, or a demonic-level genius, the future pillar of the human race. It's one of those blessed characters. It would be nice to have a touch of blessing from him. Even if you can't, you have nothing to lose. As this thought rose, more and more people worshipped towards Li Lao's. Of course, most of them are just good people with nothing better to do. Gradually a long line formed. It didn't take long for a fragrant fire to surround Li Lazy's neighborhood. Those who don't know will think that they are not entering any place of worship. Li Lazy, who was in the middle of sleeping, sensed that someone was worshipping him and thought that he was dreaming, so he ignored it. Yuan, what should we do now? Somewhere in the monolithic forest, a cadet of the Green Dragon Academy looked at Li Lao's, who was accepting incense and faith, and cried and laughed. That's a funny kid. Why don't I go call him out? No need. Anyway, we have already taken the first place in this competition. Green Dragon Academy. So let him sleep if he wants to. Yuan Chang said. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the academy in the future. There is no rush. There's still quite a bit of time until the end of the competition. So let's go hunt demonic beasts first and gain points. Yes. The tournament venue. A great avatars left the conference room. He had only just left the gate when the shrunken clown puppet in Su Xian's pocket jumped out on its own. Su Xian hurriedly shoved him back again. You can die if you want to. Don't die here. The implication is, don't cause trouble for Li Lazy here. Li Laos had already told Su Xian about the clown puppet, and Su Xian naturally knew his identity. Joker is the former head of the big-name Dark Moon Circus, an offshoot of the Psychic Society. It would not be a good thing for Li Lazy if it was discovered that he was having an affair with him. Kid, I'm picking up the scent of the Spiritualist Society. The clown's hoarse voice said in Su Xian's mind. Let me out. I'm in an extremely special state right now. No one will find me. What? Su Xian's brows furrowed as he pondered for a moment, carefully taking the clown puppet out of his pocket. You're not feeling it wrong. This is a race site. As far as he knew, quite a few great powers in the Dragon Kingdom were now paying attention to this place. There's even a couple of land gods right here. If the Spiritualist Society has even infiltrated this, isn't this a little too scary? It won't be wrong. The clown puppet's voice sounded in Su Xian's mind. He felt the aura around him and immediately locked away from the great avatar who had just come out of the conference room. If my senses are right, it should be him. This is Merchant Alliance's people. Su Xian looked at his attire with a deep meaning. The Chamber of Commerce is an organization in the Dragon Kingdom responsible for managing chambers of commerce around the world. The right is not too big or too small. Sensing Su Xian's gaze, that great avatar looked toward Su Xian. Su Xian was a little nervous, but still barely managed to keep his composure. That great avatar left quietly after realizing that there was nothing strange. Came to a deserted place. This operation is terminated. The ring in his hand lit up and a message came into his mind. As the clock ticked down, the game finally ended. Li Lazy took the number 1 spot despite a long period of laying flat. Compared to this previous horrifying point difference, he was only a little bit more than the second place. Zhang Shui of Qilin Academy. This time, countless people gathered around the entrance of the secret realm teleportation, waiting for the contestants inside to come out. This naturally included Su Xian. Chapter 73 Happy Birthday, Grand Finale. Within the secret territory, everyone's bodies were like frozen frames, enveloped by a brilliant golden light. Li Lazy also woke up from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and pulled out his cell phone, checking the time. June 17th, 23:55 HRS. Luckily, time is not up yet. He muttered as the vines wrapped around his body gradually dispersed. A clean, languid look appeared before the crowd. There were still about 40 or so contestants still present. The gazes of these 40-odd people looked towards Li Lao's in unison, with awe contained within. Is he Li Lazy? So young, to have achieved first place at such a young age, and with such high points. It seems that it will be difficult for people in the future to set new records. Looks like there's going to be a bloodbath. How old is Li Lao's? He already has such terrifying strength. After this competition, it will definitely become a thorn in the side of the Spiritual Energy Society and the many foreign races. After this competition, Li Lazy will definitely go down in history. I have to say, the Li family has really been full of talents in recent years. First there was Li Qingyang, Li Qingya, then Li Qin, then Li Lazy. Each of them is not weak. The Li family are monsters, aren't they? Li Lazy seems to be a student of the Green Dragon Academy, right? Damn, it's cheap for Green Dragon Academy. If only Li Laoshi was from our academy, then I could say that I'm Li Laoshi's senior. And how honorable it would be to say that. Quite a lot of people were talking about it. The student from the Green Dragon Academy had a haughty face and raised his head slightly. The other 4 academies, on the other hand, looked at the cadets of the Green Dragon Academy with a look of contempt. See what you can do. For those who don't know, you guys take first place. Li Lazy, my name is Windstar Soul. Getting to know each other? Windstar Spirit walked towards Li Lao's and was thinking of saying hello. However, the next moment, Li Lao's directly left the secret realm. appeared directly in the tournament venue. Seeing Li Lao's leave, the others followed closely behind. At this moment, the competition venue was already crowded, filled with bigwigs from all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. An old man in a tang suit with an imposing presence walked up to the crowd, his eyes flashing with an incomparable appreciation. Congratulations to all of you. The top 30 participants of this tournament will go into the finals of the National Martial Arts Competition. The rewards will be sent to you all on time when tomorrow afternoon rolls around. He finished and looked toward Li Lazy again. Very satisfied. He nodded. Are you Li Lazy? Worthy of being the grandson of Emperor Yan. Does this talent of yours seem to be stronger than even your big brother, Li Qingyan? As the first place winner of this competition, do you have anything to say? A microphone mic automatically flew into Li Lazy's hand. Everyone in the room looked at him expectantly. All the avatars who were watching the live broadcast, ordinary people, also looked at him expectantly. I wonder what this teenage talent will say to everyone. Countless people thought expectantly, but after hearing this, Li Lao simply smiled, then took out his cell phone again. 23:59 p.m. Wait a while. The time jumped to 2400 hours before looking at Su Xian in the limelight. Su Xin, happy birthday. Li Lazy made a trumpet-like gesture with his hands and shouted. At that moment, countless people looked toward Su Xian on the stage. The staff of the live broadcast also subconsciously aimed the camera at Su Xian. Su Xian, who was expecting what Li Lao's would say, froze in place as a whole. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? A million thoughts floated through his mind. The crowd's gaze seemed to pull him from an unnoticed corner, right into a big stage, right into the spotlight. Hesitation wasn't ready and made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to curse, but he couldn't when he saw Li Lazy's smiling face. It took a long time to hold it in before blushing and saying, thanks. Since the match is over, let's go home and find a place to eat later. Li Lao's dropped the microphone and instantly moved in front of him. The two were about to leave. Boom! A meteorite fell from the sky, smash into the ground. Humph! Lazy thing that only knows how to eat, drink and play all day long. My Li family's face has been disgraced by you. The fire from the meteorite disappeared and an old man with red hair appeared in front of the crowd. Meet the fire saint. Many people showed awe. Second uncle, why are you here? Li Lao's asked suspiciously. Of course I came to find you, Fire Saint said. For this little grandson of his elder brother, he was really a bit helpless, both wanting to praise him fiercely, really giving the Li family a long face. Wanted to thump him hard again. What kind of occasion is this? I don't know how many people are looking at you in the whole country, and you're ignoring them. What do you want from me? Your grandfather told you to come home. No way? Li Laoshir's body trembled. It was rare to see this kid in this state, so the Fire Saint revealed a smile and said, now that we know, let's go. Bring Su Xian along too. Just in time for Su Xian's birthday party. Alright, all according to you. The Fire Saint nodded and stroked his beard. A great burning fire rose out of the sky and engulfed the three. By the time the flames were extinguished, the three had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the room was wide-eyed, not knowing what was happening. What the hell? You're leaving? The only other person in the small corner of the playing field was a man in a suit, looking at the tattered ground in tears. The floor. I just had my floors newly refinished last month. Woohoo! $40 million gone. The Li family, the two of them, Li Lao's and Su Xian, appeared at the mouth of a flaming mountain. Emperor Yendi is bathing in lava in a volcano. Looking at this old man, Su Xian bowed with great respect. Su Xian has met Emperor Yan. Aha! Inferno nodded and jumped out of the lava. Li Lao's immediately ran over and pampered himself. Grandpa, it's been so long since I've seen you. I've missed you to death. Yes? Yendi looked at Li Lao's with eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. Li Lao said without blushing, that's for sure. He hugged Yendi's hand and said, by the way Grandpa, I won first place this time. What kind of reward are you going to give me? Is this okay? A fiery red lotus flower appeared in front of Li Lao's. Blazing red lotus, half-saint relic. Of course, Li Lao said decisively, pocketing it. And then he said, then, Su Xian's birthday today. What kind of gift are you planning to give Grandpa? Hearing this, Su Xian was shocked and hurriedly said, young master, this. But before he could finish his words, another half-saint relic that flickered with fiery red light appeared in front of the three. Blazing fruit. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Lao's looked at Su Xian and said, what are you still standing there for? Don't be quick to accept it. There aren't many chances for this kind of wool gathering. But, since Little Lazy asked you to take it, you should take it. This talent isn't weak. It's only a matter of time before you become a great avatar. But this, Su Xian was still a bit hesitant. Don't but it, consider it my birthday present to you. And if you're still willing to accept it, You'll be working for me for 30 more years from now on. Alright, you guys go out first. I have something I want to talk to Little Sloth about. Yen Di said. The fire saint looked toward Su Xin and said with a smile, keep it. Your mother is still waiting outside. Thank you, Emperor Yen, for the reward. The two left the secret realm. After about an hour or two, Li Lao's also left the secret realm. The fire saint appeared beside Yen Di. How? It's lazy. Emperor Yen revealed a smile. Years later, the War of the 10,000 Races has entered the closing stage. Facing the devastated battlefield, Li Lao's, who has become a god, perhaps recalled that distant and pleasant night in the Li family manor. At that time all the houses were lit up and everyone had a happy smile on their face. The men who died in battle had not yet died in battle, and the heroes who were glorified by millions of people had not yet gotten the stain of blood on their hands. End.